Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully discovering this system. Ding. The strongest commander system has been successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for getting a novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for getting a universal toolbox. Congratulations to the host for getting 500 rare substance smelting agents. I accidentally traveled to this planet where time is the currency. There are legions everywhere on this planet, and you can gain time by hunting time beasts. At the beginning, an unfair appointment letter made me the commander of a non-staff army. Although there were only about 100 of them, these female soldiers were very pleasing to the eye. They were all tall, had long legs, and were all very beautiful. However, this legion was very poor and had extremely backward equipment. Not only did it have no combat power, but the key point was that it was composed entirely of female soldiers. After a simple meeting ceremony, Lu Ruobing began to introduce the situation of the entire group to me. Commander, this air raid shelter is the camp of our field regiment, which has 108 people in it, she said with a calm expression but a hint of uneasiness. I nodded and waited for her to continue. She said, my regiment has 3 commanders, 60 armored infantrymen, 10 machine gunners, 8 signalmen, and 17 medical and logistic soldiers. In terms of equipment, there are only 2 armored vehicles, and each person has a submachine gun or a pistol. As for ammunition, she paused, looking somewhat unsure. There are probably more than 3,000 rounds left. More than 3,000 rounds? This amount is not enough to face the time beast. No drones? I asked. Lu Ruobing shook her head and said with a wry smile, drones? I dare not even think about that kind of thing. But I believe that with the support of my system capabilities, a series of black technologies will emerge, and I will lead my female soldiers to advance all the way. Before I could digest the news, a signalman suddenly rushed in and reported, the 48th Division has ordered us to rush to the Blackwater River at 10 a.m. tomorrow to participate in the battle. When Xiaoying heard the word Blackwater River, she immediately jumped up and shouted angrily, they are such bastards! Didn't they say Honggu Dam? Lu Ruobing's face darkened. How far do we need to go? Xiaoying said, we'll have to go 30 kilometers further and our equipment. She waved her hand to interrupt. No need to say more. Reply to the 48th Division. We will set off at 6 o'clock tomorrow and arrive on time at 10 o'clock. My heart skipped a beat. Looking at the helpless female soldiers, I couldn't help but interrupt. Since I'm the head of the regiment, do I have the right to know the details of the mission? Lu Ruobing nodded and pointed at Xiaoying. She will tell you. I have something else to do. Xiaoying kicked a stone away and handed me a cigarette. Captain, before the mission, would you like one of my exclusive cigarettes? I took the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. It made me choke, and tears streamed down my cheeks. She and the female soldiers around her were laughing so hard that they were rolling on the ground. I coughed for a long time, stared at her face, and squeezed out a sentence. Are your lungs very black? Oh, she sighed. The smile on her face disappeared, replaced by a hint of sadness. Listen carefully. We are a ragtag army with no organization and no eligibility for federal support. We have to rely on self-reliance to cover all our expenses, and we were discarded like garbage many years ago. Do you understand? Xiaoying said. I nodded and motioned for her to continue. She said, we have reached a desperate situation recently. Taking over the mission of the 48th Division is our only hope. Once the mission is completed, the federal government will allocate 20,000 hours. She said in a cold tone, we were originally supposed to cooperate in the encirclement and suppression of the time beast at the Red Valley Dam, but now we are asked to go to the Blackwater River. What's the difference? I asked. Different? She looked at me like a child who didn't understand anything. The time beast at Red Valley Dam is A level, and the Blackwater River is S level. S level? Just thinking about it is enough to kill you. There's still a chance of survival in Red Valley, but Blackwater River means death. She took a puff of her cigarette and continued, the weapons we have now are not enough to deal with A-class, let alone S-class. A time beast in a berserk state is not afraid of guns and cannons. An S-class beast can smash an armored vehicle with just one claw. Do you think we still have a chance to survive? Her words made me nervous. I dug out relevant information from my memory at the academy and knew she was right. But was it worth it to die like this? Lu Ruobing came over and said firmly, we must give it a try. If we go, there is still hope. If we don't go, we will die. What are you willing to risk? 108 lives. I said coldly, I don't agree. Everyone fell silent instantly. Lu Ruobing gritted her teeth and looked at me, her eyes full of stubbornness. Do you know how important 20,000 hours is to us? You don't understand what we have been through all these years. Her voice trembled. We left the base city at the age of 18. We dreamed of going back to live a peaceful life after saving enough time. But the reality is radiation, viruses, and ferocious beasts. Sisters fell one by one. We tried our best to hunt the time beasts, but our time was taken away by the Federation. The supplies are 3 times more expensive than the base. Do you know? We want to go back, but we can't even save enough time for 30 years. Where has the time gone? She looked at me, tears streaming down her face. There was complete silence all around, and all the female soldiers lowered their heads and shed tears silently. I didn't know what to say. I just felt a tightness in my chest. Time was being squeezed by the Federation, and these female soldiers were struggling to survive. The female soldiers gradually calmed down, and the tears on their faces were replaced by serious expressions. They quickly returned to their well-trained state, a kind of perseverance that was accustomed to hardship. I looked at them, feeling mixed emotions, and said, "How about this? I can take out some time to help out in an emergency. We don't need to die for 20,000 hours." Lu Ruobing's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was fleeting. She shook her head and sighed, "Captain, I wish you had said this 3 days ago. Now that the mission has been accepted, you have to go. You should understand the consequences of disobeying orders in battle, right?" I remained silent, knowing that she was right. The damn federal rule was like a chain that bound all the non-staff troops tightly. It's getting dark, and it's time for dinner. Everyone, disperse. Lu Ruobing waved her hand and said to a pure and sweet female soldier, "Gan Ting, take the captain to dinner." She turned around and took Xiaoying away, apparently to discuss the battle plan. Gan Ting saluted me and whispered, "Captain, I'm Gan Ting, a communication soldier. I'll take you to dinner." Her voice was soft, revealing a kind of reserved gentleness. I nodded and followed her to the logistics area. The restaurant is actually a natural cave, with simple wooden boards as dining tables and stones as stools. In the cave, female soldiers are queuing up to get food in an orderly manner. I haven't eaten on the way here, but when I smell the food, I feel a little hungry. "Captain, please sit down first. I'll serve you the food." Gan Ting pointed to a stone and ran briskly to the kitchen table. I sat down casually and looked at the meals of the female soldiers. In each of their bowls was a kind of sticky porridge, with a small plate of dark brown side dishes beside it. It didn't look good, but they ate it seriously. After a while, Gan Ting came over with a bowl of fragrant scallion and pork noodles and a sausage. "Captain, this is your dinner." I looked down at my meal, then at the bowl of thick porridge in Gan Ting's hand, and asked, "Why is my meal different from yours?" The deputy leader said that the leader's food standards should be higher, so she bought white flour and meat from the base city when she went to pick you up. Gan Ting paused and added in a low voice, "After the purchase, each of us only has more than 50 hours left." This sentence hit me like a club to the heart. "How do you usually allocate your time?" I asked. "The time earned is shared equally among everyone, and any expenses are shared. All of us have basically the same amount of time. We live together and die together," Gan Ting said calmly. I was silent. In other words, the average life expectancy of these female soldiers was less than 3 days, yet they were still rushing to the battlefield for 20,000 hours. "Come, give me your porridge," I said to Gan Ting. "Ah." She was stunned for a moment and quickly waved her hands. "Captain, how can this be possible?" "Obey your orders." Without questioning, I took her bowl and took a bite. Instantly, a strange smell filled my mouth. The paste was like tasteless glue, and the dark brown side dishes were astringent and bitter, almost nauseating. "What is this?" I asked, frowning. Gan Ting explained, "The porridge is made from cassava flour from the mountains, and the side dishes are some wild vegetables. Because they are all radioactive, they must be soaked in disinfectant water before they can be eaten." She lowered her head and spoke even more softly. "We can't afford to buy food from the federal base, so we have been living on cassava and wild vegetables these years. Captain, let's change it back. I'm used to it." Gan Ting advised me. "Don't disobey." I scolded her and forced myself to swallow the bowl of porridge, but I really couldn't swallow the side dishes. It was then that I truly realized that the food these female soldiers ate was not nutritionally poor, but it could hardly be called food. What shocked me even more was that they had become accustomed to this kind of life. "Eat the sausage too." I handed it over. Gan Ting hastily refused. "Captain, please eat. This is already very embarrassing for me. This is an order." I didn't give her a chance to refuse and stuffed the sausage into her mouth. She was stunned, her eyes slightly red. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying came in and sat quietly among the female soldiers. Lu Ruobing lowered her head and drank tapioca paste, while Xiaoying held a cigarette in her mouth, blowing smoke rings with a half-smile on her face. She is a heavy smoker, I said to Xiaoying. Gonting explained, Captain, Sister Xiaoying's lungs have been severely irradiated, and only tobacco can relieve her pain. Radiation? I was stunned. Well, Gonting whispered, Sister Xiaoying's condition is very serious. The doctor said she may die at any time. She paused, as if this kind of thing was nothing new to her. She added with a wry smile, each of us has different degrees of damage to our bodies. For example, Sister Ruobing's is in the liver, and the other sisters have shoulders and necks, and some have abdomens. Years of radiation, you never know when it will kill you. Gonting spoke these words in a calm tone, as if death was no longer a fear for them, but a normal thing. My chest felt like it was blocked by something. I looked at Gonting and whispered, What about you? Which part of your body was irradiated? Her cheeks suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head and stammered, Captain, I can't say it. That's all right. I didn't force her. At this moment, I finally understood that this women's field regiment had no military discipline, but it had an indescribable unity and resilience. Under the guidance of Sun Shaoqian, I walked towards the ammunition depot. On the way, she was cautious, scanning the surroundings with a detector every few steps. Although the instrument showed that it was safe, I could feel that she was wary of the night environment. We came to an old-fashioned password gate. Sun Shaoqian skillfully turned the metal wheel, and the password was a complex set of numbers. I secretly wrote down these numbers in case I needed them. As the gate opened with a click, the dark night seemed exceptionally quiet, while the occasional roar of beasts in the distance made people shudder. Captain, hurry up, it's not safe here at night. Sun Shaoqian's voice was low but calm, and she quickened her pace and walked forward. I followed behind, and when I passed a pile of rocks, my eyes were attracted by the twinkling silver stars on some of the stones. Those stars in the darkness are like the stars in the night sky, mysterious and dazzling. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Mithril or mithril, rare and extremely precious, can be made into indestructible weapons and armor, and has a strong killing power against living things. The system's description made me excited. Mithril was actually in these inconspicuous stones, and no one had noticed this rare resource. I suppressed my inner ecstasy and continued to move forward with Sun Shaoqian. Soon, we arrived at the ammunition depot. Just like the previous gate, Sun Shaoqian skillfully entered the password to open the door lock. The heavy metal door slowly opened. She pulled down the backup power switch, and the dim wall lamp illuminated the space inside the warehouse. I walked in and looked around. The ammunition depot was not very big, but it was filled with various weapons and ammunition. Unfortunately, these equipments were too old. That's all? I asked involuntarily. Piled up in the warehouse were several barely usable grenade launchers, a few old machine guns, and 2 broken mountain motorcycles. The amount of ammunition is also speechless. More than 520mm cannon shells, more than 1007mm machine gun bullets, more than 1,500 ordinary bullets, plus 150 kilograms of gunpowder. These things will run out of ammunition and food after a few minutes of fighting, and there is no way they can sustain a decent battle. I glanced at Sun Shaoqian. She was standing aside, looking as if she was guarding against thieves. It was obvious that she did not trust me, the airborne commander. Despite my poor equipment, I had a plan in mind. The mithril or outside is my life-saving straw. As long as I can refine the mithril, I can transform these ordinary bullets into powerful mithril bullets. Although this world has not yet mastered the technology for refining mithril, with the help of the system, I can do it. We need to make a batch of mithril bullets first to ensure a chance of winning tomorrow's battle. I thought to myself but did not speak my thoughts out loud, fearing that these female soldiers would think I was crazy. After checking the ammunition, I followed Sun Shaoqian back to the air raid shelter without saying a word. At night, the lights in the air raid shelter were turned off early and the female soldiers fell asleep. The lights in Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's room were still on, and the two were finalizing tomorrow's battle plan. Ying Bao, I want you to stay in the camp for tomorrow's mission. Lu Ruobing pondered for a moment, her tone full of concern. Fuck, are you insulting me? Xia Ying glared at her in dissatisfaction and flicked off the ash. I have a better body and better development than you. If you don't believe me, take off your clothes and let's compare them. As she said that, she pushed Lu Ruobing down on the bed and began to unbutton her clothes. You stupid girl. Stop it. Lu Ruobing's face flushed, and she pushed Xiaoying away. Who's older? Xiaoying grinned. You are older, You are older? Lu Ruobing quickly gave in. The two laughed and joked for a while, then sat on the ground with disheveled hair, but the atmosphere gradually became heavy. Ingbao, tomorrow may be a battle with no hope of survival, Lu Ruobing said in a low voice, with deep helplessness in her eyes. Let's die together. Xiaoying blew out a smoke ring, patted Lu Ruobing's shoulder, stood up and walked back to her room. Lu Ruobing looked at her back, sighed, closed the door and prepared to rest. Before going to bed, she turned on the communicator and asked, Xiaoqian, how is that student? Sun Xiaoqian said, Don't worry, Sister Ruobing, I will personally send him back to his room. He should be asleep by now. Lu Ruobing said, That's good. I'll hand him over to you tomorrow. As the night deepened, I tiptoed out of the air raid shelter. I have to hurry up and extract the mithril, but I still feel a little nervous. It will be troublesome if a ferocious beast targets me. So I carefully opened the gate of the ammunition depot, ready to retreat in case of emergency. This is a matter of life and death. After getting everything done, I squatted in front of the mithril or with peace of mind. These ores are of different sizes, but they don't look heavy and don't require the robotic arm in the universal toolbox. He took out the rare substance smelting agent stored in the system space, unscrewed the lid, took some of the solution from the reagent pipette, and prepared to do a small experiment first. As soon as a drop of smelting agent touched the ore, a magical scene took place. The stone rippled like a ripple, and silver starlight quickly gathered together, and then disappeared without a trace. I stared at the ore in confusion. As I was thinking about it, I saw a drop of bright silver liquid slowly flowing out of the ore, shining with luster, and quickly solidified into a solid when it came into contact with the air. There was a pitifully small piece of silver metal on the ground, about the size of a fingernail. Is this mithril? I picked up the little thing. It was as light as a feather, but as hard as steel. I gently broke it, but it didn't move at all and felt cold. I was so happy. The extraction process was so simple. After fiddling with a few pieces of ore, I figured out the trick. The size of the ore determines the amount of smelting agent used. 1 drop for small pieces and 2 or 3 drops for large pieces. You can tell the dosage is right by looking at the ripples on the water. During the whole process, I did not encounter any ferocious beasts. I turned the pile of ore upside down and extracted more than 40 pieces of mithril in total, ranging in size from a fingernail to a bottle cap. I used up about 30 doses of smelting agent and completed the work steadily. After cleaning up, I quickly retreated to the ammunition depot and locked the door. This time, I'm going to start upgrading ammunition. Modification plan started. Ordinary bullets are easy to deal with. I just need to put some mithril on the bullet head, a thin layer. As for the shells, that is more troublesome. They need to be disassembled. The projectiles need to be plated with mithril and then reassembled. Fortunately, the universal toolbox is fully functional, so disassembling and assembling the shells is a piece of cake. Each shot seems to be the same, but its power is much stronger than before. Ordinary shells would only tickle the time beasts or mutant beasts, but now every shell could kill them easily. Thinking of this, I felt very proud. I worked until dawn and prepared more than 2,000 mithril bullets, all of which were shiny and new. These guys, equipped with mithril's trump card, are simply invincible. However, as the day was about to dawn, things did not end so easily. Report: there is suspected abnormality in the ammunition depot. The surveillance camera in the air raid shelter discovered my back, and a female soldier hurriedly reported to Lu Ruobing. What? Lu Ruobing's expression suddenly changed when she heard it. Emergency assembly? After a while, the entire air raid shelter exploded. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying rushed out with a team of female soldiers and headed straight for the ammunition depot. Just as I was about to finish, my brain short-circuited for a moment when I heard a noise. Click. The gate was opened, and I looked into their eyes. The air froze instantly. Du Fei. Lu Ruobing was stunned when she saw me with my face covered in dust. What are you doing in the ammunition depot? Her tone was cold, hiding a deep sense of uneasiness. Just modify the ammunition. I shrugged and smiled indifferently. Refit? Xiaoying exploded instantly. She stomped her feet and yelled twice. Fuck! How dare you touch the ammunition? This is a military reserve. Lu Ruobing's face turned pale with anger, and her lips trembled. Oh my god! Du Fei, you actually took our ammunition without permission. Do you know how serious the consequences will be? Calm down, calm down. I waved my hands and smiled easily. Don't worry, you will know after you try it once. These are all different. But obviously, my calmness could not suppress the anger of these two people. I was also a little annoyed. These women had no idea how precious Mithril was, nor how powerful it was, but they kept questioning me. As expected, Xiaoying chased after him, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Little brat, are you crazy? Those ammunitions are our lives." Lu Ruobing also angrily asked, "Du Fei, what on earth did you do?" I didn't even bother to turn my head. I brushed the last piece of armored vehicle shield and replied briefly, "I can't explain it clearly for now. When we reach the Blackwater River, follow my command." After that, I continued with the work at hand, and the speed was a little faster. At this time, delaying for one more second would be a matter of life and death. I snorted in my heart, "You still dare to call me a brat? I'll make you kneel down and call me daddy later, and see if you still have the nerve to glare at me. Follow your orders? Just you?" Xia Ying was so angry that she stomped her feet, her chest heaving violently, and the anger on her face was not concealed at all. Lu Ruobing was even more straightforward and gave the order directly, "Sun Shaoqian." Sun Shaoqian immediately stood out from the team. "Here, take him back to me and keep an eye on him," Lu Ruobing said coldly. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt my back sink. Sun Shaoqian took a step forward, pressed her knee against my lower back, and twisted my arm fiercely with both hands. "Captain, don't move. Come back with me and cooperate with me." "Assholes, how dare you imprison the Supreme Commander?" I struggled and roared, but these non-staff female soldiers didn't buy it at all. I had no choice but to shout, "I have converted those bullets into mithril bullets. Use them sparingly." Unfortunately, they obviously didn't listen. The next second, Sun Shaoqian dragged me back to the air raid shelter like a chicken. When I was thrown into the room, I rolled my eyes in anger and cursed in my heart, "Spendthrift woman, do you know what mithril bullets are? You will know how powerful they are only after you try them yourself." Sure enough, there were several noises of gun testing outside. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Lu Ruobing's voice came, "It's okay, nothing wrong." I shook my head speechlessly. These people are simply wasting precious treasures. Using mithril bullets to shoot trees is really a waste of natural resources. Just as I was thinking, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying didn't try anymore and directly ordered everyone to assemble. "Target is Blackwater River. Let's go." Lu Ruobing's voice was calm and firm. The two armored vehicles started roaring, and the female soldiers followed closely behind. But they had no idea that the tree behind them that was shot through would turn into ashes in a few seconds and dispersed with the wind. I was sitting in the air raid shelter, feeling frustrated but helpless. Suddenly, a report came through my earphones saying that a large number of time beasts and mutant beasts had appeared in the direction of the Blackwater River. Lu Ruobing received the news quickly, and her expression became obviously nervous. The signalman Gong Ting hurriedly ran into the command vehicle with a detector. "Deputy Commander, emergency? The number of time beasts and mutant beasts exceeds the limit, and they are approaching us." I listened to the report in the headset, and my heart suddenly tightened. This situation is not right. Absolutely not right. Where are the people from the 48th Division? Why did the time beasts suddenly gather here? I punched the wall and heard Lu Ruobing's low but calm command. "Everyone enter combat mode." The machine guns and cannons of the command vehicle and the transport vehicle are aimed at the time beast. The others retreat to the ravine to the right rear, use the rocks for cover, and suppress the mutant beast with firepower. There was no hesitation in her voice, but I could hear the desperation in her voice. How can these female soldiers possibly stop so many time beasts and mutant beasts? Not to mention that there are 6-level time beasts behind them. Any one of them can crush them into ashes. What a bunch of lunatics. I cursed inwardly and struggled desperately to get out, but Sun Shaoqian was guarding the door, looking at me coldly, with no intention of letting me out. Gong Ting's analysis came from the headset, "Sister Ruobing, I suspect that the 48th Division betrayed us. Otherwise, these beasts would not have gathered at our coordinates by chance." "Fuck Wu Dague." Lu Ruobing suddenly cursed. I was shocked. It was the first time I heard her curse. Afterwards, Lu Ruobing ordered everyone to prepare for a fight to the death. But I knew in my heart that she was planning to delay the time beast at the cost of the lives of the entire regiment so that the command vehicle could escape. "Assholes." I roared and slammed the door, my eyes almost red. What a joke. These women are my soldiers. Their lives are decided by me. I was trapped in the air raid shelter. I could hear the communication from the command vehicle, but my heart could not calm down. "Sister Ruobing, no? You can't leave the command vehicle." Gong Ting's voice was full of panic, followed by Lu Ruobing's cold order. "Gong Ting, this is an order." I clenched my fists. I could hear exactly what they were doing outside. I was about to rush out, but was stopped by the female soldier guarding the exit. I could only grit my teeth and listen to their conversation. You are the only sisters who have the least radiation exposure. You are the only hope of the Women's Field Regiment. After we tear open a gap, you retreat and don't worry about us. Lu Ruobing's voice was steady and firm, splitting the air like a ruthless order. I kicked the wall next to me hard, feeling like a fire was burning in my heart. Ruobing, do you know what this means? There were hurried commands coming from the headset, and the infantry commander's voice was already beginning to be mixed with panic. Take all the ammunition off the transport vehicle. Someone reported that the extra ammunition had no federal serial number. I was shocked when I heard this. Unnumbered ammunition? These were the special ammunition I secretly left behind before leaving the lab. I didn't expect them to actually use them. Sister Ruobing, make good use of the rocks and gullies and prepare for battle. Gonting's voice trembled in the headset. I knew she was scared, but I gritted my teeth and obeyed Lu Ruobing's orders. The vibrations of the beasts were transmitted to the walls of the air raid shelter, and even the ground shook slightly. I imagined the appearance of those time beasts in my mind. Those monsters cannot be dealt with by ordinary ammunition. The signal from the detector came through clearly. The power of my ammunition began to show. A group of beasts was directly torn apart by the grenade, and even the time beasts began to be suppressed. Huh? How could the power of a grenade be so strong? I heard Gonting's doubtful voice and sneered in my heart. I worked hard to transform this batch of ammunition at the base. With the mithril material and energy shock technology, even the time beast cannot withstand it. Keep firing. Gonting obviously noticed something unusual. I could imagine how excited she was at the moment, but I also knew that she had no idea where the ammunition was coming from. Order. Aim the machine guns at the time beasts, and the machine guns fire at the herd. All infantrymen stop the mutant beasts that are rushing up. Her voice came through the communication, with excitement and determination to fight to the death. Listening to this, I felt mixed emotions. These people shouldn't risk their lives. I made these ammunitions just to give them a chance to survive. Suddenly, Xia Ying's angry curse came from the earphone. Lu Ruobing, what the hell are you doing? We agreed to die together. I'm not done with you. My heart tensed. Lu Ruobing, what else do you want to do? But soon, the sound of the explosion covered up the quarrel in the headphones. I guessed that she must have been at the forefront. Sure enough, dozens of machine gun shells hit the time beast, and I heard the female soldier screaming, "Kill the time beast and earn 2,900 hours." A bitter smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. You don't know how the mithril alloy coated on those bullets can instantly pierce the scales of these monsters. This may be a miracle for ordinary troops, but for me, it is just a verification of an experiment. Then, Lu Ruobing used a machine gun to shoot at another time beast and unexpectedly succeeded in killing it. Listening to the cheers coming from the headphones, I couldn't feel happy at all. The reserves of mithril ammunition are limited, and this type of ammunition cannot be supplied infinitely, and they obviously haven't realized this yet. I leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and had only one thought in my mind: get out quickly. If they find that their mithril ammunition is exhausted and the battle situation cannot be reversed, their only choice is to sacrifice themselves. And I can't allow this to happen. The fall of the two level time beasts made me breathe a sigh of relief, but the alarm bells in my head rang even louder. This sudden victory was not the result of ordinary tactics, but the effect of my specially made ammunition. Sisters, it has been confirmed that it was Captain Du Fei who modified our ammunition. Gonting's voice came from the communicator, with joy and determination. These modified bullets are extremely powerful and very precious. As long as you aim, you can kill one with one shot, so don't waste them. I listened to her encouragement in the command communication with mixed feelings. The morale of the female soldiers on the battlefield was high because of this sudden turn of events, but I knew that this was only because the ammunition had not been exhausted. The mithril ammunition is limited, but the herd is not. I hope their confidence can last until the last moment. There are 6 more level 1 time beasts coming from behind. Lu Ruobing's order came from the headset. Fire the grenades in the densely populated area. With your pistols, aim and shoot. Don't waste ammunition. Xiaoying, pay attention to the machine gun target. Don't use it recklessly. Lu Ruobing continued to command. 9 shallow and 1 deep bursts of fire. Xia Ying's voice came from the other end of the transport vehicle, still with that unruly tone. But I could tell she felt sorry for the ammunition. This guy seemed careless on the surface, but he was very decisive at the critical moment. The explosion sounded again, and I listened to the news of the continuous deposit into their memory cards. A tired smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. It seems that my bet was right. There is no problem with the ammunition formula, and it can give these sisters more chances to survive. But the sudden change made my body tense. Invisible winged beast. A scream came from the communicator. I was stunned, and my ears were numbed by Gan Ting and Xia Ying's shouts. Invisible winged beasts. I am most familiar with those monsters. They fly very fast and can be invisible. Even detectors can hardly detect such a surprise attack. Their position will only be exposed when they launch an attack. Now 2 time-winged beasts swooped down, aiming directly at the command vehicle and the transport vehicle. Gan Ting, Xiaoying, get out of the way. I shouted into the communicator, but my voice seemed to hit the cold air, with no echo. Their desperate voices came, "Sisters, goodbye. Ruobing, you must live well." These were their last words. My fists clenched and made a creaking sound. The next moment, a huge crash sound came from the communication channel, and I stood up suddenly with veins bulging on my forehead. Gan Ting, Xiaoying. My voice was almost out of control. Unexpected news came. They were fine. We are all still alive. Gan Ting and Xia Ying's voices roared, and I was stunned for a moment. The image of the armored vehicle flashing silver waves appeared in my mind. It was the mithril coating I left on the car body. They were originally designed by me as a last resort to defend against the sudden attack of the Time Beast, but I didn't expect to be able to save them in this situation. Great. Lu Ruobing's excited voice came from the headset. Keep fighting. Don't give those monsters a chance to breathe. She quickly gave orders, but my mind was still restless. Their victory was not due to luck, but the result of my desperate efforts behind the scenes. The battle news in the headphones continued, and the number of mutant beasts and time beasts was decreasing rapidly. I heaved a sigh of relief when I heard the amount of money coming into the memory card. This battle was finally slowly turning into their victory. 10 minutes later, as the remaining time beasts fell one after another, the herd began to flee in all directions. We won. Lu Ruobing's voice came from the headphones, mixed with unbelievable excitement and deep relief. But I didn't relax. The ammunition was almost exhausted, and the armored vehicle was damaged. What should I do next? Contact Sun Shaoqian quickly. Lu Ruobing's urgent voice came. Not long after, I heard a sporadic reply from the communicator, reporting to the deputy commander. I was afraid that the little brat would not behave, so I tied him up temporarily. Sun Shaoqian's voice left me speechless. This guy actually tied me up? Quickly untie Captain Du Fei. Don't abuse him. Lu Ruobing's voice was filled with anxiety, but the signal was soon interrupted. Go back to the camp quickly. Lu Ruobing gave the order. Listening to their voices, I sneered. Tie me up? Wait, when we get back to the camp, I'll have a lot to settle with you. But I felt more relieved. They are still alive, and this is the result I want to see most. When I was released from the air raid shelter, I saw Lu Ruobing and a group of female soldiers rushing in, and I had already guessed the result in my heart. The fact that all of them were able to return means that the battle was won. But I was more concerned with how hard this victory had come, and what role the mithril ammunition and armor coating I had left behind had played. Lu Ruobing kicked the door open, rushed in, and saw me tied to the bed. Then embarrassment and regret flashed across her face, and she shouted directly, "Hurry up and untie the captain." I was too lazy to care about their previous behavior, and just watched them frantically untie the ropes. After being untied, I stood up and stretched my wrists, glancing at the female soldiers whose faces were filled with guilt. Stop talking nonsense and tell me about the battle situation in Blackwater River, I said directly. Lu Ruobing was stunned for a moment, then immediately straightened her back and began to report seriously. Report to the regiment commander. We suspect that the Blackwater River battle was a conspiracy by the 48th Division against our Women's Field Regiment. When we arrived at the combat destination, the 48th Division had already evacuated and maliciously closed the communication channel, completely cutting off our support contact. Her tone was filled with suppressed anger. I nodded. This wasn't surprising. I had long expected that Wu Dague would do anything to achieve his goal, but I didn't expect that he would arrange it so precisely this time. Lu Ruobing continued, soon. We were attacked from both sides by 2 groups of mutant beasts, including 8 level 1 light beasts. At that time, we had no time to retreat and could only choose to fight head-on. Hearing this, I frowned slightly. With 8 level 5 time beasts and 2 groups of beasts attacking them, it was a miracle that they survived. How do you deal with it? I asked. Thanks to the mithril ammunition you modified. Lu Ruobing's eyes were filled with gratitude. Those bullets were too powerful and easily killed the time beasts. We annihilated 10 level 1-time beasts, including 2 invisible winged beasts, and defeated 2 groups of mutant beasts. Invisible winged beast? I was slightly stunned, and my heart sank. Invisible winged beast is the most difficult to deal with among the time beasts. Their speed and invisibility ability are almost impossible to guard against. Gonting added, at that time, the 2 invisible winged beasts launched a surprise attack on the command vehicle and the transport vehicle, and we thought we were doomed. But before we set off, the mithril coating that the team leader painted on the body of the car saved us. The 2 light-winged beasts were seriously injured. One wing was broken, and the other claw pierced into its body. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the coating was working better than I expected. Lu Ruobing continued, on the way back, we hunted 5 or 6 level 1-time beasts. In this battle, we gained a total of 33,569 hours, and no one in the entire regiment was killed or injured. Hearing this, I finally felt a little relieved. But the last sentence she mentioned made me frown slightly. However, there are only more than 900 rounds of various ammunition left. I looked up at them, my eyes sweeping over these tired, yet excited female soldiers. They had indeed made great contributions this time, but they also had to understand one thing. Very good, there are no casualties. I said slowly, and then added earnestly. But remember, ammunition is used to protect your lives. If you deliberately save ammunition when you encounter danger, it will only put you and your comrades around you in greater danger. My voice was not loud, but every word pierced their hearts like a nail. There are 108 of you, and I don't want to see any of you get hurt. The scene was suddenly silent. Lu Ruobing lowered her head, and Xiaoying, Gonting, and the other female soldiers also fell silent. Their expressions changed from shame to complexity, as if they had 1,000 words to say, but ultimately chose to keep silent. I looked at them, said nothing more, and turned to leave. These words are enough. What they need is not blame, but time to digest everything that happened today. And I also need time to think about how to deal with those scumbags of the 48th Division and how to prepare for the next battle. A brief silence enveloped the entire room. The female soldiers' breathing was rapid and the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Suddenly, Sun Shaoqian lowered her head, her voice filled with uneasiness and guilt. Captain, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please punish me. I raised my eyebrows and thought, what? Am I starting to make a mistake? Then, Lu Ruobing stepped forward, her eyes firm and a little apologetic, her voice low but clear. Captain, I was wrong too. We all regret what we did to you before. All the decisions were made by me. If you want to punish me, come at me. As soon as these words came out, a uniform voice came from outside the door. Captain, I'm sorry. I was a little confused by their behavior. These women were fighting with me just now, but now they have changed their attitudes? I looked at Xiaoying again. She put out the cigarette in her hand fiercely, lowered her head, and said in an almost inaudible voice, I misunderstood you. I am willing to accept any punishment. She lowered her head, with a hint of timidity in her eyes. I was shocked that this woman, who had always been unruly, was now whispering like a little girl, You can whip me until I forgive you. I almost suspected that I had heard it wrong. This Xiaoying, a woman who has been stubborn since childhood, was able to bow her head and apologize for this matter. It seems that she was really impressed by me. The other female soldiers sobbed quietly and looked at me with anxious eyes. Captain, please forgive them. Gonting stood up at this time, her eyes full of anxiety. The mission on the Blackwater River was a life-threatening one, and Sister Ruobing made that decision to protect you. If you really want to punish me, then count me in too. Gonting. Lu Ruobing glared at her. Xiaoying and Sun Shaoqian were also stunned. I took a deep breath, knowing that I couldn't let the atmosphere get any more depressing. At this moment, beating or scolding was not the right thing to do, so I could only go with the flow. All right. I lowered my voice and looked at them. If there were any casualties in this battle, none of you would have escaped. But since everyone has come back alive, let's forget it. Don't let something like this happen again. The female soldiers immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but Gonting seemed still worried and asked in a low voice, Captain, why did you look so scary just now? I rolled my eyes. I was just wondering if the clothes were clean. Lu Ruobing's face flushed instantly. The female soldiers outside the door were stunned at first, and then they all burst into laughter. The commander is not angry. That's great. The commander is so handsome. The room suddenly became lively inside and outside. The The female soldiers cheered and even huddled together. They were totally different from the group of cold-blooded warriors on the battlefield just now. System prompts, ding. Reputation points plus 50, ding. Reputation points plus 100. System prompts, ding. The technology library has been unlocked and can be exchanged for corresponding items. The system notification sounds continued to ring. I pretended to be indifferent, but I was already very happy in my heart. Is it easy for me to endure humiliation and hardship just to earn this little bit of reputation? Order. I slammed the table and said in a serious tone, "Everyone gather in 20 minutes. I have something to announce." "Yes, Commander." Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian immediately stood up straight, saluted, and then quickly dispersed. I closed the door and immediately opened the system interface. What excites me most is that the technology library is finally unlocked. I can't wait to open the page, and all kinds of item drawings and technologies come into view. System prompt, Land King tracked vehicle, design drawing 500 reputation points required. System prompt, rehabilitation pool, design drawing requires 500 reputation points. System prompt, water purifier, design drawing requires 200 reputation points. There were all kinds of high-end black technologies, and I exchanged 3 items without hesitation. System prompts ding. Congratulations to the host for using 500 reputation points to redeem the design drawings of the Land King tracked vehicle. System prompts, ding. Congratulations to the host for using 500 reputation points to redeem the design drawings of the recovery pool. System prompts, ding. Congratulations to the host for using 200 reputation points to exchange for the water purifier design drawings. The composition and parameters of these 3 things immediately emerged in my mind. The tank has terrifying firepower and is simply a mobile fortress. The recovery pool can remove radiation, heal injuries, and strengthen the body. The water purifier can directly provide high-quality pure water. This is worth it. I suppressed my excitement, quickly made a list of materials, and prepared for the next plan. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Commander, all the officers and soldiers of the regiment have gathered and are waiting for your instructions." I raised the corner of my mouth slightly, picked up the pin cap, turned around and walked out of the room. On the open space of the air raid shelter, the female soldiers have already lined up in an orderly manner. They were obviously in a good mood, and from time to time, they could hear whispers. When I approached, I heard a few loud-voiced guys chatting excitedly. "Have you checked the Sky Eye website? Our field regiment is on the list." "I see." He jumped directly from a ranking of over 300,000 to the top 100,000, and it's a star-rated ranking. TSK, we are so proud. Who dares to look down on us this time? It's all thanks to the leader. Without him, we would have been demolished by the time beast long ago. I was secretly happy when I heard that, but I still had to pretend to be calm on the surface. When Lu Ruobing saw me coming over, she immediately gave an order. "Everyone stand at attention and salute." Shwa. The female soldiers saluted in unison, their voices clear and loud. "Hello, Commander." I nodded slightly, returned the salute, and said with a smile, "Hello, everyone." Although their tone was relaxed, I noticed that their eyes were completely different from before, less hostile and more awe and expectation. Especially Xia Ying, there was a hint of shyness in her stubborn eyes, and she probably didn't even realize it herself. I smiled and raised my hand to signal them to relax. "Don't be so nervous. I'm not used to you doing this." Hearing this, a burst of relaxed laughter broke out in the team. I coughed and said seriously, "Time is running out, so I won't waste any more words. Today is my first day in office. First of all, I want to ask everyone a question. Do you want to live a good life?" "Yes." Their answers were unanimous and loud, with an unprecedented vitality. "Very good." I nodded with satisfaction. "Then we will start working hard. First, I want to understand everyone's expertise." I looked at Lu Ruobing, and she immediately understood what I meant and began to introduce them one by one. Gong Ting is proficient in communication equipment. Sun Shaoqian is good at operating and repairing various weapons and ammunition. Xia Ying's fighting and tactics are top-notch. Su Ninger is a biologist. Zhao Feifeng understands agricultural planting, and Song Jia is good at civil engineering. I nodded as I listened, feeling more and more satisfied. It turned out that this field regiment was not only good at fighting, but also had many talents. Who was in charge of the memory card? I suddenly asked. Gong Ting immediately replied, "Report to the team leader. I am in charge for now." I asked, "How much is the balance now?" Gong Ting replied, 33,569 hours. "Very good. I glanced at the team. From now on, everyone will be allocated 100 hours. Except for me, everyone must accept the allocation. Gonting immediately started to calculate. Captain, 108 people each worked 100 hours, plus a 10% handling fee, a total of 11,880 hours. No problem, just follow this number. I nodded. She immediately started transferring money one by one, but at this time, Xiaoying suddenly stood up. Captain, I don't need it, she said in a low voice, her face pale, holding a cigarette in her hand, and she seemed to have no strength to light it. I looked at her, walked up to her, took her lighter and cigarette, lit it up, and passed it to her. Go ahead. Everyone has to take time, and you are no exception. She looked up at me, her eyes red, her voice trembling. Captain, don't waste your time on me. I know my situation. Don't talk nonsense. I interrupted her, patted her shoulder gently, and said firmly, don't worry, you will be fine. She bit the cigarette and forced a smile. Then, how about making a bet? Okay. I raised an eyebrow. If you recover in 3 days, you can kiss me in front of the whole group. How about that? As soon as I finished speaking, suppressed laughter came from the team. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, Sun Xiaoqian and others looked at me in a state of confusion, obviously not expecting me to make such a joke. Xiaoying was stunned for a moment, then she returned to her usual uninhibited self. Okay, man, if you want to take advantage of me, just say so. I don't mind kissing you right now. I waved my hand and stopped talking. Instead, I turned to Song Jia and the team and asked, are you proficient in civil engineering? Yes, Captain. She stepped out immediately. Here, look at this. I handed her a simple drawing of a rehabilitation pool that I had drawn. She took it and looked at it, frowning. A pool? Yes, it will be located in the living area and will be completed within 1 day tomorrow. Is there any problem? No problem. Song Jia answered with her chest puffed out, excitement in her tone. Lu Ruobing came over curiously to take a look and asked in confusion, Captain, what is this huge pool used for? Keep it a secret. I smiled and shook my head, pretending to be mysterious. She didn't ask any more questions and accepted it helplessly like everyone else. Then I asked about the pile of rocks next to the ammunition depot and learned that they were washed down by a mudslide 2 years ago. I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. It seems that my guess was right. There may be mithril mines in this mountain. Chapter 13. Look at you. You are so ignorant. Du Fei's guess is just a guess, and it has not been confirmed yet. If there really is mithril mine on this mountain, then making mithril bullets will not be a problem. All you need is gunpowder and brass, but you have to buy these at a federal outpost. Our command vehicles and transport vehicles are too outdated, and the weapons and communication equipment we are currently equipped with have been damaged. Du Fei looked at Lu Ruobing and the others, and then said, I suggest that we eliminate these two-wheeled armored vehicles and replace them with the latest tracked vehicles. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, Xiaoying, Sun Xiaoqian and others were all stunned. Captain, you should know our situation. Gonting smiled bitterly and said, the latest tracked vehicles are very expensive. The cheapest old tracked vehicle sold by the Federation cost 100,000 hours. If it's the latest model of tracked tank, it would probably take about 500,000 hours for one. Gonting is right. Lu Ruobing spread her hands. Where do we get so much time? Xiaoying followed up by saying, Captain, I think our 2 armored vehicles can still be used after some repairs. They felt that Du Fei's mind was too unrealistic, and this suggestion was equivalent to saying nothing and was too unrealistic. If the Women's Field Regiment had 500,000 hours, why would they risk their lives to take on the 48th Division's 20,000-hour mission? The latest track tank is very tempting, but how can you afford it? Listen to what I have to say. You definitely can't afford it if you buy it. What I mean is that we should make it ourselves. Du Fei said. What? Make it yourself? Captain, did we hear correctly? Only the first Federal Military Industry Group can manufacture tracked vehicles. Even the major groups known as the Time Tycoons do not have the ability to do so. The key is where to get the design drawings and manufacturing technology, as well as a complete set of precise parameters. Yeah, we don't know anything about it. How can we make it? Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian shook their heads and laughed. Are you crazy? You just say you made it yourself? I thought it was playing with mud. In their opinion, this is less reliable than purchasing it with 500,000 hours. I have the design drawings, technology, parameters, everything. You just need to lend a hand. Du Fei said solemnly. After the words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Lu Ruobing and others looked at Du Fei in surprise, as if they didn't know him. Just kidding. You know, tracked vehicles are high-end armed vehicles in the Federation. Because of their superior performance, their complexity is beyond imagination, especially the drawings and manufacturing technology, which are the top secrets of the first military industry group. The Time Federation spent a huge amount of time and devoted hundreds of top experts in the military industry who worked for more than 200 years to develop it. But this man said that he had all the technical parameters for manufacturing tracked vehicles? Even the top officials of the Federation dare not say this. How could a 17 or 18-year-old fresh graduate like him get to know the design drawings, technology, and parameters of tracked vehicles? Oh, you look so ignorant. Du Fei smiled and continued, aren't you wondering where I got the mithril? Does the Federation have the technology to refine mithril? Lu Ruobing and others were stunned. They really didn't understand anything about mithril. Gonting took out the field regiment's only smart tablet and quickly checked the website. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Shaoqian immediately surrounded them. Soon, they found out. Mithril cannot be refined, and only the Federation possesses a small amount of natural mithril particles. Moreover, dissolving natural mithril is a major problem facing the Federation at present. The Federation's mithril weapons all use natural mithril particles as shell fillers, which cannot be plated on the surface of bullets. Suddenly, Lu Ruobing and others opened their mouths and eyes wide. The bullets that Du Fei modified were all silver-plated, and he also painted mithril on the armored vehicle. It was obvious that at least the man in front of him had mastered the technique of melting natural mithril. They knew nothing about the mysterious substance mithril before and thought it was not a difficult technical job. But now, he was completely stunned. Could he really refine mithril? OMG. Not to mention the technology of refining mithril. If the technology of dissolving mithril is sold to the Federation, we will never have to worry about food and drink for several lifetimes. What kind of genius is this man? How come he is so awesome? Lu Ruobing and the others were extremely shocked. They believed to some extent what Du Fei had said before. Since I can refine mithril and make mithril bullets, I have the ability to make tracked vehicles. Du Fei looked at Lu Ruobing and the others, and then said, I'm going to build a Land King tracked vehicle. I'll show you the blueprint later. When the beauties heard this, their attitudes changed completely. Although they were still somewhat skeptical, one could see that their beautiful eyes were shining with surprise and anticipation. Lu Ruobing looked solemn. Her eyes swept over all the female soldiers, and she said solemnly, Everyone listen up, from now on, no news about our women's field regiment can be leaked to the outside world. Although these were good sisters who had been through thick and thin with her, and each of them was trustworthy, she still gave some special instructions for the sake of caution. Yes, never leak the secret. All the female soldiers responded in unison. Du Fei nodded and expressed his satisfaction with all the female soldiers. Report. At this time, a female communications soldier suddenly made a report. What's the matter? Du Fei asked. Lu Ruobing and others frowned and looked at the female soldier together. The 48th Division sent a message congratulating us on the great victory of our women's field regiment at the Battle of Blackwater River. The 48th Division claimed that due to a temporary change in the combat plan, the communication system happened to fail, resulting in no contact with us, and the Blackwater River mission was canceled. The 20,000 hours of funding promised have not yet been credited to us. In view of our outstanding performance, the 48th Division has replanned its combat mission and is scheduled to set up a hunting area at the Qingchuan site in 15 days. They also said that the mission at the Qingchuan ruins is expected to yield rich rewards, and that there are many non-staff troops cooperating with the 48th Division. They also invited our women's field regiment to accept the mission again. Because there is a super-time beast in the Qingchuan ruins, it is promised that if we accept this mission, we will be allocated 100,000 hours. In addition, the additional commitment, together with the previous 20,000 hours, gives us a total of 120,000 hours allocated. The female communications soldier has finished her report. Bah, what the hell? The 48th Division is just a bunch of bastards. It's obvious that they don't want to allocate funds to us. How shameless. How shameless of them to set a trap for us to fall into. In an instant, all the female soldiers were furious. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, Xiaoying, Sun Shaoqian and the others were so angry that they were shaking all over, and their beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Chapter 14. Qingchuan Ruins Mission, we accepted it. Bah, a bunch of sons of bitches. Xiaoying cursed harshly. What the hell is this communication equipment failure? Do you think I know nothing about communications? Gonting was so angry that she couldn't help cursing and said angrily, What do you mean they can't contact us? It's obvious that they shut down the communication channel. They are simply scoundrels. They clearly want to shirk their debt. Lu Ruobing said, gritting her teeth. The Women's Field Regiment risked annihilation just for those 20,000 hours, and now they're not going to give them any more. Okay, everyone, be quiet for a moment. Du Fei calmed down the emotional female soldiers and said coldly, all this happened because of me. They are coming for me. Everyone fell silent and was stunned. Captain, this is not directed at you. Lu Ruobing shook her head at Du Fei and said, they must be following Wu Dagui's orders to eliminate my Women's Field Regiment. Wu Dagui. Now, Du Fei was stunned. Could it be that they also had a grudge against Wu Dagui? Lu Ruobing clenched her fists and said, the 48th Division is one of Wu Dagui's main divisions. My father and Wu Dagui were both middle-level officials in the Federation. Because my father applied for welfare for civilians, Wu Dagui's interests were affected. As a result, he was framed by Wu Dagui using despicable means and died in the mine. In order to compete with Wu Dagui, my mother formed a Women's Field Regiment. At the beginning, it had more than 2,000 people and was officially organized by the federal government. Due to high-level corruption, Wu Dagui was good at flattery and his power grew day by day. Under his suppression, the Women's Field Corps gradually became weak and powerless and was eventually canceled by the Federation. Without federal funding, the Women's Field Regiment soon fell into trouble. Female soldiers died one after another, and my mother died of depression. There are only 108 women's combat team members left now. I didn't expect that after so many years, Wu Dagui still has no intention of letting us go. After listening to Lu Ruobing's story, Du Fei understood. It turns out that Wu Dagui was not just targeting him alone, but was killing two birds with one stone. Commander, are we just going to let this go after the 48th Division treated us like this? Xiaoying asked angrily with a stern face. Forget it? I want Wu Dagui to understand that appointing me as the commander of the Women's Field Regiment will be the biggest mistake of his life. Du Fei narrowed his eyes and said word by word, we have accepted the mission of Qingchuan Ruins. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ruobing and others, as well as all the female soldiers, were shocked. Xiaoying regretted asking such a question and said hastily, Captain, don't be impulsive. I think we should just forget it. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian also showed panic in their eyes. Captain, we cannot accept the mission at Qingchuan Ruins. It is obvious that this is another trap set for us. Yes, if we take it, it will be 100 times more dangerous than the Blackwater River. The Qingchuan Ruins are mostly inhabited by level 4-time beasts, and there are even level 4-time beasts. Their terror is beyond imagination. They are not afraid of death. The key is that they are sober this time and will never take the lives of more than 100 sisters as a joke again. It was lucky enough that I could survive the Battle of Blackwater. Forget about the mission to Qingchuan Ruins. You absolutely cannot accept it. Not to mention that the 120,000 hour funding promised by the 48th Division may not be fulfilled. Even if it is fulfilled, it will be a waste of time to spend it. I'm not impulsive. Don't worry, I won't joke about the lives of the entire group. Du Fei said confidently. Gan Ting was still very worried and said, Captain, you should think twice. Lu Ruobing raised her hand towards her. Gan Ting, listen to the captain. Du Fei's confident look made her inexplicably feel a great deal of trust in him. Besides, I had already promised to listen to this man in everything. Gan Ting spread her hands helplessly. She had failed to dissuade him during the last Blackwater River mission, and she failed again this time. The Qingchuan Ruins mission is 15 days later, which is enough time for us to prepare. Believe me, I will personally lead you to fight a comeback battle when the time comes. Du Fei glanced at Lu Ruobing and the others, then ordered the female communications soldier. Reply to the 48th Division, we can take on the Qingchuan Ruins mission, and we will definitely cooperate with them. However, there is a prerequisite. Half of the 120,000 hours must be allocated to the Women's Field Corps first. Otherwise, we cannot accept the mission. The female communications soldier nodded immediately. Yes, Commander. Everyone was silent, and there was complete silence in the air raid shelter. A few minutes later, Captain, the memory card has 60,000 hours of credit, which is the money allocated by the 48th Division to our Qingchuan Ruins mission. Gan Ting's beautiful eyes widened, and she shouted out. Very good. They are willing to use heavy bait. It seems that they really think we are a soft persimmon. Du Fei nodded. Faced with such a huge sum of money, I should have been happy. However, all the female soldiers could not be happy. Even Lu Ruobing and the others seemed to be in a heavy mood, as if the 48th Division had dropped a time bomb. All right, be happy, and dismiss everyone. Seeing their expressions, Du Fei smiled and then said to Song Jia, "Hurry up and complete the task I assigned to you." "Don't worry, Captain. I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Song Jia replied in a strong voice. "Come to my room. I'll show you the blueprints." After Du Fei finished speaking to Lu Ruobing and the others, he left. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian looked at each other, then followed silently behind. Shall we see a drawing of a track tank? Even if we can build a tracked vehicle, it is impossible to resist the attack of the super-level time beast. At this moment, they felt complicated and curious at the same time. What on earth could give this man the confidence to take on the mission at the Qingchuan ruins? Chapter 15 Mithril Mine? Fuxing Military Region, 48th Division. Division Commander Diao Dekue sat on a fur-skin sofa, sipping an expensive cigar. "Master, didn't you say that we don't need to allocate funds to them? Why did you allocate 60,000 hours at once?" The adjutant bent over and handed over the ashtray, asking in confusion, "How can a fish take the bait if you keep fishing with a dry hook?" Diao Dekue knocked off the ash from his cigarette and said unhappily, "The beasts that died in the Blackwater River have been completely devoured by the herd, so we can't find out what happened. The news of the Women's Field Regiment's great victory alarmed our superiors, and he got mad at me. If I can't do it well this time, I'm afraid I'll lose my job. You have to know that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. 60,000 hours is the money they paid for their lives." Diao Dekue smiled sinisterly and said, "Establishing the Qingchuan ruins hunting area is already a large-scale campaign. It will inevitably attract the attention of the Sky Eye. Arrange it and recruit a few more miscellaneous troops to take the blame. Make sure the deployment is seamless. I want to make the remnants of the women's field combat team become cannon fodder under the supervision of the Sky Eye." "Yes, Master is wise." The adjutant bowed and flatteredly echoed, "This time the women's field regiment will definitely die without a burial place." In the air raid shelter, inside Du Fei's room, several drawings were spread out on the table, ranging from simple exterior diagrams to internal structure diagrams, lined up in a row. Land King tracked vehicle, performance introduction. Large caliber machine gun, with a killing radius of 36 meters, extremely powerful. Defense machine gun, all-round automatic defense, emergency delay 0 seconds. Machine gun, light Gatling, manual and automatic. Long-distance detector, early warning device, night vision device, anti-theft communication. Automatic driving, powered by crystals, with a maximum speed of 150 kilometers per hour. "Oh my God, did you design this?" Lu Ruobing covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Du Fei infatuatedly. Du Fei smiled without saying anything, pointing to one of the drawings. "This tank is different from any other track tank, which means it has not yet been released." Then, he began to explain in detail to the beauties, including some important details about the Land King tracked vehicle. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes sparkled, and their whole bodies were trembling with excitement. The Land King track tank is worthy of its name. The various performances of this tank are perfect, far surpassing the latest track tanks of the Federal Military District. Compared to this tank, the Federation's latest track tank is nothing but a little brother, especially the all-round defensive machine guns. It is not afraid of the attacks of invisible winged beasts at all. I love it. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian are experts in this area. As they talked, they danced excitedly. "Captain, are you sure you can build it?" Xiaoying asked Du Fei with fanaticism in her beautiful eyes. Du Fei smiled faintly and said, "What else?" "Captain, you should know that we only have tens of thousands of hours in our account." Lu Ruobing calmed down her excitement, thought for a moment and said, "Not to mention the need for a workshop and machine tools, just the accessories and raw materials will cost a lot of money. This tank is too advanced. The more advanced something is, the more expensive its accessories and materials are." Although she really wanted to own this incredible equipment, she had to consider the biggest problem. She was too poor. The tens of thousands of hours in hand are not enough to build a workshop, let alone various precision instruments and machine tools. After this reminder, Gan Ting, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian suddenly lost interest and started to worry immediately. "Clean up the ammunition depot and turn it into a workshop. I'll find a way to get the tools. As for the accessories and raw materials, it's easy." Du Fei pondered for a moment, then continued, "We can make the accessories ourselves. Here are drawings of various accessories, from engines to screws. Raw materials can be purchased from things that others don't want, such as discarded circuit boards, integrated modules, scrap steel and iron, etc. I think these things should not be expensive. After Du Fei finished speaking, several beautiful women opened their mouths wide and stared at him as if he were a monster. Yeah, is this okay? Are you sure you can do it? Lu Ruobing asked. Yes. Du Fei nodded confidently, then looked at Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian. I want to transform our 2 armored vehicles into this type of combat vehicle within 15 days. I think you will have to work hard on the communication equipment and weapons. What? Build 2 within a day? The 4 beauties couldn't believe it. This was too crazy. Captain, it's not hard at all. We will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest extent and do whatever you say. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian swallowed their saliva at the same time and nodded heavily. Let alone 2. I would be overjoyed if I could just build one. Lu Ruobing's emotions were also infected, and a hint of excitement appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. Xiaoying was excited, but also a little sad. She murmured to herself, "What a pity. I can't wait until the day of the test drive." How she wished she could drive such a chariot herself during her lifetime. But she knew her physical condition and knew she could not last more than 3 days. All I can say is that it's all left with regrets. Don't worry, you will get better. Don't forget the bet we made. Du Fei smiled and comforted her. Seeing Xiaoying's expression, Lu Ruobing changed the subject and looked at Du Fei and asked, "Can you make more mithril bullets?" "It should be possible, but we have to go to the mountain to take a look later." Du Fei hesitated for a moment, then asked, "How far is the nearest federal base from us?" "Less than 20 kilometers. Lu Ruobing replied. "Are there any junk items for sale there?" "Yes, I know there is a waste material trading market there." Sun Xiaoqian answered quickly. "That's good. Without further ado, I suggest we go and take a look now." Du Fei checked the time and said, "It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. We should be able to get back before dark." "Captain, I'm afraid we can't use the command vehicle and the transport vehicle. Now we only have 2 mountain motorcycles left," said Ganting. "A motorcycle is fine too. The 3 of you can come with me." Du Fei nodded, then looked at Xiaoying and said, "You stay and arrange for someone to clean up the ammunition depot." "All right." Xiaoying smiled bitterly, knowing that Du Fei asked her to stay because of her physical condition. "Before we leave, take me to the mountain to have a look first," said Du Fei. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian nodded. Although they didn't know what Du Fei was going to see on the mountain, they didn't ask too much. In short, from this moment on, everything revolves around this man. After making the decision, several people left the room. Passing by the living area, the sound of banging and clanging could be heard continuously. That was Song Jia leading the female soldiers to start work. Du Fei showed a satisfied smile on his face and tried to get the water purifier and rehabilitation pool ready tomorrow. That way, they will be able to experience the effects of the treatment tomorrow night. Maybe I can gain another wave of reputation points at that time. He even had a picture of the healthy appearance of the female soldiers after they finished bathing and came out of the water. Get out of the air raid shelter. Soon, Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian led Du Fei up the mountain. The weeds, shrubs, fungi, and other plants are of strange shapes, with vines and roots exposed and twisted and tangled. The trees in particular grew wildly, with dense branches and crowns that blocked out the sun. It's nothing strange. These are all products of radiation. Du Fei stopped at a ditch halfway up the mountain. Looking at the cliff in front of him covered with silver stars, he was ecstatic. Sure enough, the mithril ore was rushed down from here. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian also noticed something was going on. "Captain, could those silver stars on the rocks be mithril?" Lu Ruobing asked tentatively in a low voice. "That's right. This is a mithril mine with huge reserves." Du Fei took a deep breath and said, "Mithril mine? Oh my god. Is this true? Great, so we're rich." Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian came to their senses and were all extremely surprised. Chapter 16. Do you get motion sickness when riding a motorcycle? After staying for a while, several people returned from the mountain. Du Fei was in a good mood. With this mithril mine, the Women's Field Regiment is destined to rise. At the same time, there is no need to worry about being coveted by others, because the Time Federation has discovered many such mineral deposits before. The major groups are helpless and it is like a waste, but for the women's field team it is an endless wealth. Buzz. At this moment, a slight sound of air vibration suddenly sounded in the air. Du Fei frowned and looked up. I saw 2 silver-gray planes, more than 10 meters long, circling overhead. "It's a reconnaissance drone from the Federal Military District," Lu Ruobing said with a frown. "I think these 2 drones should be from the 48th Division. They must be trying to monitor or find out about us." Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian both looked angry and followed suit. The words haven't finished yet. Bang! Bang! The two drones crashed instantly, falling into the forest with black smoke. Ga. As the creepy cry was heard, a huge, stealth-winged beast spread its wings and instantly disappeared into the clouds. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian quickly raised their guns and were on high alert. Stealth-winged beasts have a habit of only attacking strong enemies that pose a threat to them. Each time they attack a target, they need to consume a lot of energy to become invisible again. It may be that the stealth consumption is too high, so weak targets are rarely attacked. Despite this, Lu Ruobing and the other two still nervously protected Du Fei in the middle. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they confirmed that the super stealth-winged beast had gone away. Du Fei looked at the place where the two drones crashed and smiled. Good stuff. Gan Ting, notify them to bring back the two drones. Clear. A gleam of light flashed in Gan Ting's eyes, and she immediately took out her communicator and issued an order. Soon, a team of infantry and logistic soldiers quickly set out to search the mountain. Two old mountain motorcycles were pushed out in front of the air raid shelter. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian rode one. The remaining one was left for Du Fei and Lu Ruobing. Can you? Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and asked. This motorcycle is old and too heavy, and she is afraid that Du Fei can't control it. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. Du Fei looked confident. He got on the motorcycle and started it after a few pedal strokes. I stepped on the accelerator a few times, and puffs of green smoke came out of the exhaust pipe, and the power felt pretty good. As the back seat sank slightly, a faint fragrance wafted into Du Fei's nose. Lu Ruobing sat up, and the highest part of her body accidentally rubbed Du Fei's back. In an instant, Du Fei felt numb all over. After Lu Ruobing realized this, she quickly moved back and kept some distance from Du Fei. Du Fei was in a trance, and the motorcycle shook violently, and he almost lost control of it. Lu Ruobing leaned over and quickly hugged his waist. She thought Du Fei was doing something bad on purpose. Originally, he wanted to keep some distance from Du Fei, but Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian had already started to leave. Du Fei stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Lu Ruobing panicked and felt the motorcycle swerving and moving around. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Bah, what old driver. This person is clearly a rookie. The Women's Field Regiment camp is about 20 kilometers away from the nearby federal outpost, and the roads in between are mostly rugged and difficult to navigate. Lu Ruobing was worried about being thrown off, so she no longer cared about being reserved and held Du Fei's waist tightly all the way. Through the thin military uniform, Du Fei could feel the heat coming from Lu Ruobing's body and the pounding of her heart. This made his muscles contract and his blood rush. However, thanks to Du Fei's strong concentration, otherwise he would not be able to drive on this broken road. Half an hour later, a steel wall appeared ahead, extending for several kilometers. Federal Base arrived. This is Federal Base 83. Please pay your stay fee. Everyone who pays 100 hours can stay for 3 hours. Those who pay 500 hours can stay for 1 night, and those who pay 30,000 hours can stay for 30 days and enjoy free food. At the entrance of the stronghold, 2 hummingbird drones were broadcasting voice messages, and a row of weapons on the wall were aimed at Du Fei and others. The 4 of us have chosen to stay for 3 hours. Gan Ting said to the drone. Please pay 400 hours. Please show the storage card. Gan Ting took out the memory card, and one of the drones scanned the card surface. Drop. Payment successful. You can move freely in Federal Base number 83 within 3 hours. You are not allowed to cause trouble. Staying for more than 3 hours will be considered a malicious intrusion. Amid the warning sound of the drone, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian led the way on motorcycles, while Du Fei followed behind with Lu Ruobing and drove into the stronghold. This stronghold covers an area of about 5 or 6 square kilometers and has a total of more than a dozen blocks. Inside the stronghold, Du Fei drove a motorcycle and looked around. There are many wooden sheds and tents on both sides of the street, and some vendors are selling vegetables, meat, drinking water, and other daily necessities. There are also some solid wall buildings, most of which are hotels and restaurants. The streets are quite lively and full of the atmosphere of human society. What's the price of flour? 150 hours per pound. Where are the greens? 80 hours per pound. Can it be cheaper? A group of dusty people were walking around and bargaining in front of the stalls. Most of these people are members of armed groups living in the wild, and they temporarily enter the stronghold to purchase daily necessities. Du Fei was deeply touched. The prices here were much higher than those in Fuxing City. A stronghold like this was simply a money-making machine. This world. The top leaders of the Time Federation possess a huge amount of time, and they can live forever. The common people at the bottom of society, however, struggle like ants, enduring exploitation generation after generation. After walking through several blocks, we arrived at the scrap material trading market. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian parked their motorcycles aside, got off, and waited. Lu Ruobing let go of Du Fei's waist, lifted her long, beautiful legs, and jumped down from the back seat. "Captain, why don't you get off the car?" Gonting walked over and asked. "Well, first take a look at what materials are available and ask which one is cheaper." Du Fei bent over and handed the list of materials to Gonting, then said, "I'll take a break. I feel carsick." Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian looked at each other and felt very surprised. "Do you get motion sickness when riding a motorcycle? This is the first time I've heard of this. Why does the expression on the team leader's face look a little weird?" Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian were only slightly confused. Thinking that Du Fei was really carsick, they didn't think much about it and walked forward hand in hand. After Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian walked away, Lu Ruobing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Du Fei was extremely embarrassed. It was obvious that Lu Ruobing had guessed that he was not carsick at all. "Then, slow down a bit." Lu Ruobing said this in a low voice and turned away with a red face. Du Fei ignored her and took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and tried to think of something tragic. Ding. Intimacy value. The system prompt in my mind suddenly sounded. Du Fei looked at Lu Ruobing's back. What was going on? Chapter 17 Federal Base. After a while, everything finally returned to normal. "Okay, I'm not dizzy anymore." Du Fei said this with a little embarrassment, then got off the motorcycle and parked it. Lu Ruobing couldn't help but want to laugh again, but she didn't expose him. Afterwards, the two of them walked quickly into the scrap material trading market. From a distance, I saw Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian gesturing to a man in uniform. "Captain, if you want to buy scrap materials, you need to negotiate with the manager, otherwise you won't be allowed to trade." Seeing Du Fei and Lu Ruobing coming over, Gonting looked embarrassed and spoke in a low voice. "Don't underestimate the small administrator in the stronghold. He holds real power. Any legion or armed organization coming in from outside, as long as it is not a regular legion with an organization, basically has to look at the administrator's mood if they want to get anything done. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. After all, it is easy to see the king of hell, but it is difficult to deal with little devils." Du Fei nodded slightly and looked at the uniformed administrator opposite him. Gonting turned around and introduced to the administrator. "This is Captain Du of our Women's Field Regiment." The administrator glanced at Du Fei and saw that he was wearing a female military uniform, which was not surprising to him. After all, supplies were scarce, and many male commanders of ragtag armies or armed organizations even wore miniskirts. The administrator's face showed a hint of disappointment. It was obvious that this was not a wealthy man. However, he still said to Du Fei calmly, "I am Husan, the administrator of this trading market. What do you need?" "We need a batch of waste materials, such as scrap copper and iron, to be used as defense facilities for the camp," Du Fei said directly. He knew that scrap metal would usually be melted down and made into steel walls like the one outside the stronghold to protect against the time beasts. Husan became interested when he heard it. "How much does it cost?" "The more the better," Du Fei said with a smile. Let me check it for you." Husan took out a smart tablet, turned around, and pretended to click on it. After a while, he put away the tablet and said with a little enthusiasm, "Captain Du, I have found it for you. Do you want me to take you to have a look?" Gonting said hurriedly, "Thank you, then take us to have a look." Husan ignored Gonting and looked at Du Fei with a smile on his face. Du Fei naturally understood what he meant. He turned around, took out the memory card his father gave him, and turned it towards his wrist, showing 4,000 hours. After deducting the 10 yuan handling fee, there are still 600 hours left in the storage card. Then, he stuffed the memory card directly into Husan's hand and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Hu. Take us to have a look." Husan glanced at the memory card in his hand and saw that it showed 600 hours. He immediately smiled and said, "We are all serving humanity. It's not hard, it's not hard. Captain Du, please follow me." After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation and led the way very enthusiastically. Husan usually encountered armed organizations that were strapped for cash, and the most they could give him was no more than 300 hours of benefits. I thought it was good enough that Du Fei could give more than 100 hours, but I didn't expect this commander in female military uniform to be so generous. He was actually given 600 hours of bonus at one time. How could he not be happy? Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian followed behind, each pouting. They felt they were at a loss as they gave this guy so much bribe before even seeing the goods. Du Fei smiled and didn't take it seriously. Just be greedy for money. Money makes the world go round. This little kickback won't be given for nothing. As long as I can establish a good relationship with this administrator named Hussein, I might be able to save hundreds or even thousands of 600 hours from him in the future. Soon, Hussein brought them to a waste material site. Captain Du, can you take a look at this pile? Hussein pointed at the discarded items piled up like a mountain in front of him and said to Du Fei, rusty engines, scrapped robots, armor, circuit boards, integrated modules, old computers, scrap copper and iron, etc. This huge pile of various things weighs several hundred tons. Good job. Du Fei took a quick look and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted that all these things could be used. Even if it is exposed to wind and rain and is rusty, it can still be turned into treasure. Brother Hu, you have to know that we are using this to build a fence. This pile of scrap copper and iron has too little and too many impurities. Du Fei smacked his lips and said with a deliberate frown. The impurities he was referring to were circuit boards, integrated modules, and old computers. In fact, what he really needs are these impurities. And he doesn't need too much scrap iron or the like. When Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian heard Du Fei say this, they were stunned at first, and then they understood his intention. They immediately cooperated, each of them frowning and showing dissatisfaction. Captain Du, this pile of waste materials has been piled here for more than a year, and the vendors who bought these materials can no longer afford to pay the management fees. To be honest, I have some friendship with this merchant, and he is also eager to make a move. Seeing that Du Fei and the others were not satisfied, Hussein told them the truth and said, if Captain Du wants to take a part of it, the price can be negotiated. After hearing this, Du Fei was delighted again. The more this happens, the more you need to stay calm. He pretended to be embarrassed, frowned, and remained silent. Seeing this, Hussein said, Captain Du, please think about it. Brother Hu, I came with you to look at the goods because I trust you. To be honest, I'm really not satisfied with these things. I understand. No matter how much of this scrap you can take, just consider it as a favor to me. Well, brother Hu has said so much, I can only say that we are destined to be together, and we are both people who value friendship and loyalty. Seeing that the time was almost right, Du Fei stopped wasting time and said through gritted teeth, Brother, you are really a man of justice for thinking about your friends. Just for this reason, I will help you. After saying that, he nodded reluctantly. Let the vendor come over to negotiate the price. It is really a blessing for the vendor to have a friend like you, brother. Who says it's not? Hussein nodded in agreement and said with a happy expression, Thank you in advance, brother. I'll contact him now. Then, he quickly took out his communicator and contacted, Nyo Debeo, where are you? Some unbearable sounds came from the communicator. This old-fashioned communicator is similar to a walkie-talkie and has a loudspeaker. Hearing that voice, Du Fei frowned slightly. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian blushed instantly. You kid, hurry up and come to your shabby place. I'm going to introduce you to a big business. What? Big business? I'll be there soon. You can't even afford to eat and you're still going to a social camp? Hussein put away the communicator and cursed. However, he smiled in an instant. Outsiders may not know that as long as he can make this deal, he can get at least 30% commission from Nyo Debeo. It is conceivable that Hussein would not take it seriously. Chapter 18 Waste Materials, easily handled. A few minutes later, a man with a wretched face rushed over in a hurry. Nyo Debeo, this is Captain Du. Hussein pointed at Du Fei and introduced him. Hello, Captain Du. Nyo Debeo bowed. Du Fei nodded slightly at him and said directly, Name a price for this pile of waste. How much do you want? Nyo Debeo asked. Well, for Brother Hu's sake, if the price is reasonable, I'll take them all. What? Want all? Nyo Debeo was stunned, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Hussein was also stunned, and then he was overjoyed and glared at Nyo Debeo. Did you hear that? Captain Du said we want all of them. This is all for my sake, so don't ask for an exorbitant price. Nyo Debeo came back to his senses and said quickly, No, I won't ask for too much. The price is absolutely reasonable. For a moment, he was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Captain Du, this pile of supplies weighs more than 300 tons. It should take at least 50,000 hours to get it all. Nyo Debeo finished speaking to Du Fei, then glanced at Hussein and continued, Well, since Brother Hu has come forward, I will give you a reasonable price. How much? Du Fei asked calmly. 30,000 hours. What do you think? Niu Debao asked tentatively. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and they all looked at Du Fei. 30,000 hours is already very cheap. Du Fei looked at Hu San expressionlessly. Brother Hu, your friend is indeed a businessman. Everyone knows that the price of materials in the base is more than 3 times that outside. I'm afraid this pile of waste will cost less than 10,000 hours, right? Even if the deal doesn't work out, we're still friends. Brother Hu, please take us somewhere else to have a look. As soon as these words came out, Hu San was a little anxious and said to Niu Debao, make it cheaper. If this deal fails, his commission will be lost. As for Niu Debao's gains and losses, they were not within his consideration. 30,000 hours is already a very reasonable price. Niu Debao was also afraid that the deal would fall through. So after thinking for a while, he looked at Du Fei and asked, Captain Du, what price can you give? 15,000 hours. Du Fei said directly. This? Niu Debao was stunned, shaking his head like a rattle. No, it really can't be done. It's too low. All these things, plus the management fees, have totaled more than 15,000 hours. Hu San was in a dilemma. He also felt that Du Fei's offer was too low. How could he just cut it in half? How about this? Our camp is less than 20 kilometers away from here, and I can still give you another 5,000 hours for Brother Hu's sake. A total of 20,000 hours. Deliver it to us. This is my maximum limit. Please consider it. After Du Fei finished speaking, he waved to Lu Ruobing and the other two and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Hu San became even more anxious and said to Niu Debao, Captain Du has already given a lot. If you keep these things for a while longer, I'm afraid they won't be enough to cover the management fee. This pile of scraps can be sold for 20,000 hours, and he can draw 6,000 hours, which is a considerable income for him. Niu Debao said with a depressed look, but it will take at least 4 trips to transport these hundreds of tons, and it's not safe on the way. Less than 20 kilometers away? All the time beasts within a radius of dozens of kilometers from the base have been eliminated. How can there be any danger? Hu San glared at Niu Debao, not wanting him to hesitate any longer. That's it. The loss won't be that much. Not much loss? Niu Debao looked helpless. If he sold it for 20,000 hours, he would be losing a lot of money. However, it is not easy to find a buyer who wants all the waste at once. If you don't sell it, you may end up with this pile of waste materials. Besides, funds are tight at the moment, so I have no choice but to do it with reluctance. Okay then, Captain Du, can you pay half of the deposit first? Niu Debao said, gritting his teeth. Cash on delivery. I'll pay you all at once all is delivered. Du Fei said. After all, the two parties have not established any trust. Once the deposit is paid and the other party goes back on his word, no one can do anything to him and he stays in the base without showing up. It is not uncommon for vendors in the stronghold to take advantage of the deposit, but Du Fei would never do anything that he was not sure of. You still don't trust Captain Du? It's settled. Hurry up and arrange for the loading. Hu San waved to Niu Debao. The deal was done, and he was so happy that he was bubbling with joy. Niu Debao had an expression as if a relative had died. He asked Du Fei for the coordinates of the Women's Field Regiment camp, and then left to arrange a vehicle. Wow, the captain is awesome. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian secretly looked at Du Fei with admiration. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to do it at such a low price. But Du Fei took it down without any effort. Of course, Hu San also contributed to this. If he hadn't revealed that Niu Debao was eager to take action and hadn't encouraged him from the sidelines, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Only then did they realize that the 600 hours of benefits were not given in vain. Captain Du, is there anything I can do for you next? Hu San asked Du Fei. We also need to buy some daily necessities, such as flour, vegetables, meat, etc. There are other things besides. Can you recommend some vendors with reasonable prices? After Du Fei finished speaking, he took out a list and handed it to Hu San. Hu San took a look and was secretly surprised. Apart from a few accessories and water purification filters, the list basically includes various foods such as refined rice, white flour, vegetables, eggs, etc. The quantity is huge, and it would probably take tens of thousands of hours to buy all this food. Oh, we need so many. As Hu San said this, he was actually very happy in his heart. You know, the daily necessities of regular legions are generally supplied directly by the federal government, and they rarely come to the strongholds to purchase. Most of the food in the stronghold is sold to armed groups in the wild, or to miners, scavengers, etc. These people rarely purchase high-end food and basically eat some low-quality food. Although the federal government has strict control over daily necessities such as food in the stronghold, the administrators can still make some money from it. But the number on Du Fei's list is different. Even if the benefit of 2 is taken, it will be nearly 1,000 hours. Husan originally thought that the Women's Field Corps was also a poor team, but he didn't expect that they were actually a local rich group. Suddenly, his attitude towards Du Fei was obviously different from before, just like they were old brothers. Captain Du is really generous. I'll take care of all of this. The price will definitely satisfy you, Husan said, patting his chest. Then I'll trouble you, brother Hu. Du Fei nodded with a smile. It seems that in this stronghold, as long as there are benefits, the administrators will fight to serve you. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian were all dumbfounded when they took the list. There are more than 80,000 hours in the memory card. After deducting the waste fee of 20,000, there are more than 60,000 hours left. At least 50,000 hours of the list Du Fei made were spent on buying food. Sister Ruobing, look at this. Yeah, this is too much. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian felt a little distressed and subconsciously glanced at Lu Ruobing. Listen to the captain. Lu Ruobing glanced at them both. She was warning Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian to obey Du Fei in everything from now on. The sisters have already expressed their opinions. Why haven't you learned your lesson yet? However, Lu Ruobing thought about it and leaned over to Du Fei's ear and whispered, "Buy less. We still have a lot of cassava and wild vegetables. Don't eat those things anymore. Everyone in the group is malnourished and needs to eat something good. Only when you get enough nutrition can your body become stronger and more capable of fighting." Du Fei finished speaking and then added, "As the head of the group, I must first start by improving the quality of food for the entire group. But the quality is too high. Besides, spending so much money on these expensive foods won't be enough to last for a few days." Lu Ruobing reminded, "I finally saved up tens of thousands of hours, but after this meal, I have no money left." Du Fei looked at the pile of waste and said firmly, "Don't worry, I am sure that the whole group can eat refined rice and white flour every day." After hearing this, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian were deeply moved. They said nothing more, just smiled bitterly at each other. What the team leader said was very nice. They also wanted to eat well, even if it was just one meal every 3 days. However, considering the current economic situation of the Women's Field Corps, this is still a bit too unrealistic. Chapter 19: Sleepiness Meets Pillow. Nyo Debeo was quite efficient and soon he dispatched a high-tonnage heavy-load truck. One truck can carry more than 100 tons, and he plans to make 3 trips. Nyo Debeo arranged the loading of the truck, while Du Fei and others, led by Husan, began to purchase daily necessities and accessories needed for water purifiers and rehabilitation pools. "Boss, are you really determined to sell the vehicles and equipment? Are we really going to break up?" 2 dusty men were squatting next to a wooden shed on the corner of the street. Parked on the side of the road were 2 mud-covered trucks loaded with equipment and supplies. Specifically, it's a heavy truck and a mining vehicle. Alas, now we have nothing to eat or drink, and we don't even have a place to stay. What else can we do? I can't just watch my brothers starve to death. One of the men, who was in his 40s, sighed and continued, "These 2 vehicles and supplies should be able to buy some time. No matter how much we get, we'll split it equally and go our separate ways." After finishing speaking, the man stood up, patted the hood of the mining truck, and showed reluctance on his face. "Old buddy, the brothers have reached a desperate situation. I'm sorry." His words were full of sadness, as if he was talking to his loved ones. Du Fei was shopping in the woodshed when a conversation between 2 men caught his attention. He came up to the man and asked, "Brother, are you having any problems?" The man was stunned. Seeing Du Fei wearing a military uniform and actively approaching him to chat, he immediately became alert. Sometimes some extremist armed groups would target people coming to their strongholds to trade and rob them. Of course, it is relatively safe inside the stronghold, but it is hard to say for sure if you leave the stronghold. Many people have been robbed. Don't panic, I'm Du Fei, the leader of the Women's Field Regiment of the Fuxing Military Region. Du Fei introduced himself with a smile, and then asked in a gentle tone, "What's your name, brother?" After hearing Du Fei introduce him as the commander of the Fuxing Military Region, the man let down his guard a little and replied in fear, "Sir, I don't deserve it. My name is Chen Yuanshan." "Chen Yuanshan?" Du Fei frowned, stared at him for a few seconds, and asked, "Do you know Chen Qinghe?" Chen Qinghe is an assistant in his father's clinic, Uncle Chen. As far as I can remember, Uncle Chen from the clinic had a younger brother named Chen Yuanshan, who had been mining outside the city. I don't know if he was the man in front of me. "Chen Qinghe is my brother." Chen Yuanshan was stunned and asked, Sir, how? How do you know him? What a coincidence. He turned out to be Uncle Chin's younger brother. I didn't expect to meet him here. Of course I know him. Speaking of which, I have to call you uncle. Du Fei laughed, and then told the story of the relationship between Chen Qinghe and his family. After hearing this, tears welled up in Chen Yuanshan's eyes. Chen Qinghe is his only relative in this world, and the two brothers had a very good relationship when they were young. Compared with the two brothers, the elder brother Chen Qinghe was luckier. He once followed Du Fei's father Du Lei to save the life of a daughter of a senior federal official on the battlefield. The daughter of this senior federal official was none other than Wu Dagui's later wife, Wang Shuzhen. Because of their great achievements, Du Lei and Chen Qinghe were granted special permission to return to Fuxing City and open a clinic. Chen Qinghe has also been following Du Lei as an assistant. But Chen Yuanshan was not so lucky. Since he left Fuxing City at the age of 18, he has never heard any news about his brother. How could he not be excited after hearing what Du Fei said? How is my brother doing now? Chen Yuanshan asked with a trembling voice. Everything is fine. Du Fei comforted him, and then glanced at the mining truck next to him. Uncle Chen, I just heard that you were going to sell the vehicles and equipment. What's going on? Chen Yuanshan calmed down and was flattered when he heard Du Fei call him Uncle Chen. With this relationship, Du Fei was like a relative in his eyes. Well, this is what happened. Chen Yuanshan sighed and began to speak. It turned out that Chen Yuanshan had been leading a group of miners to engage in iron ore mining. Their mining area is 100 kilometers away in the east, at the junction of Fuxing City and Guangming City. Chen Yuanshan and a group of his men were employed by a private mine owner in Guangming City. They have been exploited for many years and even have problems with food and clothing. Just 2 days ago, their mining area was attacked by high-level time beasts, resulting in countless casualties among security personnel and miners. Even the private mine owner who hired them was eaten by the beast. Chen Yuanshan was lucky enough to escape with the remaining group of miners in 2 cars. The mine owners were all dead, so naturally the wages owed to them were gone. They didn't have much time left, so they had no choice but to come to the base and sell their vehicles and equipment to buy some time. After Du Fei understood the situation clearly, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this was really like a sleepy person meeting a pillow. The mithril mine on the mountain needs to be mined, and we are in need of a group of workers. Isn't this a coincidence? Uncle Chen, how many people do you have now? Du Fei asked. Including me, there are 30 people in total. Chen Yuanshan replied. It's really a coincidence. To be honest, there is a mine in our camp that we are preparing to mine. Du Fei looked at Chen Yuanshan and said, we are currently looking to recruit a group of miners. Would you like to consider it, Uncle Chen? Chapter 20. Is she also carsick? When Chen Yuanshan heard this, he was overjoyed. You know, he and a group of miners now have no place to stay and are preparing to disband. This news was undoubtedly a life-saving straw for him. The man next to him also had a happy expression on his face and looked at Chen Yuanshan with anticipation. There's nothing to consider. As long as we have food to eat and a place to stay, that's enough. Chen Yuanshan said. Well, the conditions may be a little tough for now. When you arrive at the camp, you will build a temporary residence in the mining area and live in the mountains from now on. Du Fei made it clear in advance, and then said, in addition, our army is currently short of funds, so your salary will not be too high. Each person will be paid for 30 hours a day, 3 meals a day will be provided, and your personal safety will be guaranteed. Leave all mining matters to Uncle Chen. I will give you an additional 100 hours of subsidy every day, and you can use it at your disposal. Do you think it's okay? After saying that, Du Fei looked at Chen Yuanshan, waiting for his reply. Okay. Chen Yuanshan nodded without hesitation. Each person has 30 hours a day, and apart from the 24 hours they spend, they can still earn 6 hours. In addition, there is a 100-hour subsidy, and 3 meals a day are provided. So at least you don't have to worry about food and drink. Most importantly, Du Fei also promised to ensure their personal safety. For those who are in desperate situation, the issue of income is no longer a consideration. The fact that Du Fei could offer such conditions meant that he was undoubtedly their savior. It's settled then. Seeing Chen Yuanshan agreed, Du Fei smiled and asked, where are the other miners? They are all outside the stronghold. Chen Yuanshan replied. Okay, once we finish purchasing supplies here, come back to the camp with us. Du Fei nodded at him, then looked at the 2 trucks. What are these loaded with? The mining truck was full of crews and equipment, and the other truck was full of unopened gunpowder. Gunpowder? Du Fei was cheered up, walked over, lifted the canvas and took a quick look, and was immediately overjoyed. Sure enough, There were whole boxes of unopened gunpowder, filling up an entire cart. Uncle Chen, we can use this gunpowder. I will buy it at the market price, but I will pay you later. No, we don't want any money. We are very grateful to you for taking us in. Since you can use it, please use it all as a small reward from us. Chen Yuanshan waved his hands hurriedly and said generously, Then I'd like to thank you. Du Fei felt very relieved as he no longer had to worry about bullets. As they were talking, Lu Ruobing and others came over. Du Fei briefly told them about the situation of Chen Yuanshan and his group of miners. After listening to this, Lu Ruobing and the other two smiled brightly. Du Fei knew what they were happy about. After all, giving them a truckload of gunpowder for free meant saving a lot of money. I can only say that my luck today is really good. Captain Xiaoying sent a message saying that they have cleared out the ammunition depot and have a manufacturing workshop. Where can we get the various tools and precision instruments? Gan Ting held the communicator in her hand and whispered to Du Fei. Lu Ruobing and Sun Shaoqian also looked at him worriedly. Making tools was a big problem. Don't worry about these, I'll find a way, Du Fei said with a smile. What tool isn't in the universal toolbox? More than an hour later, all the supplies were purchased almost the same. Hussein specially found 2 trucks, filled them with various foods and items, and delivered them for free. Du Fei could tell from the chrysanthemum-like smile on Hussein's face that this guy must have made a lot of benefits from it. Before leaving, Du Fei deliberately asked Lu Ruobing and the other two to wait aside, and called Hussein aside alone. Brother Hu, I want to ask you one more thing. Brother, just tell me what's the matter. Hussein smiled and even changed his way of addressing people. Can the stronghold communicate with Fuxing City? Du Fei asked. After all, that cheap father and sister are his relatives in this world, and the family of 3 has a deep relationship. Due to the fusion of memories, Du Fei is still concerned about their current situation and still doesn't know if they are under threat. Lu Ruobing and the other two who were not far away thought that he was asking Hussein to help him make tools. Unable to communicate, Hussein shook his head and frowned. Do you want to contact someone in the city? Du Fei nodded. I want to find out about my family. This is not easy to do. Hussein looked a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and said, How about this? Leave me the name and address of the person you want to inquire about. I'll think of a solution for you, but it will take some time. I'll tell you as soon as I have any news. Du Fei could sense that Hussein was not refusing on purpose, but that it was indeed difficult. Since he said he would think of a solution, he must have his way. So Du Fei wrote the clinic address, his father and sister's names on a piece of paper, and also left the communication channel of the Women's Field Regiment. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Hu. I'll reward you handsomely later. Du Fei expressed his gratitude. Hussein put the note away and waved at Du Fei, meaning that we are brothers. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian saw this and all looked puzzled. Is it done? The team leader's communication skills are too strong. Everything is arranged. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian rode on motorcycles to lead the way, followed by supply trucks, scrap trucks, and Chen Yuanshan's mining truck. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing also followed at the back on motorcycles, escorting a convoy of 5 trucks as they left the base in a mighty procession. Along the way, Lu Ruobing still hugged Du Fei's waist. Her delicate body pressed tightly against Du Fei's, which made him feel fluttery for a while. However, what surprised him was that he had no idea what Lu Ruobing was thinking, which caused the system prompt sound to ring in his mind from time to time. The intimacy value inexplicably rose to 5 points. The convoy had a bumpy ride, but encountered no danger along the way. In less than an hour, the camp was in sight. Xiaoying and the female soldiers were waiting outside early. When they saw Du Fei and others coming back with 5 trucks, they all showed surprised expressions on their faces. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian jumped off the motorcycle and began to direct the operation on the spot. The female soldiers and Chen Yuanshan and a group of miners started to work. Du Fei drove the motorcycle directly into the air raid shelter. After parking it, Lu Ruobing slowly got off the back seat. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Du Fei frowned and found that her face was a little red and her expression seemed a little unnatural. Seeing Du Fei staring at her and asking what was wrong, Lu Ruobing's face turned even redder and she stammered, Nothing. Nothing. I'll go to your room and change clothes. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Change clothes? Du Fei was stunned at first, but then he remembered that he had her clothes in the closet in his room. However, those are all small black silk fabrics. In an instant, Du Fei seemed to understand something. Could it be that she is also carsick? Chapter 21. The water in the stronghold is also called purified water. As dusk falls, female soldiers began to take turns guarding the Women's Field Regiment camp in the mountain mining area. This camp is relatively close to the federal stronghold, and all the time beasts above level 1 have been basically wiped out. I won't talk about it before, but now with mithril bullets, the situation is completely different. Even if the female soldiers on night duty encounter mutated beasts or supertime beasts, they can easily deal with them, which is like food delivered to their doorstep. Several bonfires were lit in the mining area on the mountain, and work was in full swing. Since the slope of the mountain was not too steep, Chen Yuanshan and a group of miners opened up a path and arranged the units and equipment in place. At this moment, they were clearing the surrounding weeds and bushes, planning to build a temporary shelter overnight. Du Fei came to the mining area, inspected it, and was very satisfied with the miners. Uncle Chun, let's take a break first. Du Fei brought Gonting and 2 female soldiers to the front and said to Chen Yuanshan, I will pay each of you 5 days' salary first, and the salary will be paid every 5 days in the future. What do you think? Okay, thank you so much. Chen Yuanshan nodded repeatedly and hurriedly called out to the miners. Everyone stop for a moment and come over to line up. Captain Du is here to give us an advance on our wages. When the miners heard this, they all stopped what they were doing, came over and lined up with Chen Yuanshan in the lead. Gonting took out the memory card and first turned it on Chen Yuanshan's wrist for 650 hours, which included 5 days' allowance. Then each miner was given 150 hours of work. The miners looked at the extra 150 hours on their wrists with expressions of disbelief. After working as a miner for so many years, this is the first time I have encountered a boss who paid my salary in advance. They all looked at Du Fei with gratitude in their eyes. It's time for dinner. At this time, a team of female soldiers carried 2 large wooden barrels and brought up meals for the miners. As the lid of the wooden barrel was opened, the aroma of food spread everywhere. Chen Yuanshan took a closer look and was stunned. I saw one wooden barrel filled with rice, and the other barrel contained stir-fried shredded pork. The aroma was everywhere. This food is so good. Chen Yuanshan swallowed his saliva, excited. Du Fei smiled and said, As for food, you will eat the same as us. The mining task in the mine will depend on you. Chen Yuanshan's mouth twitched with gratitude. Before he could say anything, one of the older miners shouted, Captain Du, don't worry, we promise to do our best. As soon as the words fell, all the miners shouted in unison, We promise to do our best and work hard. The crowd was excited and their voices echoed in the night sky. Okay, let's eat first. Du Fei nodded to the miners with satisfaction. Start eating. Chen Yuanshan waved his hand behind him. The miners swallowed their saliva and went forward one by one to get their meals. It's delicious. Yeah, I never thought I'd be able to eat such a sumptuous meal in my lifetime. What a great boss. I am willing to work in this mine for the rest of my life. The miners wolfed down the white rice and stir-fried pork with tears of gratitude in their hearts. Some of them even shed tears while eating. They felt like they had fallen into a happy nest. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Reputation value. System prompts kept ringing in his mind, and Du Fei was secretly delighted. Captain, it's time for us to go back and have dinner. Also, the deputy commander wants to see you about something. Gonting said. Okay. Du Fei nodded. When I returned to the room, I saw Lu Ruobing sitting at the table with wet hair as soon as I entered the room. The room smelled of soap and a pungent odor of disinfectant. I just used your bathroom, you don't mind, right? Lu Ruobing said in a low voice, somewhat embarrassed. Du Fei was slightly stunned, not knowing what she meant. Captain, your room is the only one in the entire group that can be used for bathing. Gonting explained. After hearing this, Du Fei realized that the female soldiers usually took turns bathing in this room. Since his arrival, Lu Ruobing vacated this house for him to live in, which actually meant that he was occupying the bathroom of all the female soldiers. Aren't there any public bathrooms? Also, why does the water smell like this? Du Fei frowned. Up to now, he had not used the water in the bathroom. Lu Ruobing smiled bitterly and shook her head. They were almost penniless before, so how could they have the money to build a public bathroom? This is water from the mountain, stored in tanks. We added disinfectant into it so that the radiation will be less. Lu Ruobing said. New. Du Fei looked at Gonting and ordered, Notify Songjia to build a public bathroom after the pool is built. Don't use this kind of water anymore. Let all the soldiers in the regiment bear with it for a while. I will let everyone bathe with purified water in 2 days. Lu Ruobing and Gonting were stunned. Are they crazy? Captain, I object to your suggestion. Lu Ruobing stared at Du Fei and said, You have to know that the purified water in the base is 3,000 tons per hour. We are reluctant to waste it when we cook. Gonting followed up by saying, I object too. How extravagant it would be if we used it for bathing. They could bear to spend most of their money on purchasing so much food in the afternoon. However, there was not much time left in the memory card, and they would strongly disagree if they had to buy purified water for bathing. Look how anxious you are. Who said we were going to buy water from the base? Du Fei curled his lips at them and continued, What I mean is, we make our own water. Make your own water? No need to buy it? Lu Ruobing and Gonting were stunned again, and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be accessories such as water purification among the purchased supplies. It turns out that this man had been planning to make his own water. However, they also believed that Du Fei had this ability. They looked at each other and immediately became interested. Then, can the radiation be removed? Captain, you just mentioned purified water. Can it meet the standards of purified water in the base? Lu Ruobing and Gonting asked curiously. If Du Fei can really make purified water, even if it doesn't meet the standards of purified water in the base, it would be a great thing. Oh, the water in the base is also called purified water? Du Fei sneered and continued, Just wait. I'll let you drink while you wash. Puff. The two beauties couldn't help but laugh at him. Just blow it. Yes, Captain. If you can drink it while washing, then the water you create must be very pure. Lu Ruobing and Gonting looked unconvinced. Du Fei just smiled and said nothing more. He looked at Lu Ruobing and asked, What do you want from me? Oh, by the way, don't you feel uncomfortable wearing my uniform all the time? Lu Ruobing smiled, pointed at the brand new military uniform on the bed and said, I bought you a set of men's military uniform at the base today. Try it on. Remember to eat after you change. We're leaving first. After saying that, he pulled Gonting out of the room. Du Fei looked at the brand new men's military uniform and smiled slightly. Well, my deputy is quite careful. It's not a good idea to always wear women's clothes, so just change them. Chapter 22 Male God Leader. The big cave was filled with the aroma of food. The female soldiers lined up in a long queue to get their meals, and the sisters behind them stretched their necks and swallowed their saliva. Today's food is no longer cassava porridge and black wild vegetables, but rice and stir-fried shredded pork. In the past, every time they ate, they all looked like they were going to the execution ground, but today was completely different. The whole cave was like the new year, without the dullness of the past, replaced by bustle and joy. Rice and shredded pork stir-fry, so delicious. I love eating it so much. I remember having 2 meals like this when I first joined the army 5 years ago. I joined the army late and never had it. It's so luxurious, but I like it. The female soldiers ate with hearty appetite, their faces filled with happiness and joy. It's delicious. Xia Ying licked the last grain of rice at the bottom of the bowl with the tip of her tongue and let out a sigh. She lit a cigarette, habitually crossed her beautiful legs on the wooden dining table, and blew out a smoke ring with great enjoyment. But soon, her beautiful dimples faded, and her beautiful eyes revealed sadness and gloom. She sighed, really wanting to enjoy 2 more days like this. Unfortunately, she knew that her physical condition would soon fail her. Food like this is indeed a rare delicacy, but our bank account is empty again. Gonting, who was standing next to her, licked her lips after finishing her meal and said, I think this kind of food is only good enough to be eaten once every 3 days. If you eat this kind of food every day, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it for a few days. If the leader does this, he will definitely spoil the sisters. Sun Shaoqian followed up by saying, Just wait and see. If they are asked to eat cassava and wild vegetables soaked in disinfectant in a few days, they will definitely not be able to eat them, including me. But I really want to live this kind of life. Just like what Sister Gonting said, I can eat rice once every 3 days? Lu Ruobing sat between them without saying anything, but shook her head and smiled bitterly. Yes, if this continues, all the female soldiers in the regiment will really be spoiled by Du Fei. Oh, by the way, why don't you see the captain? At this time, a female soldier asked. The captain is changing his clothes and will be here soon. Really? Then I'll eat slowly. I heard that Sister Ruobing bought a set of men's military uniforms for the regiment commander. They're very handsome. The captain is handsome, isn't he? Yes, even if the captain wears women's clothes, he can't hide his masculinity, let alone wearing men's military uniforms. He is definitely a male god. Keep your voice down. You're the one who called me male god? Didn't you see how Sister Ruobing gave you a sidelong look just now? I think only Sister Ruobing can be worthy of a man like the leader. Hee hee, Learn from me. If you want to think about something, just think about it in your heart or in your dreams. You know what I mean. A group of female soldiers were eating, laughing, and whispering. Hearing the female soldiers' whispers, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and others showed evil smiles on their faces. Lu Ruobing's cheeks turned red, and she looked at the female soldiers, scolding them with a smile. You can't even control your mouths when you're eating. If you keep gossiping, I'll tear your mouths apart. The female soldiers immediately quieted down, making faces, sticking out their tongues, and stopped talking. At this moment, a strong, well-proportioned, heroic, and handsome figure walked in. Du Fei appeared in front of everyone wearing a brand new and neat men's military uniform. In an instant, the entire cave was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Bang, 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 bang. The female soldiers were breathing rapidly and could hear each other's heartbeats. So handsome. Xia Ying's beautiful eyes widened, and she murmured first. She quickly put down her indecent pair of beautiful legs from the wooden board, quickly put out the cigarette in her hand, and sat down like a gentle little girl. Wow, so cool. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian shouted out loud. They only knew that the regiment commander looked better in a female military uniform than other women, but they didn't expect that he looked more handsome in a male military uniform than any man they had ever seen. This is our leader. How can you be so handsome? Ugh, I can't stand it. I'm going to faint. All the female soldiers had dazed expressions. They felt like they were about to suffocate, and some even had drooling from the corners of their mouths. Lu Ruobing was also in a daze, and instantly became messy in the wind. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Reputation value. As the system prompt sounds rang one after another in my mind, Du Fei came to Lu Ruobing with a smile on his face and said, "This military uniform fits me very well. Thank you." Oh. After Lu Ruobing came to her senses, she realized that Du Fei was talking to her and said hurriedly, "You're welcome, Gong Ting. Go get the captain some food." Seeing Lu Ruobing's absent-minded look, Xia Ying beside her raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a hint of teasing smile. Chapter 23 Emergency. After dinner. Because of a battle on the Blackwater River in the morning and a busy afternoon, the female soldiers were very tired. Du Fei ordered the entire regiment to have a good night's rest, recuperate, and start working hard tomorrow. At nightfall, Niu Debao delivered the last truckload of waste, settled the payment, and left. The Women's Field Regiment will rise from this pile of waste. The Qingchuan Ruins mission will be the first turning point for the female soldiers. Du Fei looked at the piles of waste in the camp, a hint of determination in his eyes. The division has deliberately set up traps one after another, so when the time comes, we will clash with them to see who is tougher and who is more painful. Let's get the manufacturing tools ready first. Du Fei walked into the ammunition depot and looked around. Start laying out the tools. It is divided into 3 areas. Area 1 manufactures weapons and ammunition, Area 2 manufactures communication and intelligent control core equipment, and Area 3 manufactures molds, casings, and various parts. Soon, various tools and precision instruments in the universal toolbox were placed in their appropriate places one after another. These tools have their own energy. Every time Du Fei puts a tool in place, he turns on the light, illuminating the huge air raid shelter space like daylight. In less than half an hour, the originally empty ammunition depot was transformed into a top-notch manufacturing workshop. Du Fei pinched his chin, looked around the 3 manufacturing areas with clear division of labor, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. If Lu Ruobing and the other beauties come in and see this tomorrow, I wonder how shocked they will be. The next second, detailed drawings of the water purifier and rehabilitation pool appeared in Du Fei's mind. He planned to get the water purifier and rehabilitation pool equipment ready overnight. Because in the next half-month, everyone will have to enter a high-intensity working state, including himself. Well, with a rehabilitation pool, you can not only enhance your physical fitness, but also eliminate fatigue in minutes. Du Fei took a deep breath and did what he said. Some of the accessories for the water purifier and rehabilitation pool are ready-made, and the rest are relatively easy to manufacture according to the drawings. Ding ding bang bang. As various equipment and tools started to work, Du Fei began to get busy. Mine area on the mountain. The generator was humming, and the lights were bright. Chen Yuanshan led the miners to work late into the night, and simple wooden sheds were built one after another. Although they were sweating profusely, they were all full of energy. In the early morning, the sky brightened. Du Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The water purifier and rehabilitation pool equipment had been made, and all that was left was to install them. At this moment, a female soldier suddenly rushed in, saluted in a panic and said, "Report." "What's the matter?" Du Fei frowned. "Report to the regiment commander. One of the commanders, Xiaoying, is dying." The female soldier showed a look of grief on her face, and then said, "The deputy commander and others are guarding the infirmary, asking if you want to see Xiaoying for the last time." "What?" Du Fei was shocked. Xiaoying looked healthy last night. How could she be dying so soon? "Pass my order. Send someone here immediately to transport these devices to the pool in the living area." "Yes, Captain." Seeing Du Fei's serious expression, the female soldier did not dare to delay and quickly turned around and ran out to carry out the order. Du Fei followed him out of the ammunition depot and ran quickly towards the living area, air raid shelter, outside the infirmary. "Sister Ruobing, I didn't expect Sister Xia Ying to. So fast, Wu Wu." Gonting and Sun Shaoqian were sobbing. The radiation she was exposed to was fatal. What was to come would come. Lu Ruobing's eyes were filled with tears. She looked up at the top of the cave, but the tears still flowed down her face. In the Women's Field Regiment, Xiaoying is an excellent commander, a good assistant to Lu Ruobing and her close sister. At this moment, Xiaoying was about to leave this world. Although Lu Ruobing said this, her heart could not bear this huge grief. "Sister Xiaoying was fine last night. I didn't expect. It's all this damn radiation. She told me yesterday that she would persist until the commander made a tracked tank." Yes, she is still encouraging herself, hoping to be the first to drive the new tank, woo woo woo. Outside the infirmary, the female soldiers were wiping their tears and crying quietly. Although they had experienced the tragic death of many sisters before, no one wanted to see such an excellent commander and good sister leave them at this moment. Just when everyone was heartbroken, Du Fei rushed over and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Xiaoying? What's the situation now?" Inside, the medical soldiers are trying to save her. Lu Ruobing wiped her tears and said in a low voice, "Don't cry." Du Fei shouted at the female soldiers, then said to Lu Ruobing, "Take me in to have a look." "Good." Lu Ruobing nodded. She felt that as the head of the group, it was Du Fei's duty to see Xiaoying off for the last time. Walk into the infirmary. Su Ninger, who majored in biology, and several medical soldiers were trying to rescue Xiaoying. The medical equipment inside is extremely simple, with only a few ventilators, cardiopulmonary resuscitation machines, functional testers, etc., which are very old. At this moment, Xia Ying's face was pale. Her body kept twitching, and she coughed violently from time to time. Every time she coughed, dark red blood would flow out of the corners of her mouth. It can be seen that at the last moment of her life, she was still suffering from great pain and torture. Xiaoying stared with her eyes wide open and could see Du Fei coming, but at the moment she was dying and could not say anything. "Xiaoying, hold on." Du Fei gently stroked her forehead, turned around and asked Su Ninger, "How is she now?" "Report to the captain. Xiaoying has gone into shock twice. I'm afraid the situation is..." Su Ninger hesitated to speak. "Can it be delayed for a while?" Du Fei asked again with a serious expression. "Even if we use all our anti-radiation injections and medicines, she can only last about 2 hours." Su Ninger replied, "Okay, as long as we can delay it for 2 hours, I will find a way to save her." Du Fei solemnly ordered Su Ninger, "You must hold him off. I leave it to you." After saying that, he turned and left the infirmary. "Yes." Su Ninger looked at Du Fei's back and was stunned for 2 seconds. What did I hear? She didn't understand what the leader meant. You know, Xia Ying's radiation is in the late stage, and there is no cure at all. How could the team leader say there is a way to save her? Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian all had surprised expressions on their faces and followed him out. Du Fei came outside the infirmary and waved to the crowd, "Song Jia, stop crying and follow me." Seeing the captain calling her, Song Jia stopped crying. Although she didn't understand why she was called, she quickly followed Du Fei and ran towards the living area. Lu Ruobing and others became more and more confused. What was he going to do? But when they thought of what Du Fei had just said in the infirmary that there was a way to save Xiaoying, they quickly followed him. Chapter 24. You can do it. Go ahead. Living area. Rehabilitation pool. Song Jia, put the distillation device into the groove on the right and connect it to the interface of the host. Yes. You guys are responsible for installing the water outlets on the pool wall and bottom. Be sure to check every pipe. Yes. There was an assembly drawing in front of Du Fei, and he was giving instructions against the clock. Song Jia led the engineers to carry out the installation work intensively. Lu Ruobing and others also lent a hand to help, running back and forth. They didn't know what the purpose of Du Fei building this pool was, but when they heard that it could save Xia Ying's life, they didn't bother to question it, and everyone was busy. More than an hour passed. In the infirmary, Su Ninger and several medical soldiers were busy and sweating profusely. They injected Xia Ying with the only remaining anti-radiation injections and medicines in the group one by one. Soon, all the available injections and medicines were almost used up. Without the support of injections, Xia Ying's condition quickly became more serious. Su Ninger frowned and called into the communicator hurriedly, "Captain, please reply if you received it. Please reply if you received it." "Got it. What's going on?" "Xia Ying can only hold on for 10 more minutes at most." "Order, bring her here immediately."
Yes.
All the equipment in the rehabilitation pool has been installed. Du Fei put down the communicator and exhaled. The last step is to start the host. He opened the technology library and used 100 reputation points to exchange for an energy crystal the size of a walnut. Then, quickly put it into the host energy tank. The next moment, buzz. The energy crystal emits a layer of azure light. The rehabilitation pool host is up and running. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Wisps of white mist gushed out from multiple water outlets on the bottom and walls of the pool. About a minute later, turquoise blue healing fluid began to flow out. Soon after, the flow increased and the pool soon became a clear blue. Lu Ruobing and the others all opened their eyes wide, looking at this magical scene in surprise. "Captain, what is this?" Lu Ruobing couldn't help but ask. "This is the recovery pool, and the liquid is recovery fluid." Before he could finish his words, Su Ninger and several medical soldiers came over carrying Xia Ying. "Leave her to me." Du Fei went straight up and picked up Xia Ying, then jumped into the recovery pool under everyone's gaze. Then, he quickly laid Xia Ying flat in the pool, letting the water cover her body and face, leaving only her nostrils exposed. "Captain, this is..." Su Ninger was very confused. Could this pool of water save Xia Ying? Du Fei ignored her and frowned as he observed Xia Ying, while also feeling the changes in his body. Technology Curry introduces how magical the effects of the rehabilitation pool are. To be honest, he was a little nervous at the moment and not completely sure. After all, this was his first experiment. 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. What's going on? Doesn't work? Just when Du Fei felt confused and nervous. Ding. Radiation elimination 5. Ding. Radiation elimination 5. Ding. Radiation elimination 5. Ding. Radiation completely eliminated. Ding. Constitution. Ding. Constitution. Oh my god. It works. Du Fei was ecstatic. In just a few minutes, not only did he completely eliminate the radiation he was exposed to, but he also enhanced his physical condition in some ways. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was full of strength and his physical condition had obviously changed. Needless to say, the radiation that Xia Ying's body was exposed to should also be disappearing. Ding. The physical enhancement limit has been reached, and it needs to be consumed before it can be further enhanced. It seems that this rehabilitation pool has a limit to its ability to enhance physical fitness, but this is already pretty awesome. Du Fei thought to himself. A few minutes passed. An unexpected scene appeared. Xia Ying's body stopped twitching, her originally pale face began to turn rosy, and her breathing gradually became smooth from rapid. At this moment, she looked like Sleeping Beauty in a fairy tale. After a while, she opened her eyes, and when she saw herself lying in Du Fei's arms, her beautiful eyes widened. "Captain? I'm not dead." Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, Song Jia and others were all extremely shocked when they saw it. Su Ninger and several medical soldiers hurried forward and used functional testing equipment to check every part of Xia Ying's body several times. "Oh my god, how is this possible? I can't believe it. Xia Ying is fine. The radiation she was exposed to has completely disappeared." Su Ninger opened her mouth wide, very excited. "Captain, what is going on? Did the water in this pool heal her?" Seeing Su Ninger's look, Lu Ruobing grabbed her and said, "Ninger, are you sure Xia Ying is completely cured?" "Sure, I'm sure." Su Ninger nodded heavily, pointed at the functional tester and said, "Look, all her body function indicators are super normal, and her health rate is 100. After that, he added, "That is to say, Xia Ying is healthier than any of us now." The words fell. OMG, this is so amazing. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, Song Jia and others, as well as the medical soldiers present were all stunned. "Ing Bao, how do you feel now?" I feel so good, especially when being hugged by the leader, Xiaoying said playfully, showing her charming dimples. After saying that, she raised her head and looked at Du Fei, her beautiful eyes showing gratitude and tears flickering faintly. Soaking in the pool at this moment, she felt that her body had never felt so comfortable. Although she didn't understand what the blue pool water was, she knew that it was Du Fei who saved her from the brink of death. That's great, you silly girl. Why don't you thank the captain quickly? Lu Ruobing wiped her tears and sobbed. Thank you, Captain. Xia Ying's expression was sincere. She was a stubborn woman, and this was the first time she said thank you to someone. However, she knew in her heart that she would never forget Du Fei's kindness in giving her a new life. Soon, the news that Xiaoying was cured spread throughout the group. All the female soldiers rushed over. Very good. Sister Xiaoying is alive. Wow. Sister Xiaoying is back from the dead. The female soldiers all gathered around the rehabilitation pool, their expressions turning from sadness to joy, and they wiped their tears happily. By the way, I remember the commander made a bet with Sister Xiaoying, a female soldier reminded. Isn't it? Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Hurry up. The female soldiers began to shout. Ing Bao, give me a kiss. When Lu Ruobing and others saw this, they also started to make a fuss. Xiaoying had no choice but to give Du Fei a quick kiss on the face. Ding. Intimacy value. No. A kiss on the cheek doesn't count. We want to see a kiss. Yes, you have to use your tongues to entwine and pull the threads together. The female soldiers felt that it was not enough and started to make trouble again. You are a bunch of little rascals. You are so bad. Give others a way out and don't push your luck. Xiaoying said. How is it possible? She had never kissed any man on the mouth, let alone been asked to pull his silk. Why are you so slow? This is not like our Ing Bao's personality. Yes, Sister Xiaoying, hurry up. Can you do it? The female soldiers were relentless and kept urging him on, some even resorting to provocation. Come on, if you can do it, go ahead. Xiaoying pushed Du Fei forward and said. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate burst of laughter. Du Fei stood up and shook his head speechlessly. After a simple commotion, Captain, this pool of water is amazing. Can you tell me what its effects are? Su Ninger said, blinking excitedly. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers, including Xiaoying, all looked at Du Fei impatiently. Chapter 25: The Benefits of a Rehabilitation Pool. This is the rehabilitation pool I developed. It can eliminate radiation, treat various injuries and diseases, and soaking in it regularly can also improve your physical fitness. Seeing that they were all very excited, Du Fei explained the benefits of the rehabilitation pool. It really has so many benefits. Su Ninger, a biologist, muttered to herself, but she soon realized how stupid her doubts were. Wasn't Xiaoying a living example? She felt that she had learned her major in vain. The rehabilitation pool in front of her completely overturned all her understanding of biology and medicine. The radiation problem is currently a difficult problem for the entire world and has not been eliminated to this day. Even though the Time Federation and other major forces have invested huge amounts of time, they have only developed some injections to resist radiation erosion, which cannot completely eliminate it. The rehabilitation pool developed by Du Fei can not only completely eliminate radiation, but also cure various injuries and diseases. How incredible is this? All I can say is that Captain Du Fei in front of us is a one-of-a-kind genius. Su Ninger's eyes showed great surprise, and she said excitedly, I think with this recovery pool, if we have enough time, we can achieve immortality. No, it should be immortality. Du Fei corrected him with a smile, and then said, there is another effect I forgot to tell you, which is eternal youth. As soon as these words came out, wow, it immediately caused an uproar. Lu Ruobing and others as well as all the female soldiers were shocked beyond words. They don't even dare to think about immortality. So what is the concept of immortality? As far as they know, the supreme rulers of the Time Federation have created a pure land without radiation. Even so, those rulers could only achieve immortality, but could not maintain immortality. But now, the rehabilitation pool developed by the team leader can keep people young and immortal. At this moment, Lu Ruobing and others as well as all the female soldiers were trembling with excitement, feeling as if they were dreaming. Captain, will the recovery fluid in the recovery pool run out? Gong Ting suddenly asked. No, the recovery fluid will evaporate after the radiation is eliminated, and new recovery fluid will be automatically replenished. Du Fei said. So, won't we make a fortune by selling rehabilitation fluid? Gong Ting said excitedly. She was mainly thinking about the empty account and was always thinking about the financial issue. It's good that you have this idea, but you have to understand that it's a crime to possess a treasure. Du Fei looked at Ganting and said, "We can consider this idea after we become strong enough." The captain is right. Lu Ruobing nodded, and then glanced at everyone with an extremely serious expression. I reiterate again, everything about the women's field combat team must not be leaked to the outside world. We are not strong enough now. Once the Federation or other forces find out, the consequences will be disastrous. From now on, everything will be centered around the leader. If you want to live a good life, just follow the orders given by the leader. Just follow my instructions and cooperate. Do you remember everything? Remember. All the female soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the air raid shelter. As long as the leader is here, we can achieve immortality in the future. From this moment on, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers not only truly saw the hope of survival, but were also full of beautiful visions for the future. It's just a small rehabilitation pool for now, and we'll build a bigger one later. Du Fei looked at Lu Ruobing and continued, "Okay, now we can arrange for everyone to take turns going down in batches to experience it." Then, after thinking for a while, he added, "It's best to take off all your clothes before soaking. That way the effect will be better. I'll give you 1 hour to experience it. After 1 hour, all the people in the camp will gather. I'll assign you tasks."
Yes.
Lu Ruobing and others, as well as all the female soldiers, saluted Du Fei in unison. As Du Fei left, the female soldiers began to undress impatiently and jumped down naked. "You silly girl, why are you still flirting?" Lu Ruobing said to Xia Ying. "I didn't take off my clothes just now. Now I want to experience the naked bath again." Xia Ying raised her eyebrows and lay down happily. "It's so comfortable. I feel my body heating up. Oh my God, the radiation spots on my body are fading. My shoulder and neck pain is gone. It's amazing. I feel full of strength." The female soldiers were soaking in the pool, each with a look of surprise on their faces and exclamations of surprise one after another. "Ganting, the radiation you are exposed to is quite special. Spread your legs so that they can be soaked thoroughly," Su Ninger reminded. Ganting, who was closing her eyes and feeling the world, blushed. "Stop talking too much. I've already changed the subject." Return to the room. Du Fei's originally wet clothes had become very dry. The reason is that the recovery fluid will quickly evaporate when it encounters radiation in the air. Through this, Du Fei understood. Once the rehabilitation fluid leaves the rehabilitation pool, it is basically impossible to preserve it. In other words, it is unrealistic to simply sell rehabilitation fluid. If you want to sell something, you should sell a complete set of rehabilitation pools. However, this is a plan for the future and is not something we are considering now. Looking at the blueprint of the Land King track tank on the table, Du Fei pondered for a while. Then, he opened the system interface and found some changes. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 1967. Intimacy, 16. Constitution, Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Items, Universal Toolbox, Rare Material Smelting Agent 450. Du Fei's reputation value has increased to nearly 2,000 points, and his intimacy value has also reached 16 points. You should know that reputation and intimacy points can be obtained repeatedly and infinitely. As long as you make the people around you feel grateful or admire you, you can gain reputation and intimacy points. Therefore, Du Fei paid great attention to the living conditions of the female soldiers, including the treatment of Chen Yuanshan's group of miners. Well, I didn't expect that my physical condition would change after soaking in the recovery pool. Beginner, Advanced, Super. There are actually 3 stages? Du Fei stared at the physical condition column and felt a little curious. Now I just feel that my body is full of strength, but I don't know how strong my primary enhanced physical fitness is. Driven by curiosity, Du Fei tried to reach out and grab a small stone protruding from the wall. Squeeze it hard. The next moment, crack. He actually squeezed the hard stone on the wall and made cracks. Du Fei was shocked. What the hell? Now his physique is so strong even though it has only been enhanced to level 5. If he can achieve super enhancement, how strong will it be? Wouldn't all of my female soldiers become steel soldiers and iron ladies in the future? Chapter 26. You should dare to think about everything. Next, Du Fei calmed down his excitement and opened the technology library. Reputation value, 1,967 points. Thinking of the 2 drones that were shot down by the invisible winged beast in the warehouse, He planned to exchange for another set of drone blueprints. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 1,500 reputation points to redeem a set of Predator Stealth UAV design drawings. The composition, manufacturing parameters, functions, etc. of the Predator UAV emerged in Du Fei's mind. Predator Stealth Drone, Anti-Gravity Device, All-Round Detection, Artificial Intelligence Program, can carry a variety of attack weapons and can be comprehensively controlled. In stealth mode, it can interfere with or steal enemy communications and can carry out precise strikes on targets in the air, on the ground, and on the sea. Main materials: mithril or vibranium, energy crystal. Click to expand more. Yes, killing the enemy invisibly and taking his head from thousands of miles away is definitely a weapon that can make people's ambitions expand. Du Fei secretly admired. It would be even more amazing if vibranium was used as the raw material for the fuselage. However, the vibranium synthesis technology requires 100 intimacy points to redeem, and the intimacy points are not enough now. Currently, only mithril can be used as the main material. It seems that intimacy is also very important. We have to find a way to get more. However, the Predator stealth drone made with mithril is already very powerful in the current world. With this aerial killer weapon, combined with the Land King tracked vehicle, the Qingchuan Ruins mission is a sure win. Outside the air raid shelter, in the camp, all officers and soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment have assembled. Du Fei glanced at all the female soldiers. They all held their heads high and looked refreshed. We will work hard for the next half-month. Your efforts will not only determine the victory of the Qingchuan Ruins battle, but also be the first step for the Women's Field Corps to move towards a better future. Gan Ting, you are responsible for sorting out the communication equipment materials that can be used. Area 2 of the workshop is yours to use.
Yes.
Sun Xiaoqian, you are responsible for sorting the manufacturing materials for weapons and ammunition. Area 1 of the workshop is yours to use.
Yes.
Song Jia, you are responsible for the infrastructure work of the entire group, including the installation of water purifiers, the construction of public bathrooms, and camp walls. Also, deliver purified water to the living area and mining area as quickly as possible. If you need any tools, you can go to workshop area number 3 to make them.
Yes.
Xiaoying, you are responsible for forming a special forces team to hunt nearby time beasts. During this period, you must ensure the living expenses of the entire group. Yes, Captain. As Du Fei's order was given, Gan Ting and others took various drawings and began to work. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment began to get busy. Why don't you assign me a task? Lu Ruobing came up and asked Du Fei. Because the weather was hot and dry, she wore a thin camouflage shorts. After soaking in the rehabilitation pool, she looked even more beautiful and charming, especially her perky and plump body with perfect curves, exuding a mature and attractive charm. Du Fei couldn't help but feel a little moved when he saw this, and said, "Your mission is very important. Come with me to the mining area." To the mines? Yes, come with me to refine mithril, Du Fei said. Since a large amount of mithril is required, he needs a helper. Really? Lu Ruobing was slightly stunned, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. She had always been curious about how mithril was extracted, but she didn't expect Du Fei to entrust such an important task to her. Lu Ruobing was deeply touched. This shows how much Du Fei trusts her. Ding. Intimacy value. Du Fei was delighted. Previously, each intimacy point was increased by 1, but now it starts at 5 points. It seems that the more familiar you are with each other, the higher the intimacy you generate. Mine area on the mountain. There were more than a dozen simple wooden sheds, which served as dormitories for Chen Yuanshan and the miners. Not far from the wooden shed, there are 2 other wooden houses next to each other. Du Fei specially asked Chen Yuanshan to build these 2 wooden houses, but unexpectedly they were so unique. The 2 wooden houses have several steps and are more than 1 meter above the ground. There is a wooden plank-paved connecting passage outside with several rattan chairs. The wooden house has a bedroom, a simple bathroom, and tables, chairs, and benches. There are plenty of trees on the mountain, and all of this is made from local materials. It can only be said that Chen Yuanshan really took a lot of effort. When he arrived at the wooden house, Du Fei felt very satisfied. Wow, what a beautiful cabin. Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened as she took in everything in front of her, then looked at Du Fei. Did you ask them to build this? After saying that, without waiting for Du Fei to answer her, she walked up the stairs and ran towards the wooden house. We will be working more in the mountains from now on, and one of them will be yours. Du Fei followed behind her, looking at her slender waist and round buttocks, and smiled slightly. Really? That's great. Lu Ruobing turned around, a look of joy on her pretty face. After all, she had been living in an air raid shelter for so many years, so the wooden house was a pleasant surprise to her. It would be great if we could all move out of our bomb shelters and live in wooden houses like this one. Lu Ruobing looked at the surrounding mountains and said with emotion, "This is not a difficult task. After the Qingchuan Ruins mission is completed, we will build as many wooden houses like this as needed." Du Fei said with a smile. The whole mountain is covered with towering trees that are so thick that several people can hug them together. You can build a wooden house by simply knocking down 2 of them. Besides, now that we have mithril bullets and recovery pools, time beasts and wild radiation are no longer a threat. According to what you said, even if each of us has 30 years, we don't have to go back to the base city. We can just take the camp as the center and settle down here. A glimmer of longing flashed across Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes. "I think your idea is good." Du Fei nodded approvingly. "Except for the federal base cities and strongholds, you can occupy any territory in the wild as long as you have the ability. Du Fei has such a plan, such as building a base like the federal stronghold. But you have to take it slow. After all, building a similar base takes a huge amount of time, and it is impossible to achieve success overnight." "Are you sure?" "Sure. Then I will take it seriously." Lu Ruobing blinked and looked at Du Fei seriously. "From now on, everything within 100 miles of the camp will belong to us," Du Fei said, looking around. "Just brag, doesn't the 100-mile radius include the Federation's number 83 stronghold?" Lu Ruobing pouted. "Haha, you have to dare to think about everything." Du Fei smiled and then said, "Let's go and take a look at the mining area." Next to the river ravine and cliff, rock drilling equipment roared. Chen Yuanshan has led the miners to start mining work, which is proceeding in full swing. Mithril ore is not the same as mithril. It's just that the stone contains trace amounts of mithril, so it's not difficult to mine. At present, Chen Yuanshan and a group of miners only have 1 rock drill, and all the mined ore needs to be done manually from block segmentation to transportation. In theory, crushers and rail-mounted ore transporters are indispensable, but funds are tight at the moment, so we can only make do with them for the time being. Even so, Chen Yuanshan and the miners are still full of energy and ensure that no less than 100 tons of ore are mined every day. At this moment, 5 or 6 piles of freshly mined mithril ore were already stacked in the designated area. According to Du Fei's instructions, these mithril ores were cut into similar sizes. In this way, smelting agent can be saved, ensuring that 1 drop of smelting agent can completely extract the mithril from a piece of ore. These ores have a good mithril content. Let's get to work. After Du Fei examined several piles of ore, 2 bottles of rare material smelting agents appeared in his hands. 1 bottle was the leftover one, and the other was exchanged from the technology library using 100 reputation points. "What's in it?" Lu Ruobing took a bottle of smelting agent and asked curiously. "This is a special solvent used to refine mithril," Du Fei said as he unscrewed the lid, sucked a tube of smelting agent, and began to demonstrate to her. Click. As a drop of smelting agent is gently dripped onto a piece of ore, I saw the ore ripple like water waves, and the silver stars on it began to gather, and then slowly disappeared. Then, a stream of silvery, shiny liquid flowed out from the inside of the ore and quickly solidified. The next moment, the ore lost its luster, and a small piece of mithril appeared on the ground. "Is this mithril? Did you also develop this solvent?" "It's amazing." Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened. This scene made her feel incredible. "You try it," Du Fei said with a smile. "Good." Lu Ruobing nodded, and then followed Du Fei's method and dropped a drop of smelting agent on a piece of ore. After a while, the ore also began to ripple and silvery liquid flowed out. The extraction was successful already? So simple. She picked up a small piece of solidified mithril, ecstatic, and couldn't help but glance at Du Fei. How could he be so powerful? A boy who had just turned 18. He is definitely a genius among geniuses. Chapter 27. What are you studying? 2 days have passed and all work in the camp is progressing smoothly. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing have been refining mithril in the mining area. Although this thing doesn't weigh much, the total amount extracted by the 2 of them adds up to more than 10 kilograms, which shows that they have gained a lot. Sun Shaoqian is proficient in weapons and ammunition, and Gan Ting is proficient in communication procedures. Both of them have solid theoretical knowledge, but they are still a little unfamiliar with actual practice. During this period, Du Fei personally guided them. From mithril bullets and shells to integrated modules and tiny components, we taught them step by step how to make them. After practicing several times, Sun Shaoqian and Gan Ting became much more proficient in their respective tasks, and they were full of admiration for Du Fei. With the arrival of a new batch of ammunition, Xia Ying's Special Forces team naturally received sufficient supplies. They did not disappoint the entire group. After only 2 days of hunting, they increased the time in the storage card to more than 30,000 hours. Afterwards, Du Fei rushed back and forth between the mine and the workshop, and whenever he felt tired, he would soak in the rehabilitation pool for a few minutes. While he was personally responsible for the manufacture of the Predator stealth drone, he also kept a close eye on the progress of the Land King tracked vehicle. If there are any deviations, he will correct them in time. Everything is under his control. It was not until the 5th day that the 2-wheeled armored vehicles were equipped with brand new tracks and some weapons. The Land King tracked vehicle is gradually taking shape. Wow, it's so beautiful. Our tracked tank will be ready soon. Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and a group of female engineering soldiers looked at the car body and shouted excitedly. Look how happy you are. It's still too early. Du Fei said with a smile. This is just an appearance. The real core device has not been fully built yet, and it will take some time before it can be started. Fortunately, these female soldiers are very smart and understand things quickly. Now all aspects of the production process are becoming smooth. In fact, Du Fei was quite excited inside, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. Everyone has performed very well recently. The next few days are crucial. I hope you will keep up the good work. Yes, Captain. Encouraged and praised by Du Fei, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and the female engineering soldiers all showed excitement on their faces. As night fell, Du Fei arrived at the mining area, ate a few bites of food, and then went into the wooden house to study some important parts of the drone. In addition to Lu Ruobing, Su Ninger is now added to the person responsible for refining mithril. This kind of work does not require any technical skills, and the two of them can basically refine all the mined ore every day. Du Fei only needs to collect the ready-made mithril. What are you studying? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Du Fei was startled and turned around to see Lu Ruobing standing behind him. You walk without making any sound? After Du Fei finished speaking, he looked down and realized that she was barefoot. No wonder she was so quiet. Since the 2 wooden houses are connected outside, Lu Ruobing would often come over to report on her work after finishing her work these days. The two of them were more familiar with each other than before, and their words and actions were not so restrained and were more casual. I love the feeling of my bare feet gently stepping on the wooden planks. It's so comfortable. Seeing that Du Fei seemed really frightened by her, Lu Ruobing raised one of her beautiful feet and smiled a little embarrassedly. Then, she walked to the table curiously, bent down, and looked at the drawings. Lu Ruobing was still wearing a thin camouflage shorts. The moment she bent down, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva secretly. Although Lu Ruobing was bending over, she was looking through the drawings seriously. Du Fei even suspected that Lu Ruobing came here on purpose to seduce him. You may not understand these drawings. These are the core devices and anti-gravity devices of the drone. That's what I thought. No wonder I was confused. It turned out to be a drone. What? A drone? When Lu Ruobing reacted, her beautiful eyes suddenly showed surprise. Seeing Lu Ruobing straighten up, Du Fei wanted to slap himself twice on the spot. How could he tell her that he didn't understand? Can't you give her a serious explanation? This is the Predator stealth drone. It should be built along with the Land King tracked vehicle in the next few days. Oh my god, so we'll have drones in the future. Lu Ruobing was so excited that she couldn't wait to ask, can you tell me about the performance of this drone?
Can.
Du Fei nodded and pointed at the drawings. Come on, look at these compositions. Just as Lu Ruobing was about to bend down again, a female soldier's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Deputy Commander, good news. The water purifier has been installed, and your bathroom is now connected to purified water. Great, I'll be right there. Lu Ruobing responded and said to Du Fei, tell me about it after I come back from taking a shower. You study it first. After saying that, she quickly ran towards her cabin. Du Fei was speechless. How can you concentrate on research after what you've done? Chapter 28. Is he in love with me? The night is quiet. The workers in the mine have fallen asleep. There were female soldiers on duty and they slept soundly. Outside the wooden house, Du Fei sat on a rattan chair, looking at the mountains in the night. Is this drone really as powerful as you say? Lu Ruobing had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a thin, low-necked t-shirt, with water still dripping from the ends of her wet hair. At this moment, she had already understood the various performance features of the Predator stealth drone, and was naturally shocked. You'll know when the time comes. Du Fei smiled calmly and continued, the Federation stipulates that there must not be conflicts between legions, Otherwise, the party that stirs up trouble will be regarded as anti-human. Heh. In the eyes of the Time Federation, humans are very noble and only include high-ranking officials, nobles, and wealthy people. As long as the lower classes rebel or their interests are touched, it is what is called anti-humanity. Lu Ruobing didn't understand why Du Fei suddenly changed the subject, so she sighed and said, "Yes, this is unfair in the first place, but there is nothing we can do about it." Du Fei continued with a faint smile. "What I want to say is that there is another function that I forgot to tell you. This drone can hide from the eyes of the Time Federation." "What?" "Predator stealth drones can be exempted from Sky Eye supervision." Lu Ruobing's face was once again filled with shock. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Du Fei. "You don't want to? It's okay to say we suffered humiliation and bullying before, but since we have been bullied all the time, it's not too much for us to take action, right?" Du Fei said. Lu Ruobing clenched her fists, and a hint of satisfaction involuntarily appeared in her eyes. She immediately understood Du Fei's intention. He wanted to use this drone to deal with the 48th Division. Yes, the Women's Field Regiment has suffered oppression, humiliation, and bullying over the years, and it has reached the point where it can no longer be tolerated. It's definitely not too much to give it back. But we can only produce 2 Predator stealth drones at the moment. Are we sure we can deal with the powerful 48th Division? Although Lu Ruobing was a little worried, she didn't show it. Instead, she looked at Du Fei excitedly. "It seems that you already have a plan to deal with the 48th Division? The 48th Division is just the beginning. The ultimate plan is to target Wu Dagui." "Real?" When Lu Ruobing heard the 3 words Wu Dagui, she hated him to the core, because both her parents died at the hands of Wu Dagui. Unexpectedly, Du Fei's plan was to deal with Wu Dagui. She showed gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. Don't thank me." Du Fei looked up at the night sky and fell into deep thought. Lu Ruobing didn't say anything else. Her mind was filled with thoughts. Wu Dagui is a middle-level figure in the Time Federation and is currently at the peak of his career. According to the Sky Eye website, he is likely to be promoted to a senior position in the near future. Not to mention that he controls 3 divisions. Just his family background and complicated relationships alone are not something that ordinary people can shake. This man in front of me actually planned to provoke Wu Dagui for my own sake. Lu Ruobing was at a loss for a moment, and her heart beat a little faster. Is he in love with me? I am 23 years old, 5 years older than him. Is it appropriate? Thinking of something, she glanced at Du Fei inconspicuously. Her face flushed a little. After a while, Lu Ruobing calmed down her inner emotions and couldn't help asking, "What are you thinking about?" "I miss my dad and sister." Du Fei replied. "You're fine. At least you still have family to care about." Lu Ruobing sighed, wiped her wet hair and said, "They are living in Fuxing City now. They should be very happy." The situation is not optimistic. Wu Dagui will not let them go. "What?" Lu Ruobing was stunned and asked in confusion, "Wu Dagui? Did your family offend him?" Only then did she realize that the reason why Du Fei planned to deal with Wu Dagui was not what she had imagined. "Yes, my father had an affair with Wu Dagui's wife, and the truth was revealed." Du Fei smiled and told the story of Du Lei saving Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield and some romantic affairs between the 2 of them afterwards. After hearing this, Lu Ruobing finally understood and couldn't help but murmured in disappointment. "So that's how it is? My only concern is their current situation." "Actually, don't worry. Fuxing City has a resident protection mechanism. Besides, your father has made great contributions. They will be fine." Lu Ruobing consoled. "Let's take it one step at a time." Du Fei let out a breath. Since ancient times, adultery has resulted in death. If you don't believe it, go ask Shimenqing. Although the residents in the city can be protected, Wu Dagui is a man with great connections. With just some random means, you can easily expel your father and sister from Fuxing City. There is no news from Husan yet, so we can only wait. Oh, it's so annoying. I have too much hair. It's itchy if I don't wash it. Once I wash it, it's hard to dry. My hands are so sore. At this time, Lu Ruobing lowered her head, frowned, and complained softly. She held a towel in her hand and kept rubbing her beautiful black wet hair, and her action seemed a little impatient. Before, the Women's Field Regiment did not have the conditions to buy daily necessities such as hair dryers, so all the female soldiers had to dry their hair with a towel after washing it. Women are like this. They love beauty and like to be dry. They will feel uncomfortable if their hair is not dried. "Come, let me help you wipe it." Du Fei said this, took the towel from Lu Ruobing's hand and started to wipe her. Lu Ruobing did not refuse. She was very happy to enjoy such service and bent down obediently to cooperate with Du Fei. Ding. Intimacy value. Du Fei was delighted. Wow, 10 o'clock, the service was worth it. He sat beside Lu Ruobing, and when he pushed aside a strand of hair that had fallen on her chest, in an instant, Du Fei's mind went blank, as if he had been struck by lightning. Feeling that Du Fei's expression was unusual, Lu Ruobing glanced down at her neck. Oh my god. She soon realized she was exposed. Lu Ruobing quickly covered her collar, stood up and said in panic, I'm going to go back to sleep first. After saying that, she grabbed the towel from Du Fei's hand with a red face, turned around and fled. Chapter 29 Great Joy. The next few days, Du Fei had no distractions and devoted himself to his work. The production of the Land King tracked vehicle and the Predator stealth drone is nearing completion. In addition, through Husan's relationship, he bought 2 second-hand trucks from the stronghold at a low price. Together with Chun Yuanshan's truck loaded with gunpowder, there were 3 in total. All 3 trucks were coated with mithril and converted into large infantry transport vehicles and container ammunition transport vehicles respectively. From then on, female soldiers no longer had to march on foot to the battlefield. Furthermore, due to the timely supply of mithril, the gunpowder was almost used up, and all kinds of ammunition were produced frantically. There are sufficient reserves of mithril bullets and artillery shells, more than enough to fight a large-scale battle. Of course, this is also the result of Sun Shaoqian, leading the engineers who work day and night. At this moment, everyone is full of energy and the workshop is extremely busy. Du Fei had just poured liquid mithril into the drone shell mold when Ganting and a group of female soldiers walked over. Captain, I want to say something. Ganting hesitated. What's up? Can we keep the cassava flour and wild vegetables we have stored instead of throwing them away? Ganting said. Lu Ruobing, who was standing next to him, frowned and looked at Du Fei. Are you going to throw away the food we have stored? You call that food? Throw it all away. Du Fei said firmly. In the past 2 days, he found that his meals were very rich, while the female soldiers' meals contained black wild vegetables soaked in disinfectant. He knew that the women's field regiment was used to living in poverty, and that they mixed wild vegetables into their meals in order to save a little. However, Du Fei would never allow such a thing. How could he let his men eat that kind of thing? Besides, a decrease in happiness directly affects the gain in reputation. Okay, then pour it out. Seeing that Du Fei was a little angry, Ganting did not dare to refute. Well, I asked the kitchen staff to do this. After all, we are not rich yet. Lu Ruobing bit her lip and said, we should save as much as possible. With more funds, we can make more equipment. I know we are short of money, and you are also thinking about the whole group, but no matter how much we save, we can't save on food. Don't eat those things anymore. Du Fei looked at Lu Ruobing and said solemnly, the more difficult the situation is, the more we need to make the soldiers feel warm and hopeful. Don't worry, in a few days our funds will no longer be tight. After that, he looked at Ganting and said, tell me, how much time is left in your account? Xiaying's special forces have obtained a total of 85,630 hours in these days, plus the previous balance. The total is 92,590 hours. 10,000 hours are used to pay the miners' wages for 10 days. Each soldier gets 200 hours, and after deducting the 10% handling fee, there are now 57,830 hours left in the account. Ganting knows everything like the back of her hand and calculates every expense clearly. Du Fei couldn't help but smile to himself. Ganting was a very competent housekeeper. I thought I had no funds left, but after all this time I still have more than 50,000 hours in my account. Du Fei deliberately tapped the workbench with his fingers and said to Ganting, order, take out 50,000 hours to purchase all the food. So much purchase. Ganting was stunned, and then she felt a little regretful. She must not let the team leader know that there was money in the account. Lu Ruobing smiled bitterly and said, can you buy less? She felt really sad. She had saved up this little time with great difficulty, but it was going to be eaten up again. No, even 50,000 hours of food still feels a little insufficient to me. Du Fei looked serious and asked Lu Ruobing, how long will it take us to get to the Qingchuan ruins? Lu Ruobing was stunned, not understanding why Du Fei suddenly asked this question. She hesitated for a moment and replied, now that we have transport vehicles, it can be considered a mechanized march. It will take about a day and a night to get to the Qingchuan ruins. That's right. Will the whole group not eat or drink during the journey? Du Fei narrowed his eyes and continued, for this battle at the Qingchuan ruins, the kitchen team will have to allocate some personnel to ensure food for the entire regiment. As the head of the regiment, I must ensure that the soldiers can have rice topped with green vegetables and shredded pork for every meal on the battlefield. As long as I am here, I will never let my soldiers suffer any injustice." The words were decisive and powerful. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and others were moved. They didn't expect that the team leader was caring about all the sisters in the team all the time. All the female soldiers present were deeply moved. Ding. Reputation. Ding. Reputation. Ding. Reputation. Ding. Reputation. In my mind, system prompt sounds rang one after another. Du Fei was delighted, lowered his head and ignored them, and started to work seriously. More than 10 days passed in a flash. Outside the Women's Field Regiment camp, the female soldiers were immersed in great joy. The two previous wheeled armored vehicles were transformed into two brand new tracked vehicles. The two conventional drones that were picked up were modified into two drones with strange shapes. Two Land King tracked vehicles, two Predator stealth drones, and three transport vehicles were shining silvery white under the sunlight. "Is this our Land King tracked vehicle and drone?" Xia Ying stroked the body of the tracked tank that was covered in mithril, with a fanatical look in her eyes. "Come on, take a picture for me." "Ying Bao, we want to go with you." Lu Ruobing and several female soldiers quickly ran over and got close to Xia Ying. The weapons and equipment are very complete, and they look really majestic and inspiring. Sun Shaoqian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said with emotion, "Who would have thought that this was reconstructed by the team leader using a pile of discarded materials that he bought for 20,000 hours?" Gong Ting said on the side, "Ours is a mithril track tank, and its performance far exceeds that of the Federation's latest tank. It can be sold for at least 1 million hours." "Wow, so valuable." "Sister Gong Ting, where is our drone?" asked a female soldier. "The drone is even more amazing. It was made entirely by hand by our team leader using pure mithril. We will never sell it no matter how much time you give us." Gong Ting replied, "What about the performance of these two drones?" "Performance is kept secret for the time being." Gong Ting glanced at Du Fei not far away, and a hint of mystery and pride appeared on her pretty face. Under Du Fei's guidance, she has fully mastered the various performance features of the Predator stealth drone. Du Fei also said that these two powerful weapons would be controlled by her. She will be the first person in the group to play with an airplane. How can she not be excited? Chapter 30 Heavy Equipment Test. Everything is ready, and the next step is to enter the debugging phase of the Land King tracked vehicle and Predator UAV. Du Fei used 700 reputation points to exchange for 7 energy crystals, including 3 transport vehicles, all of which were powered by crystals. One of these energy crystals can provide continuous energy for a year, completely eliminating the dependence on fuel. All officers and soldiers, take your positions. Report the operating status of the tank. Report. Land King number 1 has started up normally. All data is running normally. Stand by. In the command room of the Land King tracked vehicle, Lu Ruobing stared at the control console and reported. Report. Land King number 2 has started up normally. All data are running normally. Stand by. Xia Ying reported. Turn on the all-round defense system and conduct a round of tests on the machine guns, and Gatling guns. Du Fei ordered. Receive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Da 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 da. Boom, boom. As the ground shook violently, 2 Land King tracked vehicles crossed the ravines, climbed over the hills, and moved forward at a rapid speed. In the distance, in the uninhabited mountains, there was continuous artillery fire. Rocks were flying, and the scene was extremely shocking. Report. The machine guns' killing range has reached over 6,000 square meters, and the machine guns and Gatling guns have accurately hit over 300 targets. Report. The comprehensive data tests of the command system, encrypted communication system, vehicle speed, weapons, and equipment are normal, and we are fully capable of being deployed in combat. Very good. At this moment, Du Fei felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. We'll see how it performs then. You know, the various drawings exchanged from the technology library are not one-time uses, and have long been deeply imprinted in Du Fei's mind. If the Land King tracked vehicle performs outstandingly on the battlefield, he wouldn't mind building a few more, or even mass-producing them. Gong Ting, please reply if you received it. Gong Ting received it. Gong Ting received it. In another independent control room of the Land King tracked vehicle, Gong Ting replied while wearing headphones. It's up to you now. Yes, Captain. Gong Ting took a deep breath and pressed the start button on the console. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the air around the 2 Predator stealth drones in the camp, and they slowly took off. What's amazing is that when the altitude exceeded 10 meters, the 2 drones seemed to merge into the air, becoming invisible in an instant and disappearing. At this moment, Du Fei was secretly surprised. Even he himself felt a little unbelievable. This is real stealth. I thought the so-called stealth of this stealth drone was just the ability to block radar detection. I didn't expect it could actually block vision and make people completely invisible. It is indeed black technology. No wonder the introduction says that it is not supervised by SkyEye. Even if SkyEye can detect it, it can only be identified as a UFO. Gonting, where is the drone now? Du Fei asked. Report to the captain. It is suspended 15 meters above your head. Gonting said excitedly while looking at the console screen. Through the drone's monitor, she could clearly see the entire camp on the console screen. Zooming in, you can even see the expressions on Du Fei and all the female soldiers' faces. What? Floating 15 meters above my head? Du Fei looked up at the sky and found that there was nothing above his head. Wow, there is not even any sound? Order. Predator stealth drone begins testing. Yes, Captain. Gonting held 2 joysticks in her hands and shot left and right. Report. Comprehensive control, AI autonomous program, weapons and equipment, and other data are all normal. The current altitude is 6,729 meters. Oh my god. The speed, 100 kilometers per hour. It reached 7 times the speed of sound. Awesome. Gonting was stunned and screamed excitedly. Beep beep. At this time, 3 red dots appeared in the clouds ahead on the console screen. Gonting was stunned for a moment, and 2 drones flew past the 3 red dots. She hurriedly slowed down, took control of one of the drones, and switched the other one to the artificial intelligence program, setting it to escort and follow mode. Then, it made a beautiful circle and turned the fuselage to chase the 3 red dots. Report to the leader, there is a situation. What's going on? Du Fei touched his earphones and asked with a frown. 3 level 1 stealth winged beasts were spotted at 117 east longitude and 43 north latitude. Should we shoot them down? Gonting reported. Du Fei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that there was something wrong with the drone, and asked, what is the status of the drone now? The drone is in good condition. It is flying 30 meters to the right of the 3 stealth-winged beasts. Those 3 idiots don't feel anything at all. Gonting joked excitedly. She never expected that the drone could get so close to the 3 super stealth-winged beasts, and they didn't even notice it. On the contrary, the 3 super stealth-winged beasts were also in stealth mode at this moment, but they were clearly detected by the drone. I can only say that the Predator stealth drone developed by the team leader is really awesome. Permission to shoot it down is a good opportunity to test the performance of the drone's weapons and equipment. Du Fei ordered. Okay, dear Captain, which one should I choose among micromissiles, grenades, machine guns, and Gatling guns? Gonting asked mischievously. Look at how you show off. Make your own decision. Du Fei scolded speechlessly.
Yes.
In the control room, Gonting stuck out her tongue and looked at the screen. It's you. Take my shot. She selected the nearest level 1 stealth-winged beast and pressed the machine gun button. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The drone in charge fired more than a dozen shells in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Fires flickered continuously in the clouds, and the super stealth-winged beast exploded on the spot without any consciousness. Killing the time beast earns 3,576 hours, and the non-staff women's field group storage card earns 3,576 hours. Report to the captain. Killing a level 1 stealth-winged beast will earn you 3,576 hours, and we will directly earn 3,576 hours. Gonting was very surprised, as if she had discovered a new world. The Predator stealth drone is not subject to the supervision of the SkyEye. The time gained from killing the time beast naturally avoids the 20% commission of the Time Federation. Du Fei said. Smiley face. The time generated when the time beast is killed will only be entered into the storage card held by the killer. If the federal storage card is not used, it will be entered into other cards you hold, but currently all humans use federal storage cards. In addition to supervising the Legion, the SkyEye is also the Federation's time collector. As long as you kill a time beast under supervision, 20 points will be automatically drawn. If you kill a time beast without the SkyEye's supervision, the SkyEye cannot draw any points, but the time beast's time will still automatically enter the killer's storage card. In other words, the time generated by the time beast only recognizes the killer and the storage card held by the killer. Even if you don't hold a federal storage card, it will automatically enter as long as it is a storage card. So tired. Oh my god, there is such a benefit. Gonting's body trembled with excitement. She has the characteristics of a housekeeper and is very sensitive to money. The 20% commission from the Time Federation has almost become a headache for her. She felt very sad because part of the time she gained from hunting a time beast would be taken away. Now, you can earn money directly based on the time you gain. With the Predator stealth drone, you will no longer be exploited by those bastards. Gonting felt very relieved and refreshed, and her mental illness was completely healed. Gia 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 Gia. Roar. At this time, the other two level stealth winged beasts were frightened. One of the more violent time beasts roared, revealed its true form, and entered combat mode. However, it flapped its wings but could not find its target. So ugly, the head of the delegation will destroy you. Gonting clicked the Gatling button without hesitation. Da 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 da. The drone erupted with flames and directly fired out a volley of large-caliber mithril bullets. Roar. The violent time beast roared miserably, and its body was riddled with holes as it fell from the clouds. Killing the time beast earns 3,920 hours, and the non-staff women's field group storage card earns 3,920 hours. As the savings card is deposited again, Gonting narrowed her eyes, raised her middle finger, put it to her mouth and blew gently. After posing cool for less than a second, he discovered that the remaining super stealth winged beast had fled in terror. Let you run 3 kilometers first. Beep beep. Air-to-air micro-missiles have locked onto the target. Emission. Gonting pressed the micro-missile launch button. Call out. A miniature missile with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a length of 30 centimeters drew an arc and quickly chased after the super stealth winged beast. Boom. 3,783 hours were earned from killing the time beast, and 3,783 hours were earned from the storage card of the extracurricular women's field corps. Yeah. Gonting clenched her fists and felt so good. Report to the captain. The Predator stealth drone has been tested and all data is normal. It can be put into battle. Very good. No need to land. Return to the camp airspace and hover on standby. Du Fei ordered.
Yes.
Chapter 31. Is this invincible? After the test, the 2 Land King chariots rolled back to the camp majestically on their silver tracks. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian and others jumped off the chariot one after another. They walked up to Du Fei with their heads held high and saluted in unison. Hello, Captain. The Land King tracked vehicle and Predator drone were tested successfully. Du Fei nodded at them and looked at Xia Ying with a smile. Xia Ying, you are an excellent commander. What do you think of the performance of the current tanks compared to the previous armored vehicles? At this moment, Xia Ying had not yet recovered from her excitement. When she heard Du Fei asking her to express her opinion, she became even more excited. Captain, this Land King tracked vehicle you built is amazing. It is agile, has sensitive control, and has very clear communication quality and detection field of view. Especially the cannons, machine guns, Gatling guns, and other weapons, which are several times more powerful than those of other legions. Add to that the mithril body and all-round defensive machine guns, and I think I can rampage recklessly on the battlefield. Our previous armored vehicles are not worth mentioning. Even the Federation's latest tracked vehicles cannot compare with our Land King. It's like the gap between a grandson and a grandfather. I dare say that this Land King tracked vehicle you made is the most powerful vehicle in the world. It is simply invincible. Xia Ying said this with her beautiful eyes shining. Wow. There was thunderous applause all around, and many female soldiers' hands turned red from clapping. Xia Ying was not exaggerating. The performance of the Land King tracked vehicle was indeed obvious to all. So exciting. With the Land King chariot, the Women's Field Corps will definitely win the battle at the Qingchuan ruins. Gonting couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth as she listened to everyone praising the chariot. Is this invincible? Is this what makes you so happy? Humph, I wouldn't even trade 10 Land King tanks for one of my planes. If I were to tell you that there are 2 invisible weapons of mass destruction hovering above your heads right now, your jaws would probably drop. You know, the performance of the Predator stealth drone is currently kept secret, and Du Fei only told Lu Ruobing and Gonting. It is no wonder that the female soldiers only paid attention to the Land King chariot. They always believed that the 2 drones were only used for reconnaissance and information collection. To them, the 2 drones were useless and had little combat power. Du Fei smiled and patted Xia Ying on the shoulder. Since you feel good, then the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle is yours. Great. Thank you, Captain. Xia Ying wanted to hug Du Fei and kiss him. In her excitement, she glanced at Gonting with complacency. Needless to say, Land King Chariot number 1 must belong to Deputy Captain Lu Ruobing, so there is only number 2 left. Xia Ying was afraid that Gonting would snatch it from her. Now that Du Fei has agreed to give the number 2 Land King Chariot to Xia Ying, one can imagine how excited she must be, and one can even imagine how frustrated Gonting is inside. However, the next second, she found that Gonting was also staring at her with a smug look on her face. That expression seemed to be saying, "I won't compete with you." This made Xiaoying feel very confused, and she always felt that something was wrong. "Captain, I won't even mention the number 1 Land King chariot. You gave number 2 to Ing Bao, so what about me?" Sun Shaoqian was unhappy and asked with a pout. She contributed a lot to the weapon systems of these 2 tanks, as well as the various mithril ammunition. Du Fei smiled and said, "You are a great contributor. A seat has been reserved for you in the independent control room of tank number 1. Gonting's 2 drones will be given to you. This is a very important position. The main reason is that it is a bit difficult for Gonting to operate 2 drones alone, so it would be better for Sun Shaoqian to share one. In this way, the 2 Predator stealth drones can play their maximum role and can fight individually in 2 locations. I like to operate a tank with strong firepower and fight hard. Okay? You want me to operate a drone that has no combat capability?" Sun Shaoqian looked disappointed. Her pouting mouth was so tight that a beer bottle could be hung on it. She saluted in frustration. "Okay." Gonting on the side smiled at her and said, "Do you look down on drones? You will know when the time comes." At this time, report. A female communications soldier saluted. "What's the matter?" Du Fei looked at her. "The 48th Division sent us a deployment plan for the Qingchuan Ruins mission and said that other corps had already started operations, urging us to make preparations for the battle and reach the position within 3 days. Tell me about the deployment plan of the 48th Division and the situation of our position." Du Fei said. "Yes, Captain." The female communications soldier clicked on the message sent by the 48th Division and began to report. The Qingchuan Ruins are located between the jurisdictions of the Fuxing Military Region and the Holy War Military Region. This hunting ground is divided into 4 major positions: east, west, south, and north. In addition to the 48th Division and a number of non-regular corps, regular corps from the Jihad Military Region also participated. My Women's Field Regiment belongs to the Eastern Front. There are 4 regiments including us, including a regular regiment of the Holy War Military District. However, the position where my Women's Field Regiment is stationed is on a plain. There are no rock ravines to provide cover, so we are at a disadvantage. The female communications soldier finished reporting on the situation at the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground. "Assholes. They set up our position on the plain. I knew the 48th Division had no good intentions. They put our female combat team in an exposed area in order to attract the Time Beast. The 48th Division is so shameless. They are blatantly using us as cannon fodder." Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, and the others were all extremely angry and hated it so much that their teeth were itching. "Oh, then it's just as they wish. It's still unclear who will be the cannon fodder." Du Fei smiled faintly, then said seriously, "Pass my order. Everyone prepare your equipment and assemble in 10 minutes. "Yes," the infantry commander responded. "Commander's order, all officers and soldiers, pack up your equipment and assemble at the camp in 10 minutes. Repeat, all officers and soldiers, pack up your equipment and assemble at the camp in 10 minutes. As the order was given, all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment took quick action. The engines of the 2 infantry transport vehicles were started and began to warm up. The rear door of the container ammunition transport truck was opened, and various bullets and shells were loaded one after another. Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei. "Are you planning to leave now?" "That's right. Let's set off now. Since the 48th Division and other corps have already taken action, we can't fall behind." Du Fei nodded, then smiled and said, "We promise to cooperate well with this operation, so let's arrive at the designated position in advance so that the 48th Division can rest assured." After saying that, he walked to Gonting and whispered a few words to her.
"Yes."
Gonting's pretty face showed excitement, and she pulled Sun Shaoqian's arm. "Come on, get in the car with me." Sun Shaoqian frowned and was dragged into the independent control room of the number 1 Land King chariot with great reluctance. Chapter 32. You're going too far. Inside the independent control room of the Land King tank, Sun Shaoqian looked at the various buttons on the console and the clear images of the busy female soldiers on the screen, her delicate body trembling slightly with excitement. In just a few minutes, she had already understood the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drone. "Look, this is what I gained when you were testing the tanks 400 kilometers away from the camp." Gonting clicked on the storage card balance, raised her eyebrows, and showed off. "Oh my god, this is awesome. I always thought this drone was only used to collect information, but I didn't expect it to be a killer weapon several times more powerful than the Land King tracked vehicle." Xiaoying suffered a big loss this time. Ha ha ha. Sun Xiaoqian laughed like a goose, and the two breasts on her chest shook up and down. TSK, the captain is so nice to me. She excitedly sat in the command seat, operating the drone's camera, and Du Fei's handsome and sunny face immediately appeared on the screen. Then, Sun Xiaoqian, who had a pure appearance, revealed her true nature and licked her lips in a very coquettish manner. Chi. She kissed the face on the screen fiercely. I love him to death. 10 minutes later. Everyone assemble. Following a loud assembly order, the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment lined up in an orderly manner. Report. The 90 soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment have assembled. The infantry commander puffed out his chest and saluted. According to Du Fei's instructions, a total of 90 officers and soldiers participated in the battle, and the remaining 18 female soldiers stayed in the camp. There are soldiers on duty in the camp in the mining area, medical soldiers, and cooks who cook for the miners. Du Fei glanced at the team, gave a brief speech, and then waved his hand, let's go. After saying that, he followed Lu Ruobing and boarded the number 1 Land King tracked vehicle. Everyone get in the car. Destination: Qingchuan Ruins. Start. Boom boom boom. 2 mighty and majestic tracked vehicles led the way, with a container ammunition truck in the middle and 2 transport vehicles full of female soldiers following closely behind. A convoy of 5 fully armed vehicles, protected by 2 Predator stealth drones in the sky, left the camp in a mighty manner. The Qingchuan Ruins were originally a small base city named Qingchuan City. It was conquered by high-level time beasts several hundred years ago and turned into an abandoned dead city, a paradise for animals. The Qingchuan site is located northwest of the Women's Field Regiment camp, about 300 kilometers away. The roads in between are mostly rugged and difficult to navigate, and when encountering sections of landslides, manual clearing is required. Therefore, even though the journey is not far, it will take a day and a night to arrive even with a mechanized march. The next afternoon, as the road opened up, the Women's Field Regiment arrived at the outskirts of the Eastern Front, less than 10 kilometers away from the Qingchuan Ruins. At this moment, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing, who were resting with their eyes closed in the command room, opened their eyes one after another. They both felt that the moving convoy suddenly stopped. What's going on? Report, there is a roadblock ahead. The driver reported on the communicator. Captain, there is a 3-way intersection ahead. There are 2 legions. We may need to negotiate. Gonting's voice came from the encrypted channel headset. New. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing looked at each other, opened the car door and got out. At the same time, Xiaoying and 2 female soldiers also jumped off tank number 2. Parking. This is the defense zone of the Flying Fish Legion and the Sirius Legion. Go around quickly. Before Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying and others could get close, 2 groups of soldiers pointed their guns at them. We are the non-staff Women's Field Regiment of the Fuxing Military Region, responsible for guarding the number 3 position on the Eastern Front. We request to be allowed to pass, said Lu Ruobing. What is a Women's Field Regiment? Are you blind or deaf? Do you need us to say it again? This is the defense zone of the Flying Fish Legion and the Sirius Legion. No one is allowed to pass. Several of the leading officers said this with a very bad attitude. How can you curse at people? You are so unreasonable. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying clenched their fists in anger, but their faces showed helplessness. Obviously, they have encountered this kind of situation of being scolded and bullied many times before. Du Fei frowned and asked Lu Ruobing, are the Flying Fish Army and the Sirius Army very powerful? These 2 legions are also extra staff legions like us. They have always been tyrannical and overbearing. Their behavior is no different from that of bandits. However, they are ranked in the top 50,000 on the Tianyan website's combat power list and are stronger than us. Lu Ruobing said in a low voice. Bah, a running dog of the 48th Division, a scum of the non-staff army. Xiaoying spat on the ground. Du Fei nodded, then stood with his hands behind his back and said to the officers, I am the head of the Women's Field Regiment. We are here to garrison position number 3 on the Eastern Front under the orders of the 48th Division. If we are not allowed to pass, and if we lose the opportunity to fight, can you afford it? Several officers were stunned, and then they could see Du Fei clearly. Who would have thought that a male leader would appear in the Women's Field Regiment? This guy actually looks better than a woman? After a moment of hesitation, one of the officers said, We have received an order from our superiors to defend this important area. No one is allowed to pass through. Then call your superiors over, otherwise I will call the 48th Division. Du Fei said. Seeing Du Fei's tough attitude and the pressure he put on the 48th Division, the officers dared not act arrogantly anymore. However, They turned around and took out their communicators to report, cursing under their breath. After a while, 2 military vehicles drove over. Several soldiers respectfully opened the car door, and the 2 commanders of the Flying Fish Legion and the Sirius Legion got out of the car respectively. What is it? The commander of the Sirius Legion staggered over, glanced at Du Fei and the others, and asked arrogantly. His attitude is superior. We are the Women's Field Regiment. We request to enter position number 3 through your regiment's defense zone. We hope your regiment will let us pass. Du Fei said politely with a smile on his face. Haha, our defense zone won't let anyone pass through casually, understand? The commander of the Sirius Legion smiled wryly, waved the whip in his hand, and pointed to the other side of the mountain. You can go around from the valley at the foot of the mountain. The commander of the Flying Fish Army next to him curled his lips and snorted. Who said you missed the opportunity? If you don't arrive at the position on time, you will miss the opportunity. You'd better go around quickly. Lu Ruobing was so angry that her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but say, You are going too far. What's wrong with bullying too much? The commander of the Sirius Legion spoke in a contemptuous tone, and then his face darkened. Don't be shameless when I give you this chance. Get out of here as soon as you can. The commander of the Flying Fish Corps sneered. Didn't I tell you to get out of here? Do you, a mere female field regiment, still want to stir up trouble? Boom, boom, boom. At this time, a large number of well-equipped troops appeared at the fork in the road not far away. There were dozens of tanks, armored vehicles, transport vehicles, etc., stretching as far as the eye could see. One of the middle-aged commanders saw this situation and walked over with a frown. Is this the quality of your Fushing military district commander? The commander of the Sirius Legion was stunned. When he saw that the other party was a regular army, he quickly stood up and saluted. Then, he forced a chrysanthemum-like smile on his face and asked, Excuse me, who are you? Commander of the Iron Blood Brigade of the 56th Division of the Holy War Military Region, Chu Zhengxiang. The middle-aged commander replied. Chapter 33. The boy is very interesting. After Chu Zhengxiang reported his number and name. Oh, it turns out to be Brigadier General Chu from the Holy War Military District. I am so sorry for my disrespect. We have heard of your fame for a long time. The commanders of the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion quickly put on smiles and instantly revealed a fawning attitude. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. The Iron-Blooded Brigade of the 56th Division of the Jihad Military Region is ranked in the top 10,000 in the combat power list of the Sky Eye website. Its strength is definitely not to be underestimated. For such a powerful regular army, the 2 commanders, Tianlang and Fei Yu, naturally have no time to curry favor with them. You know, after the battle starts, if the position encounters a critical situation, it will be necessary to ask for help from friendly forces. Needless to say, Chu Zhengxiang's Iron Blood Brigade is the best target for them to seek refuge. The 2 commanders of Tianlang and Fei Yu acted as if they had seen their real father. How could they not curry favor with him in advance? Brigade Commander Chu, may I ask which position your troops are stationed at? The commander of the Sirius Legion asked respectfully. Position number 1. Chu Zhengxiang said lightly. He seemed a little disgusted by the flattering attitude of the 2 commanders. Commander, we must hurry to the position and deploy the defense line in advance. At this time, an adjutant came over and saluted Chu Zhengxiang. When the commander of the Sirius Legion saw this, he hurriedly waved his hand behind him and said, Hurry up and let the Iron Blood Brigade pass. The commander of the Flying Fish Corps bowed and said, Commander Chu, please. Chu Zhengxiang ignored them and looked at Du Fei. Little brother, which legion are you from? The Non-Staff Women's Field Regiment. Du Fei replied indifferently. The Vanguard? Chu Zhengxiang asked, looking at the cars behind Du Fei. Du Fei said, No, the whole group? What? Chu Zhengxiang was stunned. Is this considered a legion? I really doubt whether the Fushing military region has no one left, as they actually sent a small team to garrison the position. If the battle breaks out, this number of people will not be enough to fill the teeth of the ferocious beasts. At this moment, the 2 commanders Tianlang and Fei Yu and the soldiers all had sarcastic expressions on their faces. Little brother, I can only say that you are very courageous. Chu Zhengxiang said. Haha, now that you're here, military orders are as heavy as mountains. Du Fei said with a smile. Chu Zhengxiang nodded. His eyes swept towards Du Fei and the other women soldiers on the transport vehicle, and he said with emotion, You guys touched me a lot and reminded me of my youth. Come on, come with us through the defense zone. After saying that, he extended his hand to Du Fei as an invitation. Commander Chu, I'm so sorry, they are not qualified to pass through our defense zone. That's right. We will only allow your troops, Brigadier General Chu, to pass. Commanders Tianlang and Fei Yu glanced at Du Fei and others and spoke sarcastically. In an instant, Chu Zhengxiong's face turned pale and his brows were twisted into a Chan shape. He wanted to get angry, but he felt it was inappropriate. He belongs to the Jihad military region. After all, this is an internal matter of the Renaissance military region, so it is not convenient for him to interfere. Well, this is the communication channel of my Iron Blood Brigade. If you encounter an emergency, you can ask for help from our army. Chu Zhengxiong wrote a string of numbers on a note and handed it to Du Fei. Same to you. This is the communication channel of my Women's Field Regiment. If you encounter an emergency, you can ask us for help. Du Fei also handed a note to Chu Zhengxiong and replied in the same way and with the same words. Ha ha ha, this guy is very interesting. Chu Zhengxiong laughed loudly, handed the note to the adjutant casually, and then said, Then I wish you good luck. You too. Du Fei also smiled. Commander Chu, please. Clear all the roadblocks and let them pass quickly. The commanders and soldiers of the Sirius and Flying Fish Legions bowed and nodded, and Chu Zhengxiong's Iron Blood Brigade successfully passed through the defense zone. Xia Ying's eyes widened with anger as she cursed, You bastard! Lu Ruobing was so angry that her face was shaking. She asked Du Fei, What should we do? Du Fei looked at the two commanders, Tianlang and Fei Yu, with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Seeing Lu Ruobing asking him a question, he touched his earphone and asked, Gonting, can you go around? There is a dry river valley at the foot of the mountain. We need to clear a few collapsed rocks. It's not a big problem, Gonting replied. Okay, leave one to escort the convoy, and the other to check the situation of our position and choose a stationing point where we can build a defense line.
Yes.
Gonting responded. Come on, get in the car, let's go around. Du Fei patted Lu Ruobing and Xiang on the shoulders and smiled calmly. No need to be angry with them. After saying this, he led them onto the chariot. Go around to the right at the foot of the mountain. There is a landslide 1 kilometer ahead. Engineers are preparing to clear the road.
Yes.
The command room of the Land King chariot. Lu Ruobing's pretty face was tense and her chest rose and fell. Even though the convoy had bypassed the area, she was still furious. Du Fei stared at her in a trance. When Lu Ruobing found out, she stared at him angrily. The two men looked at each other, and in less than a minute, Du Fei was defeated. Sure enough, when a man and a woman look at each other, the man usually loses. Because the eyes are the windows to the soul, tenderness is released in a woman's eyes. When a man feels tenderness, his eyes will involuntarily move down along the woman's neck. For example, Du Fei now had a sly smile on his face and was defeated miserably. You are not allowed to look. Lu Ruobing blushed and quickly clasped her hands across her chest, and she was no longer angry. Oh, right. Du Fei knew when to stop, so he withdrew his gaze and asked seriously, Did all 3 brigades of the 48th Division go out for this mission? Yes, it is said that the division commander Diao Dekue personally supervised the battle. Lu Ruobing replied. Diao Dekue is here too? When do they plan to launch the general attack? Tomorrow at 12 noon. Du Fei pondered for a moment, then ordered into the headset, Gonting, after the garrison point is selected, check all military deployments of the 48th Division. Also, find out the location of their divisional command center.
Yes.
Chapter 34. Sleepless Night, Who Will Live and Who Will Die. Position number 3 on the Eastern Front. Except for a small hillock on higher ground, the whole place is flat. The entire position can be said to be clear at a glance. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying looked around and couldn't help feeling a little worried. There are 90 people in the whole regiment, and it is very difficult to deploy a defense line in this terrain. The two of them spread their hands and looked at Du Fei together. Du Fei knew that the enemies on this battlefield were beasts, and it was not a conventional battlefield where two armies fought each other. Digging trenches is ineffective. If you want to build a solid line of defense, you can only take advantage of favorable terrain. The only thing in our favor now is that little mound. However, for Du Fei, this was enough. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Don't forget that we have mithril ammunition. We can stop the enemy with our troops and block the water with earth. Du Fei smiled and deployed the troops himself. Order, set up the garrison point behind the mound. Sonia, clear out spots on the mound for machine guns and howitzers. On the right side of the mound, the Land King chariot is at the head and the ammunition cart is at the tail. The 5 vehicles are arranged in a V shape. Don't worry about the air. There is the Iron Blood Brigade in the south, and the Sirius and Flying Fish Legions in the north. We just need to defend the west. The buffer zone between us and the beasts is 500 meters. I hope to see a flesh and blood wall built by mutant beasts and time beasts beyond 500 meters. Yes, Captain. Take action. As Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring led the female soldiers to start working, Du Fei turned on the encrypted communication on the headset. Gonting. Gonting received. Tell me about the deployment of the 48th Division and the entire hunting ground.
Yes.
The 48th Division's 3 mobile brigades, Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning, are deployed in the south, west, and north positions respectively. Each position has 3 to 5 non-staff legions fighting together. Although we have the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District on the eastern front, the terrain of the other 3 positions is superior to ours. The 48th Division's headquarters command center is located in the northwest, between the Thunder and Lightning mobile brigades, Gan Ting reported. What's the situation inside the Qingchuan ruins? Du Fei asked. Most of the time beasts in the Qingchuan ruins are level 1 and 2. They may have sensed the danger, and the time beasts and mutant beasts that are currently entrenched have become agitated. Okay, got it. From now on, Drone Number 1 will monitor and eavesdrop on the 48th Division's command center at all times. Once the battle begins, proceed according to the original plan. Also, make sure to replenish the drone's ammunition in a timely manner.
Yes.
Gonting responded. Although the Predator stealth drone is very powerful, its only drawback is that it can only carry a limited amount of ammunition. Currently, it is only suitable for airspace defense, detection and monitoring, and precise decapitation operations. Captain, I just discovered a strange phenomenon. Sun Xiaoqian's report came through the headphones. What phenomenon? When the number 2 Predator stealth drone approached the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, there was a brief signal interruption. I suspect there is some potential energy interference. Are you sure? Okay. The signal was interrupted twice, at 0 and 0 seconds. Withdraw first and be responsible for the defense of our airspace.
Yes.
Du Fei frowned. What on earth could interfere with the central nervous system of a predator? It seems that the interior of the Qingchuan ruins is not simple. We must be careful. The night is dark. From time to time, sharp and piercing roars of beasts were heard from the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, echoing in the night sky, making people feel creepy. The 4 major lines of battle, east, west, south, and north, formed an encirclement, surrounding the Qingchuan ruins in the middle. The 3 brigades of the division and nearly 20 non-staff corps heard the terrifying roar of the beast. All of them were on high alert and ready for battle. This is the first night before the battle begins, and it is destined to be a sleepless night. Because, after tonight, who knows who will live and who will die? Position number 1 on the eastern front, the Iron-Blooded Brigade. There were more than a dozen drones hovering in the sky. Between the rocks on the ground, tanks, tracked vehicles, artillery, infantry, and other troops are densely packed in a powerful formation. Chu Zhengxiong stood beside the ravine, looking in the direction of the Qingchuan ruins. After a long while, he murmured, "This will be a tough battle." The host. At this time, the young adjutant walked to his side and also looked towards the direction of the Qingchuan ruins. Commander, do you think the 48th Division of the Fuxing military region can win a great victory tomorrow? It's hard to say. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and there is no certainty. No one can say that he is the one who has the last laugh until the battle is over. Chu Zhengxiong's eyes were deep, and he said solemnly, "There are quite a few Qingchuan ruins level time beasts. They have not been cleared out for hundreds of years. Who knows if there are big ones lurking inside? Big guy? A higher level time beast?" The young adjutant felt a chill down his spine. He also graduated from the Command Academy and was airdropped into the Iron Blood Brigade not long ago. In his entire life, he had never encountered a time beast above level 1. "Commander, I heard that the 48th Division of the Fuxing military region doesn't have a very good reputation. Besides, since you know the situation of the Qingchuan ruins, why did you accept their mission?" The young adjutant was somewhat puzzled and asked again. "Haha, you'll know after you get married." Chu Zhengxiong shook his head and smiled bitterly. The young adjutant had no idea that their brigade commander was burdened with too heavy a burden. Chu Zhengxiong's daughter is about to turn 18. Will it take 30 years to pay? You have 5 wives to support at home, right? 2 of my wives are about to give birth, so they need to earn money for milk powder, right? Logically speaking, as the supreme commander of the Iron Blood Brigade, Chu Zhengxiong could embezzle part of the federal funds, withhold military pay, and exploit the soldiers. But he is not that kind of person. So, even though Chu Zhengxiong holds a high position, His life is not easy as he also needs to earn money to support his family. By the way, where is the small team we met today? Chu Zhengxiong asked. It's position 3, 10 kilometers away on our right. Well, I think that young man is full of energy and has a bright future. Chu Zhengxiong nodded and said, well, pass on my orders. When the battle starts tomorrow, move the firepower to the right and block it for them. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Inside the independent control room of the Land King tank, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian were wearing headphones and staring at the console screen intently. It shows everything in the 48th Division Headquarters Command Center, and the video and audio from the drone are very clear. Northwest of the Qingchuan ruins, there is an abandoned power station located between the Thunder Brigade and the Lightning Brigade. After being deradiation treated and cleaned, the power station became the command center of the 48th Division. Division Commander Diao Dakue was very satisfied with the command center he personally selected. At this moment, he was drinking red wine and looking at the 7-digit time on his wrist, feeling very comfortable. This mission not only allows you to hunt down a large number of time beasts, but also gain a lot of time. Moreover, they were able to eliminate the remnants of the Women's Field Regiment and receive commendations from their superiors. By then, the amount of time he has is likely to break through 8 digits. That is tens of millions of hours, equivalent to more than 1,100 years. All this time was gained through years of embezzlement and exploitation. He knew in his heart that although he was a division commander, he was just a pawn in the hands of his superior Wu Dague. One day, you will become an abandoned person. Therefore, Diao Dakue is always planning for his future. As long as he had enough time, he could buy an official position in the Federation and even a position on par with Wu Dague. But even with 8-digit time, he was still not satisfied. Although Diao Dakue does not hold a high position in the federal government, he has a big appetite. He set a small goal for himself, to make at least 100 million. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the sharp and piercing roar of beasts resounded through the night sky. Listen, what a wonderful sound. Diao Dakue raised his red wine glass, squinted his eyes, and took a sip. The remnants of the Women's Field Regiment and the genius of the Senior Commander Academy will be buried in the belly of the beast tomorrow under the witness of the Sky Eye. Such a perfect plan is used to deal with a bunch of ants. Just think about it. This is really unfair to this commander. Master, would you like some more? The adjutant took the empty wine glass and asked flatteringly. This kind of red wine that costs 100,000 hours per bottle is still too low quality. Diao Dakue waved his hand and continued, pass the order. The main attack will begin at 12 o'clock tomorrow. The Thunder Brigade and the Lightning Brigade will remain stationary. Order the Hurricane Brigade to attack the east of the Qingchuan ruins first. After opening a gap, the other 2 brigades will concentrate their firepower to force the time beasts to the eastern position. After the eastern front is completely destroyed, our army will use drones to provide support, and any remaining remnants will be blown to death. Yes, Master is wise. Oh, did you see it all? Du Fei said with a smile. Despicable. How vicious. Captain, we must fight back. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian gnashed their teeth in hatred. Don't worry, everything is under our control. After Du Fei finished speaking, he said to Gan Ting, save the video.
Yes.
Chapter 35. The plan was completely disrupted. The next day, at noon, the sky was gray and the radiation in the wild was sweltering. The roars of the time beasts and mutant beasts in the Qingchuan ruins became more and more intense and became extremely violent. The corps on the 4 major fronts of east, west, south, and north were on high alert, waiting for the order for the general attack from the 48th Division. 59 points. Finally, combat information came through the public channels of various legions. Attention, all legions. Attention, all legions. My 48th Division will launch the main attack in 1 minute. You are responsible for destroying the fleeing time beasts and mutant beasts. Please hold your positions firmly. The countdown begins. 30, 29, 28, 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4. The count to 1 has not yet been reached. Call out. Call out. Suddenly, 2 micromissiles inexplicably flew out from the position of the 48th Division's Lightning Brigade and shot towards the Qingchuan ruins. Boom, boom. Flames shot up into the sky. The ground shook, and the explosion was extremely powerful. 2 large gaps were instantly blown open in the city wall northwest of the Qingchuan ruins. This explosion was not a big deal. It was just like tearing down the house of the time beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Quack, quack, quack. A large number of level 1 and 2 time beasts and mutant beasts swarmed toward the northwest. What's going on? Diao Dekue was surprised. By Siguang, you guys in the Lightning Brigade got kicked in the head by a donkey. Damn it. The commander of the Thunder Brigade cursed into the communicator. Fuck you. It's not us. Lightning Brigade Commander Bai Siguang cursed back, then looked confused. We didn't even fire a single shot. What the hell? Not good. The beasts are rushing towards the divisional command center. Don't let the division headquarters be threatened. Hurry up and hold on. Press them down. Push them back for me. After the 2 brigade commanders of the Thunder Brigade and the Lightning Brigade reacted, they roared into the communicator. The original plan was to keep these 2 brigades in place, but now the plan has been completely disrupted. Commander, what should we do? The commander of the Hurricane Brigade asked confusedly on the communicator. Stand by and wait until the situation over here is resolved. Diao Dekue roared angrily. Tada! Boom boom. In an instant, the Thunder and Lightning Brigade's machine guns, artillery, grenades, drones, and other weapons provided full firepower coverage. In the division command center, the objects on Diao Dekue's desk were shaken to pieces. In less than a minute, the northwest direction was filled with fire rain and the fighting was in full swing. Inside the independent control room of the Land King tank, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian smiled at each other. The battle at Qingchuan Ruins started in a confused manner with the first attack of 2 micromissiles. Is this the start? Yes, the main battlefield is in the northwest. TSK, they are worthy of being a regular army. They are so fierce even at the beginning. I didn't expect that we were just here to make some extra fuss. Let's defend our position. In the public communication channel, many non-staff members, while expressing their doubts, did not forget to post in the water group. Position number 1 on the Eastern Front, the Iron-Blooded Brigade. Chu Zhengxiong held a high-powered telescope and looked at the artillery fire in the northwest. In the sea of fire, ferocious beasts fell down in large numbers, and there were also many casualties. In short, it was a tragic scene. I can't believe it. Although Chu Zhengxiong was somewhat puzzled, he could not help but sigh. The 2 brigades of the 48th Division were able to lead by example, which is really impressive. Position number 3 on the Eastern Front, Women's Field Regiment. 2 Predator stealth drones turned on the artificial intelligence autonomous mode and hovered over the position. Du Fei was sitting on a small mound with a bowl of rice with green vegetables and shredded pork in his hand. He ate and looked towards the northwest with a smile. Next to him sat Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian. They were also holding their bowls and eating while watching. Xia Ying said, "The firepower of the 48th Division is really strong." Gan Ting followed up by saying, "They are really rich. The bullets and shells fired just now are probably worth 300,000 hours. Let them consume some of their energy first, but don't underestimate the 48th Division. This is just a drop in the bucket for them. Just watch, they will be able to suppress those time beasts within 2 hours. Hurry up and eat. I guess we'll have a war soon." From last night till now, Du Fei has been thinking about the series of times on Diao Dekue's wrist. What does it mean that a teacher has more than 7 million hours? From this we can see that the 48th Division is extremely wealthy. "Captain, come here. I'll give you a piece of meat." Sun Xiaoqian picked up a piece of meat and put it into Du Fei's bowl. "Humph, you are the only one who knows how to show your courtesy." "That. Captain, I will give you one too." Okay, there are too many. I'll give you the vegetables." "Does it smell good?" It smells really good." Ha ha ha. Lu Ruobing and the others, as well as Du Fei, were having a very happy meal, with bursts of laughter coming from the small mound. At this moment, if other legions saw this, they would definitely be shocked. They are not here to fight on the battlefield. They are clearly a handsome guy with a group of girls out for a picnic. 2 hours later, as Du Fei expected, the war in the northwest gradually subsided, and the beasts were suppressed and retreated. It stopped for less than 3 minutes. Suddenly, boom boom, with a series of deafening noises, a hole at least 1 kilometer in size was blown open to the east of the Qingchuan ruins.
Fuck.
What's going on? What kind of aircraft is the 48th Division using? Alert, alert. All the legions were suddenly in a panic. Before the commanders could react, a black mass of level 1 and level 2 time beasts poured out of the Qingchuan ruins like a tide. Countless mutant beasts rushed out, like poking a huge hornet's nest, or like a swarm of locusts passing through. Then, something even more puzzling happened. Dozens of bombing drones appeared over the Qingchuan ruins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. Countless bombs were thrown at the left and right sides of the herd, causing explosions on both sides. At the same time, the 3 mobile brigades of the 48th Division opened fire and cooperated with drones to drive away the beasts. The beasts roared furiously and rushed towards the eastern front. Dozens of drones followed the herd without stopping, dropping bombs continuously. Just at this moment, a large group of invisible winged beasts suddenly appeared in the sky. Not good. Quickly take back the drone. The division command center was shocked and the order had not yet been issued. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of drones were smashed to pieces in an instant, with wreckage and debris falling one after another. The 48th Division suffered heavy losses this time, Du Fei said with some heartache, as if those drones belonged to him. Without the drones to drive them away, the herd of animals suddenly got out of control. Roar, roar, roar. Groups of invisible winged beasts in the sky revealed their true forms, and the time beasts and mutant beasts on the ground roared and rushed in all directions. Now, the 4 major fronts of east, west, south, and north were all attacked by the beasts. However, the situation on the eastern front was still quite serious. After all, the majority of the beasts rushing over were in the group. The beasts are about to charge up. Prepare for battle, Du Fei ordered.
Yes.
Inside the Land King tracked vehicle, Xiaoying stared at the densely packed red dots on the screen, her chest heaving. Sister Xiaoying, they are all level 1 and 2 time beasts. There are so many. Several female communication soldiers were obviously nervous. This was the first time they faced so many high-level time beasts. Yeah, I only encountered so many time beasts once when I first joined the army, but they were all level 1. Xiaoying took a deep breath, and her palms holding the joystick were slightly sweaty. No matter how tough her personality is, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous at this moment. The herd will be within range in 1 minute. Everyone get ready. Xiaoying narrowed her beautiful eyes and suddenly became excited. Come on, level 1 time beast. I'll show you how powerful I am. The Iron Blood Brigade position. Chu Zhengxiong looked at the black mass of beasts rushing towards him and gave an order. Open fire. Da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. More than 7,000 soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade opened fire at full power, with dust and smoke billowing on the battlefield and artillery fire roaring. Roar, roar, roar. The mutant beasts that rushed over roared miserably, and countless injured and level time beasts still struggled to rush towards them under the bombardment of artillery fire. The time beast is in a violent state. Concentrate your firepower and kill them one by one. Hit them one by one.
Withstand.
Chapter 36. There is actually a LV5 time beast? Position number 3 on the Eastern Front, Women's Field Regiment. The Iron Blood Brigade has begun. Attention. The beasts will be within range in 10 seconds. Everyone stand by. Make sure to keep the herd outside the 500-meter buffer zone. Du Fei's voice came from the communicator. This was the first battle he had ever commanded, so he couldn't help but be a little excited.
Yes.
All the female soldiers in the Women's Field Regiment had tense faces and faced the beasts that were coming like a tide, with their heads held high. Although they were a little nervous, each of them was full of passion and fighting spirit. Howitzers and machine gunners are in position. A dozen female soldiers were half crouching on the mound, staring intently at the front. Land King Chariot number 1 has locked onto the left front, with a range of 1 kilometer. Lu Ruobing reported. Land King Chariot number 2 has locked onto the right front, with a range of 1 kilometer. Xiaoying reported. All infantry targets are in position ahead. The infantry commander reported. 3, 2, 1. Open fire. Du Fei gave the order. Fire. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. On the mound, the howitzer first fired more than a dozen mithril shells at the densest group of beasts in the middle. Da-da-da-da. The infantrymen opened fire with machine guns and submachine guns. Immediately afterwards, the 2 Land King tracked vehicles, self-propelled artillery, machine guns, and Gatling guns erupted continuously. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the herd of beasts in front of the position let out shrill screams and fell down one after another, with blood and flesh flying in the air. The mutant beasts and super time beasts were shattered and exploded on the spot. Even the powerful super time beasts fell to the ground, losing their ability to move, struggling and dying. Sky Eye News. Killing the Time Beast earned 5,106 hours, the Time Federation drew 20, and the non-staff Women's Field Group Storage Card earned 4,085 hours. Sky Eye News. Killing the Time Beast earned 6,783 hours, the Time Federation drew 20, and the non-staff Women's Field Group Storage Card earned 5,427 hours. Sky Eye News, Killing the Time Beast earned 6,512 hours, the Time Federation drew 20, and the non-staff Women's Field Group Storage Card earned 5,210 hours. The balance on the Women's Field Regiment's storage card kept jumping, and the money was coming in at an astonishingly fast speed. Currently, except for the time taken by the Predator stealth drone to kill the Time Beast, the time taken by the Land King Chariot is still subject to 20 deductions by the Federation. Despite this, the women's field team still reaped considerable rewards. After a wave of powerful attacks, all the female soldiers were excited. They were panting, and their arms holding guns were shaking with excitement. So exciting. So crazy. This battle was so exciting. Once again, they witnessed the tremendous power of the Mithril bullets. The two Land King tracked vehicles, equipped with various upgraded weapons, are like two-time harvesters. Report to the captain. Two level one-time beasts appeared behind the herd, and they seemed to be calling them to retreat. Sun Shaoqian controlled the Predator No. 2 drone, stared at the screen, and reported in surprise. There are actually level one-time beasts. They should be leader level. They are not stupid. Don't act rashly. Du Fei was a little surprised, and then ordered, harvest another wave of beasts while they are still within range.
Yes.
Keep firing. The Women's Field Regiment launched its second wave of attack. The doors of the ammunition containers were open, and logistic soldiers were transporting ammunition continuously. Beat. Hit him hard. The Women's Field Regiment is well prepared this time, and has plenty of ammunition. This is the first time I've encountered a super-level time beast. I don't know if I can kill it with just one shot. Damn, it's too far away. Xia Ying stared at the console screen excitedly and said to the female communications soldier next to her, "Light me a cigarette." Good. The female communications soldier quickly lit a cigarette and handed it over. Watch the console for me. Holding a cigarette in her mouth, Xia Ying walked out of the control room, opened the roof of the Land King Chariot, and climbed up. Tiger Girl, you go down and rest for a while. I'll shoot a few shots for fun.
Yes.
Tada. Boom boom. Bombs exploded everywhere, and the beasts in an area of 6,000 square meters fell down, and the surrounding beasts fled in panic. It's so enjoyable. Xia Ying narrowed her beautiful eyes, took a deep breath of smoke, and exhaled a circle. After witnessing the power of the female field regiment, the beasts began to disperse rapidly to the left and right. As a result, the positions of the Iron Blood Brigade, the Sirius Legion, and the Flying Fish Legion were suddenly under pressure. In less than an hour, the battle at the Qingchuan ruins entered a fierce stage. The legions on the four major fronts all launched fierce attacks, but the number of beasts lurking in the Qingchuan ruins was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. They seemed to have drilled out from the ground, pouring out from the Qingchuan ruins in all directions, as if they were determined to fight humans to the death. Before long, the situation of many legions gradually deteriorated. Their positions fell one after another, and large-scale casualties occurred. The division's Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning brigades had suffered heavy losses, so their positions would immediately be under pressure if their attacks weakened slightly. 2 hours into the battle, the strong legions could still control the situation for the time being, while the weak legions either could not hold on and had to evacuate directly, or were drowned in the beast tide. For example, now, the Flying Fish Legion's position has been lost, and they evacuated to the Sirius Legion's position. The two legions were originally very close to each other, and now they have merged together to defend a position together. However, facing the tidal wave of beasts, the situation at the Sirius Legion's position was not optimistic. Roar, roar, roar. As the beasts roared and howled, the soldiers of the Sirius Legion stationed at the front line were killed and wounded continuously, and tanks and armored vehicles were overturned and shattered one after another. Report to the regiment commander, the number of beasts ahead has suddenly increased, and the pressure on the position is very high. The communications soldier reported in a panic. How much has the herd increased? Asked the Sirius leader with a gloomy face. It has increased more than 3 times. If this continues, it won't be long before our position will also fall. Before the signalman finished speaking, an adjutant with a bloody head and bandaged legs came limping over, supported by 2 soldiers. This adjutant was lucky. The armored vehicle was overturned by the invisible winged beast, and he was just blown away. Commander, the frontline position has been lost. The adjutant had an expression as if his father had died on his face. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't hold on so soon. Captain Tianlang scolded his adjutant. At this time, The head of the Feiyu group next to him said in a panic, "Brother Duanmu, I suggest that we quickly ask for help from the Iron Blood Brigade." "Commander, Captain Feiyu is right. If we don't ask for help, I'm afraid we won't be able to save our headquarters." The adjutant wiped the blood off his face and said in horror, "The reason why our front line couldn't hold on is because two light beasts with blue light on their backs appeared in the herd. Those two-time beasts are twice as big as the other time beasts. They can crawl and walk upright, and their speed is amazing." Hiss, there is still such a time beast? The leader of the Tianlang group took a deep breath and looked at his adjutant. "Don't we have enhanced long-range armor-piercing shells? Are you pigs? Can't you let me shoot?" Chapter 37. The last straw is gone? Hearing the reprimand and questioning from the Tianlang leader, the adjutant said with a sad face, "We fired, and we used long-range armor-piercing bullets." "Commander, you don't know that when armor-piercing bullets hit the scales of a time beast, they are all shattered into pieces, just like tickling an itch. The key is that we angered that time beast. It seems to be able to command and inspire the beasts. Just a few roars can increase the frenzy of the beasts several times." "Brother Duanmu, I understand." Captain Feiyu looked at Captain Tianlang with fear in his eyes. That is a super-level time beast?" As soon as the words fell, everyone in the Sirius Legion headquarters shuddered with fear. What? The leader of the Tianlang was shocked and asked, "Are you sure it's a super-level time beast?" "I'm sure that the previous Black Dragon army encountered a super-level time beast and was completely wiped out." Captain Feiyu nodded, and then urged anxiously, "We should ask for help from the Iron Blood Brigade as soon as possible. It will be too late." When Captain Tianlang heard this, his face turned pale instantly. He had heard of the Black Dragon Legion. It was once the most powerful non-staff legion, and its strength was not inferior to that of the mobile brigade of the regular legion. A level 1 time beast could wipe out the entire Black Dragon Legion, which shows how terrifying this time beast is. The key point is that 2 level 1 time beasts have appeared on the Sirius Legion's current position, and the entire Sirius Legion is essentially dead but not buried. Quickly check the Iron Blood Brigade's communication channel and connect it to me as soon as possible. Captain Tianlang immediately ordered the communication soldier.
Yes.
The signalman responded and started searching on the Tianyan website. It wasn't long before they found it. The signalman hurriedly handed over the communicator. "Commander, it's connected." The leader of the Sirius took the communicator, stood up straight and called out, calling the Iron Blood Brigade. "Please reply if you get it. Please reply if you get it." Iron Blood Brigade received. "Where? What's going on?" A young adjutant's voice came from the communicator, and artillery fire could be heard on the battlefield. The leader of the Tianlang Corps was delighted and hurriedly said in a respectful tone, "We are your friendly army, the Tianlang Corps. Our position has suffered heavy damage and the situation is extremely critical. It's not because our army is incompetent, but because 2 super-level time beasts have appeared on the position. Our army is about to lose its position. We beg you to come to our rescue." However, before Captain Tianlang could finish explaining the situation, 3 level 1 time beasts have appeared in our Iron Blood Brigade's position. The situation is quite tense. "Sorry." Boom boom. Zzzz. The sound of artillery explosions was heard in the communicator and the signal was interrupted. Captain Tianlang and Captain Feiyu looked at each other, their faces ashen. 3 level 1 time beasts appeared on the Iron Blood Brigade's position, and the situation was even more critical than that on the Sirius Legion side. Finished. It's all over. The last straw is gone. Just at this moment. Roar, roar, roar. Quack quack. The terrifying and piercing roar of beasts was overwhelming, coming from far away and getting closer. Report. Our tanks and armored positions have been captured. Report. Our artillery position has fallen. The Tianlang leader was startled and asked hurriedly, "Where are the infantry? What's the situation with the other battalions?" Report. Our 3 infantry battalions have suffered more than 80 casualties. The position will soon be untenable. Everyone in the command center suddenly panicked. Follow closely. Report. Report to the commander. The beasts have broken through the position and will reach the headquarters in 10 minutes. What? After hearing the signalman's last report, Captain Tianlang staggered and nearly fell down. At this moment, not only him, but also Captain Feiyu and everyone in the command center collapsed. Only the injured adjutant was nervously fiddling with the detector. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he looked up and said, "Don't panic, Commander. There is still time. I have found a safe evacuation route." "What? Is there a safe evacuation route?" Suddenly, hope appeared in everyone's eyes. "Are you sure there is a safe way to retreat?" asked Captain Tianlang. Yes, Commander, come and see. The adjutant wiped the blood from his forehead and pointed at the detector and said, From here, go left for 15 kilometers, and you will reach the river valley at the foot of the mountain. Hey, why isn't there even a single time beast there? Yes, Commander, it's very safe, said the adjutant excitedly. If I remember correctly, that should be the position of the Women's Field Regiment. How could this happen? Captain Tianlang was a little confused. Haha, this kind of situation is perfectly normal. The head of the Feiyu group smiled grimly and said, If a powerful army like ours can't hold the position, those ants would have been eaten by the beasts long ago. The adjutant echoed, Captain Feiyu is right. After the beasts devoured them all, they all left naturally when they saw there was no threat. Yeah, Captain Feiyu and Adjutant Zhang's analysis makes sense. That should be it. No problem. Several other adjutants present said, Ha 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 ha, I, Duamu Chuanfu, am blessed with good fortune. I didn't expect that God would leave a way out for me. Leader of the Tianlang laughed out loud. Report to the commander, the beast will arrive at the headquarters in 5 minutes. What do you think? Seeing that there was a safe retreat, the communications soldier no longer sounded panicked. Pass on my order. The headquarters has limited vehicles. Everyone must abandon their heavy equipment and evacuate with light equipment. After the Tianlang leader finished speaking, he thought for a moment and looked at the adjutant. Adjutant Zhang, how is your injury? Thank you for your concern, Commander. I am fine. I only have minor injuries. The adjutant looked flattered, thinking that he had done a great job by finding a safe retreat and that the commander was concerned about him. Unexpectedly, the head of the Tianlang group's expression changed slightly, and he said with a sinister smile, Skin injuries are also injuries. The key is that you are still bleeding. If we evacuate with you, the smell of blood will attract beasts, and then it will cause trouble for all of us. However, I am still very grateful to you for finding a safe retreat for us. Don't worry, I will take good care of your 3 wives and daughters for you. After saying that, Captain Tianlang drew his pistol. The adjutant's eyes were filled with fear. Commander, spare my life? Bang! The adjutant's head exploded before he could finish his words. Adjutant Liu, report to your superiors when you return to the military region. Zhang Ergo has shaken the morale of the troops and deserted the battlefield. You should know what to do, right? Captain Tianlang looked at the other adjutant. I understand. The adjutant said with a sinister smile. Captain Duanmu is strict in military discipline and is a role model for our generation. People like this who desert in the face of a battlefield should be shot on the spot. Captain Feiyu showed a fox-like smile on his face. The commander is wise. Everyone present followed suit. Okay, everyone get in the car and evacuate immediately. Captain Tianlang waved his hand and got into a luxurious military vehicle with Captain Feiyu. Full speed to the left.
Yes.
1 minute later, all the people in the Sirius Corps headquarters boarded 6 military vehicles, left the position, and quickly headed towards the direction of the Women's Field Corps. Chapter 38, Are you sure he is only 18 years old? Brother Duanmu, I am very grateful for escaping this time. My father has already made arrangements. I may become the commander of the Falcon Corps after I return. I will reward you handsomely when the time comes. Inside the luxurious military vehicle, Captain Feiyu looked at Captain Tianlang Duanmu Chun and said with a smile, Haha, congratulations in advance. I still have to wait for the transfer order. I think the next new legion shouldn't be too bad. Yes, after all, the students graduating from the Commander Academy now have no combat experience. How can they be compared with experienced commanders like us? Brother, you're right. It's easy to get thousands of soldiers, but it's hard to get a good general. Ha ha ha. Duanmu Chun and Captain Feiyu had a very pleasant conversation, and both of them had proud looks on their faces. This is the situation in the Federal Military District. Even if a team is destroyed, as long as the commander is still alive, he will be appointed as the commander of other legions. For some legion commanders, this situation is commonplace. The army may change, but the commander remains the same. Although Duanmu Chun and Captain Feiyu have now become commanders without troops, they will soon dominate a legion again. In other words, the loss of the legion in front of them would not harm their interests, but would bring them new opportunities to make money. Report, there is an emergency behind us. A group of beasts are chasing us. The communications soldier reported in a panic. When Captain Feiyu heard this, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at Duanmu Chun. Brother Duanmu, this is not good. Don't panic. Duanmu Chun showed a sinister look on his face, and he nonchalantly ordered into the communicator. Lieutenant, leave the 3 cars behind. We are going full speed ahead. Yes. I understand. Adjutant Lu's response came from the communicator. As Duamu Chun's order was given, the engines of the three cars in front roared and accelerated suddenly. Next second, boom boom. There were two loud bangs, and a big hole was blown out in the middle of the road in the convoy. What's going on? We can't get through? Commander, please don't abandon us. The people in the three cars at the back looked at the three cars in front that were disappearing into the distance and cried for help in fear and despair. It turns out that Brother Duanmu had a trick up his sleeve. How smart. Haha, those who achieve great things must know how to let go. Sometimes they have to cut off their arms to survive. Duanmu Chun smiled grimly. Brother Duanmu is right. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Captain Feiyu looked back at the three cars that were about to be devoured by the beasts. He agreed with them but was secretly surprised in his heart. He thought his methods were despicable enough, but he didn't expect Duanmu Chun's methods were even more sinister and vicious than his. Compared with Duanmu Chun, Captain Feiyu felt that he was purer than a White Lotus. The three remaining vehicles of the Sirius Legion were driving at a high speed. The view ahead suddenly became clear, and they soon entered the plain area. Women's Field Regiment position. The second wave of attacks again yielded huge gains. All the female soldiers smiled brightly, their faces filled with the joy of victory. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying arranged all matters in the control room. They got off the chariot and came to Du Fei. At this moment, the three major fronts of the south, west, and north were roaring with artillery fire, and the battle was still fierce. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying looked at the artillery fire from other positions, then looked at their own side where there was not even a single animal hair, and suddenly felt extremely bored. Seeing that Du Fei seemed to be thinking about something and did not convey the next order, Xia Ying could not bear the loneliness and lit a cigarette. Lu Ruobing couldn't help it and looked at Du Fei. Captain, it takes more than 5,000 hours to kill a super time beast. Why don't we take advantage of the victory and pursue it? Yeah, if it's a kill-level time beast, I think we can get more time. I really want to find that kind of time beast and try it out. Xiaoying held a cigarette in her mouth, revealing her charming dimples, and said playfully, Captain, I want to be the first goddess in the female field group to kill a level 1 time beast. What's the hurry? The Emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. There is something else to do later. Du Fei ignored them and said, looking into the distance. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying stamped their feet at the same time and rolled their eyes at Du Fei resentfully. What's going on later? Besides, you can't compare our two beauties to eunuchs, can you? Xiaoying glanced at Du Fei, hugged Lu Ruobing's neck, and laughed softly. He used the wrong words. He should have said that the Emperor is not anxious, but the Queen is. Lu Ruobing blushed. Your analogy is even more inappropriate. If you want to be the Queen, then you should be. Are you willing to do that? Don't think I can't see what some people are thinking. What are you talking about, you silly girl? How old is he? How do you know he is not big? Oh, could it be that? Female hooligan. I'll tear your mouth to pieces. Ha ha ha. The two beauties, one running and the other chasing, soon started to play around. Du Fei had no idea what the two of them were whispering about just now. He turned around and looked at them fighting and making noise with a confused look on his face. At this time, Sun Xiaoqian's voice came from the headphones. Captain, just as you expected, the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion have been defeated, and the two commanders are currently fleeing towards our position. Du Fei nodded. Got it. Go check the battle situation of the Iron Blood Brigade.
Yes.
Sun Xiaoqian responded and immediately piloted the Predator stealth drone towards the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Stop messing around, come on. Du Fei waved at the two beauties and said with a smile, here comes what I just said. What's up? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying came over quickly. Do you still remember the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion? Now they are fleeing towards our position in 3 vehicles. Du Fei looked at them and continued, now you should understand why I said yesterday that you don't need to be angry with them, right? What? The Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion are fleeing towards this side? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying glanced at each other, and immediately a fierce gleam in their eyes like that of a tigress. Thinking of what happened yesterday, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. You know, yesterday they were pointed at and scolded by the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion, and they still feel bad about it. Du Fei told them not to be angry at the time. How could they not be angry? Just yesterday when they were taking a detour, they were still complaining in their hearts. It's nothing more than complaining about the leader. As the only man in the group, Du Fei is an honest man like a ninja turtle. And now, looking at the expression on Du Fei's face, the two beauties felt a little regretful in their hearts. regretting that they had misunderstood this man. Are you sure he's only 18? How come he is so sure? It turned out that he had long expected that this day would come for the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion. This is really the law of karma. Don't get excited, stay calm. Du Fei smiled and walked between Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, patted them on the shoulders and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to get back our position." Okay. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying nodded at the same time. Then, their beautiful eyes turned cold, and they took a group of female soldiers and followed Du Fei to the front line. Chapter 39. Aren't you guys awesome? The 3 vehicles of the Sirius Legion were moving at a rapid speed. Hiss, look ahead. So many ferocious beasts died. There are tens of thousands of mutant beasts, and there are probably hundreds of time beasts. Yes, they were all killed in the explosion. Look at that large group of time beasts. They were blown to pieces. I've never heard of any shells with such great power. It's incredible. The adjutants on the 3 vehicles of the Sirius Legion all exclaimed in amazement. All I could see were the corpses of ferocious beasts strewn across the field ahead. The corpses were piled up like a mountain. Everywhere they passed were the heads and limbs of beasts, and black blood was flowing everywhere. Duanmu Chun and Captain Fei Yu looked out of the car window, both frowning, and were extremely shocked in their hearts. It stands to reason that even if the ferocious beasts were killed in the explosion, their bodies would be intact, but the ferocious beasts in this area died in such a miserable way. Even among the corpses of the super time beasts, there were few intact ones. Could it be the 48th Division who did it? No, it shouldn't be. The division belongs to the Marine Corps and has only dozens of drones but no fighter jets. Even if the 48th Division has shoulder-fired micromissiles, they are not so powerful, right? Duanmu Chun and Captain Fei Yu looked at the scene in front of them. They were shocked and felt confused and puzzled. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 vehicles of the Sirius Legion suddenly stopped. What's going on? Duanmu Chun asked. Reporting to the commander, there is a roadblock ahead, and it seems to be people from the Women's Field Regiment. An adjutant in charge of driving the vehicle reported. What? How is that possible? Duanmu Chun and Captain Fei Yu looked at each other, with confusion on their faces. Is there anyone still alive from the Women's Field Regiment? The 2 of them looked through the windshield of the cab at the same time and found that there were indeed some figures in front of them. So, Duanmu Chun and Captain Fei Yu opened the car door and walked down in person. Stop. This is the defense zone of the Women's Field Regiment. Go around quickly. Before Duanmu Chun, Captain Fei Yu and a few adjutants could get close, a group of female soldiers pointed their guns at them. Crash. On the mound, 3 machine gunners pulled the safety and aimed at them as well. With that situation, if they dared to take another step forward, they would be shot at immediately. Duanmu Chun, Captain Fei Yu, and those adjutants widened their eyes. Now they saw it clearly. It was like seeing a ghost. She is indeed a female soldier from the Women's Field Regiment. They were all extremely surprised. Why were they still alive? However, now is not the time to consider this issue. After all, the herd of beasts behind are about to catch up. The situation is very critical. We must let them go. Duanmu Chun glanced at Adjutant Lu next to him and said, "Go over and negotiate with them." Yes, Commander. Adjutant Lu looked a little unnatural. He had personally led his team to intercept the Women's Field Regiment yesterday, and he was not sure at the moment. However, now that the commander asked him to step forward to negotiate, he did not dare to disobey the order. Stop. Which part? If you take another step forward, you will be killed immediately. Several female soldiers shouted coldly. Don't shoot. Adjutant Lu raised his hands and said with gritted teeth, "Well, we are the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion, and we are your friendly forces. We are stationed at 2 positions on the right, and now they have been captured by the beasts. We request your army to let us pass." What are the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion? Are you blind or deaf? Do you need us to say it again? This is the defense zone of the Women's Field Regiment. No one is allowed to pass. Several female soldiers pouted and spoke in a very arrogant attitude. You guys, Adjutant Lu opened his mouth but could not utter a word, and his face turned blue and red. He felt how familiar the scene before him was. Helplessly, he turned around and looked at Duanmu Chun with a sad face. Duanmu Chun and Captain Fei Yu's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot as they thought about what happened yesterday. They both knew very well that the Women's Field Regiment, a bunch of ants, were clearly seeking revenge against them. Brother Duanmu, time is running out. We have to bow our heads under the eaves. Captain Fei Yu said in a low voice. Duanmu Chun nodded, then suppressed his anger and said to the female soldiers, I am Duanmu Chun, the commander of the Tianling army. We are retreating under the order of the 48th Division. If you don't let them pass, can you afford to hold the 48th Division accountable? The words fell. Several female soldiers looked at Duanmu Chun, Captain Fei Yu and others with disdain, with sneers on their faces. Aren't you guys awesome? Wasn't it very rough yesterday? Didn't expect the situation to change? What happened to the 48th Division? We don't care about the 48th or 49th Divisions. We only care about our superiors. That's right. Our superiors have ordered that this is a key defense area and no one is allowed to pass through. Several female soldiers spoke unreasonably. Okay, very good. You don't even take the 48th Division seriously. I think you are rebelling. Duanmu Chun was so angry that his face turned blue. He felt that these female soldiers were ignorant and too excessive. He turned to the signalman and said, "Quickly inform the 48th Division that the Women's Field Regiment is trying to kill friendly troops." "Yes, Commander." The signalman immediately began to contact the 48th Division, but the next moment, they were dumbfounded. "Commander, our signal is being severely interfered with. It seems that the 48th Division has shut down all communication channels." "What?" Duanmu Chun felt dizzy. "I had originally thought of asking the 48th Division to put pressure on them and sue them at the same time, but now it seems that this is not going to work. Brother Duanmu, if you are patient, you will have peace of mind. If you take a step back, you will have a bright future." Seeing that the situation was not good, Captain Fei Yu whispered a warning. "Alas, I have never been humiliated like this before. Well, I can only put up with it." Duanmu Chun rubbed his face, turned around and immediately forced a smile at the female soldiers. "Don't be offended, sisters. I was impulsive just now. I apologize to you. Get lost." "Bah, who is your sister? Look at your character. Can you have some shame? Who do you think you are?" Several female soldiers glared at Duanmu Chun and started scolding him. Duanmu Chun's body was shaking at this moment, but he still suppressed his anger and said, "It's my fault. It was a slip of the tongue. Please calm down. Can you ask your superiors to come out and meet us?" Before he finished speaking, 3 people, a man and 2 women, appeared not far away. "Salute." Several female soldiers immediately saluted the 3 men respectfully. "What is it?" Du Fei came up to them accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, glanced at Duanmu Chun and others, and asked casually. The 3 of them looked superior. Chapter 40. Do you understand the law of cause and effect? We are from the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion. We have been ordered to evacuate. We hope your legion will let us go. Duanmu Chun forced a smile on his face and pleaded with Du Fei and the other 2 in a humble tone. Du Fei smiled slightly. "Haha, our defense zone will not allow anyone to pass through casually, do you understand?" Lu Ruobing got a small whip from somewhere, waved it, and pointed at the northwest position where artillery fire was raging. "You can go around the 48th Division." Xiaoying held a cigarette in her mouth and blew a puff of smoke at Duanmu Chun and the others, then snorted. "Who said it was against the will of heaven? Aren't you going to complain to the 48th Division? That's the headquarters of the 48th Division. Go there quickly if you want to file a complaint. The beasts behind us are coming soon. We'd better make a detour." Duanmu Chun felt his heart bleeding, and his facial muscles kept twitching. "You guys, are you trying to say that we are going too far?" Lu Ruobing's lips curled up slightly. "Hee, what's wrong with bullying too much?" Xiaoying laughed contemptuously, and then her pretty face turned cold. "Don't be shameless. Get out of here as soon as you can. Didn't you hear me telling you to get out of here?" Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of ferocity, and she shouted coldly, "Do you, the Tianling army and the Flying Fish army, still want to stir up trouble?" As soon as the words fell, crash, all the female soldiers around raised their guns and said, "Get out!" Just at this moment, roar, 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 quack, quack. As the ground shook, dust flew in the distance and bursts of sharp and piercing roars were heard. 5 or 6 level time beasts drove hundreds of mutated ferocious beasts, roaring violently and rushing towards them like a tide. "It's over." Duanmu Chun, Captain Fei Yu, and 5 or 6 adjutants looked back and suddenly felt a chill on their backs and their legs began to tremble. Alert! On the mound, 3 machine gunners and a dozen howitzers immediately took their positions. At the same time, the 2 Land King tracked vehicles turned their machine guns around and were ready to go at any time. "Please let us pass. Please let us pass. Help me, please." Duanmu Chun and Captain Fei Yu knelt down directly and pleaded with pale faces. When the adjutants saw this, they all knelt down and even kowtowed to beg. Unexpectedly, several female soldiers stepped forward and pointed their submachine guns at them. Don't take a single step forward, otherwise it will be considered a malicious intrusion. Yes, if you ignore the warning, you will be shot immediately. An ordinary person would definitely feel sympathy, but at this moment the attitudes of these female soldiers were extremely cold. From this we can see how great the hatred is. The humiliation and grievances they have suffered before are definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Everyone in the Sirius Legion felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave, and they all looked at Du Fei pitifully. Duamu Chun seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly took out a memory card from his body. Then, he shouted to Du Fei, "I have 300,000 hours here. If you can save me, I can give them all to you." When the head of the Feiyu team saw this, he also took out a memory card and cried out, "I have 250,000 hours here. Please help me." Du Fei didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying to see their reactions. Lu Ruobing looked at Duamu Chun and the others with disdain and said coldly, "Do you understand karma? Not to mention the other legions that you killed before. If you had bullied us less before, if you had allowed us to pass smoothly yesterday, this situation wouldn't have happened today." Xiaoying threw away the cigarette and said calmly, "We are counterattacking on equal terms. Do you understand? Anyone who dares to forcibly enter the defense zone of our women's field regiment will be shot dead." As Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying finished their words, several female soldiers raised their submachine guns and fired several bursts of bullets at the ground in front of Duamu Chun and others. All the members of the Sirius Legion collapsed in despair, looking angrily at Duanmu Chun and Captain Feiyu, wishing they could tear them apart and eat them. Duanmu Chun and Captain Feiyu looked at each other, their faces as pale as death. "It's too late to reap what you sow. Roar, roar, roar. Quack, quack. The beasts are coming. Ah, ah, ah." In an instant, Duanmu Chun and Captain Feiyu were bitten on the head by two level-time beasts and swallowed alive. The rest of the lieutenants were all drowned by the beasts, and even the three luxurious military vehicles were not spared. Aim at the time beast and fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Da 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 da. Machine guns, grenades, and machine guns all launched a fierce attack on the herd of beasts. Boom, boom. After the continuous explosions, 5 or 6 super-time beasts fell to the ground with howls, and a large number of beasts were killed or injured. They turned around and fled in all directions. As soon as the beast herd was repelled, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying led several female soldiers to rush towards 2 of the super-time beasts without saying a word. Several beauties started to dissect the bodies of the 2 super-time beasts, some pressing their heads, some pulling their arms, and some bending their legs. The time beast is so ugly. So much slime. Its stomach is so big. Vomit. That's disgusting. Du Fei. After a while, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and others finished their work. They stretched out their tender white hands and rubbed the dark green blood off their hands in the grass. Xiaoying ran to Du Fei first, excitedly handed him a memory card, and said coquettishly, "Here, Captain." Lu Ruobing also handed a memory card to Du Fei and said softly, "We can't give up the memory card." At this moment, the 2 beauties had completely lost their previous ferocity, and their eyes were filled with tenderness. Go wash up." Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying nodded gently, then turned around and ran away with a few female soldiers with bright smiles. Du Fei took a look at the broken limbs of Duanmu Chun and others, and couldn't help thinking to himself, never offend women in the future. Just at this moment, report to the regiment commander. 3 level 1-time beasts have appeared in the Iron Blood Brigade's position. They have suffered heavy casualties so far. The number of casualties probably exceeds that of an entire regiment. Sun Xiaoqian's report came through the headphones. Du Fei frowned slightly and asked, "How long do you think they can hold on? Although they have sufficient ammunition and strong firepower, it is useless against the super-time beasts. I estimate that they can't last more than half an hour." Sun Xiaoqian replied. "New." Du Fei nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "Predator number 2, come back first and wait for my order."
Yes.
Chapter 41. Where do the reinforcements come from? After giving instructions to Sun Xiaoqian, Gonting, Du Fei switched the headphone channel. Gonting received. What's going on with the 48th Division? Reporting to the regiment commander, 3 brigades of the 48th Division have encountered level 5 light beasts, causing casualties of up to 1/3 of the troops. Currently, the 5 non-staff corps on the southern front can no longer hold on. 2 of them were completely wiped out, and the other 3 have evacuated one after another. The Hurricane Brigade shows signs of moving closer to the other 2 brigades. What's going on in their division command center? Du Fei asked. No movement has been detected for the time being, But Diao Dekue was in a bad mood and smashed a few cups. He is making every effort to turn the tide of the battle. I guess that the Battle of Qingchuan Ruins has been going badly so far, which may have alarmed the top leaders of the Federation. I guess Diao Dekue was criticized. Very good. Du Fei nodded and continued, order, cut off all external aid communications from the 48th Division Command Center in 2 hours, and then execute according to the original plan. Yes, Captain, Gonting responded. After making the arrangements, Du Fei arrived at the garrison point. Captain, we can't just sit there and wait, can we? We're all tired. Xia Ying glanced in the direction of other positions, then struck a very seductive pose and deliberately stretched, revealing her snow-white, flat belly under her military uniform. Lu Ruobing next to her had a slightly stiff mouth, and she wanted to kick her in the butt. Du Fei was feasting his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't you want to be the first goddess to kill the time beast?" "That's right. I'm just waiting for your order, Captain." Seeing that Lu Ruobing blocked his view, Du Fei said seriously, "Okay, then I will give you a task next." "What mission?" Xia Ying suddenly became excited. "Order. Land King Tracked Vehicle Number 2 restocks its ammunition and drives to the Iron Blood Brigade position in 3 minutes. On behalf of our Women's Field Regiment, provide the Iron Blood Brigade with corresponding support."
Yes.
Xia Ying's beautiful eyes lit up, and she saluted Du Fei excitedly. Then she quickly led several female soldiers into action. Sun Shaoqian, Predator Number 2, follow and take care of it.
Yes.
Sun Shaoqian replied. "What about us?" Lu Ruobing asked. "Hold the position first and get enough rest. We will be busy after dark." "We have to wait until dark, okay? It takes thousands of hours to hunt a time beast." Lu Ruobing muttered softly and walked towards the number 1 Land King chariot. Du Fei looked at her graceful figure and couldn't help but smile to himself. "Sister, even if you kill 1,000 time beasts, it won't be enough to win the series of numbers on Diao Dekue's wrist." 3 minutes later, we, Jean, represent the Women's Field Regiment to support the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military Region. Let's go. Inside the control room of the Land King tracked vehicle, Xia Ying and a group of female soldiers were extremely excited. They had fought for so many years, and this was the first time they went to support friendly forces in an official capacity. It can be said that this set a precedent in the federal military history for miscellaneous troops to support regular troops. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the number 2 Land King tracked tank leaving the position, Du Fei showed a smile on his face. The Iron Blood Brigade must be saved. He had his own plans for supporting the Iron Blood Brigade. First, Du Fei felt that the Iron Blood Brigade commander Chu Zhengxiong was a good person, and it was rare for the Federal Military District to have such a commander. Second, the battle at the Qingchuan Ruins caused quite a stir, and Du Fei's next plan required a partner, or in other words, a shield. After the entire battle, all the legions fled or died. If in the end the only Women's Field Regiment was left on the battlefield, and not only did they suffer no casualties, but they also had an outstanding record, what consequences would that cause? Therefore, there must be a legion that wins this battle in the end, and the Iron Blood Brigade of the Jihad Military Region will be the best choice. The legions of the Holy War Military Zone won the final victory in the hunting grounds of the Renaissance Military Zone. It will definitely be fun when the news gets out. Du Fei could even foresee how big the psychological shadow area of the Fuxing Military Region would be. The Iron Blood Brigade position. Report to the brigade commander. The beasts have been rampaging several times, each time more violent than the last. The situation at the front line is critical. Tell me about the current battle damage. In the command center built in a wooden shed, Chu Zhengxiong frowned. 16 of our tanks were destroyed, and our armored vehicles were damaged. Tell me about the casualties of the soldiers. Chu Zhengxiong interrupted the adjutant's report. He was concerned about the soldiers under his command, and nothing else was important to him. So far, the 1st Regiment has lost more than 360 people, the 2nd Regiment has lost more than 530 people, and the 3rd Regiment. The situation is more serious, with more than 800 people killed. The young adjutant reported cautiously. In just a few hours, more than 1,700 people were killed. Chu Zhengxiong smashed his clenched fist on the pillar of the wooden shed. He was the one who led all those soldiers. At this moment, he felt deeply sad. "Commander, the most important thing is that those level 1 time beasts are really hard to deal with," said the adjutant. "It's not that it's hard to chew, but it's impossible to chew it at all, ah?" Chu Zhengxiong looked at the 3 large reds on the detector, sighed and asked, "What is the current situation of the 48th Division?" "All their channels are closed, but the scouts sent news that their situation is worse than ours." "Haha, I said this would be a tough battle. If things go wrong, we in the 48th Division will suffer heavy losses. Chu Zhengxiong smiled bitterly, then seemed to have thought of something and murmured, I think the small team on the right has probably ceased to exist. What a pity for a group of young people. After saying that, he looked up at his adjutant and said, contact them and see if anyone is still alive. The adjutant was slightly startled and said with a guilty conscience, Commander, I lost their communication channel. Lost it? However, seeing the expression of the young adjutant, Chu Zhengxiong quickly understood. Losing it is just an excuse. I'm afraid he just threw it away at that time. Forget it. Don't let this kind of forgetful thing happen again in the future. Chu Zhengxiong waved at the adjutant without pointing it out. We can't blame him too much for this kind of thing. After all, this is how young people deal with things. Besides, the Iron Blood Brigade is the elite among the regular army. How could they possibly ask for help from a non-staff team of less than 100 people? This situation will never happen. The young adjutant seemed to realize his mistake and said with his head down, I will remember the commander's instruction. This Qingchuan Ruins combat mission is 20 hours long. We need to hold on until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Pass on my order. If necessary, you can abandon the frontline positions to minimize casualties. Chu Zhengxiong stared at the detector and gave the order. Yes, Brigade Commander. The adjutant had just finished speaking. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and the watchtower built outside the command center collapsed instantly. Quack quack. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying and piercing scream was heard. Not good. Protect the host. The adjutant immediately became alert and rushed to protect Chu Zhengxiong. A dozen soldiers also quickly surrounded him, holding their weapons and standing on high alert. It's a stealth-winged beast. Chu Zhengxiong looked outside the wooden shed, and his face suddenly became solemn. Alert, alert. Protect the host. Let's lure these beasts away. Dozens of other soldiers were outside, shouting and shooting overhead. Da 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 da. As the gunshots rang out, 5 or 6 huge, stealth-winged beasts appeared in the sky. They flapped their wings, let out sharp roars, and swooped down at the soldiers like lightning. The dozens of soldiers dispersed, launching a fierce attack with submachine guns blazing. However, ordinary bullets cannot cause much damage to the super stealth-winged beast. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 soldiers died under the sharp claws of the invisible winged beast. Immediately afterwards, screams continued and soldiers were killed and injured one after another. All personnel in the entire command center panicked and fled in all directions. The adjutant called out urgently into the communicator. The headquarters is under attack. The headquarters is under attack? The call is not over yet. Boom. With a deafening bang, the entire wooden shed of the command center was overturned. Commander, the adjutant exclaimed. Thanks to the protection of the soldiers around him, Chu Zhengxiong was only hit on the shoulder by the wooden stick and was not seriously injured. Chu Zhengxiong climbed up with the help of his adjutant and soldiers, and his heart trembled. They saw an even larger invisible winged beast with red eyes hovering above their heads. Level 1 stealth-winged beast, violent state. Chu Zhengxiong, his adjutant, and a dozen soldiers all showed despair in their eyes. It was over. Quack quack. Before Chu Zhengxiong and the others could react, the super stealth-winged beast let out a sharp scream and swooped towards them at a rapid speed. Roar. Just as the stealth-winged beast rushed down, a terrifying beast roar suddenly came from the direction of the distant position. The super stealth-winged beast suddenly turned above Chu Zhengxiong and others' heads and flew quickly towards the position. At the same time, several other super stealth-winged beasts stopped biting the soldiers and flew towards the position at a rapid speed. Chu Zhengxiong, his adjutant, and the soldiers were stunned. In an instant, they understood. The beast roar just now was from the level 1-time beast, and these invisible winged beasts were summoned. At this moment, a call came from the communicator that fell to the ground. Calling the headquarters. Calling the headquarters. Reinforcements have appeared at our front line. Repeat. Reinforcements appear at our front line. Chu Zhengxiong, his adjutant, and the soldiers were stunned again. Reinforcements? How is that possible? Where will the reinforcements come from? The young adjutant hurriedly picked up the communicator and replied, Command received. Command received. Please answer. Please answer. To which part do the reinforcements appearing at our frontier positions belong? Chapter 42. The Land King Chariot shocks the audience. Reply to the command center. We are not sure which legion it is at the moment, but the one supporting us is a silver-tracked tank. Although it's just a chariot, its firepower is very strong. It seems that a level 1 light beast has been destroyed. My frontline positions are ready for counterattack. Please give me instructions from the command center. The excited and joyful voice of the commander of the 3rd Regiment at the front line was heard from the communicator.
What?
Did I hear correctly? The only support we have is a track tank? He actually destroyed a super-level time beast? Chu Zhangxiong, his adjutant, and the soldiers felt a little bit unbelievable. Dong Biao, this is Chu Zhangxiong. Are you sure the other party has destroyed a level 1 time beast? Chu Zhangxiong hurriedly grabbed the communicator and confirmed again. Commander, I'm sure. The chariot is chasing the 2nd level time beast now. Please ask the brigade commander to allow our 3rd Regiment to launch a counterattack. Hold steady and wait for my orders. Yes, brigade commander. Chu Zhangxiong took a deep breath, looked around at the ruins, and said, quickly find the detector.
Yes.
The adjutant and soldiers quickly began to search in the collapsed wooden shed. Soon, the detector was found and a soldier handed it to Chu Zhangxiong. Chu Zhangxiong stared at the detector carefully and his eyes widened immediately. Hiss! Of the 3 larger red dots representing the super time beasts above, there was indeed one missing. Only the Federation's mithril granule shells can easily destroy the time beasts above level 1. Could it be a chariot from one of the top 500 legions on the Sky Eye ranking list? That's not right. A small hunting ground like the Qingchuan ruins is really insignificant in the eyes of the top legions. Such legions have godlike status and will never appear here. Chu Zhangxiong was puzzled and then waved his hand. Prepare the car. Hurry to the front line.
Yes.
In less than 5 minutes, Chu Zhangxiong arrived at the front line under the escort of his adjutant and soldiers. Commander, the 3rd Regiment Commander Dong Biao reports to you. A burly man with a beard ran up to him and saluted. Chu Zhangxiong didn't have time to pay attention to the captain. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. Where did this chariot come from? The young adjutant and the soldiers were all stunned. There was a roar of artillery fire and roars coming from the right front of the position, and the entire herd was in chaos. A dark silver tracked tank with flames roaring out was rampaging through the beast herd, slaughtering them wantonly. Wherever it passed was like a harvester. With one volley of machine gun fire, explosions occurred all over the area of several thousand square meters, and the flesh and blood of mutant beasts and time beasts flew everywhere. In just less than 2 minutes, the herd of beasts in a large area in the left front was completely cleared out. The brigade commander is a female soldier. The adjutant stared blankly ahead and swallowed hard. The chariot and the tattered uniforms worn by the female soldiers seemed somewhat familiar to him. It's the small team called the Women's Field Regiment. Chu Zhangxiong's mouth twitched with an expression of disbelief. The young adjutant might not have noticed it at all yesterday, but Chu Zhangxiong took a few special glances at the 2 tanks of the Women's Field Regiment. At that time, he thought it was the vanguard of a certain legion. Therefore, he was impressed by the silver track tank in front of him. This tracked vehicle looks no different from ours, but its speed and agility are twice as fast as ours. Yes, look at that drift just now, and the car body accelerating and turning sharply. If our tank dared to operate like this, it would have overturned long ago. Firepower, mainly firepower. That pretty female soldier with a cigarette in her mouth fell down with one burst of bullets. I really suspect that the beasts were deliberately cooperating. I've only seen this kind of scene in videos from top military textbooks. I see. This must be a chariot from one of the top 500 legions. The pressure on the front line was relieved. The soldiers attacked while looking at the Land King chariot and talking. This chariot is many times more powerful than ours. It's incredible, the adjutant exclaimed. Uncle, the chariot is very powerful, but you didn't find the key problem? The head of the 3rd Regiment, Dong Biao, looked at his adjutant and asked, what weapon do you think the last female soldier on the chariot has? The commander of the 3rd Regiment, Dong Biao, and his adjutant are from the same family. Although the adjutant is young, he is older than his predecessor, so Dong Biao has to call him uncle. Hello, pistol. Are you insulting me? The adjutant kicked Dong Biao on the butt. Chu Zhangxiong shook his head slightly and said to his adjutant, have you ever seen a pistol kill a super-level time beast? The adjutant was stunned for 2 seconds when he heard this, and then he realized the key point. Weapons. Their weapons and ammunition? Dong Biao, kick him back. Chu Zhangxiong said, yes, brigade commander. Dong Biao smiled at the adjutant and said, uncle, I'm sorry, but I dare not disobey your orders. After saying that, he gave the adjutant a hard kick on the butt. Just at this moment, roar. A level 5 time beast in the herd suddenly let out a deafening roar, and a dazzling blue light emerged from its back. The beasts jumped up and down, roaring and howling, as if they were greatly encouraged and became violent again. Immediately following, quack quack, more than a dozen He-level stealth winged beasts appeared in the sky, roaring madly and rushing towards the Land King tracked vehicle. Not good. The beasts are rampaging again. So many invisible winged beasts appeared. They are afraid. Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Biao, the adjutant, and all the soldiers on the front line were shocked. Chapter 43. Where did the missile come from? Just when all the soldiers in the Iron Blood Brigade position were worried. Inside the control room of the Land King tracked vehicle. Beep beep. Air raid warning. The tank has been detected to be under threat, and the all-round automatic defense cannon has been activated. The next moment, a row of defensive machine guns instantly emerged from the head and tail of the Land King tracked vehicle. Bang 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 bang. More than 100 special machine gun shells fired without delay directly over the tanks, forming a net-like cover over the swooping stealth winged beasts. Boom boom boom. In midair, hundreds of mithril machine gun shells exploded like flowers scattered from the sky. More than a dozen He-level stealth winged beasts screamed one after another, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere as they were blown to pieces. The Land King's chariot passed by unscathed, and the remains of the invisible winged beasts fell one after another. The scene was extremely spectacular and shocking. Go ahead and yell as loud as you can. Summon more men over here. I want to see how crazy you are. Xiaoying held a cigarette in her mouth, staring at the super time beast with a blue light on its back in the distance, and immediately ordered into the communicator. Wanner, speed up and catch up.
Yes.
A female soldier in the control room pushed the joystick excitedly. Ying Bao, you crazy guy. This is too exciting. The excitement is yet to come. Today, I'm going to make all of you little hooves reach orgasm. Ha ha ha. Amid Xia Ying's extremely coquettish laughter, the Land King tracked vehicle suddenly accelerated. Boom boom boom. The tracks rolled rapidly, chasing after the super time beast at the highest speed. Da-da-da-da. Rushing all the way, firing wildly with fully automatic machine guns and Gatling guns. The beasts in front fell down in large numbers, and some injured mutant beasts and time beasts fled in panic. The beasts cannot understand this kind of chariot. This action is simply too crazy. Roar. Among the beasts, the time beast seemed to be aware of the danger. It immediately lay down from its upright position and quickly crawled away. Faster, faster, faster. Yes, that's it. It's almost there. Xia Ying was extremely excited, her finger touching the machine gun button, staring at the fleeing time beast. 3, 2, 1. Get in range. Locking. Lie down for me. Xia Ying pressed the button hard. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Dozens of shells gushed out from the self-propelled artillery barrel. Boom boom. Large-scale artillery fire instantly covered the ground. The ground shook, and rocks and trees flew into the sky. Roar. The time beast let out a shrill roar. Its body exploded, and the blue light on its back dissipated. As the super-level time beast fell, the surrounding beasts surrounded it and ate it frantically, just like they were fighting over Tang Monk's flesh. Sky Eye News. Killing the time beast earned 56,326 hours, the Time Federation drew 20, and the non-staff women's field group storage card earned 45,061 hours. Yeah. Stimulate. Ying Bao, this is the second one. On the Land King's chariot, several female soldiers cheered excitedly. There was another one, but it ran away. It was such a coward. Xia Ying took a deep puff of her cigarette and squinted her beautiful eyes to look into the distance. There were originally 3 level time beasts, and 2 of them have died. The remaining time beast might have been frightened and had left the herd and was fleeing towards the Qingchuan ruins. If the tank hadn't run out of ammunition, Xia Ying would have really wanted to continue chasing after it. Just when Xia Ying was feeling frustrated, call out. A miniature missile suddenly flew out from above the Land King's chariot and shot rapidly towards the super time beast fleeing in the distance. I'm going to. Xia Ying and several female soldiers were startled. Where did the missile come from? At the Iron Blood Brigade's position, Chu Zhengxiong and others were already extremely shocked by what they had just seen. At this moment, everyone was shocked again when they saw a micro-missile flying out of thin air above the tank. Are you hallucinating? From which part of the tank was the missile launched? Boom. Followed by a violent explosion. The micro-missiles hit the fleeing super time beast with precision, and its huge limbs exploded instantly. The next second, the communicator rang with the cry of a female soldier in the control room. Ying Bao, The balance on the storage card has increased by 57,812 hours. What? Increased so much? Xiaoying and several female soldiers were confused. Could it be that the micro-missile was ours? Hee hee, this beauty is the second goddess to kill the level of Time Beast. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the communicator. Sun Shaoqian? Xiaoying reacted immediately and asked suspiciously into the communicator. Did you launch that missile just now? Was it a drone? Chapter 44. Hope for the Rise of the Iron Blood Brigade. Yes. Sun Shaoqian answered proudly. How is it possible? Xiaoying looked up above her head, then looked at the sky around her. There was nothing there except gray clouds. Your mission has been completed. Come back and restock your ammunition. Du Fei's voice rang out. The drone is right above your heads. Don't look at it. The cigarette, but is about to burn your lips. Captain. Xiaoying threw away the cigarette, but in surprise. The drone is right above our heads? She and several female soldiers finally understood what was going on. Oh my god. I didn't expect the Predator stealth drone could be completely invisible. This is amazing. It turns out that this drone is even more powerful than the Land King chariot. No wonder Ganting didn't fight with me for the chariot. Xiaoying muttered secretly in her heart, then waved her fist above her head. Captain, you are biased. This beautiful lady is at a big loss. However, although Xiaoying felt a little bit at a disadvantage, she also understood that she was not cut out for flying airplanes, and she quickly felt balanced. In the end, she still prefers the Land King tracked vehicle. After all, it fits her tough personality. Mission accomplished. Start to return. Boom, boom, boom. The Land King tracked tank machine gun fired at the surrounding beasts, crushing the corpses of the ferocious beasts as it drove past the front of the Iron Blood Brigade's position. At this time, a loud command was heard from the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Everyone salute. All the soldiers on the battlefield faced the Land King chariot and saluted in unison with the highest respect. Brigade Commander Chu Zhengxiong, Adjutant, 3rd Regiment Commander Dong Biao, as well as commanders including the 1st and 2nd Regiments, also saluted the tank. When Xiaoying and several female soldiers saw this, they all stood on the chariot and returned the salute, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, looking very heroic. At this moment, their hearts were filled with excitement and joy. The opponents were the top 10,000 elite troops in the Sky Eye rankings. They had always been bullied and had never received such high respect. Watching the Land King chariot leave, Chu Zhengxiong was so shocked that he couldn't describe it and couldn't calm down for a long time. It's unbelievable. Brigade Commander, it's time for us to counterattack, said Dong Biao, commander of the 3rd Regiment. Chu Zhengxiong calmed down, nodded and ordered, fight back with all your strength. Suppress the beasts 1 kilometer away.
Yes.
Artillery Battalion, Tank Battalion, Armored Infantry Battalion, increase firepower. Hit me hard. Boom, boom. Artillery fire covered the ground like a carpet. Explosions were everywhere, and dust and smoke rose in front of the position. Now that the 3 level 1 time beasts have been eliminated, the pressure on the Iron Blood Brigade's position has been reduced by more than half. Although the beasts were still very violent, all the warriors were excited and in high spirits at this moment, and they began a large-scale counterattack. A few minutes later, Commander, these are the bullet shells we found? Dong Biao handed a handful of bullet shells to Chu Zhengxiong. Chu Zhengxiong picked up a shell and examined it carefully and couldn't help frowning. There is no federal number? Yes, Commander. I am also puzzled. Dong Biao looked at Chu Zhengxiong and whispered, this means that the ammunition they used does not belong to the Federal Military District. I suspect they made it themselves. Made it yourself? That's a possibility. Chu Zhengxiong pondered for a moment and asked, have you found the warhead? Dong Biao spread his hands and smiled bitterly. I can't find them. The beasts that were killed were devoured by the beasts immediately. It doesn't matter if we can't find them. Anyway, this female combat group is not simple. Their ammunition is deadly to the time beasts. Chu Zhengxiong's eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly, this may be the hope for the rise of our Iron Blood Brigade. Dong Biao's eyes showed a hint of enthusiasm. The brigade commander wants to buy ammunition for the Women's Field Regiment? The adjutant also looked at Chu Zhengxiong excitedly. As long as they could obtain this kind of ammunition, the Iron Blood Brigade would really rise. That's easy to say, but this kind of ammunition is extremely powerful. Why would they sell it to you so easily? Besides, the fact that they can make this kind of ammunition is definitely their secret. However, they are willing to risk leaking secrets to rescue us. This can only mean that the young leader has a good impression of us. So, We still have hope, and we must seize this opportunity. Sometimes not everything can be bought. Remember, people should be treated with sincerity. Chu Zhengxiong instructed Dong Biao and his adjutant Dun Dun. The host is right. I will keep this in mind. Dong Biao and his adjutant nodded heavily. There is one more thing you need to do. Chu Zhengxiong took a deep breath and solemnly warned. The fact that the Women's Field Regiment supported our Iron Blood Brigade today must be kept strictly confidential and not leaked to the outside world.
Yes.
Don't worry, Commander. I will make sure the news is kept secret. Dong Biao and his adjutant responded in unison. They naturally understood that this kind of thing must not be known to other legions. Even the top legions would be envious of that high-performance tank and powerful ammunition. They still understand the principle that those who are close to water are first to see the moon. As long as the Iron Blood Brigade and the Women's Field Regiment establish friendly relations, the benefits in the future will be extraordinary. How about this? First contact the Women's Field Army and tell them. Chu Zhengxiong stopped talking midway. He was so excited that he just remembered that the communication channel of the Women's Field Regiment was lost, and he couldn't help but glance at his adjutant. Well, the adjutant lowered his head in shame, wishing he could slap himself a few times. Fortunately, the Iron Blood Brigade's position was only about 10 kilometers away from the Women's Field Regiment's position, and the ferocious beast in the middle had been cleared out. Prepare the car immediately and prepare some gifts. Come with me to the Women's Field Regiment and I will personally express my gratitude. Chu Zhengxiong said to the adjutant.
Yes.
The adjutant responded and ran to prepare. Chapter 45. Are you satisfied with this? Women's Field Regiment position. The Land King tracked vehicle has returned to its station, and the logistics soldiers have begun to quickly replenish ammunition. Du Fei has issued an order for all officers and soldiers to rest in place and get enough rest during this period as they will have tasks after dark. As for what the mission is, no one knows. However, up to this point in the battle, all the female soldiers in the Women's Field Regiment have been completely impressed by their commander. While other positions were filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves, the Women's Field Regiment's position was filled with laughter and joy. After fighting for so many years, they have never felt as relaxed as they do now. Many female soldiers even sighed and said that they were not here to fight, but to go on vacation. The kitchen staff is getting ready to heat up the oil. We're going to have several meals today. The leader is worried that we will be hungry. I am a little worried if we continue to eat like this. Yeah, I've gained a lot of weight these days, and my waist seems to have gotten thicker. I can't button my chest anymore. I can't leave it open anymore, can I? That means you're getting enough nutrition. You're experiencing secondary development. You should thank the captain. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying and a group of female soldiers sat together chatting, with laughter audible from time to time. Sure enough, as soon as women have free time, their topic will basically shift from diet to body shape. I really envy Ying Bao and sister Ruobing for their good figures. Especially Ying Bao, her breasts are so big and her waist is so thin. Yeah, can't you teach us the secret? Several female soldiers showed envy in their eyes. Xia Ying stole a glance at Du Fei, who was not far away, stretched lazily on purpose, and said, "What secret is there? This beautiful lady's figure is natural, isn't it?" Lu Ruobing looked at Xia Ying's slender waist with some envy, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Although her breasts are not as big as Xia Ying's, they are not much smaller. Her body proportions are also perfect, except that her waist is a little thicker than Xia Ying's. Lu Ruobing subconsciously touched her waist and couldn't help but steal a glance at Du Fei. Du Fei, who was not far away, smiled secretly. Women just love to compare. Lu Ruobing's figure is already perfect enough, and I don't know what she is worried about. Although Xia Ying's figure looks very attractive, she appears a little thin because of her thin waist. In comparison, Du Fei still felt that Lu Ruobing's waist was just right, revealing a plump and mature charm that made people unable to stop, right? However, Lu Ruobing didn't know Du Fei's aesthetic sense, and she was still worried that her waist was a little thick. At this time, Ganting jumped off the chariot and ran to Du Fei. "Captain, how much time do you think we have now?" When Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and all the female soldiers saw this, they all gathered around. "How much?" Du Fei asked. "With the 2 storage cards of the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion, we now have a balance of 1,673,500 hours. Ganting's beautiful eyes sparkled and her chin trembled with excitement. "Oh my god, so many. Nearly 1.7 million hours. I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh my god, we made a fortune on this Qingchuan Ruins mission. Our women's field group really became rich overnight." These female soldiers were so focused on fighting that they had no idea how much income they had. When they heard that they already had so much time, they were all stunned. 1.67 million hours, that's a lot. Xiaoying took out a wrinkled cigarette and said a little excitedly, "I'll smoke one to calm my nerves." Lu Ruobing said with emotion, "We have never had so much time in our women's field group account. We are content." Du Fei laughed secretly in his heart. "Haha, are you satisfied with this? After tonight, I will let you experience what true satisfaction is." Gonting, how much time do you all have left now? Each person was allocated 200 hours a few days ago, and Du Fei estimated that the time on the female soldiers was almost exhausted. Each person has about 60 hours left, Gonting replied. Du Fei nodded, and then asked, "How long has it been since our field regiment received its salary?" Gonting was stunned. "Military pay? Where does the military pay come from?" Lu Ruobing smiled bitterly. "It's not like you don't know our situation. We have never had any news before." "Well, I command." Du Fei glanced around and said to Gonting, "Now, everyone will be given 10,000 hours." Chapter 46. The leader is our forever god. What? What do we hear? 10,000 hours will be given to each person. The moment they heard Du Fei's order, everyone present was petrified. Oh my god, 10,000 hours per person? That's more than a year. One of the female soldiers exclaimed excitedly, but when she realized that everyone was looking at her, she quickly lowered her head and covered her mouth embarrassedly. "Captain, we finally have such a huge sum of money in our account. If we pay it out, it will be 1.08 million. After deducting the 10% handling fee, the total amount will be 1.198 million. In this case, there will be only a few 100,000 left in our account. Even if we follow the highest standard of the Federation's regular army, each soldier's annual salary is only over 20,000 hours of work. Your salary is 10,000 hours of work?" Gonting looked distressed and made an earnest calculation to Du Fei. "The most important thing is that there will be many places where the funds will be needed in the future. The money has been in the savings card for so long and has not even warmed up yet, and it will soon be spent again." She really regretted it. What was wrong with her that she came out at this time to show off the huge amount of money to the group leader? Oh, soldiers from other legions have more than 20,000 hours? Du Fei looked thoughtful and pinched his brows. "Well, it seems that 10,000 hours per person is a bit too little. For now, I can only give you this much, but I can promise that I will send more next time." Could it be that he didn't understand what I just said? The team leader is so bad. He did it on purpose, right? Gonting opened her mouth and stamped her feet anxiously. She looked at Lu Ruobing and said, "Deputy Captain, please say something." Captain, didn't you say that we would take root in the camp in the future?" Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and said softly, "Think about it. Just building the camp requires too much money. We should take it slow. I know you care about the soldiers. If you really want to pay them, I suggest giving each of them a few 100 hours of work first. Besides, our food is so good now, so we don't need to give so much to each person." As soon as Lu Ruobing finished speaking, the female soldiers present also started talking. "Captain, the deputy captain is right. We don't need so many. Yeah, a few 100 hours per person will do. Now that the food is so good, we are already very satisfied." "That's right. Our life is good enough now." If the female soldiers from other legions knew about this, they would definitely try their best to switch jobs here. "Captain, please put more money in the storage card." All the female soldiers present looked at Du Fei and said that there was no need to give them so much. Before, each of them had very little time and was basically on the verge of stopping. Every day I worry that there is not enough time, afraid that time will stop when I close my eyes and I won't be able to wake up. In fact, deep down they wish they could have thousands of hours of time so that they don't have to worry and feel at ease even if they just watch. But now, they think that Du Fei spends too much time on posting, and they actually ask him to post less. The reason for this is easy to explain. The main reason is that they are used to living in poverty, and their current living conditions make them feel very content. Each of them hopes that days like this can last longer, fearing that one day they will no longer be able to enjoy their current life. So, they wanted to save some money for their own legion. All right, no more talking, 10,000 hours per person, that's an order. Du Fei spoke in a firm tone, and then glanced at all the female soldiers. "I know you are thinking about the Legion, and I also know that you have long regarded the Legion as your home. I feel that everyone has done a good job on this point. Only by working together can we get better and better. But I heard that most of you still have families, right? I want to ask, are they all okay now?" The words fell. The entire position fell silent in an instant. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and all the female soldiers were silent. It was because Du Fei suddenly mentioned his family. At this moment, there was a trace of sadness and desolation in their eyes. Du Fei was right. Most of the female soldiers still had families. Most of their families are outside the city. Some are building walls for the Federation, some are living in scavenger camps, and some are doing hard labor in the mines. It can be said that their families are still living a life of hunger and hunger. Some of the female soldiers were born in mining areas and were sent to the Fuxing City Training Center shortly after birth. They left the base city at the age of 18 and then joined the Legion. In other words, these female soldiers who were born in the mining area knew that they had relatives, but they had never seen their relatives from childhood to adulthood. It can be said that every female soldier in the Women's Field Regiment is a poor child struggling at the bottom of society. At this moment, without Du Fei saying anything more, Gan Ting held back her tears and silently took out the memory card. All the female soldiers were crying. Even Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were covering their faces and crying. Why? Are you so sad to be given 10,000 hours each? Do you think it's too little? Du Fei deliberately put on a stern face and asked the female soldiers. Well, everyone should be happy. You can spend some of your extra time with your family. Lu Ruobing smiled through her tears, calmed down a bit, and then said, why don't you thank our leader right away? As soon as these words came out, thank you, Captain. The leader is mighty. The leader is our eternal God, the most handsome man. Captain, you are so good to us. I love you so much. For a moment, all the female soldiers cheered excitedly, and many of them even talked nonsense with excitement. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Reputation value. That's right. As the system prompts sounded one after another in his mind, Du Fei smiled and felt very comfortable. Chapter 47. Can the physical fitness limit be expanded? At this moment, the female soldiers were lining up, and Gan Ting no longer cared about the time in the storage card and transferred money to them one by one. Wow, 10,000 hours. I've never had so much time. I'm going to give my dad 2,000 hours of rotation so he can buy some fine food. Me too. With so much time, Grandpa can be saved. My mother will definitely be very happy when she receives it, but I guess she won't be willing to spend it on food. If my brother receives it, he will definitely say that I have become a rich woman. The female soldiers all smiled and planned how to allocate their time. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying looked at the happy faces of these sisters. They both looked at Du Fei at the same time, their eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Du Fei walked aside, opened the system interface with satisfaction, and found some new changes. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 2,886. Intimacy, 57. Constitution, Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Warm reminder. Due to radiation, the upper limit of physical fitness is expanded, and the strengthening degree can be further increased by 5 points. Items, Universal Toolbox, Rare Material Smelting Agent 500. The reputation value has increased to nearly 3,000 points, and the intimacy value has reached 57 points. After being exposed to radiation, can the upper limit of physical fitness be expanded? Du Fei stared at the warm reminder. This was a new discovery. When my physical fitness reached its limit, I was still wondering how to break through it. I didn't expect that I could automatically expand as long as I was exposed to radiation. This is very nice. Du Fei was secretly happy. However, there is still a problem. So far, all we know is that the radiation the female soldiers received was largely eliminated after soaking in the rehabilitation pool. However, it is not clear whether their physical constitution has also been strengthened. Du Fei thought to himself that after this battle was over, he would have to take some time to check the strength of their bodies after returning. Just then, a voice came from the headphones, interrupting Du Fei's thoughts. Report to the regiment commander. The Iron Blood Brigade Commander Chu Zhangxiang and others will arrive at our position in 5 minutes in 3 armored vehicles. Sun Shaoqian reported. New. Du Fei nodded slightly and said, pay close attention to the situation of the 3 brigades of the 48th Division.
Yes.
Sun Shaoqian replied. At this time, Gan Ting had finished her work and Du Fei waved to her. Gan Ting came over quickly and asked excitedly, Captain, it's going to be dark soon. Should we prepare for action? From now on, Sun Shaoqian will be in charge of the 3 brigades of the 48th Division, and you will be in charge of their divisional command center. Du Fei looked at the time and continued, "Wait for my order in an hour."
Yes.
Gan Ting straightened her chest, turned around and quickly returned to the independent control room of the number 1 Land King tracked vehicle. After arranging everything, Du Fei came to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying and said with a faint smile, "The Iron Blood Brigade Commander Chu Zhengxiong is coming." The two beauties were stunned. Chu Zhengxiong? The two looked at each other, slightly surprised. Needless to say, the Iron Blood Brigade should have come to express their gratitude, but no one expected that the brigade commander Chu Zhengxiong would come in person. Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and asked, "Should we welcome him?" Du Fei nodded. After all, it was the other party's first visit, and he was the brigade commander of a regular army, so he had to show the corresponding etiquette. What's more, Du Fei has future plans in mind for the brigade commander of the Jihad military zone. "Everyone assemble. Everyone, take your positions." With a command, all the female soldiers returned to their respective posts, full of energy and vigor. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and several female soldiers arrived at the front line. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, 3 armored vehicles of the Iron Blood Brigade drove up to the position. Chu Zhengxiong, his adjutant, and a group of soldiers had just gotten out of the car. Then a loud soprano voice rang out, "Salute!" All the female soldiers at the front line of the Women's Field Regiment held their heads high and saluted in unison. Upon seeing this, Chu Zhengxiong, his adjutant, and a group of soldiers immediately stood up straight and returned the salute. Du Fei walked towards them with a smile on his face, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying on his left and right. At this moment, Chu Zhengxiong looked a little excited. This really gave him enough face. Chapter 48. This young leader must be befriended. As Du Fei and the other two came towards them, Chu Zhengxiong quickly took 2 steps forward, first extended his hand, and said with a smile, "I have to formally introduce myself, Chu Zhengxiong of the Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei from the Women's Field Corps." Du Fei smiled and shook hands with Chu Zhengxiong. The adjutant next to him saluted and said, "Dong Jia, the confidential secretary of the Iron Blood Brigade." Du Fei nodded at him and returned the salute. After a simple meeting ceremony, Chu Zhengxiong said sincerely and gratefully, "We will never forget your army's help to our Iron Blood Brigade. On behalf of all officers and soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade, I have come to express my gratitude to your regiment." "Commander Chu, you are being too polite. Our armies are on the same front, so it's only natural for us to help each other." Du Fei smiled calmly and continued, "I didn't expect that such a small effort would lead to Brigade Commander Chu coming in person." Du Fei's 2 simple sentences made Chu Zhengxiong secretly admire him. The young team leader's words and actions were graceful and his attitude was calm and composed. He didn't look like a boy of 17 or 18 years old at all. Besides, he was only the commander of a non-staff legion. When facing the brigade commander of his regular legion, he was neither arrogant nor humble and did not lower his status at all. From this we can see that this young man is very capable, and the Women's Field Regiment under his charge is definitely not as simple as imagined. "Captain Du, please don't say that. Your army saved the lives of thousands of people in my Iron Blood Brigade. How can I take your life-saving grace lightly? I, Chu Zhengxiong, must thank you in person no matter what. Besides, I felt that I got along very well with Captain Du since we first met yesterday. How could Chu miss this opportunity?" Chu Zhengxiong laughed out loud and frankly, and right from the start he expressed his intention to make friends. Then, without waiting for Du Fei to speak, he ordered the soldiers to unload a large pile of gifts from the car. "It's just a small gift, not a sign of respect. Premium red wine, special cigars, various federal special drinks, etc. Apart from cigars, most of them are women's favorites." Xia Ying's beautiful eyes lit up. She liked cigars. Seeing this, Du Fei did not refuse and made a few polite remarks. "Since they are here, we should naturally invite them to take a look around the defense zone. In fact, there is nothing to move about. The entire defense area is centered around a mound and is basically clear at a glance." However, along the way, Chu Zhengxiong felt both surprised and excited. What was surprising was that the Women's Field Regiment had less than 100 people, 2 tanks and 3 transport vehicles, a total of only 5 vehicles. Except for the relatively new weapons and equipment on the tanks, the rest of the weapons in the hands of the female soldiers are very backward. The submachine guns, machine guns, grenade launchers, etc. are still old models from a few years ago. No one could believe that such a team could easily resist the surging herd of beasts without any casualties. What does this indicate? This means that it is completely certain that the ammunition possessed by the Women's Field Regiment is a definite killer of ferocious beasts. This is also what makes Chu Zhengxiong excited. You know, In the current situation of the Iron Blood Brigade, although killing a time beast can earn thousands of hours, killing a time beast of the hunting level is basically a loss. Because if they want to kill a level 1 time beast, they need to use tens of thousands of hours worth of bullets to bring it down. Sometimes, if it is not completely dead, they even need to use thousands of hours worth of bullets. Therefore, what regular legions usually hunt are mostly level 1 and 2 time beasts. Only these low-level time beasts can earn some time. In battles like the Qingchuan Ruins where there are high-level time beasts, the reason why regular legions are willing to come and clear them out is because the Federation provides funding and subsidies. Therefore, even though the Iron Blood Brigade ranks in the top 10,000 in the Sky Eye rankings, their lives are actually not easy due to the huge expenditure on military pay and other military expenses. Often, every battle we fought ended with very little gain. And now, the women's field team has given Chu Zhengxiong hope. If he could establish friendly relations with the women's field regiment and buy this kind of ammunition from them, Chu Zhengxiong's worries would be completely eradicated. At that time, at least I won't have to worry about the 30 years of labor my daughter had to pay, the alimony for 5 wives, and the milk powder money for the 2 unborn children. Furthermore, if the ranking in the rankings can be further improved, more federal funding will be received. Chu Zhengxiong has made up his mind that he must make friends with this young team leader. Chapter 49 Everyone is Selfish. Great. Captain Du, you are really young and capable. Chu Zhengxiong looked at the neatly formed female soldiers and exclaimed in admiration. Yes, Captain Du is indeed an excellent commander. Adjutant Dong Jie, who was following beside him, also nodded repeatedly. No, Brigade Commander Chu and Adjutant Dong are too kind. Du Fei responded politely and couldn't help laughing in his heart. I'm afraid you didn't think so yesterday. After a round, Chu Zhengxiong kept a low profile from beginning to end, while Du Fei just took things as they usually were. Each of them had their own purpose in mind, and they chatted casually, and both sides seemed to be enjoying the conversation. During this period, Chu Zhengxiong really wanted to see what the ammunition of the women's field regiment looked like. But he opened his mouth several times to make this request, but in the end he held back and didn't say it out loud. After all, those special ammunition are secrets of the women's field regiment. How can you covet someone's treasure when you first meet them? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Chu Zhengxiong felt that the issue of ammunition could not be rushed. He planned to establish a good relationship with Du Fei first, and once the relationship was established, everything would fall into place naturally. The battle for the Qingchuan Ruins has been a bit difficult so far. Du Fei said casually. Yes, most of the legions have suffered heavy casualties, and those who can retreat have now retreated to the edge of the area. Chu Zhengxiong sighed slightly, and then said with some worry, if it weren't for the full support of the 48th Division, I'm afraid this clearing mission would have ended in failure long ago. You know, if the Federal Regular Army wants to improve its ranking in the Sky Eye rankings, it has to organize a hunting ground mission. Once the mission is accomplished, we will receive a large amount of federal grants and subsidies. Of course, if the mission fails, not only will you not receive funding and subsidies, but your ranking in the rankings will also be affected. Therefore, legions of different levels will choose corresponding hunting grounds for clearing out according to their respective strengths. For example, some top-level or advanced legions that have mithril particle ammunition often set up large-scale hunting grounds, and those hunting grounds are basically the nests of time beasts above level. However, a time beast nest like the Qingchuan Ruins is only suitable for clearing out by ordinary regular legions. The division was the organizer of the Qingchuan Ruins clearing mission. If the mission fails, then all the regular legions involved will not only not receive federal funding, but will also be ranked lower in the Sky Eye rankings. The ranking of the Sky Eye is very important to the regular army, as it determines the amount of federal funding. So, Chu Zhengxiong was a little worried. After all, the Iron Blood Brigade had fought hard for so many years and finally squeezed into the top 10,000. If the Qingchuan Ruins mission fails, the Iron Blood Brigade's ranking will definitely drop, which will undoubtedly be a further blow to Chu Zhengxiong. The 48th Division naturally did not want to fail in this mission, so the 48th Division Commander Diao Dekue panicked and tried his best to reverse the defeat. Commander Chu, what do you think of the final outcome of this clearing mission organized by the 48th Division? Du Fei looked at Chu Zhengxiong and asked deliberately. It can only be said that man proposes, God disposes. The existence of a hunting ground like this for a top-level time beast is something the 48th Division probably did not expect. The sophisticated weapons and equipment they possess are more than enough to deal with super-level time beasts, but facing super-level time beasts is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chu Zhengxiong shook his head helplessly, then smiled bitterly and said, "My opinion is that there is no chance of success in this mission. It would be great if the 48th Division could escape unscathed. To be honest, he really regretted accepting this mission from the 48th Division. However, Chu Zhengxiang thought for a moment, looked at Du Fei, and said, if the 48th Division wants to win this mission, they only have one way. What method? Du Fei asked. Seeing Du Fei pretending to be confused, Chu Zhengxiang smiled and said bluntly, of course it is Captain Du's women's field combat team. I have personally witnessed the lethality of your special ammunition to the Time Beast. However, although he said this, in his heart he really didn't want the women's field regiment to have contact with the 48th Division. Everyone is selfish, and Chu Zhengxiang is no exception. Once the 48th Division and the women's field regiment establish good relations, his hopes for the Iron Blood Brigade will be dashed. Seeing that they were finally talking about the main topic, Du Fei also looked at Chu Zhengxiang and said, Brigade Commander Chu also said that you and I get along well. I agree with this. The reason why my women's field regiment lent a helping hand to the Iron Blood Brigade is because we think the Iron Blood Brigade is a rare and righteous army. As soon as these words came out, Captain Du's evaluation of our Iron Blood Brigade is too high. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. After Chu Zhengxiang finished speaking, he and his adjutant Dong Jia looked at each other, with joy on their faces and feeling very comfortable in their hearts. What does this indicate? This shows that there is hope if we can establish a good relationship with this young team leader. Chapter 50. The shield is done. Du Fei saw the reactions of Chu Zhengxiang and the other man. Then he continued, to be honest, that special ammunition is something we just developed and is currently only in the experimental stage. What I want to say is that before we officially announce it to the outside world, we don't want too many legions to know about it for the time being. Brigade Commander Chu should understand what I mean, right? Clear. Clear. Chu Zhengxiang and his adjutant Dong Jia nodded at the same time. Isn't this exactly what they were thinking? Chu Zhengxiang was afraid that Du Fei would be worried, so he solemnly promised, Captain Du, please rest assured that I, the Iron Blood Brigade, will not reveal any secrets of the women's field regiment to the outside world. Of course I believe in Brigade Commander Chu. Du Fei smiled at Chu Zhengxiang and said, otherwise, how can we say that you and I are destined to be together? Haha, I was just about to say that. Chu Zhengxiang laughed heartily. There is one more thing I want to explain. Du Fei looked to the northwest and continued, my women's field regiment has no intersection with the 48th Division. The reason we accepted this mission is to hunt the Time Beast and gain time. So, the victory or failure of this Qingchuan Ruins mission is irrelevant to us. The words fell. Chu Zhengxiang and adjutant Dong Jia already understood. Du Fei's meaning was very clear. The women's field regiment was not familiar with the 48th Division and would not help them. Also, the women's field regiment is not a regular army corps and does not receive federal funding or subsidies. The women's field regiment didn't care at all whether the mission at the Qingchuan Ruins could be completed. At this moment, after hearing what Du Fei said, Chu Zhengxiang felt both happy and worried. The good news is that the 48th Division no longer has any chance of establishing good relations with the women's field regiment. The worry is that if the Qingchuan Ruins mission really fails, the Iron Blood Brigade will not receive funding and its ranking will drop. It can be said that the losses were heavy and catastrophic. Chu Zhengxiang and his adjutant Dong Jia couldn't help but feel a little envious. The most profitable group in this Qingchuan Ruins mission might be the women's field regiment. Just when they were both looking worried, unexpectedly, Du Fei said, however, my women's field corps doesn't mind cooperating with the Iron Blood Brigade. Chu Zhengxiang and his adjutant Dong Jia were stunned. After they reacted, their eyes lit up at the same time. Captain Du, are you planning to help my Iron Blood Brigade? Then I, Chu Zhengxiang, will be grateful forever, Chu Zhengxiang said excitedly. After all, as the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade, the honor of the Legion is more important to him than his own life. If we could get help from the women's field regiment, leaving aside the 48th Division, the Iron Blood Brigade alone would definitely be able to easily win this mission. Haha, Commander Chu, you are too serious. The Iron Blood Brigade is an elite corps among the regular army and is the main force on the eastern front of this Qingchuan Ruins mission. And our women's field regiment is just a non-staff team of less than 100 people with simple and backward equipment. How can we be capable of helping the Iron Blood Brigade? Du Fei smiled and said meaningfully, we can only say that we are assisting. We are only under the leadership of the Iron Blood Brigade to raise the Qingchuan Ruins. Commander Chu should understand what I mean, right? Understand. I understand. Chu Zhengxiang was so moved that he couldn't express himself clearly. How could he not understand? Du Fei was unwilling to expose the true strength of the women's field regiment. willing to use the Iron Blood Brigade as the main attack, with the Women's Field Regiment as the auxiliary. However, in this way, the final fruits of victory and honor will all belong to the Iron Blood Brigade. Because in missions, the Federation only recognizes regular legions. Once the mission is won, the results will be mainly based on the regular army, and other teams that assist the regular army will only be given a symbolic improvement in their ranking on the leaderboard. How can the Iron Blood Brigade express its gratitude to me? Chu Zhengxiong's eyes were filled with gratitude. After the mission is successful, the Iron Blood Brigade's ranking in the Sky Eye rankings will definitely be greatly improved. Not to mention federal grants and subsidies, the Iron Blood Brigade can get a lot of rewards just from the Jihad military district where it is located. This is such a blessing from heaven. The Women's Field Regiment was willing to serve as an ox for the children and help the Iron Blood Brigade in obscurity. What a great favor this is to the Iron Blood Brigade. Captain Du, Chu Zhengxiong, won't say anything. After we win, just wait and see what your brother thinks. Chu Zhengxiong even changed his address. This concerns the rise and fall of the Iron Blood Brigade. How could he not be grateful? Let's talk about it after we win. As I said before, we get along well. Du Fei said with a smile. Brother Du is right. I love to hear that. Ha ha ha. Chu Zhengxiong laughed. Now, the commander of the Iron-Blooded Brigade has started to treat Du Fei as his brother. The relationship between the two people became much closer in an instant. At this moment, Adjutant Dong Jie's face was also full of excitement, and he was full of admiration for his brigade commander. But Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie didn't know that Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring on the side secretly gave Du Fei a thumbs up. The shield is fixed. They both had admiration in their eyes, and they were extremely impressed by their handsome leader. Chapter 51. Repairing the plank road in the open and marching through Chunsong in secret. Next, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoring, and Chu Zhengxiong briefly discussed the battle plan. Since the Hurricane Brigade of the 48th Division has moved closer to the Thunder Brigade on the Western Front, the Southern Front has now been lost. The plan was set to start at 8 o'clock in the evening, with the Iron Blood Brigade advancing towards the Southern Front, and Xia Ying's No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle cooperating in the operation. The Iron Blood Brigade is only responsible for clearing out mutant beasts, while the No. 2 Land King tank is responsible for hunting downtime beasts, so that both sides can save ammunition. Du Fei led the No. 1 tank and the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment to recapture the lost positions of the Sirius and Flying Fish Legions. After regaining the position, the two armies reunited and then cooperated with the 48th Division to launch the final general attack on the Qingchuan ruins. The plan was simple, perfect, and a win-win for both parties. Before, the Iron Blood Brigade basically lost money when they killed time beasts, but now, they only need to eliminate ordinary ferocious beasts to earn money from the Federation. In other words, the Iron Blood Brigade only wants to complete this mission for the sake of the Sky Eye ranking and federal funding. The women's field team just needs to hunt down the time beast in order to gain time. In this way, both sides benefit. Brigade Commander Chu, what do you think? Du Fei asked. I think it's okay. Chu Zhengxiong said without hesitation. Killing only ordinary beasts is no longer easy for the Iron Blood Brigade. Chu Zhengxiong even thought to himself that if the 48th Division won this battle, it would all be thanks to the Iron Blood Brigade. How great it would be if the 48th Division couldn't hold on at this time and gave up all their positions. At that time, the federal funds will not only be allocated to the Iron Blood Brigade 30, but all of them will belong to the Iron Blood Brigade. However, Chu Zhengxiong felt that his idea was too ridiculous. After all, the other party was a master, so how could he not be able to withstand it? Good. Du Fei nodded and continued, that's settled. We can discuss the details on the communication channel. The Women's Field Regiment's communication channel will remain open to the Iron Blood Brigade at all times, so they can be contacted at any time. As soon as these words came out, Chu Zhengxiong and Adjutant Dong Jie showed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. Well, Chu Zhengxiong was about to speak when Dong Jie stopped him. Captain, let me explain. Next, he first said sorry to Du Fei, and then told him that he had lost the communication channel of the Women's Field Regiment. Captain Du, I was blind before. I hope you can forgive me, Dong Jie said sincerely with a guilty look on his face. Through this incident, he had realized something, and he felt that the brigade commander's teachings were right. People should treat each other with their heart. He knew that the Women's Field Regiment would be the Iron Blood Brigade's most dependent friendly force in the future, and would also be the Iron Blood Brigade's hope for a better future. Although he was a confidential secretary of the regular Army Brigade and his rank was 2 levels higher than Du Fei, the non-staff regimental commander, this was no longer a question of rank. After just a brief contact, he was deeply impressed by Du Fei's personal charm. The brigade commander was able to lower his posture to make friends with this young regiment leader, so he felt that he should honestly admit his mistakes to Du Fei. At this moment, Chu Zhengxiong looked at his adjutant with a hint of relief in his eyes. The young man has made progress. Du Fei didn't care at all. He smiled and wrote the communication channel on a note again. Then, he handed it to Dong Jie and said half-jokingly, "The Women's Field Army lacks everything but paper." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present laughed. "Be sure to keep it safe and don't lose it again," Chu Zhengxiong said. "Don't worry, Captain. If you lose it again, I'll kill you," Dong Jie said, and carefully put the note into his pocket. Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiong smiled at each other. The plan is finalized and the time is tight. Chu Zhengxiong and others did not delay and sent Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xiao Ying to the front line. The two sides shook hands and said goodbye. As Chu Zhengxiong and others left, the two beauties looked at Du Fei at the same time. Xiao Ying spoke first. "Captain, if we follow the battle plan you just made, wouldn't that be a bargain for the 48th Division?" Lu Ruobing frowned and asked, "Do you really intend to let the 48th Division win? Remember I once told you that Wu Dagui's appointment of me as the commander of the Women's Field Regiment would be the biggest mistake of his life." Du Fei's eyes flashed coldly, then he looked at them and smiled. "I said the 48th Division will not survive tonight. Do you believe it?" When Lu Ruobing and Xiao Ying heard this, they looked at each other, and surprise suddenly appeared in their beautiful eyes. It turns out that the leader has other plans. He is secretly making plans. Chapter 52. This battle went smoothly. Night falls. In front of the Iron Blood Brigade's position, the mountains, rocks, and trees were filled with green light. Densely packed ferocious beasts were lying on the ground, emitting dull growls from their mouths. The beasts were ready to launch the next wave of attacks on the Iron Blood Brigade's positions. On the Iron Blood Brigade's position, thousands of soldiers have made preparations for war. Report. The artillery regiment is in position. Stand by. The tank regiment is in place. Stand by. The armored infantry regiment is in place. Stand by. As the reports from each barracks were completed. Without waiting for the beasts to launch an attack, the Iron Blood Brigade's counterattack operation had already begun on time. Everyone get ready. The target is the herd of beasts right in front. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Artillery, grenades, and all kinds of heavy weapons fired at full force, blasting towards the herd of beasts ahead as if they were free. Boom, boom. Roar, roar, roar. There were loud bangs, the ground shook, and flames shot up into the night sky. The herd of animals was suddenly bombarded fiercely, and they were immediately panicked and chaotic, with screams of agony continuing. Recapture the southern front. Charge. Xia Ying's No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle was escorted by the Iron Blood Brigade's armored vehicles and tanks in the middle, advancing towards the herd in front. The faces of the female soldiers on the Land King's chariot were filled with pride. The respect from the Iron Blood Brigade made them feel like queens. Of course, the female soldiers knew in their hearts that their current sense of superiority was all given by their captain Du Fei. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The fully automatic machine guns and Gatling guns on the Land King tanks roared, firing bursts or sweeps at level 1 and 2-time beasts. The rest of the ordinary ferocious beasts will be ignored, and their elimination will be left to the Iron Blood Brigade. As the huge time beasts fell one after another, the mutant beast group became a mob and no longer posed any threat to the soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade. Under the powerful firepower, the beasts were scattered and most of them fled to the distant mountains and jungles. The ferocious beasts that did not have time to escape were quickly wiped out by the Iron Blood Brigade. Under the personal leadership of Chu Zhengxiong, the 3 regiments of the Iron Blood Brigade began to advance steadily towards the southern front. Commander, we have advanced 3 kilometers so far. Only a few of our soldiers have been slightly injured, and no one has been killed. This battle is going very smoothly. It would be great if every battle in the future could be as easy as this one, Adjutant Dong Jie said with excitement on his face. Okay. Listening to Dong Jie's report, Chu Zhengxiong said 3 good words in a row. He stood on the armored vehicle, holding a night vision telescope, looking at the retreating herd of animals in front of him, and exhaled excitedly. At this moment, I feel very upset, comfortable, and refreshing. The scene before him further strengthened his determination to make friends with Du Fei. Brigade Commander, at this speed, we will be able to recapture the southern position by early morning, Dong Jie said. Very good. Chu Zhengxiong's eyes were burning, and he ordered, Pass on my order. Strictly follow the combat plan of Du Fei, the commander of the Women's Field Regiment. Focus on the tanks, and make sure to protect all the female soldiers.
Yes.
Inside the control room of the Land King tank, the balance on the Women's Field Group's storage card kept jumping, and the money coming in was coming in at an alarming rate. Hour. Oh my god, this feels so good. Ing Bao, in just a short while we have already earned nearly 100,000 hours. Ing Bao, if we continue at this speed, by the time we recapture the southern front, our number 2 tank alone will be able to earn at least 1,000,000 hours. What a pity, there are too few time beasts. It would be better if there were as many as the mutant beasts. You little bastard, aren't you scared now? Yes, she is indeed bold now. I remember she was so scared when she met an ordinary mutant beast that her pants almost flew off her body. Shut your mouths or I'll punish you. Ha ha ha. Several female communication soldiers were observing through night vision goggles and looking at the balance on their memory cards, and they were joking excitedly with each other. Xia Ying showed her charming dimples and held a thick cigar comfortably in her mouth, looking as if she was floating in ecstasy. She looked at the smiling faces of several female communication soldiers and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In less than a month, so much has changed. Compared to before, the Women's Field Regiment has completely turned over a new leaf, and all the sisters have undergone a transformation. Including myself, everyone seemed to have emerged from their cocoons and been reborn. Chapter 53. Give him a trick. The front line of the Women's Field Regiment. The Land King tank, the ammunition transport vehicle, and 2 transport vehicles full of female soldiers were ready to go. However, Du Fei has not yet issued an order, and all commanders and fighters do not know where to go. Report to the commander, the Iron Blood Brigade has successfully advanced to the southern front. Sun Xiaoqian's report came from the headset. Currently, the beasts in the southern front are beginning to riot. 2 supertime beasts are already commanding a part of the beasts to rush towards the western front. I want to say that the captain is really a man of foresight. I admire him so much that it is out of control. Stop flattering me and tell me about the situation on the western front. Lu Ruobing touched her headphones, frowned, and scolded. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Du Fei next to him and said, "Look at how you've spoiled them." Du Fei gave an innocent smile. The deputy leader is listening too. Sun Xiaoqian didn't expect that Lu Ruobing had also activated the drone's encrypted communication, so she immediately changed her tone to an official one. Reporting to the commander and deputy commander, the situation on the western front is as follows. The Hurricane and Thunder brigades are already struggling, and with the heavy losses they suffered previously, the beast herd on the western front has suddenly increased. We don't expect them to hold out until dawn. Very good. Du Fei nodded slightly, then asked, what is the situation of the Lightning Brigade on the northern front? The Lightning Brigade on the northern front fought more conservatively and consumed less resources than the other 2 brigades. Currently, no level 5 time beasts have appeared in the Lightning Brigade's positions. Although the battle is quite intense, the situation is still optimistic. Sun Xiaoqian reported. Have the ammunition depots of the 3 brigades been found? Du Fei asked again. I have found it long ago, just waiting for your order. Order. Eliminate the Hurricane Brigade and the Thunder Brigade on the western front first. After the Iron Blood Brigade recaptures the southern front, immediately blow up their ammunition depot. Cover it up well to avoid arousing the suspicion of the Sky Eye on our Women's Field Regiment. Then, head to the northern front and wait.
Yes.
Inside the independent control room of the Land King tracked vehicle, Sun Xiaoqian stuck out her tongue. What's wrong? Gong Ting asked beside her. Be careful, Sister Ruobing seems to have activated encrypted communication. Sun Xiaoqian reminded. The words haven't even been spoken yet. Gong Ting. Du Fei's voice came from the headset. Captain, Gong Ting is here. Gong Ting replied in a serious and powerful tone. Order. In 3 minutes, disrupt all external communications from the 48th Division's headquarters command center, including their communications with the Iron Blood Brigade. Preserve the internal communications between the 48th Division headquarters command center and the 3 brigades, Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning. Also, preserve the communications between us and the 48th Division. Then pay close attention to the movements of the 48th Division headquarters command center and wait for my next order. Du Fei ordered. Yes, Captain. Gong Ting responded quickly. Everything is arranged. Du Fei faced northwest, looked in the direction of the 48th Division command center, and exhaled. Federal regulations prohibit legions from fighting each other, but if one legion is killed by a beast, It does not violate the regulations. Doesn't the division commander Diao Dekue like to use this method very much? Then, treat others as you would like to be treated. Captain, according to your order, all officers and soldiers are ready. What should we do next? Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and asked. The next step will be to go to the positions of the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion as planned. Du Fei replied. Although this was the battle plan formulated with the Iron Blood Brigade, Lu Ruobing was still a little confused after hearing it. Du Fei used the two plans mixed together. She still doesn't understand what Du Fei's specific plan is. Are they really planning to recapture the lost positions of the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion? I don't understand. Lu Ruobing showed a slight bitter smile on her face. This man's tactics are beyond comprehension for mortals. Chapter 54. Report to the leader. The fish has taken the bait. Division Headquarters Command Center. Diao Dekue looked at the income from the Legion storage card with a gloomy expression. It has been 8 hours since the 3 brigades launched the general offensive, and their total revenue has been less than 2 million. The money gained from the time is far less than the money spent on ammunition, and the loss is extremely huge. I had thought I could make some extra money through this Qingchuan Ruins mission, but who knew a level 1 time beast would appear? In addition to the current defeat in the battle, his superior Wu Dague reprimanded him several times. At this moment, Diao Dekue felt like he had eaten 25 cats and was extremely anxious. Those game assessment experts are just idiots. Damn it, there are so many levels of time beasts and they can't be detected. A bunch of losers, trash. I'm going to charge them with crimes against humanity and send all those idiots to the mines. Diao Dekue paced back and forth, cursing angrily. Hunting ground assessment experts were becoming less and less reliable, and he felt that he had been badly harmed by those experts. With the current weapons and equipment of the 48th Division, it is simply unable to defeat the level 1 time beast. Diao Dekue had already made a plan in his mind. If things didn't work out, he would declare the mission a failure and have the entire army withdraw. At this moment, the adjutant hurried in, with a look of joy on his face, and said, Master, good news, good news. What good news? Has the war situation turned around? Diao Dekue asked with a frown. The battle situation has improved, but it's not on our side, but on the Iron-Blooded Brigade of the Jihad Military District, said the adjutant. Iron Blood Brigade? What good news can they have? Commander, the drone just sent us a picture showing the Iron Blood Brigade advancing southward from the eastern front, with the potential to retake the southern front. Now they have advanced nearly 10 kilometers, killing dozens of level 50 and 60 level 70 time beasts along the way, and even killed a level 50 time beast. The adjutant reported with excitement on his face. What? That's complete nonsense. Diao Dekue looked at his adjutant and said in disbelief, Annihilation level time beast? How can a mere brigade-level legion have such strength? Master, it's absolutely true. The adjutant's tone became heavier, and he continued, however, the video shows that the soldiers who destroyed the time beast were female soldiers. They seem to be a non-staff female field regiment. The extra staff women's field corps? I was wondering why the remnants of that group haven't died out yet. It turns out they're relying on the Iron Blood Brigade. Diao Dekue waved his hand at his adjutant and said, Bring out the video for me to see. Yes, master. The adjutant responded, turned on the laser screen, and brought up the images sent by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. An overhead video immediately appeared on the laser screen. Under the night sky, artillery fire roared and ferocious beasts roared and screamed. A legion of thousands of people was advancing forward and launching fierce attacks on the beasts. It can be seen from the picture that the legion is the Iron-Blooded Brigade of the Jihad Military Region. However, as the drone camera zoomed in, a conspicuous tracked vehicle appeared among the Iron Blood Brigade. A group of female soldiers on the tank were firing at 5 or 6 level 1 and 2 time beasts. The machine gun only fired briefly, and those time beasts fell to the ground one after another. Diao Dekue looked at the screen with surprise and confusion in his eyes. However, the scene he saw next made him gasp. He saw incredible scenes. In the video, there was a terrifying roar, and suddenly a huge time beast appeared. The giant time beast had a flat head, deep eye sockets that glowed red, tentacles and fangs growing around its mouth, and mucus flowing down its mouth. Its limbs are dark, its claws are sharp, its body is covered with thick and shiny scales, especially its back, which emits a dazzling blue light. This is exactly a super time beast. I saw a female soldier on the silver-tracked tank turning the Gatling gun and aiming directly at the time beast. Da-da-da-da. As the Gatling gun flames gushed out, the super time beast let out a shrill roar. Its huge body shook a few times and fell to the ground with a bang. Then, the beast scattered and fled, and thousands of soldiers from the Iron Blood Brigade launched a large-scale cleanup. What kind of chariot is that? The muscles on Diao Decue's face twitched, and there was shock in his eyes. The adjutant replied, "That is the tank of the non-staff Women's Field Regiment. There are 2 such tanks participating in this mission." No, what I'm wondering is, what kind of Gatling gun is on that chariot that can kill a super-level time beast so easily? Diao Decue frowned, then looked at his adjutant. Also, don't forget their battle at the Blackwater River. Their record was amazing. I see. What the commander is saying is, the problem is with their ammunition. This is the only explanation. Their ammunition is lethal to the light beasts. Diao Decue pondered for a moment, seemed to understand something, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Iron Blood Brigade should have reached a consensus with the remnants. The reason why the Iron Blood Brigade was able to advance so smoothly was because of their special ammunition. I have to say that Diao Decue is worthy of being the commander." He came to the conclusion after a quick analysis. "Master, you are wise. Nothing can be hidden from your inference. However, I think this is a good thing." The adjutant complimented. "Well, the Iron Blood Brigade is eager for success and profit. Even if they win, the victory will be mainly due to our 48th Division, which is naturally a good thing for us." Diao Decue nodded and immediately felt relieved. He said to his adjutant, "Contact the Iron Blood Brigade and express my condolences to Chu Zhengxiang on my behalf." "Yes." The adjutant picked up the communicator and started to make a connection, but there was a lot of interference in the channel. "Master, I can't get in touch with you for the time being." "Then forget it for now," Diao Decue said arrogantly, poured a glass of red wine, and drank it comfortably. "Don't those remnants still have a chariot? Find out where they are and what kind of ammunition they are using." "Yes, Master." Women's Field Regiment. At this moment, the No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle was slowly moving towards the fallen position of the Sirius Legion. Following behind was a container ammunition truck and 2 transport vehicles full of female soldiers. In the tank control room, Du Fei received Gonting's report. "Report to the captain, the fish has taken the bait." "Very good." Du Fei nodded. Seeing a smile on Du Fei's lips, Lu Ruobing touched her headphones, a look of confusion on her pretty face. "What fish is caught?" Chapter 55. Do you want to rob him? 5 minutes later. The Sirius Legion's position is in sight. The gullies, jungles, and rocks are filled with time beasts and mutated ferocious beasts. 2 level, 1 time beasts, leading nearly 100 level, 2 and level, 3 time beasts as well as a large number of mutant beasts, were madly and greedily eating the corpses of the soldiers on the battlefield. They were enjoying themselves so much at the 2 positions of the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion that they didn't even know how many meals they had already had. At this time, buzz. With a slight sound of air vibration, 2 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft appeared above the Women's Field Regiment convoy under the cover of night. "Report to the commander, 2 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft from the 48th Division are arriving," Gonting reported. "New." Du Fei nodded and then asked, "Did Su Ninger send the video over?" "It's coming." "Very good. Continue to return to the 48th Division Command Center and keep a close eye on it."
Yes.
Gonting replied. Listening to the conversation between the 2, Lu Ruobing felt more and more strange. She couldn't help it, so she asked in a low voice, "What are you planning?" Du Fei smiled slightly and asked, "If I want to get your time, what method do I need to get it?" Lu Ruobing was stunned, not knowing why this man would ask such a simple question, but she still answered, "I'll transfer the money to you." "Are there any other methods?" Du Fei asked again. "Yes, it will be transferred into the time storage card and then given to you." Du Fei nodded and said, "Diao Decue has more than 7 million hours." "What? Diao Decue has more than 7 million hours?" Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened, and her voice became trembling with surprise. She seemed to have understood that this man wanted the time that Diao Decue had. Such a huge amount made her unable to calm down for a while. More than 10,000. That's an unimaginable amount of money. Lu Ruobing suddenly became a little excited and looked at Du Fei. "I understand. You want to rob him?" "It sounds bad to say robbery. We should say let him give it to us," said Du Fei. "You know, humans and time beasts are different. The time of the time beast may be the world's gift to mankind. Killing the time beast can gain its time, but killing a person does not gain the opponent's time. Because once a person dies, the time he has will disappear or return to the long river of time." It was because of this that Du Fei was hesitant, and had not used the Predator stealth drone to carry out the decapitation operation on Diaodokue. As Lu Ruobing said, if you want to get someone's time, there are only two ways. One is to transfer money, and the other is to use a time storage card. So if you want to get the more than 7 million time from Diaodokue, the former is definitely unrealistic. The only way is to let him save the time on his body into the memory card. The time is on Diaodokue's hand. He will never give it away easily. Are you sure you can get it? Lu Ruobing asked excitedly. I think it should be okay. Du Fei smiled slightly, then glanced at the night vision device and said, Okay, we should prepare for battle. As the words fell, the Women's Field Regiment convoy was approaching the Sirius Legion's position. The herd of animals in front immediately became alert. Everyone stand by. Du Fei climbed out of the tank and ordered the female soldiers.
Yes.
The female soldiers quickly jumped off the transport vehicle and began to move. The No. 1 Land King tank's self-propelled artillery, cannon, and machine gun are in place. Stand by. Howitzers are in position. Stand by. Armored infantry is in place. Stand by. The female soldiers took their positions and quickly prepared for battle. At this time, the backs of two level time beasts in the herd emitted blue light, and they roared at the same time. Roar. Quack quack. The beasts instantly went berserk, roaring like a tide and charging towards the women's battle group. Everyone get ready. Let these ferocious beasts have a taste of our mithril bullets and shells. Try to recapture the No. 2 position on the Eastern Front within 30 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Following Du Fei's loud and powerful command. Bang 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 bang. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Grenades and machine guns were the first to open fire, with countless shells fired towards the herd of beasts in front. Boom boom. Shells exploded all over the beast herd. The flesh and blood of the time beasts and the fierce beasts flew everywhere, and screams of agony rose one after another. Aim at the time beast and move forward. The Land King tank was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and the Gatling guns and machine guns fired wildly at the herd. As level 1 and level 2 time beasts fell one after another, the herd began to panic. Under the cover of tanks and transport vehicles, the female soldiers advanced forward in an orderly manner. Roar. The two level 5 time beasts roared angrily, trying to provoke the beasts into a frenzy again. Kill those two super time beasts first. Du Fei had returned to the control room and gave orders to the gunner. Locking. Fire. Boom boom. There were continuous loud noises, the ground shook violently, and broken limbs were blown into the air and flew everywhere. Under the bombardment of large-scale artillery fire, the two level time beasts screamed and fell to the ground with a bang. In an instant, the remaining time beasts and mutant beasts' violent state subsided, and they began to scatter like headless flies, fleeing towards the Lightning Brigade's position on the northern line. Seeing this situation, the No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle chased at high speed and rushed forward. They ignored the escaping mutant beasts and focused on attacking the time beasts. Da-da-da-da. At the same time, the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment also began to charge, each one like a tiger out of a cage. Restock the ammunition. Hurry up. The logistics soldiers were busy. The door of the container ammunition truck opened wide, and boxes of mithril bullets and shells were quickly delivered. Chapter 56 Recapture of Eastern Front Position No. 2. In less than half an hour, the battle was over. The battlefield was littered with corpses, most of whom were level 1 and 2 time beasts. The combat efficiency is extremely high, just like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. All I can say is that these are a group of female soldiers who are crazier than ferocious beasts. Du Fei opened the car door and jumped out with Lu Ruobing. Report to the commander and deputy commander, the No. 2 position on the Eastern Front has been recaptured. This time, we have destroyed nearly 100 level 1 and 2 level 1 time beasts, and 2 level 2 time beasts. There were no casualties in my Women's Field Regiment. This battle is a great victory. The infantry commander reported in a loud voice. Du Fei nodded in satisfaction, and then asked Lu Ruobing, how much time did we get in this battle? A total of 671,358 hours. Lu Ruobing answered, without hesitation with joy on her face. Order. Rest here. The kitchen staff, heat up the oil and prepare a midnight snack. Wait until everyone has eaten and drunk enough. Then support the 48th Division's Northern Front Lightning Brigade, hunting down more time beasts and trying to take over the Qingchuan ruins in one fell swoop.
Yes.
As Du Fei's order was issued, all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment rested on the spot. Everyone relaxed and started talking and laughing. Division Headquarters Command Center. Soon, a video shot by an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft appeared on the laser screen. 10 minutes later. Commander, their bullets are so powerful. It's incredible. Just a few dozen shells destroyed 2 level 1-time beasts, and those level 1 and 2-time beasts were no match for their bullets. In less than half an hour, they recaptured the number 2 position on the Eastern Front. Not only did they gain nearly 600,000 hours, but they also suffered no casualties. The adjutant spoke in an excited voice and with a crazy look on his face. Mithril bullets. Where did these remnants get the mithril bullets from? Diao Decue froze the screen, his eyes fixed on the open boxes of bullets and shells, deeply attracted by the silver-white warheads. He was extremely shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Their previous Blackwater River battle was victorious in less than an hour. Now they are assisting the Iron Blood Brigade to advance smoothly to the southern front. They just recaptured position number 2 on the Eastern Front in less than half an hour. All of this is related to the mithril bullets they have. No wonder. Diao Decue came back to his senses and smiled sinisterly. Haha, these remnants are living a very comfortable life now. Commander, if we can have this kind of bullet, we will definitely become a top-level legion. The adjutant was still extremely excited. Diao Decue glanced at him and said, How could I not know this? Do I need you to say this? Go, find a few military scientific researchers here immediately. Yes, Commander. The adjutant turned around and left quickly, more than half an hour later. Commander, based on our in-depth analysis of the footage, these bullets and shells do not have federal serial numbers. The silver-white substance on the warheads is probably plated on. That is to say, the enemy made these ammunitions themselves. One of the researchers said, pointing to the image on the video. Made it yourself? Diao Decue's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he asked, Is the silver-white substance on these bullets mithril? We just checked some pictures of natural mithril particles. When comparing the two, the color, luster, and texture are basically the same. It is not certain at the moment. After all, the refining and smelting technology of mithril is a major problem that the Federation has not yet solved. However, judging from the injuries these bullets caused to the Time Beast, only mithril has such a great killing power at present. So we all agree that the other party is very likely to have mastered the technology of refining and smelting mithril. The researcher said excitedly. Very good. Diao Decue's eyes sparkled, and he said to his adjutant, They have worked hard. Let's arrange for them to go to the social camp and enjoy themselves. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Several scientific researchers smiled and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. As the adjutant led several scientific researchers away, Diao Decue took a deep breath. At this moment, he was so excited that he grasped the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands, almost tearing them apart. He murmured with trembling lips, Mithril refining and smelting technology. Chapter 57, at least 10 million hours. Not long after, the adjutant returned to the command center after arranging several scientific researchers. Commander, I think the researcher's analysis makes sense. That guy is a genius from the Fuxing City Federation Senior Commander Academy. Seeing that Diao Decue was thinking about something, the adjutant spoke cautiously. Well, you reminded me. Diao Decue froze the screen and looked at Du Fei's confident look as he directed the battle. Then, he muttered to himself, So, this kid must have researched the mithril refining and dissolving technology? I think so. Since this guy took office, the Non-Staff Women's Field Regiment has achieved its current outstanding performance. The adjutant echoed. Diao Decue nodded thoughtfully, and then ordered his adjutant, destroy all the combat footage of the Women's Field Regiment captured by the drone. All news about this gang's remnants must be strictly blocked. As for whether they really have mastered the technology of refining and dissolving mithril, I need to further confirm it. Also, execute those researchers secretly. After you've done this, connect me to the communication channel of the Non-Staff Women's Field Regiment. Yes, Commander. The adjutant responded and couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart. Does the master have some kind of plan? Then, should we let our superiors know about the situation of the Non-Staff Women's Field Regiment? The adjutant asked tentatively again. Up the peak? Diao Decue showed a warm smile on his face and looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes. The adjutant suddenly felt a chill down his spine, regretting asking such a question and wishing he could slap himself twice. Although Diao Decue had a kind smile on his face, he looked extremely hideous and terrifying at this moment. I understand. I understand. The adjutant said this in a trembling voice, then turned and left to carry out the order. Position number 2, on the eastern front. There were dots of green light in the nearby dense forest. Countless mutant beasts were licking their mouths, staring greedily at the corpses of the time beasts on the battlefield. It may be that the corpses of the time beasts were so attractive to the mutant beasts that they escaped and came back. No matter how much they wanted to devour the delicious food in front of them, none of them dared to show their heads and could only watch from afar. At this moment, all the officers and soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment have finished their meals. Du Fei had said before that after supper he would go to the northern front to support the Lightning Brigade. The female soldiers had been ready to go, but had not received the order to set off, which made them all feel a little strange. Even the mutant beasts waiting nearby seemed a little impatient. Inside the control room of the Land King tank. At this moment, Du Fei was closing his eyes, frowning and thinking about something, tapping his fingers lightly on the seat handle. Lu Ruobing was bored, so she turned sideways, held up her chin and stared at him with interest. She felt that the way Du Fei thought about things did not look like he was 18 years old at all. Instead, he exuded a maturity that was inconsistent with his age. Normally, Lu Ruobing never looked at Du Fei seriously. After all, Du Fei was the head of the group, and she felt that it was a bit rude. Besides, deliberately paying attention to her would seem too ambiguous. If seen by those sisters, they would inevitably make fun of her. Of course, except when the two of them were alone together in the cabin in the mining area. At this moment, under the soft light in the control room, Du Fei's face was angular and his nose was straight, making him look particularly handsome and tough. This scene was like a picture of a handsome man frozen in front of Lu Ruobing, making her obsessed. Ding. Intimacy value. Du Fei was originally thinking about something, but when he heard the system prompt, he shuddered. He suddenly opened his eyes. For a moment, their eyes met. Lu Ruobing hurriedly dodged, feeling a little ashamed. She blushed and turned her head to stare at the display screen, as if she had done something wrong. Du Fei was just about to tease her when he heard Gan Ting's report through his headphones. Report to the regiment commander, Diao Dekue has played the video of us retaking position number 2. What's the reaction? Du Fei asked. As you expected, he is convinced that we have mastered the technology of refining and smelting mithril. At present, the command center of the 48th Division headquarters has opened a communication channel for our Women's Field Regiment, and Diao Dekue is preparing to talk to you. Gan Ting reported. Very good, keep watching. Yes, Captain. Then, Du Fei pulled Lu Ruobing and said, let's go to the independent control room of the drone. Good. Lu Ruobing nodded, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of excitement. She really wanted to know how Du Fei got Diao Dekue's 7 million hours. Soon, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing arrived at the independent control room. Less than a minute later, a call came from the communicator. This is the 48th Division Command Center, calling the non-staff Women's Field Regiment. Please reply if you get it. I repeat, this is the 48th Division Command Center, calling the non-staff Women's Field Regiment. Please reply if you get it. Gan Ting glanced at Du Fei, and Du Fei nodded at her. The extra staff Women's Field Corps received it. Gan Ting replied, then quickly zoomed in on the Predator No. 1 stealth drone. Diao Dekue, his adjutant, and the scene inside the command center immediately appeared on the surveillance screen. I am Diao Dekue, the commander of the 48th Division. Let your regiment commander talk to me. In the picture, Diao Dekue showed a hint of disdain on his face and spoke into the communicator. Yes, Commander Diao, please wait a moment. Gan Ting replied and curled her lips in disgust. 10 seconds later, Du Fei picked up the communicator and said, Captain Diao, I am Du Fei, the leader of the non-staff Women's Field Regiment. Are you Du Fei? Diao Dekue asked politely. Yes. Haha, you are indeed a genius from the Federal Advanced College. You have made the Legion flourish in just a few days after taking office as the leader. That's great. Through the surveillance footage, we can see that Diao Dekue said into the communicator with a fake smile on his face. On behalf of the 48th Division, I would like to express my congratulations and condolences to your non-staff Women's Field Regiment. Haha, thank you, Master Diao. Du Fei also chuckled and continued, Commander Diao suddenly called me on the phone. I'm afraid it's not just to express his condolences to us, right? When Du Fei asked this, Diao Dekue's face in the picture immediately turned gloomy. Is this kid so smart? In addition to expressing my condolences, I did come to you tonight for another matter. What's up? Did your non-staff Women's Field Regiment use mithril bullets in this mission? Diao Dekue didn't want to waste time, so he went straight to the point. Du Fei chuckled secretly. This guy was really direct. He deliberately asked in confusion, Master Diao, I don't understand what you mean by this question. Haha, young man, stop pretending in front of me. Diao Dekue showed a sinister smile on his face and thought to himself, you are still a little young. What I want to tell you is that I have full control over the situation of your non-staff women's field regiment. In the Battle of Blackwater, you won a great victory in 48 minutes. During this mission, your position number 3 easily withstood 3 attacks by beasts. It took only 25 minutes tonight to recapture the number 2 position on the Eastern Front, and we cooperated with the Iron Blood Brigade to successfully counterattack and are about to recapture the Southern Front position. In addition, you used the mithril bullets you developed to kill 3 level 1-time beasts. Is what I said correct? Diao Dekue finished speaking. Du Fei said nothing and remained silent on purpose. Hee. Seeing that Du Fei didn't say anything, Diao Dekue sneered and continued. If my guess is correct, you have already mastered the 2 technologies of refining and smelting mithril. At present, these 2 technologies are 2 major problems that the Federation has never been able to overcome. If the Federation knows about it, then your technology will be confiscated completely. Moreover, the Federation will most likely make you disappear from this world. After saying this, Diao Dekue's tone began to become kind, and he continued. What I want to say is that it is not a good thing for you to have this kind of technology in your current situation. However, my 48th Division has currently blocked all news about your non-staff women's field regiment, and the Federation is not aware of it yet. That means you are still safe now. You should understand what I mean by this, right? I think I understand. Commander Diao, do you want our mithril refining and smelting technology? Du Fei asked directly. Haha, I said Captain Du is a smart man. He understands things very quickly. In the video, Diao Dekue looked confident and continued. As long as you are willing to hand over the mithril refining and smelting technology to me, I can guarantee your safety and give you enough time. With this time, you won't have to worry about going to the battlefield. I promise that I can get all of you back to Fushing City tonight and ensure that you can live a stable life in the future. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the conditions I offer, but you must hand over these 2 technologies to me tonight. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. After Diao Dekue finished speaking, he waited for Du Fei's reply with confidence. Du Fei was silent for a while, then said, I'm afraid this won't work. You don't want to sell the technology to me? Diao Dekue frowned. His face immediately turned gloomy and threatened. Don't forget, if I open my mouth now, the Federation will send people immediately. Don't regret it then. Commander Diao may have misunderstood. What I meant by it won't work is that you should not forget that there is an Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei said, don't worry about that. Just hand over your remaining ammunition and equipment to my 48th Division, and you can evacuate directly with a huge amount of time. As for the Iron Blood Brigade, just leave it to my 48th Division. There was a sinister look on Diao Dekue's face. The meaning of this statement is very clear. As long as the 48th Division has the mithril bullets, the Iron Blood Brigade will all be buried in the belly of the beast in the Qingchuan ruins under their operation. It has to be said that Diao Dekue is indeed a man who is unscrupulous, cruel, and vicious. Du Fei took a deep breath and pretended to think for a while. As if he had made a decision, he asked, then, how much time do you plan to give us? How much do you want? Diao Dekue asked nonchalantly. At least 10 million hours. Du Fei blurted out. 10 million? Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian beside him looked at Du Fei at the same time. Their eyes widened in surprise. Haha, do you know how big a sum of money 10 million is? You are really asking for too much. Diao Dekue smiled. Master Diao, I'm not asking for too much. If you were to sell the mithril refining and smelting technology, it would probably cost more than 10 million hours, right? Du Fei took a breath and continued, 10 million is just a guarantee for us to survive. So if we don't have 10 million, we would rather hand over the mithril refining and smelting technology to the Federation. After that, he thought for a while and then said, we don't want to transfer money, we just want a storage card. Diao Dekue also pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said, then let's do as you said, 10 million, deal? Commander Diao, why do I feel something is wrong? Du Fei suddenly said. Diao Dekue was stunned. What do you mean? Are you sure you have 10 million now? I'm afraid there is something fishy going on. Du Fei's tone was full of doubt. Are you doubting that this commander can come up with 10 million hours? Diao Dekue snorted coldly. It's not that I don't trust Commander Diao, but I have to be on guard. Du Fei's tone was still full of doubt, and he continued, unless you can send me a video, I won't be at ease until I see with my own eyes that there are 10 million hours in the memory card. Diao Dekue shook his head speechlessly, thought for a moment, and said, I can show you a memory card with 10 million hours of storage. But how can you prove that you have mastered the technology of refining and smelting mithril? Du Fei knew this was possible and said, "Of course I can verify it. I have a video of the entire detailed process of refining and smelting mithril, which I can send to you at any time." "Well, I want to confirm it now, so please send me the video footage you mentioned." A gleam of light flashed in Diao Dekui's eyes, and he continued, "Once I have verified it, I will naturally let you see the 10 million hour storage card." Chapter 58, Deserve Death. "Okay," Du Fei said into the communicator. "Then it's settled. Transmit the data to the 48th Division's video library within 5 minutes." After that, the communication channel was disconnected. Diao Dekui lit a cigar and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Du Fei, on the other hand, looked at the surveillance footage and smiled coldly at him. "Gonting, send the video to the 48th Division."
Yes.
Gonting responded, "I understand. Do I need to communicate with Diao Dekui anymore?" Lu Ruobing, who was standing by, had a surprised expression on her face and looked at Du Fei. "That's right." Du Fei took a deep breath and said, "Just wait. I hope Diao Dekui can transfer his time into the memory card." Lu Ruobing said a little nervously. "He will," Du Fei said. At this time, the surveillance footage showed that the adjutant had opened the video library. "Commander, the video footage of the non-staff women's field regiment has been sent over. Open it quickly," Diao Dekui said impatiently. Soon, a clear image appeared on the laser screen. The first thing that appeared was a camp. 2 female soldiers were standing by the wall of the air raid shelter, staring intently ahead. "Commander, this is the camp of the non-staff women's field regiment," the adjutant said, staring at the laser screen. Diao Dekui nodded. In order to monitor the women's field regiment, he had sent out unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to transmit some images. He still had an impression of the camp of the women's field regiment. As the camera moves towards another air raid shelter, it reveals a very high-end manufacturing workshop. There are 3 areas: weapons and ammunition manufacturing, intelligent control core equipment manufacturing, and comprehensive manufacturing. Especially in the ammunition manufacturing area, there are piles of semi-finished bullets and finished mithril bullets. Diao Dekui and his adjutant widened their eyes in surprise, with a look of disbelief on their faces. As the camera moves towards the mountain, a mining area appears in front of us, with dozens of workers working hard. No wonder there is a mithril mine in their camp. Diao Dekui stared at the piles of, or sparkling with silver stars, and muttered to himself. At this time, a beautiful female soldier appeared in front of the ore pile. It was Su Ninger. She took out a bottle of smelting agent and dropped a drop on a piece of ore, and a magical scene suddenly appeared. I saw a drop of silvery liquid flowing out from the inside of the ore, which quickly solidified and turned into a small piece of mithril. Through this operation, 5 or 6 pieces of mithril were quickly refined. Then Su Ninger used a smelting agent to liquefy the mithril, then silver-plated the bullet, and finally conducted a test firing, etc. As the entire set of detailed procedures was played out, Diao Dekui and his adjutant were completely shocked. They found it incredible. Needless to say, the smelting agent in the female soldier's hand must have been developed by Du Fei. It's simply amazing. These remnants have indeed mastered the technology of refining and smelting mithril. In addition, I didn't expect that they also have such a cutting-edge manufacturing workshop. Diao Dekui was so excited that the fingers holding the cigar were shaking. "Commander, it seems this is absolutely true," said the adjutant with a shocked expression on his face. "Yeah, I didn't expect the refining process to be so simple." Diao Dekui could not hide his excitement and continued, "As long as we get the formula of that bottle of liquid, it means we have mastered the technology of refining and smelting mithril. With these 2 technologies, no, to be precise, having the formula of that liquid is equivalent to controlling all the mithril in the world. What a concept that would be. A few drops of that liquid can buy a lot of time, which is not just a few small goals. Time, immortality, possession of the top legion, and even the possibility of becoming one of the supreme rulers of the Federation. In other words, at least a part of the entire Federation has the surname Diao. By that time, who the hell would go to the battlefield to fight and kill? Just move your mouth, and you will have a top-level army at your command. By then, even if Wu Dagui entered the upper echelons of the Federation, he would have to kneel down and kowtow to me when he saw me. At this moment, Diao Dekui's ambition is extremely inflated. It seemed as if everything he wanted had appeared before his eyes. I must get the formula for that liquid. Diao Dekui looked crazy, and the adjutant beside him felt that the division commander was about to go crazy. "Destroy this video for me," Don't leave any traces? It took Diao Dekue a while to calm down his excitement, and he gave orders to his adjutant. Yes, master. Soon, the adjutant completely destroyed the footage of the entire mithril refining process of the Women's Field Regiment. Then, he asked Diao Dekue carefully, then, Commander, are you really going to give 10 million hours to the non-staff Women's Field Regiment? Haha, just a group of dying people. Diao Dekue smiled sinisterly and continued, once I get the formula, the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground will become the burial ground for these remnants and the Iron Blood Brigade. However, we still have to stabilize them for the time being. After Diao Dekue finished speaking, he took out a memory card and glanced at the series of times on his wrist. Those remnants want to see 10 million hours, so let them see it before they die. Master, how much more is left? The adjutant asked hurriedly, do you want to use the balance in the Legion's storage card first? Well, transfer in 2.7 million. Diao Dekue handed over the memory card.
Yes.
The adjutant took the storage card, turned around, picked up the Legion storage card and started transferring money. Inside the independent control room of the Land King tank, Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian stared at the surveillance screen intently, and 5 or 6 of their chests heaved. They clenched their fists nervously, their palms were sweaty, for fear of any unexpected situations. Du Fei squinted his eyes at the side. At this moment, we have reached the most critical step. That is, waiting for Diao Dekue to transfer his time into the memory card. Soon, the adjutant transferred the accounts. Diao Dekue took the memory card and started to connect it to his wrist. Gong Ting, get ready? Du Fei ordered.
Yes.
Gong Ting responded and pressed her hand on the weapon button. Just at this moment, Diao Dekue had transferred more than 7 million hours into the memory card and said to his adjutant, okay, the words haven't finished yet. Du Fei gave the order, fire. Gong Ting pressed the weapon launch button hard. Da. Predator number 1, hiding in the dark, aimed at Diao Dekue and his adjutant and sprayed flames at them. Ah! Diao Dekue and his adjutant screamed miserably. Their bodies were riddled with holes like sieves, and they died on the spot. He deserves to die. Looking at the 2 people lying in a pool of blood, Lu Ruobing's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. Click. At this moment, the memory card containing 10 million hours of data fell to the ground from Diao Dekue's hand. The command center is under attack. Alert, alert. Call for help immediately. Suddenly, the command center of the 48th Division was in chaos. Guard the storage card and don't let anyone get close. Du Fei said to Gong Ting.
Yes.
Gong Ting nodded. Sun Shaoqian, blow up the ammunition depots of the Hurricane Brigade and the Thunder Brigade on the Western Front immediately.
Yes.
Sun Shaoqian quickly pressed the missile launch button of the Predator number 2 stealth drone. Call out. A miniature missile shot out from the Hurricane Brigade's position, leaving a trail of smoke and flying straight towards the ammunition depot at the rear. Boom, boom. There was a violent explosion in the ammunition depot, the ground shook, flames shot up into the sky, and a huge shock wave suddenly hit the position. In an instant, the Western Front was in chaos, with ghosts howling and wolves howling. Roar. In front of the position, 2 level 5-time beasts emitted blue light from their backs, and they took the opportunity to roar towards the sky. Quack quack. Roar, roar, roar. The densely packed herd of beasts instantly became violent, roaring furiously, and rushed towards the Western Front like a flood. Xiaoying. Du Fei called into the communicator without losing any time. Xiaoying received it. Inside the Land King tracked vehicle, Xiaoying responded. Order. After retaking the Southern Front, immediately cooperate with the Iron Blood Brigade to eliminate the Time Beasts on the Western Front.
Yes.
Xiaoying replied. Chapter 59. 48th Division no longer exists. After arranging the Western Front, only then did Du Fei calm down a little. The most important thing is that Diao Dekue has been dealt with, so there is nothing to worry about next. But, although the Qingchuan Ruins was only a small battle, it could not be compared with those battles involving hundreds or thousands of legions. However, it is also possible that it will attract the attention of Tianyan. Therefore, when it is possible to use the Beast Herd, the Women's Field Regiment should try to avoid direct conflict with the 48th Division. At this final critical moment, the Predator stealth drone really comes into play. Now, the Hurricane Brigade and the Thunder Brigade on the Western Front have been thrown into disarray. In addition, their 2 ammunition depots were bombed, and they have lost their supplies. It won't be long before they are completely wiped out. The only one left is the Lightning Brigade on the Northern Front. Although there were no level 1-time beasts on the Lightning Brigade's position, Level 1 and Level 1 time beasts were enough to destroy them. Then in the end, all that's left is to clean up the time beast. As long as the time beasts in the Qingchuan ruins are eliminated, the mutant beast herd will naturally disperse. In other words, once all the time beasts are hunted down, this battle will be considered a victory. Du Fei simply sorted out his thoughts and immediately gave another order. Sun Shaoqian, blow up the ammunition depot of the Lightning Brigade on the northern front in 3 minutes. Then assist Gan Ting in clearing the 48th Division's command center. After the cleanup is complete, begin bombing the interior of the Qingchuan ruins and try to complete the mission by daybreak. Yes, Captain. Sun Shaoqian turned the number 2 Predator stealth drone and flew rapidly towards the Lightning Brigade on the northern front. Order. Except for Land King Chariot number 1, all officers and soldiers advance to the northern front. The main focus is to drive away the time beast, and hunting is secondary.
Yes.
The infantry commander finally received the order from the regiment commander. Advance to the northern front. Let's go. Following an order, 2 transport vehicles and ammunition trucks loaded with female soldiers drove towards the northern front. Next, following the shortcut Gan Ting had found in advance, Land King tracked vehicle number 1 headed straight for the abandoned power station in the northwest. Minutes later, boom boom. A violent explosion was heard at the Lightning Brigade's position, and flames lit up the night sky red. Sun Shaoqian completed the mission, and the number 2 Predator UAV circled and flew straight to the Northwest 48th Division Command Center. At this moment, commanders and soldiers at all levels on the Lightning Brigade's position were panicked, and the situation was in chaos. Lightning Brigade calling the command center, calling the command center. The ammunition depot at our position exploded. The situation is urgent. Requesting support. Requesting support. Commander, there is no response from the command center. The communications soldier said to the commander of the Lightning Brigade. Damn it, are all the communications soldiers in the command center dead? The Lightning Brigade commander was extremely anxious and grabbed the communicator. I am Bai Siguang, the Lightning Brigade commander. Command center, please reply if you have received it. Please reply if you have received it. Next second. Quack quack. Roar, roar, roar. Dozens of level 500 light beasts and a large group of mutant beasts have already broken through their positions, baring their sharp teeth and slaughtering wantonly. Report. The infantry regiment suffered heavy casualties. Report. The artillery regiment has been trapped by the beasts. Commander, our position has been completely lost.
Withstand.
Hold on, all of you. Commander, our weapons and ammunition have been used up. I can't stand it anymore.
Ah. Ah.
The time beasts and mutant beasts roared and screamed, and the Lightning Brigade's positions heard continuous screams. It would be fine if there was ammunition supply, but at this moment the Lightning Brigade has no power to fight back against the level 1 and 2 time beasts. In an instant, even the Lightning Brigade headquarters was overwhelmed by the dense swarm of beasts. Northwest, 48th Division Command Center. Sun Shaoqian was working with Gan Ting to clean up the place. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Machine gun fire roared in the air, and most of the guards in the command center fell to the ground without being able to react. There were cries and shouts throughout the abandoned power station, and many officers and soldiers were panicked and fled outside. However, those who escaped basically became delicious meals for the ferocious beasts outside. In less than half an hour, the gunfire in the 48th Division's command center stopped and everything became silent. Report to the commander. The 48th Division Command Center has been completely cleaned up. Gan Ting reported. Very good. Du Fei nodded, and then ordered, Sun Shaoqian, go check the current situation of the western and northern fronts.
Yes.
The Land King tracked vehicle drove directly into the abandoned power station and slowly stopped in front of the door of the command center where Diao de Kue was located. Du Fei opened the car door and jumped out. 2 minutes later, Du Fei returned to the car with a smile on his face. Did you get it? Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened, and she pulled Du Fei's arm and asked in a low voice. Du Fei nodded. Yeah. Lu Ruobing clenched her fists, her chest trembling with excitement, and she almost pounced on Du Fei. Drive.
Yes.
Following Du Fei's order, Land King Chariot number 1 quickly drove away from the abandoned power station. The next moment, call out, call out. 2 micro-missiles were fired at high speed. Boom boom. With 2 deafening bangs, the 48th Division Command Center where Diao de Kue was located collapsed and instantly turned into a sea of fire. Report to the regiment commander, the western and northern positions have all been lost. and the 3 brigades of the 48th Division have been completely wiped out. Currently, there are 2 level 1000 time beasts and more than 100 level 1000 and level 1000 time beasts on the Western Front. There are more than 50 level 1 and 2 time beasts on the Northern Front. The Iron Blood Brigade has recaptured the Southern Front and is heading to the Western Front to clear out the enemy. All the infantry of my Women's Field Regiment are approaching the northern line position. Sun Shaoqian finished her report. Predators number 1 and number 2. Restock your ammunition and prepare to bomb the interior of the Qingchuan ruins.
Yes.
In the control room, Du Fei breathed a sigh of relief. From this moment on, the 48th Division of the Fuxing military region no longer exists. You know, the 48th Division is one of Wu Dagui's main divisions, which is equivalent to weakening part of Wu Dagui's strength. But this is just the beginning. Through the action of killing Dao Decue, the commander of the 48th Division, Du Fei immediately thought of Wu Dagui. Although it is also possible to use Predator stealth drones to carry out a decapitation operation against Wu Dagui, the risk is currently too great. For someone like Dao Decue, who was just a small figure, it was normal for him to die on the battlefield. But Wu Dagui is different. He is now in the limelight and is about to enter the federal top level. The Time Federation is a behemoth. If we act rashly, who knows what the consequences will be? The reason is that our strength is too weak. Therefore, the Women's Field Group must first become strong. If you want to avoid being bullied or do whatever you want, you must have enough strength. Report to the regiment commander. We are approaching the northern front. There are more than a dozen level 1 and 2 time beasts in the herd ahead. The female communications soldier stared at the detector and reported to Du Fei. Charge forward, coordinate with the infantry, and start clearing.
Yes.
Chapter 60. Is this the secret weapon of the Top Legion? Northern Front. As Du Fei's order was issued. Start cleaning. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Countless shells ejected from the machine gun barrel. The Land King Chariot number 1 first laid full fire coverage on the area in front where the high-level time beasts were densely populated. Boom boom. There were continuous loud noises, and countless shells exploded like carpet among the beasts ahead. The dark masses of time beasts and mutant beasts let out miserable howls, flesh and blood flew everywhere in the billowing smoke, and a large number of them fell down in an instant. After opening the gap, the number 1 Land King tank quickly rushed into the herd, and the machine guns and Gatling guns started to fire wildly. As the surrounding level 1 and level 1 time beasts fell, the mutant beasts began to disintegrate and fled in panic in groups. The other side of the herd. Invisible winged beast. Attention air alert. Those beasts have revealed themselves in a violent state. Once you are within range, shoot immediately. The Women's Field Regiment infantry encountered invisible winged beasts during their advance, and they all leaned their backs against the transport vehicles and stared at the night sky above their heads. Quack quack. A dozen level 4 and 5 level stealth winged beasts have revealed their true forms and are hovering in the air, but they are out of the shooting range of the Women's Field Regiment. In the distant night sky, groups of invisible winged beasts were rushing towards the direction of the Women's Field Regiment. Report to the commander. The infantry encountered a large number of invisible winged beasts at coordinates 726:39. The infantry commander felt the situation was critical and immediately picked up the communicator to report to Du Fei. I already know the situation, don't worry. In the control room of the tank, Du Fei replied and then said to Lu Ruobing, open the hole from the right front and move closer to the infantry convoy.
Yes.
Lu Ruobing nodded. On the other side, the infantry commander had just received a reply from the regiment commander. Less than 2 seconds. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, 2 tongues of fire spurted out from the air and swept fiercely towards the invisible winged beasts. Gia-gia-gia-gia. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky above the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment, more than a dozen high-level and invisible winged beasts suddenly let out shrill screams, flapped their huge bodies, and fell down one after another. Bang, 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 bang. The falling invisible winged beasts were like cannonballs. Some smashed into the beasts, some smashed into rocks and trees, and dust and smoke rose up everywhere. That's our drone. That's amazing. It's the first time I've seen you. Me too. The infantry commander and all the female soldiers looked up at the night sky and exclaimed in amazement. They had only heard from the female soldiers on the Land King Chariot that the Predator stealth drone was very powerful, but had never seen it in person. At this moment, the infantrymen witnessed the power of the Predator UAV with their own eyes, and they were all shocked. The crisis has been resolved. Everyone get in place and keep moving forward. the infantry commander shouted excitedly.
Yes.
The female soldiers were in high spirits, and they all took their positions and continued to advance quickly. At the same time, two Predator stealth drones in the air quickly caught up with the stealth-winged beast flying from behind and launched a frantic hunt. In an instant, those invisible winged beasts that had just arrived were shot down one after another. The shrill screams resounded through the night sky, and dark green blood fell to the ground like raindrops. Da 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 da, da 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 da. As the two Predator drones continued to spew flames, many stealth-winged beasts were shot dead before they even showed their true forms. This made the invisible winged beasts that came from behind very confused. After feeling the inexplicable threat, they all turned around in panic and fled towards the Qingchuan ruins. The time gained by the drone in hunting the time beasts is higher than that of the Land King chariot. Faced with so many invisible winged beasts, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian have no intention of letting them go. The two of them controlled two predators and chased them relentlessly, changing their positions to kill the invisible winged beasts one by one. Seeing the balance of the storage card keep increasing, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian were very excited, and their faces flushed with excitement. The edge of the Qingchuan ruins. The ground, the grass, and the rocks were filled with dusty soldiers. Some were cleaning their guns, some were smoking, some were lying on the ground sleeping, some were slouching, and most of them looked dejected. More than a dozen commanders of non-staff legions gathered together, all with sad faces. The 48th Division cannot be contacted right now, and we don't know what the situation is. I guess the situation is not good. Yeah, it's okay to have one level one-time beast, but with so many level one-time beasts appearing, who can withstand it? Let's withdraw from our position. The reward for this mission is gone. We all came all the way here, and not only did we lose the reward, but we also suffered a huge loss. Don't say anything. It's good enough to be alive. This mission has a 20-hour combat time. We have to wait until 8 in the morning. It's really tough. What else can we do? The 48th Division hasn't announced victory or failure in the mission yet. We can only wait. Yes, we are still within the combat zone. If we continue to evacuate, it will violate the federal hunting ground regulations. More than a dozen commanders of non-staff legions talked to each other and confided their troubles to each other. Just at this moment, one of the commanders holding a night vision telescope suddenly seemed to have discovered something, pointed in the direction of the Qingchuan ruins and said, "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, everyone picked up their night vision binoculars and looked in the direction the commander pointed, all with expressions of surprise and confusion on their faces. I saw two tongues of fire appearing inexplicably in the distant night sky, chasing and shooting at a large group of level 3 and level 4 stealth winged beasts madly. As the bullets were fired, the invisible winged beasts struggled in pain and fell one after another. It's incredible. What kind of weapon is that? Why can't you see where the bullet came from? Is it a secret weapon of some top legion? What a joke. How could a top-level army appear here? However, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Yes, this is the only explanation. At this moment, two Predator stealth drones were chasing those stealth-winged beasts. In an instant, they arrived above the Qingchuan ruins. Just at this moment, sizzle, sizzle. Ganting and Sun Shaoqian looked puzzled as they noticed a brief signal interruption on their respective screens. They were startled and quickly controlled the two Predator drones to return quickly. Report to the team leader, the same situation as before has occurred again. This time, the signal of Predator number 2 was interrupted for 0 seconds. Sun Shaoqian reported. Reporting to the team leader, Predator number 1 also experienced a 0-second signal interruption. Ganting followed up with the report. Chapter 61, Recovering the Two Major Fronts. After hearing the reports from Ganting and Sun Shaoqian, Du Fei did not hesitate and immediately went to the independent drone control room next door. At this moment, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian have already controlled two Predator stealth drones back to the northern position and entered the artificial intelligence autonomous mode. Captain, this time the two Predators simultaneously experienced signal interruption. Seeing Du Fei come in, Sun Shaoqian said, "Captain, I analyzed the image of the Predator drone when its signal was interrupted. It seems to have been interfered by some kind of oscillation wave." Ganting pointed at the band chart captured from the control room screen and said to Du Fei. Du Fei walked forward and looked at the band charts carefully for a while. In the end, I still couldn't figure out the reason. What is the current situation of the two drones? Currently, all data of the two Predators are normal, and there are no faults. Ganting replied. Du Fei nodded. That's good. Let's take a break first, restock our ammunition, and stand by.
Yes.
Back in the tank control room, Du Fei frowned and fell into deep thought. Sun Xiaoqian had reported before that the signal was interrupted when the drone was investigating the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, but he did not pay much attention to it at the time. Now that the battle is coming to an end, we have to be cautious. The slightest mistake could lead to failure. As for what exactly was interfering with the drone, Du Fei still couldn't figure it out. For now, we can only take one step at a time and just be as careful as possible when the time comes. At this moment, Lu Ruobing was standing by and looking at Du Fei quietly. For some reason, she just liked watching Du Fei thinking. Not to mention how handsome this big boy is, the key is the inner temperament he exudes, which seems to have some kind of attraction to her. It's hard to describe the attraction, but in short, she feels it's addictive. Especially in the past 2 days, Lu Ruobing found herself as if possessed by a demon. Ding. Intimacy value. The system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Suddenly, Du Fei's thoughts came back to his mind. He looked up at Lu Ruobing and said with a smile, "Is there something on my face? If you look at it again, I'll charge you." "Ah? Who looked at you?" Lu Ruobing blushed and quickly looked away. Then, she sat up straight, calmed down, and asked seriously, "Is there any problem inside the Qingchuan ruins?" "It should be, but the details are not clear yet." Du Fei answered thoughtfully, then raised his hand and rubbed his face. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Boom, boom, boom. As it rushed forward, the No. 1 Land King tank soon met up with the Women's Field Regiment's transport vehicle. "Look, the captain is back." When the female soldiers saw the Land King chariot coming back, they all looked happy. You know, without Land King chariot No. 1, they have always felt empty in their hearts. Even though we were separated for only a short while, I missed them badly. At this moment, they were like lonely little girls returning to their father's arms. They were so happy. To put it bluntly, they only feel safe when the leader is around. Order. When the chariot arrived, Du Fei immediately gave an order into the communicator. All officers and soldiers, cooperate with the Land King chariot, start to disperse the mutant beasts and eliminate the remaining time beasts.
Yes.
The infantry commander responded and then ordered, "Everyone, take your positions. Aim the howitzer at the time beast. Fire. Fire." Next second, bang, 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 bang. The shoulder-fired grenade launchers sprayed out streaks of fire. Boom, boom. As more than a dozen howitzer shells exploded among the beasts. All the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment followed the Land King chariot and began a large-scale cleanup of the northern front positions. Grenades, machine guns, and Gatling guns were all firing. Ga. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the herd of animals was in chaos, with terrified roars and screams one after another. Under the fierce attack of the Women's Field Regiment, the herd began to disintegrate. About an hour later, the red dot on the detector completely disappeared. All the level 1 and 2 time beasts scattered everywhere were hunted down. However, during the cleanup, a large number of mutant beasts fled to the distant mountains and dense forests. The Women's Field Regiment did not pursue them, they just dispersed the mutant beasts. At this moment, the entire northern front was covered in blood, and the corpses of time beasts and mutant beasts were scattered all over the ground. Looking around, there were only the remains of ferocious beasts. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing got off the chariot. Report to the captain and deputy captain. The northern front has been successfully recaptured. The infantry commander held his head high and saluted. Very good. Rest here for 10 minutes, and then rush to the western front to join the Iron Blood Brigade in 10 minutes.
Yes.
At this time, the 2 Predator drones automatically turned off their stealth devices and landed next to the ammunition truck. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian also got off the tank and directed the logistics soldiers to replenish ammunition. Seeing this, the female soldiers ran over to watch, some were in admiration, and some reached out to touch the wings. "Oh, it's so beautiful. I thought it was a reconnaissance plane with no combat capability, but I didn't expect it to be such a powerful killer. It's really unexpected. It must be really cool to fly a drone like this. I really envy Tingting and Xiaoqian. Yes, the captain is really good to them." The female soldiers showed envious expressions on their faces and were full of praise. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian looked at each other, raised their eyebrows proudly, and felt so happy in their hearts. Not far away, Du Fei was holding a night vision telescope and looking towards the direction of the Qingchuan ruins. Almost all the mutant beasts in the city have fled. There should still be some high-level guardian beasts, such as level 1 and level 2 time beasts. I think most of the remaining ones are probably cubs or pregnant animals about to give birth. Du Fei muttered to himself as he observed. Lu Ruobing was by his side and soon fell into madness again. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she glanced at Du Fei, touched her waist, and a trace of worry appeared on her face. At this time, report to the leader. Xia Ying's report came from the communicator. The number 2 Land King tank cooperated with the Iron Blood Brigade to recapture the Western Front. Very good. Tell me where you are now. Coordinates 562:73. Xia Ying replied. Lu Ruobing looked at the detector and then at Du Fei. It's about 40 kilometers away from us. We should be there in half an hour. Du Fei nodded and then ordered Xia Ying, tell Brigade Commander Chu to rest here first. In half an hour, my Women's Field Regiment will meet up with the Iron Blood Brigade. Yes, Captain. Chapter 62. What kind of affection is this? Half an hour later. Coordinates 562:73. The Women's Field Regiment and the Iron Blood Brigade joined forces. As soon as Du Fei and Lu Ruobing stepped off the chariot, they heard an exciting command. Salute! Thousands of soldiers from the Iron Blood Brigade saluted in unison towards Du Fei and Lu Ruobing. Brigade Commander Chu Zhengxiang, Adjutant Dong Jie, and commanders at all levels of the Iron Blood Brigade also saluted. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment returned a military salute. After a round of greetings between the two sides, Brother Du, Commander Xia Ying may have told you. Chu Zhengxiang looked at Du Fei and sighed. When our army arrived at the Western Front, the Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade of the 48th Division had been completely wiped out. After saying that, he shook his head slightly. It's heartbreaking. Brigade Commander Chu, I just learned about the situation on the Western Front. I thought they could hold out and wait for support from the Iron Blood Brigade, but I didn't expect the position to fall so quickly. Du Fei shook his head. Yes, the most important thing is that the Beast Group on the Western Front is twice as large as that on other fronts. The pressure is too great, and the appearance of 2 super-level time beasts eventually led to their total collapse. In a situation like this, if it weren't for your army's strong support, my Iron Blood Brigade would have followed in their footsteps. Chu Zhengxiang looked at Du Fei with gratitude in his eyes, and then said, the 48th Division is still out of contact, and I don't know what the situation is. Brigade Commander Chu, this is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Du Fei looked up at the night sky with a sad expression on his face, and said, the situation of the Lightning Brigade on the Northern Front is the same as that on the Western Front. By the time we recaptured position number 2 on the Eastern Front and rushed over to support them, it was already too late. Not only was the Lightning Brigade wiped out, but most distressingly, the entire 48th Division Command Center was also submerged in the beast herd. What? Chu Zhengxiang's body trembled, and a look of great shock appeared on his face. The 48th Division Command Center has also fallen. No wonder I couldn't get in touch with you. So, an entire division was wiped out? How sad and painful. As Chu Zhengxiang's voice fell, Du Fei looked sad and nodded silently. Yes, it is really sad and lamentable. Lu Ruobing, who was standing by, almost laughed out loud when she saw the expression on Du Fei's face. How can he be so good at pretending? But at the same time, she was secretly surprised. I only knew that this man was a genius, but I didn't expect that his strategy was so perfect. He planned the entire process of the division's destruction flawlessly, and everything seemed so logical. How come he is so smart? At that moment, Lu Ruobing was filled with admiration, and an indescribable strange look appeared in her eyes. Ding. Intimacy value. Du Fei was originally in grief, and the system prompt sound caught him off guard. Seeing Lu Ruobing staring at him absent-mindedly, Du Fei thought to himself, it seems that this elder sister has expanded her attention to me now. I didn't expect that acting in a tragic drama could increase the intimacy value by 20 points. Wouldn't there be more passionate scenes? At this time, Chu Zhengxiang had recovered from the bad news about the 48th Division. Seeing that Du Fei was still silent, he whispered to comfort him, Brother Du, I know that your army and the 48th Division belong to the Fuxing military region. I understand your feelings at the moment. However, thousands of legions of the Federation are destroyed on the battlefield every day. This is inevitable. The dead are gone. I hope Brother Du will not be too sad. After hearing this, Du Fei nodded in agreement. Captain Chu is right. Don't worry about me. I am just saddened by the scene. After hearing these words, Chu Zhengxiang was deeply moved. He was such a kind person. It is really rare for someone so young to have such a temperament. All right. Du Fei rubbed his face and said, since the 48th Division of the Fuxing military region no longer exists, The initiative of this mission naturally belongs to the Iron Blood Brigade. Whether we can win next depends entirely on the Iron Blood Brigade. Brother Du, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Chu Zhengxiang was polite in his words, but he was very excited in his heart. It was just a thought at the beginning, but I didn't expect that the 48th Division really couldn't hold on. This is so effective. Brother Du, how do you think the next battle should proceed? Chu Zhengxiang suppressed his inner excitement and asked Du Fei. Du Fei glanced in the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, frowned and said, "The only thing left is the siege battle. I think we should discuss it together." Okay. Chu Zhengxiang nodded repeatedly. Next, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jie gathered together and began to discuss the battle plan for attacking the Qingchuan ruins. Half an hour later, the plan has been basically finalized. Considering the limited number of infantry in the Women's Field Regiment and the small gaps in the north and west of the Qingchuan site, the female soldiers were responsible for blocking these two directions. Land King No. 1 and Land King No. 2 tanks cooperated with the Iron Blood Brigade to encircle the east and south of the Qingchuan ruins respectively. When the battle first started, the entire Qingchuan ruins were covered with artillery fire. After clearing out the escape time beasts, the four parts from the east, west, south, and north advanced into the city at the same time. When the four parts meet, it will be the time to declare the Qingchuan ruins mission a success. This is the general plan. We will adjust the specific details when we take action. Du Fei looked at Chu Zhengxiang and said. As for the abnormal situation inside the Qingchuan ruins, Du Fei did not tell Chu Zhengxiang. After all, even he himself did not know it clearly. Therefore, we can only conduct a round of artillery bombardment first and see the reaction before making a decision. Good. Chu Zhengxiang and the adjutant nodded at the same time. They looked at each other and were more than just moved. The Women's Field Regiment only had these two tanks, so Du Fei transferred all his belongings to the Iron Blood Brigade for use. What kind of affection is this? This kind of affection can no longer be described in words, okay? Ding. Reputation. Ding. Reputation. As two system prompts sounded in his mind, Du Fei was happy. Chapter 63. Such a big guy came out. That's settled then. Du Fei looked at the time and said, "Make preparations for the battle first and be in position before 5 a.m. Good. Chu Zhengxiang and Adjutant Dong Jie nodded. Afterwards, both sides returned to their respective camps and began to deploy. Women's Field Regiment Camp. After Du Fei assigned the tasks, he walked into the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tank and gave combat tasks to Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian separately. At this moment, the female soldiers took action and began to make preparations for war. Xiaoya, decorate more, the more the better. Xiaoring, holding a cigar in her mouth, walked down from the No. 2 Land King tank and patted a female logistics soldier on the shoulder. This time, the No. 2 Land King chariot made a lot of money, gaining nearly 1 million hours. Xiaoring and the female soldiers on the tank were excited the whole night. The only regret was that the ammunition was consumed too quickly. They felt that they couldn't move freely and the fighting was not satisfying. Ing Bao, Land King No. 2 has already pretended to be enough, said the female logistics soldier named Xiaoya. The Women's Field Regiment consumed a lot of resources in this battle, and only 1/3 of a large container of ammunition is left. The logistics soldiers are calculating the distribution of supplies, but the remaining ammunition is enough to complete the final battle at the Qingchuan ruins. Didn't you see there's still space at the back? Fill it up. Okay. The female logistics soldier Xiaoya was helpless, so she waved her hand and shouted, come on, everyone, come over and fill up Ing Bao's back. Come here, long or short, big or small, all kinds of sizes to satisfy her. How can you talk to a bunch of little hooves? Ha ha ha. Xiaoring was playing with the logistics soldiers and accidentally saw Lu Ruobing. At this moment, Lu Ruobing was sitting on a stone, holding her chin in her hand in a daze. Xiaoring quietly walked over and hugged her neck from behind. Are you thinking about love? Lu Ruobing was startled, and when she came to her senses, her pretty face flushed. You silly girl, you scared me? Why is your face red? Xiaoring stared at her and said with a smile, I see. Are you thinking about the leader? What nonsense are you talking about? There are so many sisters around. Lu Ruobing glanced at the female soldiers around her embarrassedly. Pretend, you're pretending for me. What's there to hide about this kind of thing? We should start early if we need to. Just think about it. There are so many sisters in the group, and the leader is so handsome. Those little hooves are staring at them covetously, and they dream of taking a bite. There are too many wolves and too little meat. You must at least maintain your position as the boss first. Xiaoying said. What are you talking about? Can you be serious? Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at Xiaoying, but her face turned even redder. In front of this best friend, she felt as if she was stripped naked. Okay, that's all I have to say. You can listen to it or not, but I'll remind you, Xiaoying said, narrowing her eyes and licking her lips. If you don't act sooner, I will stretch my legs over to you. Legs are long, aren't they? Legs are long, aren't they? Ah, the flesh there is tender. Don't pinch it, it hurts. Ha ha ha. 5 o'clock in the morning. All officers and soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment and the Iron Blood Brigade have been deployed outside the city wall of Qingchuan ruins. All commanders and fighters in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north are in place and are about to launch the final attack. Report. The howitzers are in position. Stand by. Report. The self-propelled artillery is in position. Stand by. Report. Tanks and armored machine guns are in place. Stand by. Everyone get ready. The siege of Qingchuan ruins has entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Du Fei gave the order into the communicator. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, artillery fire from the east, west, south, and north fired simultaneously, and countless shells shot towards the interior of the Qingchuan ruins like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook, and there were loud noises one after another. There were explosions all over the Qingchuan ruins. Thick smoke billowed, and flames filled the sky. One round of artillery coverage ended without waiting for Du Fei to issue the order for a second round of bombing. Suddenly, roar. An extremely terrifying and piercing scream resounded throughout the night sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster suddenly rose into the sky from the Qingchuan ruins, causing ripples in the surrounding air. I saw that the monster's head was 2 or 3 times larger than that of an ordinary time beast. Its deep eye sockets were glowing red, and its fat and large belly was covered with scales that looked like spikes. With a pair of bare wings spread out and a long tail behind it, its body is at least 20 or 30 meters in size. Oh my God! What kind of time beast is that? Such a large size. This is too horrible. Everyone alert. All the commanders and fighters in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north looked up at the sky. All of them were stunned and became highly alert. Invisible Wing Queen. Chu Zhengxiong was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. At the same time, in the Land King No. 1 and Land King No. 2 chariots, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and others all had pale faces. Du Fei's eyes suddenly shrank, and he was secretly surprised. He didn't expect such a big guy to burst out. Chu Zhengxiong came back to his senses and immediately shouted into the communicator. Captain Du, we are in trouble. That is a stealth wing queen. Chapter 64. Behind the Invisible Wing. Chu Zhengxiong's voice had not yet fallen in the communicator. Roar. Behind the huge invisible wing, 2 rows of sharp teeth were exposed in its mucus-filled mouth, and it let out a deafening roar. Suddenly, its bare wings flapped violently, stirring up a strange and violent airflow, and rushed straight towards the No. 1 Land King chariot. Quack, quack. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately afterwards, a large group of the remaining time beasts emerged from all directions of the Qingchuan ruins, including groups of invisible winged beasts that appeared in the sky. There are as many as 10 to 200 beasts on the ground and in the sky, among which there are more than a dozen super-level time beasts, and the rest are all super-level time beasts. Captain, be careful. Captain Du, be careful. Xiaoying and other female soldiers in Tank No. 1, as well as commanders at all levels such as Chu Zhengxiong exclaimed at the same time. No one expected that the Invisible Wing Queen would first attack the chariot where Du Fei was. Fire! Fire! Da-da-da-da! Da-da-da-da! At the same time, all the officers and soldiers at the 4 positions of the Qingchuan ruins launched fierce fire suppression at the rushing time beasts, just as the invisible wing rushed towards the No. 1 Land King chariot. Beep beep. Air raid warning. The tank has been detected to be under threat, and the all-round automatic defense cannon has been activated. A row of defensive machine guns instantly emerged from the head and tail of the Land King tracked vehicle. Next second, bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. Countless special machine gun shells were fired continuously and violently, forming a net-like pattern directly behind the diving stealth wing. Boom boom boom. In midair, countless mithril machine gun shells exploded in the night sky like a carpet and were successfully intercepted by the stealth wing. Inside the control room of the Land King tank, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing kept their eyes fixed on the detector. But the next second, both of them were startled at the same time. They saw that the stealth wing was not shot down as they had imagined, but instantly entered stealth state and disappeared. Report to the captain. The invisible winged beast seems to have a layer of defensive energy on its body surface. Our mithril shells only caused it some minor damage. Report to the commander. It seems to be aware of the danger and has turned around to flee. Due to the strong interference of the signal, the missile lock is about to be released. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian reported quickly. Sizzle. Sizzle. The drone control screen kept flashing, and the big red that had been locked onto by the two predators appeared and disappeared from time to time. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian stared at the screen intently, their faces tense, and they felt extremely nervous. This is the first time they have seen a time beast of the level of Queen E in their lives. Launch multiple missiles. Du Fei gave the order without hesitation.
Yes.
Gonting and Sun Shaoqian responded and pressed the launch buttons of multiple missiles at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Two Predator stealth drones each launched 16 micro-missiles and quickly chased after the stealth wing from different directions. Boom boom boom. Roar. Following a violent explosion in the air, several shrill screams were heard from the fire-filled clouds. Then, a stump of the body fell rapidly into the ruins of Qingchuan City, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chu Zhengxiong and other commanders at all levels who were directing the battle were all stunned when they saw this scene. Report to the captain. The invisible Wing Queen has escaped from the Qingchuan ruins, and only a piece of its tail was shot down. Gonting reported. She felt a little distressed when she saw 32 specially made micro-missiles being fired at once. Report to the captain. The signals of the two Predator drones have returned to normal. Sun Shaoqian reported. Order. Predator number 1 supports the southeast position. Predator number 2 supports the northwest position. Yes, Captain. In the control room, Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and said in surprise, I never thought that there was a Queen Wing lurking in the Qingchuan ruins. Yes, it is certain that this guy interfered with the drone's signal before. Du Fei nodded. According to his memory, he had learned some relevant knowledge about this big guy at the Advanced Commanders Academy. The invisible Wing Queen is different from other time beasts and belongs to the Beast King level. There are various kinds of time beasts, all of which are strong and ferocious, have super combat power, and have a certain degree of intelligence. In addition to the above characteristics, the Stealth Wing Queen also has a strong reproductive ability. It often rules over a group of male time beasts to command it, and there are no female time beasts in its territory. Once female time beasts or time beasts that do not meet the requirements are hatched, they will all be eaten by it. The biggest characteristic of the invisible Wing Queen is that it is lustful. It likes to reproduce day and night, and will not stop mating or move unless it is threatened by death. The above are Du Fei's memories of the Stealth Wing. So many mithril shells and missiles failed to kill it. This guy is really tough. Du Fei pinched his brows and muttered to himself. This is the first time I have encountered a time beast of this level. I didn't expect its defense to be so strong. I've seen it on the SkyEye website. Even the top 500 legions on the list are troubled by Beast King level time beasts like these. Once, 3 high-ranking armies ranked in the top 1,000 surrounded a time Beast King, but they were almost wiped out. Although the battle power of the Light Wing Queen just now is not as strong as the Beast King, it is also a destructive level existence. It's something to be thankful for that we were able to defeat it. Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and said excitedly. After listening to this, Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. Well, if you say so, I am lucky. What he was thinking was that if it was a Predator drone that killed the Stealth Wing, it wouldn't matter. The SkyEye would only determine that it was killed by a UFO. However, if the Land King Chariot number 1 had killed the invisible wing just now, it would definitely have attracted the special attention of the SkyEye. Thinking of this, Du Fei felt a little worried. He was thinking, the Land King Chariot killing so many level time beasts, he didn't know if it would attract the attention of the Time Federation. However, I can't think about so many things for the moment. Let's take over the Qingchuan ruins first. Pass my orders. From now on, the level 1 time beast will be left to Predator drones number 1 and number 2. Advance towards Qingchuan Ruin City from the east, west, south, and north at the same time. Start the final cleanup with all your strength.
Yes.
As Du Fei gave the order. When Chu Zhengxiong and other commanders at all levels learned that the Stealth Wing had escaped after being injured, they were overjoyed and all became excited. Everyone advanced into the city. Victory is at hand. Boom boom. The city wall of the Qingchuan ruins collapsed. Mud and rocks flew everywhere, and artillery fire illuminated the night sky red before dawn. Quack quack. Roar, roar, roar. Along with the fierce attack, the invisible winged beasts in the sky fell one after another. The flesh and blood of the time beasts on the ground flew everywhere, and the screams of agony continued. All officers and soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment and the Iron Blood Brigade launched a final charge towards the Qingchuan ruins. Chapter 65: Controlling Elements. At dawn, the sky brightened slightly. The Qingchuan city was filled with smoke, black blood, and a mess. Beside the vine-covered houses, in the bushy squares, and on the abandoned and dilapidated vehicles, there were broken beast eggs and the remains of ferocious beasts everywhere. Be alert. Smash all the eggs. 2nd Battalion Commander, take your men and search the ditch on the right. The 1st and 3rd Battalions are responsible for searching the houses and streets to the west.
Yes.
In an area within Qingchuan City, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Iron Blood Brigade, Dong Biao, was sweating profusely and was busy assigning cleaning tasks. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Occasionally, a few gunshots were heard in the distance, accompanied by the howling of a few time beasts. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment, each holding a submachine gun, were scattered everywhere, cooperating with the Iron Blood Brigade to clear out the remaining time beasts. The Qingchuan Ruins mission has basically come to an end. The darkness before dawn has passed, and what is coming is light. On a tracked command vehicle of the Iron Blood Brigade. Commander, we won? Adjutant Dong Jie showed great excitement and joy on his face and said to Chu Zhengxiong, "Yes, we won. It's unbelievable." Chu Zhengxiong looked at the scene in front of him, unable to hide his excitement. At this moment, it feels like a dream. Although the Qingchuan Ruins was only a very small-scale battle, what is unexpected is that there are actually super time beasts lurking there. You know, what does it mean to have a hunting ground with time beasts above level? This kind of hunting ground mission is simply not something that a legion like the Iron Blood Brigade can handle. At least a high-level legion ranked in the top 1,000 of the Sky Eye rankings can complete it. However, what is even more unexpected is that the Qingchuan Ruins not only have a time beast, but also a Beast King level Invisible Wing Queen. Then, the actual level of the task rises to a higher level. Even if a high-level army from the top 1,000 on the list came, it would probably be wiped out. Only the top legions with godlike status can complete the Beast King level hunting ground missions. But at this moment, the Iron Blood Brigade completed this task that only the top legions could accomplish. The most crucial thing is that the hunting ground was formed by a main division of the Renaissance Military Region and completed by an independent brigade of his Jihad Military Region. Unbelievable. For the Iron-Blooded Brigade that has been fighting for many years, this is a miracle among miracles. Chu Zhengxiong's mood at this moment is simply indescribable in words. Of course, all of this was given by the Women's Field Corps. Through this battle, he saw with his own eyes the true strength of the Women's Field Regiment. The most important one is the young Captain Du Fei, whom Chu Zhengxiong admires from the bottom of his heart. Although the number of Women's Field Regiment participating in the battle was less than 100 people, under the leadership of Du Fei, their combat effectiveness was comparable to that of a million-strong army. If they continue to grow stronger in the future, they will be able to surpass, or even surpass the top 500 legions in the Sky Eye rankings. If you don't hug such a thick thigh in front of you, you would be the biggest fool in the world. If the Iron Blood Brigade wants to stand out, they must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So the first thing to do is to get closer to the Women's Field Group, and then slowly enhance the relationship, and then you can become hardcore brothers. Thinking of this, Chu Zhengxiong became very excited. He even thought that his daughter would soon turn 18, so why should he give so much time to the Federation? It would be better to save 30 years and send her to the Women's Field Regiment. Land King Chariot, inside the control room. Xiaoring, how's the situation over there? Du Fei asked on the communicator. Report to the team leader, the cleanup has come to an end. Qingchuan City will be completely cleaned in about 30 minutes. Very good. Tell Brigade Commander Chu that we will meet at the gap in the east of the city after the cleanup. Yes, Captain. Du Fei had just finished making arrangements with Xiaoring when he heard Ganting's report through his headphones. Reporting to the captain, the broken tail behind the stealth wing has been found. After the Predator drone approached, there was still slight interference. Du Fei frowned when he heard this. This was a bit strange. After a moment's silence, he said, report the exact location where the broken tail fell. A square west of Qingchuan City, coordinates 731:256. New. Du Fei responded and said to Lu Ruobing, hurry to 731:256.
Yes.
Lu Ruobing nodded. She smiled on her pretty face and seemed a little excited. That was the tail of the wing shot down by the Women's Field Army. I really want to see what it looks like up close. About 5 minutes later, the Land King tracked vehicle crushed the remains of ferocious beasts and dense thorny bushes and arrived near the coordinates 731:256. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing got off the chariot. Two Predator drones hovered above their heads, guiding them forward. Soon, a pyramid that had been eroded by time appeared before their eyes, covered with tangled vines and strange-shaped plants. Below the pyramid was an open space similar to a coliseum, covered with weeds and branches. However, now, a big hole was smashed in the middle of the arena, and air with faint ripples was released outwards. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing walked through the vines and down the stone steps of the arena. Soon they arrived at the big pit. They looked down and saw a tail about 5 or 6 meters long. The tail was as thick as two people could hug together and was covered with shiny black scales, which looked a bit creepy. Lu Ruobing swallowed involuntarily, her beautiful eyes showing curiosity and a hint of fear. Du Fei frowned, but soon he discovered some abnormalities. I saw that the broken part of the tail was clearly filled with dark green blood, but it was not flowing out. The blood seemed to be flowing but not flowing, as if it was wrapped in something. Ding. Animal remains containing special energy have been detected. Rare substances can be extracted and elements can be controlled. A system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Du Fei was slightly stunned. Control elements? What the hell? Description of control element. One of the mysterious elements unknown in the current world, mostly hidden in the bodies of super beasts. It has a supernatural oscillation property and can release oscillation waves of specific frequency and wavelength. An indispensable mysterious element for synthesizing the magical metal vibranium. It has the characteristics of sound absorption interference, vibration anti-injury, super strong defense, etc. Click to expand more. Control elements are necessary for synthesizing vibranium. Damn, I'm so lucky. Du Fei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Chapter 66, On-Site Extraction. Next second, Du Fei took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement. You stay here first. After speaking to Lu Ruobing, he grabbed the surrounding vines and walked towards the pit. You, be careful, Lu Ruobing said with some concern. Du Fei waved at her, indicating that she didn't need to worry. According to the system prompt, although the simple control element can highlight its characteristics, it will not cause any harm to the human body if it is not fully utilized. Du Fei is aware of the safety issues. Soon, it arrived in front of the broken tail behind the stealth wing. Du Fei squatted down and began to look at it carefully. The broken tail is covered with thick scales, which are dark and shiny and look very solid. Each of those scales is as big as a palm and has some extremely sharp spikes more than 2 inches long. Out of curiosity, Du Fei reached out and pried off the spikes on the scales. So hard. Du Fei was secretly surprised. His current physical condition is at the primary enhancement level 5, and he can crush any stone. However, no matter how hard he tried to pry it apart, the scales and spikes on the broken tail remained motionless and as hard as steel. Originally, Du Fei planned to take the broken tail away, and then extract the control elements inside piece by piece like extracting mithril. But it seems that this approach does not work at the moment. The tail behind the stealth wing is so hard that it would be difficult to cut into pieces. Du Fei thought about it for a while, then took out a bottle of rare material smelting agent from the system space. Then, according to the system prompt, I spent another 50 reputation points to exchange for a container for storing elements from the technology library. That's right, he planned to try to extract it on the spot. After preparation, Du Fei first dropped a drop of smelting agent on the broken tail. After a minute, there was no response, so a few more drops were dripped. However, another 2 minutes passed and there was still no response. What is going on? Du Fei frowned and looked at the 5 or 6 meter long broken tail again. Finally, just grit your teeth. He poured all of the 500 milliliters smelting agent onto the broken tail, from the broken part to the base of the tail. Now, there was a reaction. I saw ripples like water waves beginning to appear on the broken tail, churning and surging slightly. Soon, a magical scene appeared. Changes occurred at the broken part of the tail, and the dark green blood was quickly forced to both sides by a force. Immediately following, I saw a drop of crystal-clear liquid that looked like egg white slowly seeping out, and the surrounding air surged instantly. Is this the control element? Du Fei did not hesitate and immediately used the element storage container to collect the liquid. Ding. Extraction successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one control element. That much? It took 500 smelting agents to extract only one control element from such a big tail. Du Fei looked at the few control elements at the bottom of the container and couldn't help but complain secretly. After putting away the element container and the empty bottle of smelting agent, Du Fei prepared to leave. When I turned my head, I inadvertently discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with the tail. I saw that the scales covering the tail had lost their luster and turned a little gray. The spikes on the scales also lost their sharpness and became somewhat wilted. Du Fei couldn't help it and reached out his hand again like before, wanting to try out how it felt. I touched it, and it felt very soft. Just pound it, and it goes in. Du Fei couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The severed tail was as hard as a mace just now, but now it is as soft as a sea cucumber. He understood immediately. This broken tail became like this because it lost the control element. What does this indicate? This shows that the control element is amazing. Du Fei couldn't help thinking to himself, if those beast kings lost the control elements in their bodies, they might turn into soft-bodied animals like snails. So, what about the other way around? What would happen if a little bit of this element was injected into the human body or a part of it? Why don't you just punch the time beast away? However, Du Fei felt that this idea might not be reliable. At this time, Xia Ying's report came from the communicator. Report to the captain. Qingchuan City has been completely cleared. According to your order, the Iron Blood Brigade, the No. 2 Land King Tank and my Women's Field Regiment Infantry have all evacuated Qingchuan City and are rushing to the East Gap to assemble. Very good. After Du Fei finished speaking into the communicator, he walked out of the pit. What is that liquid? Why does it seem to become softer and smaller after it flows out? Lu Ruobing looked at the broken tail with a curious look on her face, blinking her eyes and asked. Just now, Du Fei was busy downstairs, and she was squatting by the pit watching. All we know is that Du Fei seemed to be using a smelting agent to experiment with the severed tail, but we don't know what the liquid he collected is. This is kept secret for now. Du Fei smiled at Lu Ruobing and said, let's go. He didn't want to let anyone know about the control element contained in the body of the Super Time Beast, as well as the characteristics and functions of the control element for the time being. Then, it's useless? Lu Ruobing took another look at the broken tail in the pit, a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Those are parts of the Beast King, and most of them were taken down by the Women's Field Regiment themselves. This is a great honor for all the sisters. Even the top 1,000 senior legions in the rankings covet this kind of honor. Lu Ruobing was still thinking about it and planning to bring the broken tail back to the camp. Even if it is made into a pendant and let the sisters hang it around their necks, not to mention showing off, it can at least greatly satisfy their sense of honor. It's no use. Du Fei naturally understood Lu Ruobing's thoughts and couldn't help but smile and said, if you want, there will be plenty in the future. Just brag. Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly. The two of them did not delay and quickly returned to the control room of Land King Tank No. 1. Drive. Head to the gap east of Qingchuan City. Yes, Captain. Chapter 67 Time Collection System. Qingchuan Ruins, West. Kamaway. Boom boom. Quack quack. Roar, roar, roar. In a canyon, gunfire was flying, ferocious beasts were roaring, explosions were everywhere, and rocks and trees were collapsing. This is a hunting ground in the Shenyang Military District. The 3 divisions were launching a fierce attack on the large number of level 1 and 2 time beasts in the canyon. Not far from the canyon is the 39th Division headquarters. Commander, we are expected to achieve victory in this Dongshan Canyon hunting ground mission in an hour. The 64th and 103rd Divisions just sent us separate messages, saying that after completing this mission, they would like to invite us to continue to set up new hunting grounds. An adjutant said to a tall division commander with a smile on his face. Well, the strength of these 2 divisions is pretty good. We can see from this mission that they are not playing tricks. The division commander nodded and ordered, reply to them that our 39th Division accepts their invitation.
Yes.
The adjutant turned around and was about to pick up the communicator, but suddenly said, Commander, something is wrong? The teacher frowned and noticed something unusual. Crunch. The wooden shed-built command post began to shake, and soon after, the ground beneath their feet began to vibrate at a high frequency. What's going on? The commander hadn't finished speaking. Roar. A deafening roar was heard from above the canyon, and the wooden shed of the command center shook more and more violently. Report to the commander, there is an emergency. A large group of beasts appeared from nowhere. Commander, 3 level one-time beasts appeared behind the headquarters. We are surrounded by beasts. Suddenly, the entire division headquarters was in chaos. The division commander and his adjutant hurriedly ran out of the woodshed. Master, what is that? The adjutant pointed into the air. The commander looked up and his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, an invisible winged beast that was about 20 to 30 meters in size appeared above their heads. The invisible winged beast had a huge head, deep eye sockets glowing red, and a half-tail was dragging behind its bulging abdomen. Heaven! Her invisible wings. Before he finished speaking, the division commander, his adjutant, and the surrounding guards all felt a darkness before their eyes. Before anyone could even shout, the giant wing queen swooped down like lightning. Boom! There was a deafening bang, and the earth shook. That giant wing destroyed the 39th Division's headquarters in an instant. Immediately following, roar. The giant wing queen let out a violent roar, flapped a pair of bare wings, and rushed towards the other two divisions. In an instant, tens of thousands of soldiers in the canyon screamed miserably, and blood and body parts flew everywhere. Inside the Qingchuan ruined city, the tracks of the Land King tank number 1 were rolling, and it was moving slowly towards the gap in the east of Qingchuan City. Because the female soldier in charge of driving the tank was temporarily unwell, Lu Ruobing suddenly decided to replace her and drive the vehicle herself. Click, click, click. The broken animal eggs on the ground were crackling as they were pressed, and dark green juice kept splashing onto the roadside on both sides. The corners of Lu Ruobing's mouth curled up slightly. She seemed to enjoy this feeling and felt that pressing on those beast eggs was very stress-relieving. You know, the eggs of those time beasts hatch by absorbing radiation. Before they hatch, the egg liquid inside is equivalent to radioactive water. According to federal historical records, tens of thousands of years ago, humans tried to eat the meat and eggs of mutant beasts and time beasts. However, the results were disappointing. The grass on the graves of the first group of people who tried the animal meat and eggs has now grown into thousand-year-old trees. Later, an expert from the Time Federation also had a sudden idea. A plan was proposed to use one spear to attack the other's shield. It is recommended to hatch the beast eggs, tame the beasts from the cubs, and then use them to fight. However, experts gradually discovered during the research process that animal eggs need to absorb radiation in the wild in order to hatch, and once they leave the mother's body, the hatching process is extremely slow. As a result, several experts died before the eggs could hatch. After all, with the mission of helping the Federation gain greater benefits, with the experts' persistence, a group of time cubs were finally hatched. But what was unexpected was that the cubs had an astonishing appetite. The experts took careful care of them and spent a huge amount of time and effort to raise them. Finally, it was discovered that the time beast was cruel by nature, had no emotions, and was not suitable for domestication. Helplessly, those time beasts that had been raised with great effort and time were beaten to death by a burst of gunfire, and they barely made back their investment of more than 100,000 hours. Finally, the experts came to the conclusion that the time beast is only suitable for hunting to gain time, and as for taming the beast and eating it, it is not feasible. Du Fei was sitting next to Lu Ruobing. He had just obtained one control element and was in a very good mood. At this moment, looking at Lu Ruobing crushing the beast eggs with a smug look on her face, Du Fei couldn't help but shook his head and smiled silently. Since Lu Ruobing's chariot was moving slowly, it would take about 5 minutes to reach the gap east of Qingchuan City. So Du Fei leaned back, opened the system interface, and found some new changes. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 6,620. Intimacy, 126. Constitution, Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Warm reminder. Due to radiation, the upper limit of physical fitness is expanded, and the strengthening degree can be further increased by 5 points. Items, Universal Toolbox, Element Control. TSK, the reputation value has increased to more than 6,000 points, and the intimacy value is already 126 points. In this case, some things can be exchanged. Du Fei simply scanned the system interface and couldn't wait to open the technology library. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised as he found that a lot of the items inside seemed to have been refreshed. Light armor, design drawing 200 reputation points are required. Smart battlesuit, design drawing requires 1,000 reputation points. Vibranium synthesis technology requires 100 intimacy points. Urigen synthesis technology, 500 intimacy points are required. Intelligent Laser Defense System. Design drawing requires 1,000 intimacy points. Time Collection System. Finished product requires 5,000 intimacy points. Time Storage Card. Finished product. Each card requires 1 reputation point. Click to expand more. Time Collection System. Du Fei's eyes lit up. This was what he had always wanted. With this thing, it means that there is one more eye in the sky in this world, but this eye belongs to me. However, the next moment, when Du Fei saw that 5,000 intimacy points were required, he felt completely disappointed. That's outrageous. Is it necessary to have so much? What do you take me for? The owner of the cave? Chapter 68. This wave has a great harvest. Du Fei stared at the time collection system in the technology library and complained slightly. However, I was still very excited. Before, he was thinking that if he could have a time collector like the Federation's Sky Eye, he could get rid of the Federation's exploitation. I didn't expect it was actually in the technology library. With his own time collector, at least he would no longer be subject to the commission from the Federal Sky Eye when hunting time beasts. At that time, the time will also be stored in your own storage card. Not only will there be no handling fees, but it will also be safe and secure. The most important thing is that you can promote your own storage card to the outside world in the future. Now, within the range of the Federation Sky Eye, hunting a time beast will cost 20 points, and using a Federation storage card will cost 10 points, which means that 30 points of time are taken away by the Federation. Then, in the future, within the scope of your own time collector, even if you charge a certain fee for these two items combined, the time you earn will be immeasurable. It only takes 1 reputation point to redeem a storage card, but the storage card and time collector are bound to each other and cannot be redeemed for the time being. All in all, the above are just plans. After all, once the Women's Field Regiment has its own time collector, it would be equivalent to touching the interests of the Federation. Such a plan can only be implemented after we have the strength to compete with the Federation. In any case, the time collector is a must. Although it requires too much intimacy, it is worth it. It seems that it is not enough to just impress my subordinates. I need to focus on cultivating their feelings in the future. Du Fei couldn't help but think of Lu Ruobing. Currently, he had gained more intimacy from her. He knew that if he wanted to gain more intimacy points, he couldn't just fleece one sheep. Only by casting a wide net can the intimacy value rise rapidly like the reputation value. Now that I have the control element and the intimacy value is 126 points, I will exchange the vibranium synthesis technology first. Next second. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 100 intimacy points for vibranium synthesis technology. The system prompt sounded. Du Fei's mind suddenly appeared an introduction to the properties of vibranium, the required raw materials, detailed synthesis steps, etc. Vibranium, also known as Nirvana steel, a very magical metal. Its hardness is higher than that of mithril, and it possesses 2 extraordinary properties: unconscious state and semi-conscious state. In the unconscious state, its molecules are relatively static. Its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible and can be used to make shields and cold weapons. In a semi-conscious state, it can isolate radiation, automatically absorb heat energy, kinetic energy, and other energies, has super strong anti-injury defense, and can be made into armor and combat uniforms. Regular vibranium, required materials, controlled elements, Nirvana meteorites, rare and expensive in the current world. Active vibranium, required materials, controlled elements, Nirvana meteorites, rare material smelting agents. Click to expand more. This metal is really awesome. The 100 intimacy points were well spent. Du Fei was already excited after simply understanding the properties of vibranium, especially the active vibranium. The battle suit made of this material will make you absolutely invincible when you wear it. Not only is personal safety guaranteed to the greatest extent, but everyone can also fight alone and even fight the time beast with bare hands. Now the source of control elements is available, and rare material smelting agents can be exchanged at any time. There are only one of the 3 materials missing: Nirvana meteorite. Although this kind of meteorite is rare and expensive in the current world, but as long as it exists, it's fine. Du Fei was a little excited and looking forward to it. At this time, the number 1 Land King tracked vehicle slowly stopped, and the gap east of Qingchuan City had been reached. Seeing Du Fei closing his eyes with a smile on his face, Lu Ruobing couldn't help but secretly mutter, maybe he was having a sweet dream. Salute. As Du Fei and Lu Ruobing stepped down from the number 1 Land King chariot, a loud command sounded. Commanders at all levels of the Iron Blood Brigade, all soldiers, and all female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment saluted in unison. Du Fei smiled and saluted all the soldiers. This is a legendary figure. At this moment, every soldier of the Iron Blood Brigade knew it very well. Without Captain Du, all the soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade would most likely have been killed like the 48th Division and would not have achieved the great victory in the Battle of Qingchuan Ruins. It can be said that it was Captain Du who saved the entire Iron Blood Brigade. Accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xiao Ying, Du Fei slowly walked towards the space between the two armies. Commanders at all levels of the Iron Blood Brigade and thousands of soldiers watched Du Fei intently, their eyes all following his movements, their eyes full of admiration and gratitude. "Brother Du, we won?" Chu Zhengxiong strode up to him and held Du Fei's hand tightly. "Yeah, it's not easy." Du Fei sighed. Without Captain Du, there would be no victory in the Qingchuan Ruins battle. Chu is grateful. You can't say that. It was only under the leadership of Brigade Commander Chu that the Iron Blood Brigade achieved the final victory. Du Fei smiled and patted the back of Chu Zhengxiong's hand, then continued, "This time, our Women's Field Regiment was able to successfully complete the mission thanks to the Iron Blood Brigade. This. Okay, whatever Brother Du says is fine. Ha ha ha." Chu Zhengxiong laughed heartily, then let go of Du Fei's hand. "No matter what, you have to let the soldiers express their gratitude as well." Then, he solemnly faced all the soldiers and said loudly, "We won today. This is the greatest victory of my Iron Blood Brigade since its birth. I believe that each of you knows that everything, including your life, was given by the Women's Field Corps. I hope each of you will remember this moment. Iron Blood Brigade has no way to repay this kindness. All we can say is that if the Women's Field Regiment needs the Iron Blood Brigade in the future, the Iron Blood Brigade will go through fire and water without hesitation. Now, everyone, salute to Captain Du and all the female heroes of the Women's Field Regiment." Chu Zhengxiong finished speaking. "Salute. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." The passionate voices of thousands of soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade echoed throughout the Qingchuan Ruins. Ding. Reputation value. 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 The system prompt sound in Du Fei's mind rang like a tide. And at this moment, feel the scene before your eyes. Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers in the Women's Field Regiment were extremely shocked and moved. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Reputation value. Then another wave of system prompt sounds rang out. Du Fei was overjoyed. This wave of harvest is huge. Chapter 69. If you can't get it, destroy it. 7 o'clock in the morning. The Qingchuan Ruins mission was declared successfully completed. Commander-in-Chief, the military district has issued an urgent order, ordering all units to assemble outside the Holy War City within 3 days. Adjutant Dong Jia came up and reported to Chu Zhengxiong in a low voice. Chu Zhengxiong frowned slightly. "So anxious?" "No." Chu Zhengxiong responded, then looked at Du Fei. "Brother Du, I still have a lot to say to you. Unfortunately, the military district has an urgent order, so we have to go first and can only gather again later." To be honest, he had always been thinking about his daughter joining the Women's Field Regiment. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to test Du Fei's attitude, but now the military district suddenly issued an urgent order, so I can only talk about my daughter's matter later. Brigade Commander Chu, please focus on military affairs first. There is a long way to go. Du Fei said. Brother Du is right. I like to hear that. Haha. Chu Zhengxiong smiled heartily. Afterwards, the two sides shook hands and said goodbye. Order. Rush to the Holy War City at full speed. With a command, the Iron Blood Brigade set off and hurried away with the roar of motors. Pass my orders. Everyone evacuate and rush back to the camp. Yes, Captain. Following Du Fei's order. Boom boom boom. 2 Land King tanks started, followed closely by a container ammunition truck and 2 transport vehicles full of female soldiers. The Women's Field Regiment quickly evacuated the Qingchuan Ruins and returned to the camp at lightning speed. Inside the Land King chariot. Report to the leader, Predator number 1 and number 2 have entered automatic protection mode. Gan Ting came directly into the control room, followed by Sun Shaoqian. Du Fei nodded at them. From the bright smiles on their faces, he could guess the purpose of their visit. Next, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian held Lu Ruobing's arms on the left and right and sat next to her. Sure enough, It took less than 3 seconds. Ganting showed a money-grubbing expression on her face and whispered, "Captain, guess how much time we have now?" "How much?" Du Fei asked with a smile. "The total income from hunting the time beasts is 4,325,706 hours. After deducting the 1,198,000 hours of military pay for the entire regiment, the balance is 3,127,706 hours." Ganting shook her head excitedly and continued, "Adding Diao Dekui's 10 million hours, we now have a total of 13,127,706 hours." The words fell. "That's great. More than 13 million hours. Yeah, I still can't believe it." Before this, Lu Ruobing and Sun Xiaoqian already knew that the team leader had obtained Diao Dekui's storage card worth 10 million. However, they were filled with excitement and joy. Hearing Ganting's report, the two of them could no longer hold back and became excited again. Who could believe that the Women's Field Corps had a net worth of tens of millions in less than a month? Just think about it like a dream. Look how excited you are. Is over 10 million a lot? Du Fei looked at the three of them and said, "This is just a drizzle. We will have so much time in the future that you won't be able to count it." When the three beauties heard this, they looked at Du Fei at the same time, made faces at him, and stuck out their tongues. "You actually said that more than 10 million hours is just a drizzle? Besides, how much time would it take if there were too many to count? Anyway, I feel that we now have more than 10 million hours, and I am already very satisfied." Ganting showed a happy expression on her face, then thought for a moment and looked at Du Fei. "You have to spend it sparingly?" Sun Xiaoqian said, "I am also very satisfied." Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei and said, "Me too. Although we have so much time, we can't squander it lavishly in the future." After all, they were used to living a poor life before. Now facing more than 10 million hours, how could they not be satisfied? Seeing that the three beauties all looked like misers, Du Fei shook his head and smiled. Nirvana meteorite should not be difficult to buy, but it is very expensive. If they found out in 2 days that this huge sum of money was missing, they would surely burst into tears. The three beauties were excited for a while and seemed a little tired. Sun Xiaoqian rubbed her temple and yawned. Ganting pounded her shoulders, and Lu Ruobing bent over and gently pounded her long legs. Du Fei saw this and couldn't help asking, "Are you all very tired?" Lu Ruobing raised her head and smiled bitterly. "I'm not tired. It's probably because the radiation in the wild is too high. Captain, don't worry about us. We're all right. We have a recovery pool. We can just go back and soak in it," Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian said. Du Fei frowned slightly. Why didn't he feel sleepy at all? They had all been in the recovery pool before, so hadn't their bodies been strengthened? "I'll have to research this issue when I get back." In Fuxing City, in a luxurious mansion. "My lord, it's time to get up." A muscular man with a strong build came to the bedside barefoot and spoke to a middle-aged man. "What time is it?" The middle-aged man snorted sleepily. "It's 9 o'clock in the morning." The muscular man replied, "Well, come here and change my clothes for me." The middle-aged man sat up and waved to the muscular man. "Yes, sir." As the muscular man approached, a satisfied smile appeared on the middle-aged man's feminine and fair face. Then, he put his arms around the muscular man's neck and said in a sissy voice, "My dear, you performed very well last night. You almost made me pass out. When I enter the cabinet, I will reward you with a position." After saying that, he clenched his fist and gently punched the muscular man's chest a few times. "Thank you for your cultivation. I will work hard to perform well in the future and will definitely live up to your expectations." The muscular man looked delighted and excited. "Come on, smell it." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and raised his face. "Yes, sir." Chirp. The muscular man obediently kissed the middle-aged man on the face. Just at this moment, the bedside communicator suddenly rang. "Wu Dagui, are you still a human being?" When the middle-aged man heard this, disgust and resentment immediately appeared on his face, and he said into the communicator, "Wang Shuzhen, don't think that I won't touch you just because you have a high-ranking father. To tell you the truth, I'm about to enter the cabinet, and then I'll settle all the old and new scores together. I'll give you one last warning. Du Lei is the person I like. If I can't have him, then neither can you." After saying that, there was a snap. The middle-aged man smashed the communicator into pieces in great anger. Chapter 70, Finding Your Own Position. Knock, knock, knock. Report. At this time, a report came from outside the door. "Come in." Wu Dagui changed his clothes with the help of a muscular man, but the resentment on his face was still there. "Report to the Lord, the 48th Division. Something happened. A burly and strong confidential clerk walked in and said in a panic, "What happened?" Wu Dague walked to the dressing table and sat down, without even turning his head, asking, "Could it be that Diao Dekue, that loser, can't hold on any longer? Has he declared the mission a failure?" "No, no, sir. The 48th Division was completely wiped out in the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground," the confidential clerk said with a trembling voice. "What did you say?" Wu Dague turned his head. Click. The muscular man had just inserted the earring into his ear hole, but it fell to the ground before he could put it on. The 48th Division was completely wiped out? Is this true? Wu Dague stood up and asked. "Sir, the situation is true. Sky Eye has just released the latest news. Come and take a look." The clerk quickly turned on the laser screen on the wall and entered the Sky Eye website. As the cursor moved, the details of the hunting ground mission in Qingchuan Ruins were quickly called up. The 48th Division of the Formation Party came into view. However, the name of the 48th Division has been marked in dark gray. The latest news about the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground posted below is gaining popularity rapidly. The Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground mission lasted nearly 20 hours, and the 48th Division of the Fuxing military region was completely wiped out. In the Battle of Qingchuan Ruins, tens of thousands of soldiers of the 48th Division were defeated step by step, and their positions were lost one after another, resulting in the fall of the headquarters. More than a dozen extra staff armies of the Fuxing military region have withdrawn from the battlefield. Since they have not withdrawn from the mission scope, their rankings on the ranking list will be lowered accordingly. Although the 48th Division of the Renaissance military region won the hunting ground mission, it was ultimately completed by the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War military region. The Iron Blood Brigade, relying on the strength of only a few thousand men, bravely advanced and successively recaptured the lost positions, achieving the final victory. The Iron Blood Brigade's ranking has jumped from 9,856th to 3,217th, and it will receive all funding for this mission. Below the latest news about the Qingchuan Ruins mission, comments rolled in like a tide. Fuck, is this the Fuxing military district? An entire division was wiped out? Not as good as a brigade of the Jihad military district? What a shame. May I ask how much sorrow the Fuxing military region has? Please answer the call downstairs. Haha, when will I be able to make a breakthrough? What's the purpose of eating so many sea cucumbers? It's a pity that the hunting ground has set a limit on the number of legions. Otherwise, the Fuxing military district would have completed all the tasks that needed to be completed long ago. A tree without bark will die, but the Federation will be invincible if it has a revitalized military zone. Do you often swear when facing the failure of the Renaissance military region? At this moment, Wu Dague's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted angrily, "Waste? A bunch of waste." Seeing Wu Dague lose his temper, the confidential clerk quickly turned off the laser screen, and the muscular man next to him was so scared that he dared not make a sound. After a while, Wu Dague calmed down a little and murmured to himself, "Strange, according to Diao Dekue's report, a super-level time beast appeared in the Qingchuan Ruins at that time. Logically speaking, the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War military district only has a few thousand people. With their equipment, it is difficult to defeat the super-level time beast. How can they win? I can't figure it out." Wu Dague's face was full of confusion. You know, he has 3 divisions under his control, and the 48th Division is one of the main divisions. Although he reprimanded them several times at that time, he also gave orders to them to retreat if they couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't expect that Diao Dekue would be so stupid as to cause the entire army to be wiped out. Although Wu Dague was not sad about the destruction of this main division, it still had a certain negative impact on him as he was about to enter the cabinet. Prepare a gift. I will go to the Cabinet General Staff Office later. Wu Dague has been working in federal agencies for many years, so he naturally knows how to avoid unfavorable situations as soon as possible. Yes, sir. The clerk nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Wu Dague called the confidential clerk and said, "Get me Yuan Shiji from the 109th Division." Yes. The clerk immediately took out the communicator and the call was quickly connected. "I am Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. May I ask what instructions you have, sir?" A voice came from the communicator. "Have you finished the task I assigned you?" Wu Dague asked into the communicator. "Sir, as you ordered, the father and daughter have been sent to the cabinet's felony mine." Very good. Wu Dague nodded, then closed the communication channel and muttered to himself, "Senior, if I can't get you in this life, I won't be named Wu." The The muscular man next to him saw this and showed a hint of jealousy in his eyes, so he stepped forward to comfort him. Sir, there are many beautiful women in the world. Why do you have to love only one flower? Just execute those ungrateful people in secret. Don't forget that you still have me. Shut up. Wu Dagui's face turned cold, and he shouted at the muscular man. Who do you think you are? Remember, find your place. Don't forget that you are just a tool. Yes, yes, sir. The muscular man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 71. Things may change. In the Fuxing military region, inside a large-scale base. Minister, we have completed the process as you ordered. A calm and capable secretary walked into the office and whispered to an old man. The old man nodded slightly. The old man was wearing a black uniform, his hair was gray, and he exuded an aura of majesty without even being angry. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, facing the door, staring out the window. Minister, you have been standing for half an hour. Let me help you go back to the bedroom and rest for a while, said the secretary. No problem. The old man waved to the secretary and stood motionless in front of the window, with a trace of shock still on his weathered face. Su Zhong, you are a top student in the field of weapons. Tell me what you think of that squad. This is hard to say. I have no idea yet. Secretary Su Zhong shook his head and smiled bitterly, then continued. It stands to reason that with their numbers and equipment, it would be difficult to kill the mutant beasts. But I didn't expect that they killed so many level 1-time beasts. What's even more unexpected is that they also injured an invisible wing queen. It can only be said that their weapons and ammunition are fatal to the time beasts, especially the two unidentified objects in the sky. The sky, I can't even tell what kind of aircraft they are. Although their weapons and equipment are outdated, their actual power has surpassed the Federation's mithril particle weapons. I suspect that the team has mastered some advanced weapons manufacturing technology. The level of advancement of that technology is far beyond the reach of major military industrial groups. And Minister, I just checked. That non-staff women's field regiment had no combat power before. But after a commander was airdropped into their team not long ago, they won a great victory in a battle the next day. That battle caused their combat power ranking to jump from over 300,000 to the top 100,000. That commander graduated from the Federal Senior Military Academy. I suspect that all this has something to do with him. Secretary Su Zhong analyzed. Well, that boy was originally a genius in the academy, the old man said. Secretary Su Zhong was slightly startled and couldn't help looking at the old man. Minister, do you know that commander? More than just knowing him, that boy is Du Lei's son. The old man showed a bitter smile on his face. So that's how it is. I understand. Alas, things may be changing. But that kid is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. The old man shook his head, then looked at his secretary Su Zhong and said solemnly, From now on, keep a close eye on that kid's team. Any sensitive records and data about them from Sky I must be deleted as soon as possible. Yes, Minister. Secretary Su Zhong nodded heavily. At this time, the guard's surprised voice came from outside the door. Miss? Report to the minister, the young lady is here. Before the guard could finish his words, a beautiful woman walked in hurriedly. Miss, you are here. Secretary Su Zhong showed surprise on his face. The beautiful woman was about 30 years old, with willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, red lips and pearly teeth, and a beautiful appearance. Her slender legs were covered by a long dress. Although she was approaching middle age, she was well-maintained and had an elegant and noble temperament, especially the thin dress, which tightly outlines her perfect figure, plump and full, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Only, the beautiful woman's eyebrows were filled with sorrow, and she looked a little sad and resentful, and also a little helpless. This beautiful woman was none other than Wang Shuzhen. Dad. Wang Shuzhen walked in and called softly to the old man. When the old man heard Wang Shuzhen's name, his body trembled. Then, his weathered face trembled slightly, and a hint of surprise and excitement appeared in his eyes. This old man was none other than Wang Shuzhen's father, Wang Jianqing, the Minister of Supervision of the 9th District of the Guanyin Federation. 10 years. I never expected to hear my daughter call me dad again. Zhaner, you are here. The corners of Wang Jianqing's mouth twitched, and his eyes became a little cloudy and blurry. The past events come to mind vividly. Many years ago, a young soldier named Du Lei rescued Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield. From then on, Wang Shuzhen fell in love with Du Lei and had frequent contacts with him. However, due to their different social classes, Wang Jianqing naturally strongly opposed his daughter Wang Shuzhen's relationship with Du Lei. Later, when Wu Dagui, the young master of the Wu family, learned about it, he frantically tried to stop Wang Shuzhen and Du Lei from having any contact and proposed to her many times. In the end, with Wang Jianqing's consent, he married his daughter Wang Shuzhen to Wu Dagui. What he didn't expect was that his daughter seemed like a different person after her marriage. He remained silent all day long, and from then on, he never spoke a word to his father again. In the following days, Wang Jianqing heard some rumors about Wu Dagui. Only then did he realize that this political marriage he had arranged had completely ruined his daughter's lifelong happiness. Wang Jianqing regretted it deeply, but it was too late. For 10 years, the father and daughter have been like strangers. Zhaner, Dad is sorry for you. Dad was wrong. Wang Jianqing's voice trembled slightly. He turned around, with a long-accumulated guilt revealed on his face. Dad, let's not talk about the past anymore. Now, my daughter is begging you to save Du Lei. Wang Shuzhen came in front of Wang Jianqing, knelt down, and pleaded with tears in her eyes. Jane, get up and talk. Wang Jianqing bent down, helped his daughter up distressedly, and asked, what happened to that boy? Now, hearing the name Du Lei from his daughter again, Wang Jianqing's previous rejection disappeared, and instead he felt a little concerned. Du Lei and his daughter were sent to the felony mine by Wu Dagui on trumped-up charges. Wang Shuzhen showed worry and anxiety on her face, and then said, Dad, I hope you can think of a solution. Chapter 72 Is God blind? Felony mine? Wang Jianqing frowned. Secretary Su Zhong was slightly startled and also looked over. I know, don't worry. Wang Jianqing looked at his daughter Wang Shuzhen lovingly and said, Dad will find a solution. After saying that, he limped towards the desk. Secretary Su Zhong hurried forward to support him. Wang Shuzhen trembled slightly when she saw this. Dad, your body. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Jianqing smiled and waved at his daughter, his mood not affected at all by his health condition. One of his legs was about to be crippled, a sequelae of the battle decades ago. Wang Jianqing once served in a top-level legion. At that time, his legion was responsible for clearing out a Beast King's lair and encountered a radiation source. Although the Federation continuously provided anti-radiation injections to this top legion, 80% of the soldiers died in the following decades. For Wang Jianqing, being able to live to this day is a great fortune. He is now in the late stage of radiation and his health is beginning to deteriorate. He doesn't have much time left to live. However, now that his daughter is back with him, Wang Jianqing feels extremely relieved and can be said to die without regrets. Minister, the felony mine is under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. I'm afraid it's not easy for us to intervene. Secretary Su Zhong helped Wang Jianqing sit down and spoke in a low voice. Wang Jianqing nodded slightly, his face filled with a cloud of gloom. Currently, there are hundreds of regions in the Time Federation, and each region has its own base city under its jurisdiction. Renaissance City, Light City, Holy War City, Hope City, South Flame City, and North Chill City. These 6 major base cities are under the jurisdiction of the 9th District of the Federation. Although the 9th District has a small jurisdiction, with only 6 base cities and more than 100 outer city outposts under its jurisdiction, there is a serious polarization among the top leaders, and the situation is complicated. The cabinet, in particular, has a slightly higher status than other departments and is correspondingly more domineering and overbearing in its approach to affairs. As early as a few years ago, the Wu family moved closer to the cabinet and chose to stand on the cabinet's side. It is said that Wu Dagui now has a strong backing and is likely to become a cabinet member in the near future. Logically speaking, Du Lei and his daughter were civilians of Renaissance City, and even if they were guilty, they would only be sent to an ordinary stronghold mine. But now, they were sent to the felony mine where high-level criminals were held. Needless to say, the so-called false charges against the father and daughter should have been made by the cabinet. In the 9th District, it is not easy to rescue people from the cabinet. With Wu Dagui interfering, this matter becomes extremely difficult. Dad, is this very difficult? Wang Shuzhen saw her father's worried look and couldn't help but ask. It's okay, leave it to Dad. Wang Jianqing showed a kind smile on his face and comforted Wang Shuzhen. For the sake of his daughter, he decided to send Su Zhong to the cabinet on his behalf. He believed that his former friends would definitely give him face. Boom, boom, boom. The Women's Field Regiment convoy was speeding along the bumpy and rugged mountain road. Calculating the distance, it would probably take another 10 hours to get back to the camp. Land King Chariot, inside the control room. Do you have a needle? Lu Ruobing asked Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian in a low voice. It might be because he had more than 10 million hours of time and was too excited just now, or it might be because he had worn this old military uniform for too long. A button on Lu Ruobing's chest suddenly came loose and broke. You? How can that be possible? There's no one here, so I'll sew it when I get back. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian covered their mouths and laughed, then shook their heads at her. Then, they both looked at Lu Ruobing's plump breasts at the same time, and then lowered their heads to glance at their own breasts out of the corner of their eyes. The two couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling inferior. Sister Ruobing, you are too knowledgeable. Sister Ruobing, why do I feel like you've been different these past 2 days? Is that right? Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian hugged Lu Ruobing on the left and right and whispered in her ears. Get out of the way. What are you two damn girls talking about? Lu Ruobing pinched each of them on the waist, then blushed and glanced at Du Fei next to her. Ah, it hurts. We are wrong, isn't it? Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, the three beauties started to laugh and laugh quietly. Du Fei, who was standing next to them, didn't know why they suddenly started playing around and could not help but smile and shake his head. After all, he didn't understand the world of women. He also heard it just now. Lu Ruobing seemed to be asking Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian for needles to sew buttons. What needle isn't in his all-purpose toolbox? However, Lu Ruobing didn't ask him, and he was too lazy to take it out. Just at this moment, there was a burst of discussion among several female communication soldiers. Look, the latest news about the Qingchuan Ruins battle has come out. The Iron Blood Brigade's battle record ranking has risen directly from 9,856th to 3,217th, entering the top 5,000. TSK, the Iron Blood Brigade is really awesome now. There are over 9,999 comments below, many of which are cursing the Fuxing military region. Huh? Why isn't the name of our women's field group listed? Let me see. It's weird. Yes, our ranking is still 97,566th. It has neither dropped nor risen. What a broken eye. This is too infuriating. Those female communication soldiers had puffed up faces and kept complaining. You know, without the Women's Field Regiment, it would have been impossible to win the Battle of Qingchuan Ruins. They believe that their legion has outstanding achievements and should receive due honors. Not to mention how high my expectations were. At least the ranking should have risen a lot, but I didn't expect that my name wouldn't even be shown on the list. This is clearly discrimination and insult to the Women's Field Regiment. At this moment, Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian stopped playing. I opened the smart tablet and quickly entered the Tianyan website. Then, the three of them checked the latest news and looked at each other, their beautiful eyes full of confusion. It's true. The latest news did not mention the Women's Field Corps at all. What's going on? The battle at Qingchuan Ruins was much larger than the previous battle of Blackwater River. Logically, Sky Eye should have recorded it, right? But soon, Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they were still worried that once the news of the Qingchuan Ruins mission was announced, some secrets of the Women's Field Corps would be exposed. Unexpectedly, there was no mention of the Women's Field Regiment in the latest news, as if the Women's Field Regiment had never participated in this battle. Although this matter was very puzzling, the three beauties finally felt relieved. Stop discussing this. This is a good thing for us. Don't you understand? Lu Ruobing looked at several female communication soldiers. Clear. Several female communication soldiers nodded in unison. They naturally understood that it was a secret related to the Women's Field Regiment, but they just couldn't accept the fact that they had lost their honor and couldn't help but complain. Lu Ruobing nodded to them, then came to Du Fei, bent down and placed the smart tablet in front of him. Captain, what do you think is going on? Lu Ruobing asked, covering her chest with one hand. I think? Seeing Lu Ruobing's expression, Du Fei frowned slightly. This was clearly not the right attitude to ask a question. If Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and the female communication soldiers hadn't been looking over here, Du Fei would have really wanted to pry her hands apart. This? Du Fei hesitated for a moment and shook his head at Lu Ruobing. It's not clear yet. After saying that, he stared at the latest news about the Qingchuan Ruins above and felt very strange. It even felt a little weird. Du Fei frowned, a little confused. How could this phenomenon occur? Is God blind? Chapter 73 Nirvana Meteorite. Du Fei stared at the latest news about the Qingchuan Ruins mission and thought for a while. Did Sky Eye kick the Women's Field Regiment out of the Federation? That's not right. The ranking on the leaderboard is still there. This is so. I have no idea what this is. Although this phenomenon is a good thing for the Women's Field Regiment. However, despite his doubts, Du Fei still felt a little wary. The most important thing right now is to find the Nirvana meteorite first and make vibranium as soon as possible, Du Fei thought to himself. So, he picked up the smart tablet and placed it on his lap, opened the material trading website on Tianyan, and started checking it out. After entering Nirvana meteorite in the search bar, a lot of related information immediately pops up. Nirvana meteorite, radiation nemesis, longevity. Nirvana meteorite, showing nobility, a symbol of love. Nirvana meteorite, you deserve it. Click the link below to enter them all. Meteorites are eternal, and one will be passed down forever. Nirvana meteorite bracelet, directly sold by the official website, only 9 per piece. Nirvana meteorite jewelry, quality assurance, official free shipping, 99999 in stock. Nirvana meteorite jewelry, supports installment payment, and is shipped immediately after placing an order. Authentic Nirvana meteorite, clearance sale. What the hell is this? Du Fei opened them all and was confused. Is the Nirvana meteorite so common? Since there was no information about the Nirvana meteorite in his memory from school before, but now, he seemed to understand. Nirvana meteorites in this world are like diamonds on the blue planet in the previous life, and can be used to inlay jewelry. The system prompts that Nirvana meteorites are very rare and expensive in the current world, but they are everywhere in this mall, and there is also a clearance sale. It won't be that cheap, will it? Du Fei muttered secretly. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian were bored and saw Du Fei looking up something with his head down, shaking his head as he checked. They felt a little curious and came over one after another. Nirvana meteorite? When the three beauties saw what Du Fei was searching for, they couldn't help but look puzzled. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian looked at each other. Could it be that the team leader wanted to buy meteorite jewelry? Sister Ruobing, look, the leader is choosing jewelry for you. Tisk, Sister Ruobing, it must be bought for you. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian looked envious and whispered in Lu Ruobing's ear. What nonsense! Lu Ruobing glared at the two of them, but her pretty face flushed in an instant, and her heart seemed to be filled with a ton of honey. Do you know the Nirvana meteorite? Du Fei closed the website mall, looked at the three beauties and asked. He just searched for a long time and found that the mall was full of gimmicks and did not have the Nirvana meteorite raw stone he wanted. Those Nirvana meteorites on clearance sale are all imitations. Yes. Sun Shaoqian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she hurriedly said, the upper-class nobles all wear Nirvana meteorite jewelry. It's very expensive, with 1 gram costing more than 100,000 hours. But most of the goods in the mall are fake. If you are not careful, you will be cheated. No, I'm talking about the raw Nirvana meteorite. Du Fei waved at Sun Shaoqian and said, Nirvana meteorite raw stone? Suddenly, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian looked at each other. Gonting said, Nirvana meteorite is very rare and is a sensitive mineral under federal control. Because it has a certain anti-radiation function, only a very small amount of the essence of the Nirvana meteorite is made into jewelry by the Federation and sold to the nobles in the upper class at a high price. Most of the Nirvana meteorite raw stones are controlled by the top class. It is said that the pure land of the rulers of the Federation was created with this kind of meteorite. So, the raw Nirvana meteorite is not available on the market? Du Fei frowned and asked again. He was worried that it would be difficult to get hold of the valuable items which were under federal control. It's reasonable to say that you can't buy it, but everything is sold on the black market. Gonting thought for a moment and continued, many vendors buy various items from scavengers at low prices and then resell them. I think there should be people selling the raw Nirvana meteorite on the black market. Well, the black market is a possibility. Du Fei nodded. Maybe it would be cheaper. What kind of trading method is this black market you were talking about? Du Fei asked again. You have to enter the black market trading network first, choose what you want, negotiate the price, and then both parties agree on the transaction location and conduct the transaction. Gonting replied. Can I see the goods on site? It should be possible, but it requires negotiation between both parties. Very good, then I will give you a task next. Du Fei looked at Gonting and ordered, search for the Nirvana meteorite on the black market as soon as possible. If anyone is selling it, tell me immediately. Yes, Captain. Gonting puffed out her chest and replied. But the next second, she was stunned. Captain, you don't want to buy the Nirvana meteorite stone? Yes. Du Fei smiled and nodded. Ah. Sun Shaoqian opened her mouth wide. Buy Nirvana meteorite? Lu Ruobing also looked puzzled, feeling a little disappointed. It turned out that they were not buying jewelry. Captain, Nirvana meteorite is very expensive. It takes more than 100,000 hours to make jewelry out of 1 gram of its essence. Although it's a rough stone, it probably won't be cheap. I'll check it for you. As Ganting spoke, she bent down and opened a website, and soon found the vague price of the Nirvana raw stone. Captain, take a look. Each piece of Nirvana stone weighs about 500 grams. It costs about 6 million hours to make it. That means it takes more than 10,000 hours to buy 1 gram? Well, 1 kilogram is about enough. Du Fei said. Currently, there is only one control element. According to the ratio of vibranium synthesis, controlled elements, 1,000 rare substances. Smelting agent, 1,000 grams of Nirvana meteorite raw stone, which can synthesize nearly 2 kilograms of active vibranium, semi-conscious state. Well, 2 kilograms of active vibranium might be enough to make a battle suit. As soon as Du Fei said this, what? 1 kilogram of raw Nirvana meteorite? Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian all shuddered at the same time. What are you going to do after purchasing so many Nirvana stones? Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and couldn't help asking. It's useful. Du Fei said. Captain, 1 kilogram of raw stone is 1,000 grams. It takes more than 10,000 hours to produce 1 gram of raw stone. It will take more than 10 million hours to buy it. Ganting counted the money on her fingers and almost burst into tears. Does this mean we are out of money again? Sun Shaoqian's beautiful eyes widened, and she muttered to herself. Yes, more than 10 million hours in a flash? Lu Ruobing was also very distressed. She covered her chest with both hands, leaned close to Du Fei's ear, and asked tentatively, Can't you tell me what it's for first? It will be kept secret for now. Du Fei glanced at her hands and said calmly, I'll tell you later. Okay then. Lu Ruobing nodded, and then said to Ganting, Stop looking so sad, and follow the captain's orders. She believed in Du Fei. Now, she no longer had any doubts about Du Fei's every word. Lu Ruobing guessed what powerful weapons and equipment Du Fei was going to make. She understood that development was the only real thing. Although Du Fei kept it a secret from her for the time being, he must have his reasons. All right. Ganting smiled bitterly and spread her hands helplessly. The group leader cannot allow money to remain in the account. Alas, such a huge sum of money is gone just like that. Chapter 74 News from Husan. The next morning, the Women's Field Regiment returned triumphantly to the camp. Su Ninger and a dozen female soldiers who stayed behind ran out from afar to greet them. The sisters smiled and hugged each other with cheers. Du Fei had just stepped off the chariot. Hello, Captain. Salute. Su Ninger and more than a dozen other female soldiers saluted Du Fei in unison, their eyes full of admiration. Good. Du Fei smiled and nodded at them. But the next moment, he discovered a problem. Su Ninger and the dozen or so female soldiers who stayed behind had rosy complexions on their faces, and each of them looked delicate and beautiful. Compared with Su Ninger and the others, these female soldiers who had just returned seemed a little lacking in energy and spirit. Du Fei frowned, thought for a moment, and waved to Su Ninger. Su Ninger was stunned at first. Then she became a little excited after she realized what was happening. She quickly trotted over and said, Captain, I'll give you a task. Randomly check some soldiers and check their physical condition. Du Fei said to her. Yes, Captain. Su Ninger responded and immediately led the medical soldiers to get busy. Not long after, the examination results of some female soldiers came out. Their bodies were exposed to different degrees of radiation. Du Fei looked at the inspection reports and smacked his lips. This was pretty much what he had guessed. The recovery pool can only eliminate the radiation they are exposed to, but cannot strengthen their physical condition. It seems that only my own physique can be strengthened. Du Fei thought to himself. For now, we can only maintain this situation temporarily. As for whether their bodies can be strengthened, we can only wait and see later. However, this is already very good for all female soldiers. After all, there is a rehabilitation pool, and they can just soak in it and become healthy people at any time. After a brief thought, Du Fei looked at Lu Ruobing and instructed her, let the soldiers rest for a while and go to the recovery pool in batches to eliminate the radiation. All officers and soldiers will gather outside the camp in 2 hours. I have something to arrange. Good. Lu Ruobing nodded and immediately ordered all the female soldiers. Order. All officers and soldiers take a temporary break and gather at the camp in 2 hours.
Yes.
Come on, let's go take a bath in the recovery pool first. I want to enjoy myself. Hurry up and catch up. My legs hurt a little. Please wait for me. My waist is a little sore. I'm waiting to come back and soak. Who isn't? All the female soldiers were excited and jumped for joy. They couldn't wait to run to the rehabilitation pool. Many of them even took off their clothes while running. Xiaoying held a cigar in her mouth and blew out a puff of smoke. A bunch of little hooves, becoming more and more unruly. They don't know how to let the leader pick them up first. Ganting said, think about what it was like before. Now, if these sisters have a little pain in their waist or legs, they will cry out in front of the leader. Sun Xiaoqian followed up, yeah, she's getting more and more squeamish. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei, who was not far away, shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's because the captain spoiled them. Just at this moment, the female communications soldier reported through the communicator. Report to the commander. There is an incoming signal. Where? Du Fei asked into the communicator. The enemy is from base 83. Du Fei frowned slightly. Husan? When purchasing supplies at the base, she had asked Husan to help find out about her father and sister's situation and left him the Women's Field Regiment's communication channel before leaving. Is there any news? Come in and switch to the encrypted communication channel. Du Fei said.
Yes.
Soon, Husan's voice came from the encrypted channel headset. I am Husan, the administrator of the number 83 base. Calling Captain Du. Calling Captain Du. Brother Hu, I'm Du Fei. Du Fei answered into the headset and asked, is there any news from Fuxing City? Yes, Captain Du. I just received the news. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Hu. Alas, the news is a bit bad. You better hold on. Tell me. Du Fei's heart trembled slightly. At the same time, Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian touched their headphones and looked at each other. Then, they quickly came to Du Fei. Fuck, why did you run away when we were having such a good chat? Xiaoying was confused. She threw away the cigarette but in her hand and followed him over. Shoo. Lu Ruobing made a gesture to Xiaoying to keep quiet, took off one of her wireless earphones and put it into her ear. Brother Du, I just received news that your Du Lei private clinic has been confiscated by the federal government. Your father Du Lei and your sister Du Xiaoye were also taken away. It seemed that they were sent to the mine on trumped-up charges. Husan's message came through the headset. Upon hearing this, Du Fei took a deep breath with an expressionless face, knowing that this would be the result. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian were startled and all looked at Du Fei. They all showed worry in their eyes. Some were even more anxious than Du Fei. Do you know which mine they were sent to? Du Fei asked after calming himself down. That's not clear, but according to people who have inquired about the news, your father and your sister were taken away by a group of cabinet guards. Husan replied. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Brother Hu. Why thank you? This isn't good news. Don't be too sad. Brother Du, if you think I can help you, just tell me. Well, I really need Brother Hu's help. Please help me purchase 200,000 hours of food and deliver it to the Women's Field Regiment camp before dark. I need so many. Okay, I'll do it right away. Husan finished his words in a trembling voice and ended the call. Captain, this is so hateful. Wu Daguai must have deliberately targeted your father and sister. Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and said with a tense face, the Federation is going too far now. They can arrest anyone on trumped-up charges. The top leaders are tyrannical and corrupt. This is their usual style. The protection regulations for the city's residents are just a decoration in their eyes. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian said angrily. Damn it. Xia Ying lit a cigar and took a deep puff. If they dare to touch the leader's father and sister, I will be the first to raise the flag of rebellion. Chapter 75 Camp Planning. Seeing that the four beauties were very emotional, Du Fei waved at them, indicating that they should go and eliminate the radiation first. As Lu Ruobing and the other three left worriedly, Du Fei fell into deep thought. My father and sister were taken away by the cabinet guards, so they should be sent to the mine under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. There are at least dozens of mines under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. It seems that the only way is to use the dumbest method. Check them one by one. 2 hours later. Women's Field Regiment, at the camp. Everyone assemble. With a loud soprano command, all officers and soldiers lined up in an orderly manner and assembled in an instant. Du Fei glanced over slowly and saw that all the female soldiers were proud and full of energy. After soaking in the rehabilitation pool, each child's face becomes rosy and delicate, like flowers watered by nectar. You all performed very well in the Battle of Qingchuan Ruins. I hope you can continue to perform well in the future. The victory of this battle is only the first step for my field regiment to move towards a bright future. I believe that as long as we work hard, our lives will get better and better. I have made some simple preliminary plans for the camp construction and will now assign tasks. Gong Ting, you will be responsible for contacting Husan in the base, customizing 2 sets of military uniforms for each soldier, and purchasing some daily necessities. In addition, we will purchase a batch of necessities for the camp and the mine, such as crushers, rail transport vehicles, logging tools, etc. After Du Fei finished speaking, he handed over a shopping list. Yes, Captain. Gong Ting took the list and saluted. Songjia, when the rail transport vehicle comes back, you will be responsible for leading the workers to lay the tracks and build a wall with the refined waste ore. I will then tell you how to reinforce the outer layer. Also, in your free time, cut down trees and build a house. Here is a plan. Yeah, there are streets, shops, and hotels? Songjia took the plan, with surprise and excitement on her face. Captain, are we planning to build a city? It's just a small inner-city area. Du Fei finished speaking to Songjia and glanced at all the female soldiers. When our city is built up in the future, your family members can be given priority to become shop operators. As soon as these words came out. Really? Very good. This is great news. We are not dreaming. Long live the commander. The female soldiers were extremely excited and applauded continuously. Ding. Reputation. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Reputation. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Reputation. Ding. Reputation. As the system prompts in my mind kept ringing, Du Fei waved his hand towards the female soldiers and said, however, I want to remind you that this is only our preliminary plan. It must be kept secret until it is completed, including your family members.
Yes.
All the female soldiers responded in unison. At this moment, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian looked at each other and were deeply moved. Xia Ying was so moved that her eyes turned red. She touched the cigarette in her pocket and wanted to smoke, but felt it was disrespectful to the group leader, so she finally held back. Ying Bao, I know what you were thinking. Don't be sad, Xiaolon must still be alive. Lu Ruobing gently put her arm around Xia Ying's shoulders and comforted her. I believe we will find her in the future, and she will definitely live in our city. Oh, I hope so. Xia Ying smiled bitterly, biting her lips and trying her best not to let the tears fall. It was rare to see Xia Ying cry. Lu Ruobing was also a little sad. She couldn't help but look at Du Fei. This man was more than just great. Sun Shaoqian, you continue to be responsible for ammunition manufacturing. In addition, I have a detailed parameter list of the improved howitzer here. You can eliminate the previous howitzer. Du Fei continued to assign tasks. Due to the physical conditions of female soldiers, the previous grenade launchers were too clumsy and heavy. In order to reduce the weight, Du Fei used 100 reputation points to exchange for a design drawing of a lightweight howitzer in the technology library.
Yes.
Sun Shaoqian replied and took the drawing. Zhao Feifeng, step out. Du Fei looked at the team. He remembered all the elite talents in the women's field regiment that Lu Ruobing had introduced before. A female soldier with willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and delicate features trembled violently when she heard the regiment commander suddenly call her name. The female soldier hurried out of the team and faced Du Fei, her eyes full of respect, and saluted with her chest raised. Here. Du Fei was slightly stunned. Such a beautiful girl? Her appearance is not inferior to Lu Ruobing and the others. It might be because Du Fei seldom interacted with female soldiers, and Zhao Feifeng's military uniform was too worn out, so it had never attracted his attention. Du Fei smiled and nodded at Zhao Feifeng. In fact, it didn't matter whether she was pretty or not. What mattered was the talent. Are you proficient in agricultural planting? Yes, Captain. Zhao Feifeng's chest heaved up and down with excitement, and she almost couldn't stand. I really didn't expect that the team leader would remember me. Ding. Intimacy value. Very good. We may develop agricultural planting in the next step. Although the current environment is not suitable, we still need to be prepared. You are responsible for cooperating with Su Ninger to study the soil, select the farming areas with less radiation within the planning range, and reclaim them in advance. Du Fei considered that since the Federation could create a pure land without radiation, perhaps he could also create it in the future. Yes, I will guarantee to complete the mission. Zhao Feifeng answered and returned to the team excitedly. As Du Fei's order was given, the team disbanded. Songjia, Sun Shaoqian, and others took various drawings and began to study and arrange the work. After the division of labor, the female soldiers all received their respective tasks and became busy. Seeing the female soldiers full of energy, Du Fei showed a gratified smile on his face. Gong Ting, come here for a moment. Du Fei waved to Gong Ting. Captain, I'll give you another task. Du Fei looked at Gonting and said, use Predator number 1 to find the locations of all the mining areas under the jurisdiction of the federal cabinet, and then check them one by one. Gonting understood immediately, and her pretty face showed excitement. After finding them, are you ready to rescue them? Du Fei nodded and continued, I'll send you their photos later. In addition, we must also speed up the process of obtaining the Nirvana meteorite.
Yes.
Gonting responded and quickly walked towards the drone's independent control room. Seeing that Du Fei had arranged Gonting and was ready to rescue his father and sister, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying breathed a sigh of relief, and their worried mood eased a little. Captain, what are we going to do? We can't just leave these two beauties unused, right? Xiaoying showed charming dimples on her face, looked at Du Fei, and said jokingly, how about we chat with you? After saying this, she slightly raised her sexy lips, deliberately raised her hand, and pointed at Lu Ruobing with emphasis. Lu Ruobing blushed and patted her hips. Be serious. How can I leave you idle? Du Fei saw this and said with a smile, we have mined a lot of, or these 2 days. You two will be responsible for refining the mithril. Good. Lu Ruobing nodded happily, but she had always missed the wooden house in the mountains. Then let's go to the mountain and prepare. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei, then put her arm around Xia Ying's slender waist and turned away. We'll stay in the cabin tonight. Is the bed big? It's okay. We can sleep if we squeeze in. I asked the captain if his bed was big. What are you thinking, you little bitch? Ha ha ha. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying ran up the mountain playfully. Du Fei looked at the two beauties' graceful figures, touched his nose and smacked his lips. I have to strengthen my body first. Chapter 76. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Air raid shelter, living area. Du Fei soaked in the recovery pool. Ding. Constitution. Ding. Constitution. Ding. Constitution. Ding. The physical enhancement limit has been reached, and it needs to be consumed before it can be further enhanced. Next second, the system interface appeared in my mind, with some more changes. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 58,350. Intimacy, 119. Constitution, Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Warm reminder. After the next physical limit is expanded, the strengthening degree can be increased by 10 points. Note, in each stage, after each expansion of the physical limit, the increased enhancement level is the sum of the previous enhancement points. Items, Universal Toolbox, Element Control. Du Fei looked at the system interface and felt happy. The reputation value has reached more than 50,000, most of which was obtained from the Iron Blood Brigade. After purchasing the vibranium synthesis technology, the intimacy value was only more than 20 points, but now it has increased to more than 100 points. As for reputation points, Du Fei plans to save them first. There are many unexpected good things in the technology library, such as finished intelligent machines, armed guards, etc. However, even a level 1 armed guard requires a minimum of 80,000 reputation points, and levels 2 and 3 require more than 10 or even hundreds of thousands of reputation points to redeem. Although the current reputation value is more than 50,000, it is still far from enough. The blueprint for the intelligent defense system requires 1,000 intimacy points. Du Fei stared at the technology library. Intelligent laser defense system, design drawing requires 1,000 intimacy points. This set of design drawings is what Du Fei wants right now. Now that the camp construction plan has been launched, a comprehensive defense system is necessary, especially air defense. Only after laying a solid foundation can we start to implement the plan for the time collector. However, this set of intelligent defense design drawings requires 1,000 intimacy points to redeem, which is still a long way off. The intimacy value increases a bit slowly. I need to speed up the process. At least I need to get 1,000 points first. Du Fei thought to himself. Well, the physical fitness has been strengthened to level 10. This strengthening progress is quite good, similar to increasing. After the next physical limit expansion, the strength can be increased by 10 points, so it will become 20. Once the upper limit of physical fitness is expanded, it can be increased by 20 points. If it is expanded again, it can be increased by 40 points. Du Fei set his eyes on the physical condition column and felt a little excited. At this rate of growth, my physique will be strengthened by leaps and bounds. Won't it be invulnerable to swords and guns in no time? After a while, Du Fei walked out of the recovery pool, feeling more powerful than before. Once you are dressed, look around. Du Fei saw the steel bars on the rock wall that the female soldiers used to hang their clothes. He walked up to it, reached out and grabbed the head of the steel bar and twisted it hard. Crunch. He actually bent the steel bar head embedded in the rock wall. Oh my god. Sharp. Du Fei clenched his fists and couldn't help but get excited. Fuxing Base is located in the mountainous area 200 kilometers north of the city. The steel wall was covered with guards, with a sentry post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps. Inside the steel wall is a valley, or more precisely, an open pit mining area. There are 5 or 6 caves on the edge of the mining area, which are prisons for criminals. The entire mining area is under tight security. Dozens of hummingbird drones were hovering in the air. A large number of federal soldiers wearing armor and fully armed were walking around the mining area, patrolling. In the mining area, machines roared and dust filled the air. Countless miners in prison uniforms were performing intense and high-intensity labor under the supervision of guards. The miners were men and women, young and old. Most of them were unkempt and covered in scars. Hurry up, you lowly bug. At this moment, a guard in protective clothing and holding a steel whip was chasing an old man. Bang! The guard whipped the old man's back hard with the whip in his hand, and the wound that had already scabbed over was torn off again. Ah! The old man let out a scream, and the ore he was putting on the rail car fell and hit his feet. Bugs, make you lazy, make you lazy. The guard didn't care whether the old man lived or died. He kept cursing at him and hitting him with the whip. The old man fell to the ground, holding his head and screaming, rolling over and over. Stop! Following an angry shout, a middle-aged woman and 5 or 6 female prisoners stood in front of the old man. The middle-aged woman looked to be in her 30s, with a dignified and beautiful face and still some charm. Through the collar of her prison uniform, one could faintly see the plum blossom-shaped tattoo on her lower chest. The woman stared at the guard with a firm and cold look in her eyes. Behind her, 5 or 6 female prisoners were holding stones in their hands, staring at him with a fierce look. You want a rebel, don't you? Put down the rocks. At this time, 2 armed guards rushed over quickly. Faced with the warnings from the armed guards, 5 or 6 female prisoners threw away the stones in their hands. One of the guards came up to her, raised his gun without saying a word, and hit the woman on the forehead with the butt of his gun. Click. The woman was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground, with blood flowing from her forehead. Madam! 5 or 6 female prisoners screamed at the same time and surrounded him. You lowly rebels! Do you think you are the nobles of the Federation? You bugs should be severely whipped. The 2 armed guards cursed at them and instigated another guard to whip them, just as the guard raised the whip in his hand. Stop! Another angry shout was heard, and a middle-aged man walked over with a girl of about 15 or 16. The middle-aged man was tall and strong, handsome, and dressed in a clean prison uniform. The 3 guards were stunned at first, looked at each other, and then left. To the guards in the mining area, this middle-aged man and the 15 or 16-year-old girl were like plague gods in their eyes. The instructions were that the father and daughter should not be treated violently, should not be forced to work, and should be treated with appropriate respect. The daily supply of refined rice and white flour must be guaranteed. How can this father and daughter be criminals? It's obviously our ancestor, okay? Not to mention how confused the guards were. Even the management at all levels of the mining area were troubled and felt that the situation was very strange. Old man, it's okay. Just bear with it for a while. The middle-aged man helped the old man sit up, and the girl hurriedly opened the medicine box she carried with her. This medicine box was specially provided by the mining area at the request of the middle-aged man. Xiaoya, come and help me. Good. The girl stepped forward to support the old man, and the middle-aged man quickly bandaged him. Brother, please bandage our mistress. At this time, a female prisoner half knelt down facing the middle-aged man and begged. Okay, wait a moment. The middle-aged man quickly bandaged the old man and then came to the woman. He squatted down and began to bandage her. He cleaned the wound, disinfected it, and wrapped it with a bandage. His technique was skillful and his movements were quick and efficient, and the bandage was completed in less than 2 minutes. Thank you. The woman sat up, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. The middle-aged man smiled. What's your name? The woman asked. Du Lei. The middle-aged man answered, and then politely asked, What about you? Plum. The woman smiled and held out her hand. Du Lei was stunned for a moment, then reached out and shook her hand. I assume you are also a noble? May I ask what position you held in the Federation before? The woman stood up with the help of several female prisoners, looked at Du Lei and asked, I'm not a noble, nor a federal official. I'm just a doctor, Dulé said. Civilians? No way. How could civilians be sent to the cabinet mine? The woman looked unconvinced, then looked at the girl next to her and asked, She is your daughter? Yes. We have seen everything these past 2 days. Although you and your daughter are also criminals, you have been treated very well. The woman frowned slightly and asked curiously, I think your background must be extraordinary, right? I have no background. I'm just a doctor. Dulé showed a trace of helplessness on his face. He said something to the woman and took his daughter away. Hey, wait a minute, the woman shouted. Dulé stopped. I want to tell you that where there is oppression, there is resistance. The woman looked at Dulé and continued, Remember, don't fall asleep tomorrow night. See you in mine cave number 3. After saying that, without waiting for Dulé to reply, he led several female prisoners away. On the way, a female prisoner supported the woman and asked as they walked, Madam, are you going to take him away? The woman blushed. Don't you find him to be a nice guy? Besides, my body needs a doctor to take care of it. Chapter 77, Intelligent Combat Suit. Night falls. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying had just finished taking a shower and were drying their hair. Wow, this cabin is so beautiful. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian walked in holding a box, exclaiming in admiration. The two looked around with envy on their faces. It was the first time for them to come to Lu Ruobing's wooden house. Look how happy you two little hooves are. Didn't you see the task the captain assigned to Song Jia today? While wiping her hair, Xiaoying said, We are going to cut down some wood to build a house. The team leader said that everyone will have a wooden house like this in the future. Really? That's great. Sisters no longer have to live in bomb shelters. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian were very excited. The most important thing is that living in the air raid shelter all the time felt too suffocating. Now that the Women's Field Regiment has a recovery pool and mithril bullets, they no longer have to worry about radiation and time beasts. Everyone is looking forward to living in such a beautiful wooden house, right? Sister Ruobing, how about I give you a box of goodies in exchange for Shaoqian and I staying here for one night? Gonting pointed to the box she brought and said, We can even sleep on the floor. We're not leaving tonight anyway, Sun Shaoqian said. Then let me see what good stuff there is first. Lu Ruobing walked over barefoot, smiling. She opened the box and was immediately delighted. These are really good things. I want all of them. A box of women's daily necessities including a hairdryer, comb, mirror, high-end anti-leakage towel, etc. These didn't cost any money. Hussein gave them to us for free. We entrusted him to purchase so many things. I think that guy must have made a lot of money from it. Gonting said, Housekeeper, it's inevitable that they will make a profit. The leader did this to save us trouble. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying used a hairdryer to blow each other's hair and said with a smile, By the way, Sister Ruobing, didn't the team leader tell you what you were going to use the Nirvana meteorite for? Gonting asked. When Xiaoying and Sun Shaoqian heard this, they looked at Lu Ruobing curiously. Don't look at me. I don't know either. The leader just said to keep it a secret for now. He must have his own plans. Lu Ruobing brushed a strand of dry hair and took a deep breath of the fragrance. Then, she showed an intoxicated expression on her face. Don't forget the extraordinary qualities of the team leader. Let's work closely together. I've been cooperating, but our account will be out of funds again soon. Gonting pouted, looking worried. She has been calculating the funds carefully. Today, she purchased more than 2 million hours of goods, and there are still more than 11 million left. If you buy the raw stone of Nirvana meteorite, you will definitely go back to the time before liberation. How could Gonting not be nervous? Look how worried you are. You should trust the captain, Xiaoying said on the side. Ingbao is right. Lu Ruobing changed into new clothes, looked at herself in the mirror, and revealed a satisfied expression. Okay, you guys chat first. I'll go out for some fresh air. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the cabin. Oh, Xiaoying looked at Lu Ruobing's back and raised her eyebrows. Inside the wooden house, there was a pile of camp planning drawings on the table. After checking for a while, Du Fei rubbed his temples and opened the technology library. He had noticed 2 types of armor before and decided to exchange them for research. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 200 reputation points to exchange for a set of light armor design drawings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 1,000 reputation points to redeem a set of intelligent combat suit design drawings. As the system prompt sounded, Du Fei's mind appeared with the composition, production process, and performance introduction of the 2 types of armor. Light armor, conventional defensive armor that can effectively protect important parts of the body. Required materials. You can choose steel, mithril, vibranium, Urigen, etc. Possible styles: sheet-like exposed armor or beaded close-fitting inner shirt. Smart battlesuit: unconventional smart defensive armor with high requirements on materials. Required materials: you can choose liquefied metal, active vibranium, Urigen, etc. The only style: 3-piece set shoulder pads, wrist pads, and knee pads. Performance description: wear a 3-piece suit made of active metal, which can be switched and activated freely by smart devices. After activation, the 3-piece suit can automatically form a battle suit, providing all-round intelligent protection for the human body. Click to expand more. Du Fei made a simple comparison between the two types of armor. Needless to say, the smart suit is the best. The first type of conventional armor is currently widely available, but its disadvantage is that it must be worn all the time and does not protect the head. But the smart combat suit is different. Normally, you only need to wear shoulder pads, wrist pads, and knee pads. Once in battle, it can be activated at any time, and the 3-piece suit will instantly turn into an all-round protective suit. Convenient, simple, and extremely practical. If these 3 pieces of equipment are made of active vibranium, you will be absolutely invincible after wearing them. As long as we get the Nirvana meteorite and synthesize it into active vibranium, we can make these 3 pieces of equipment. Du Fei was excited. As for the conventional armor, he planned to use mithril to make it and let the female soldiers wear it in the early stage. Taking into account the convenience of movement, it is best to make it into a beaded, close-fitting inner shirt, which can be worn inside to achieve the same protective effect. However, the production process was a bit complicated, so this kind of armor was then handed over to Lu Ruobing and others to make. Du Fei thought for a moment, then leaned over the table to draw the composition of the 2 types of armor and marked their performance. Just finished drawing. Du Fei moved his nose and smelled a refreshing fragrance. When I looked up, I found Lu Ruobing walking in quietly. She was barefoot, just like before, but her attire was slightly different. She was wearing a thin camouflage shorts, her hair fell on her shoulders, and the thin short sleeves on her upper body outlined her plump and full curves. She was wearing shorts, revealing a pair of hot long legs, which looked white, slender, and very charming. Gurgle. Du Fei couldn't help swallowing. Chapter 78. I only have one chair here. This. After Du Fei swallowed his saliva, his Adam's apple rolled again. Usually Lu Ruobing, like other female soldiers, is wrapped tightly. And now it's the middle of the night, and she actually comes to visit wearing such short clothes. Who can resist this? Isn't this just looking for trouble? In an instant, Du Fei was so angry that his veins popped out, and he almost overturned the table. Seeing Du Fei's unusual expression, Lu Ruobing felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly explained, Gan Ting and the others are here. It's a bit noisy over there. Do you mind if I come over and sit for a while? She bit her lips lightly and walked slowly towards me as she spoke. No problem, you came just in time. Du Fei calmly moved his chair back, took a deep breath, and continued. I have some newly designed drawings here, so we can study them together. Yeah. Lu Ruobing was a little excited. Let me see. After saying that, he quickly came to Du Fei's side, bent down and looked at the table. What kind of blueprint is this? Du Fei was sitting next to them, and just by taking a glance he felt something was unnatural. You know, if you want to redeem the intelligent laser defense system, you need 1,000 intimacy points. For the sake of camp construction, it's not excessive to increase the intimacy value, right? Cough. These are 2 sets of armor blueprints. One is for regular armor. I plan to make it with mithril. It will be used as defensive equipment for the warriors for now. The other one is a smart battle suit, which requires a special metal to make. Only Nirvana meteorite can synthesize that metal. This is why I bought Nirvana meteorite. I see. I knew you were going to make another secret weapon. Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Du Fei and said, So this smart battle suit is really powerful? More than amazing, this smart battle suit is extraordinary. Its specific performance is as follows. Look at this drawing. Come, sit down and tell me. Du Fei pointed at the drawing with one hand and naturally pulled her with the other hand. Ah? Lu Ruobing was caught off guard and sat on Du Fei's lap. Captain, you. Don't move, just listen to me. Du Fei frowned and looked at the drawing seriously. Ding. Intimacy value dot. 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 In my mind, the system prompt sounds kept ringing like gongs and drums. Oh my god. The intimacy value increases as fast as riding a rocket. Du Fei was shocked when he felt the soft fragrance in his arms. Cool. This battle suit consists of 3 sets, namely, Captain Yu, don't move. Its performance is like this. Du Fei was excited and was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, Xiaoying appeared at the door and whistled teasingly. Then, she deliberately covered her eyes with her hands, walked in and said, I didn't see anything. Well, the captain and I are studying the blueprints. Lu Ruobing's cheeks were as red as blood, and she quickly pulled Du Fei's hand away from her body. Then he quickly pulled his clothes and stood up. I only have 1 chair here, Du Fei explained. This Xiaoying is really fucking annoying, coming to cause trouble at the critical moment. When Lu Ruobing heard this, she looked around and found that there was really only 1 chair in the room. Yeah, there's nowhere to sit. Lu Ruobing's expression returned to normal a little, and she continued Du Fei's words. Anyway, she has been seen, and Xiaoying is my best friend, so she can make fun of me however she wants. Wow, this is a comfortable place to sit. Xiaoying came up to him, glanced at Du Fei's leg with a smile, and then whispered something into Lu Ruobing's ear. I don't know what she said, but Lu Ruobing's cheeks turned red again. What are you talking about, you little bitch? You are the one who was? Ha 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 ha. Xiaoying laughed so hard that her body shook. Captain, don't move, help me. Lu Ruobing was so ashamed and angry that she took advantage of Xiaoying's inattention, picked her up and stuffed her into Du Fei's arms. Hey, you guys. Du Fei smiled bitterly without saying a word. Xiaoying was not prepared for Lu Ruobing's move. Lu Ruobing held her shoulders, and she sat on Du Fei's lap. Next second, oh my god. Xiaoying blushed and jumped up suddenly. Ding. Intimacy value. Du Fei. Ha ha ha, tit for tat. Lu Ruobing also laughed and whispered into Xiaoying's ear, now we're even? 2 beauties are playing around. At this time, report. Gonting's voice came from outside the door. Lu Ruobing quickly rearranged her clothes and stood beside the table. Xiaoying touched her pocket, turned around and lit a cigarette. Seeing the 2 of them looking guilty, Du Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, he took a deep breath and looked out the door. Come in. Chapter 79. The Nirvana meteorite has been found. As Du Fei's voice fell, Captain, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian walked in. What's the matter? Du Fei asked. The whereabouts of the Nirvana meteorite has been found. Gonting said. Good. Du Fei perked up and looked at Gonting. What's the price? There is a black market tycoon in the middle, and the price has not been discussed yet. The other party requires a meeting the day after tomorrow at noon. After the negotiation, the money will be exchanged and the goods will be delivered. Reply to the other party yes. Okay. Gonting nodded, her little face slightly worried. Seeing Gonting's expression, Du Fei smiled secretly and then waved at them. Come here, everyone. Let me tell you why I want to buy the Nirvana meteorite. The 4 beauties immediately surrounded him. These are 2 sets of armor blueprints. One is for regular armor, and the other is for a smart suit. Let's talk about the regular armor first. I plan to make it with mithril and use it as defensive equipment for the warriors for now. Considering the convenience of movement and confidentiality, I designed this regular armor to be worn inside. Each warrior will have 1 piece of this armor. The amount of mithril required is huge. You must increase your efforts in refining it. This armor will also be made by you. The other is a smart combat suit, the performance of which is unmatched by any combat suit in the world today. However, in order to make this battle suit, a special metal is needed as the material. Only Nirvana meteorites and control elements can synthesize that kind of metal. I have already mastered the source of control elements. The only thing missing is Nirvana meteorites. Control elements? Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian all looked at Du Fei at the same time. Their eyes were full of curiosity, as they were unfamiliar with this element. They only know that Nirvana meteorites can be used to resist radiation or make jewelry. I didn't expect that special metals could be synthesized from just 1 element. Look at this. This is the control element. A container appeared in Du Fei's hand, containing a drop of crystal clear liquid. He did not intend to hide the source of the controlled elements from them. After all, the smelting agent for the rare substance was in his hands, and he was the only one who could refine it. Therefore, telling them about the synthesis of vibranium is actually a good thing, as it can increase their enthusiasm in finding the Nirvana meteorite and the source of controlled elements. Isn't this the liquid extracted from the tail of the stealth wing that day? Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened. Yes. Du Fei nodded at her and continued. Now we can be sure that all Beast King level time beasts contain this control element in their bodies. As soon as these words came out, the four beauties all showed surprise on their faces at the same time. The team leader is truly a one-of-a-kind genius. Captain, does this mean that the special metal synthesized from the control element and the Nirvana meteorite has better performance than Mithril? Xiaoying asked. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian looked at Du Fei. This was also what they wanted to know. Yes, it performs much better than Mithril. Du Fei nodded and continued. This special metal is called vibranium, and it has two properties. One is unconscious regular vibranium, which has super toughness and can be used to make defensive shields and various cold weapons. One is semi-conscious active vibranium. In addition to being tough, it also has flexibility and anti-injury properties. It can be used to make this smart battle suit. As Du Fei spoke, he spread out the composition and performance introduction of the smart combat suit in front of Lu Ruobing and others. Smart battle suit, made of active vibranium. The style is a three-piece set: shoulder pads, wrist pads, and knee pads. Performance description: wearing the three-piece suit, you can switch between states freely at any time. When activated, the three-piece suit can automatically form a battle suit, providing all-round intelligent protection for the human body. This battle suit is simple and practical. Normally, you only need to wear shoulder pads, wrist guards, and knee pads outside the clothes. Look here, there is a smart device on the wristband that can control the free switching of the battle suit. Once you're in combat, all you have to do is press the activation button. Then, the active vibranium in the three sets will react with each other and flow through each other, instantly forming an all-round protective suit. Du Fei finished explaining to them in detail. Oh my god, this smart suit is perfect. After hearing this, Lu Ruobing patted her chest in surprise. I can't believe it. Yeah, it's too perverted. If you really wear this kind of combat uniform, even guns and cannons can't penetrate it, right? I feel like I can fight the time beast with my bare hands. Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed. Currently, most federal soldiers are wearing fine steel armor. Although it has high defensive strength, it is very heavy. It can't even compare to the mithril beaded undershirt designed by the captain. But this smart battle suit made of vibranium is different. What would it be like to own this kind of battle suit? It's like being invincible, okay? Wearing this battle suit, you will never be bullied again. And you won't be afraid even if you enter the base city and cause trouble. You are right. In theory, this battle suit is not afraid of guns and cannons, but its specific performance can only be known after it is produced. Du Fei said. Captain, then, if we buy 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite, how many of these battle suits can we make? Lu Ruobing asked impatiently. Only one control element was extracted from the tail behind the stealth wing, which is only enough to synthesize 2 kilograms of active vibranium. Currently, only one smart battle suit can be made. Du Fei shook his head and smiled, then looked at them. So, whether it is regular vibranium or active vibranium, we urgently need it. Of course, as long as we earn more time in the future, we can buy the Nirvana meteorite, but we need to take risks to extract the control elements. I believe that it won't be long before each of you will have a uniform like this. The words fell. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian looked at each other, their beautiful eyes shining. Their breathing suddenly became rapid. Xia Ying took a deep puff of cigarette and narrowed her eyes. It seems that I need to find more Beast Kings in the future. Lu Ruobing frowned. It's not as easy as you think. It's difficult for even the top legions to hunt down the time beasts like the Beast King. I think we can hunt it. Didn't we injure an invisible wing queen? Sun Shaoqian said. Yes, it was injured. It took 32 micromissiles to shoot down a tail. The cost was too high. Ganting said with a distressed look on her face. Du Fei smiled slightly and said, I agree with Xia Ying's point of view. I will pay more attention to the time beasts like the Beast King in the future. After that, he took out a blueprint from the table and handed it to Sun Shaoqian. Make this weapon according to the above parameters. Yes, Captain. Sun Shaoqian took the blueprint and looked at it. She was stunned for a moment. What is this? Du Fei smiled and said, Anesthesia gun. Chapter 80. Encountering obstacles everywhere. Tranquilizer gun? Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian all looked puzzled. Next second. I see. I remember that the tail behind the stealth wing was very hard at first, and then, do you want to use that rare substance smelting agent to hunt down the Beast King? Lu Ruobing's eyes lit up and she looked at Du Fei. Once the Beast King is injected with the smelting agent, it will turn into a mollusk. Not only can we easily hunt it to gain time, but we can also extract the control element on the spot. Yes, very clever. Du Fei cast an admiring look at Lu Ruobing. Feeling Du Fei's praise, Lu Ruobing's pretty face blushed slightly. After a glance at him, she quickly looked away. I'm going crazy. This man's gaze is unbearable. However, the beauty in her heart could not be described in words. It's great to use this method to hunt down the Beast King. Soon, each of us will have a vibranium smart suit. Sun Xiaoqian clapped her hands, her chest shaking with excitement. The leader is so awesome. Little Hoof, what you said is wrong. Do you realize how powerful the leader is only now? Xiaoying blew a puff of smoke on Sun Xiaoqian's face and continued. I believe that as long as our female field regiment has the leader, it will definitely get better and better in the future. Sisters, just wait for the fun. You know, the only person Xiaoying admires since she was a child is the team leader in front of her. In just 1 month, the changes in the women's field regiment were obvious to all, and she saw it especially well. Even though Xiaoying didn't communicate much with Du Fei, ever since Du Fei saved her in the rehabilitation pool, she had already decided that her life belonged to Du Fei. Captain, I will always listen to you from now on. You can use the funds as you like. I will always support you and I won't feel bad. Gonting raised her little face and said with blinking eyes. If she thought about it carefully, the team leader didn't actually squander the money. Every penny was spent wisely, and she was now completely submissive. Our housekeeper finally got it. Lu Ruobing smiled and looked at Du Fei. Captain, we will always support you. Seeing their sincere expressions, Du Fei smiled and nodded to them with satisfaction. Next, in the excited atmosphere of the Four Beauties, Du Fei briefly explained the production details of the mithril beaded underwear and the anesthetic gun. After Lu Ruobing and the others figured it out, Du Fei looked at Gonting and asked, how is the investigation of the mining area going? We are still investigating. Gonting replied, there are 296 mining areas around the 6 base cities, of which 63 are under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. We have checked 8 so far, but the old man and his friends haven't been found yet. Du Fei frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Sun Xiaoqian, starting tomorrow, the camp will not need to be guarded for the time being. Cooperate with Gonting and Predator Number 2 should also get involved and intensify the investigation. Yes, Captain, Sun Xiaoqian responded. And Gonting, don't forget the Nirvana meteorite. Reply to the other party and meet at noon the day after tomorrow as he asked.
Yes.
The next day, initial construction of the Women's Field Regiment camp has begun. Trucks of supplies arrived one after another. Hussein personally helped unload the trucks and was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Songjia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng and others took the plan and gave on-site instructions. The female soldiers and a group of miners including Chen Yuanshan were full of energy and worked tirelessly. The entire camp of the Women's Field Regiment was bustling and busy. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying also had a difficult task as they studied the detailed production process of the pearly undershirt while continuously extracting mithril. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian were sitting in the independent control room of the drone, controlling Predator Number 1 and Predator Number 2 intently, checking the mining areas under the jurisdiction of the cabinet one by one. Soon, the whole day passed in a busy and intense manner. It was not until night fell that all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment stopped working and rested. District 9, Supervision Department. The atmosphere in the office was depressing and dull. Dad, Su Zhong has been gone for a whole day, and there is still no news. Could he have encountered some difficulties? Wang Shuzhen was a little anxious. She paced back and forth, looking outside the door from time to time. Zhaner, stay calm and don't worry. Wang Jianqing sat behind his desk and comforted his daughter. Seeing his daughter's panic, he felt distressed and more guilty. Over the years, he knew that his daughter and Du Lei had a deep relationship. Wang Jianqing could understand Wang Shuzhen's mood at the moment. Although there are some difficulties in asking the cabinet for people, he still has great confidence in his former brothers. Now that his daughter has finally returned to him, Wang Jianqing will never let her down again. He will rescue Du Lei no matter what to make up for his mistake back then. Just as the father and daughter were waiting anxiously, Su Zhong is back. He looked a little depressed and didn't seem to be in a very good mental state. For a moment, Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen looked at him at the same time. Su Zhong left the supervision department for the cabinet in the morning and has been here ever since, and now he is finally back. Although they felt that Su Zhong's expression was a little strange, the father and daughter still showed a glimmer of expectation in their eyes, hoping to hear some good news from him. Su Zhong, what happened? Wang Shuzhen asked hurriedly. What is the attitude of my old friends in the cabinet? Wang Jianqing asked impatiently. It's no use. They won't help. Su Zhong shook his head and sighed.
What?
Wang Jianqing glared and asked, what about Song Mingyuan, Zhong Jinshan, and Jin Dafu? They also said there was nothing they could do. Su Zhong shook his head again. You know, these cabinet officials have all received favors from Wang Jianqing. However, at this critical moment, when they were really needed, they all hid far away. Su Zhong went to the cabinet and sought help from everyone. Some of them were perfunctory, some were rejected directly, and some even simply refused to see him. Then, what about Zhao Tianqing? Zhao Tianqing will always help, right? Wang Jianqing asked again. Zhao Tianqing, ah? Su Zhong's mouth twitched, and he punched the office wall. It would be fine if we don't mention Zhao Tianqing, but when we mention Zhao Tianqing, even Su Zhong feels chilled. In order to rescue Du Lei this time, Su Zhong went to the cabinet on behalf of the minister, but he ran into obstacles everywhere. However, he believed in his heart that even if no one else helped, Zhao Tianqing would definitely stand by the minister. Because among Minister Wang Jianqing's old friends, Wang Jianqing had saved Zhao Tianqing's life on the battlefield, and later it was with Wang Jianqing's promotion that Zhao Tianqing was able to enter the cabinet. It can be said that Wang Jianqing gave Zhao Tianqing a new life. However, what Su Zhong never expected was that when he took out the minister's handwritten letter, Zhao Tianqing didn't even look at it and directly refused to help. Chapter 81 Dawn Base. What is Zhao Tianqing's attitude? Wang Jianqing frowned and looked at Su Zhong. It would have been fine if the other brothers were unwilling to help. After all, he had been in poor health in recent years and had not interacted with them. However, there is absolutely no way Zhao Tianqing would not help. Minister, Zhao Tianqing didn't even read your handwritten letter. Su Zhong said. Didn't you? Yes, this guy is very arrogant now. He is like a completely different person. He seemed to have known about my visit in advance, and he was making excuses before I could explain my purpose. Su Zhong said with anger on his face. The most annoying thing is that Zhao Tianqing made it clear that he couldn't help with this matter, and he also said that you, minister. Say what? It basically means that you are about to die, and from now on all contact with you will be severed? What? Cut off all contact? Wang Jianqing was shocked, and his face turned pale. I didn't expect Zhao Tianqing to be so ungrateful. He should have died on the battlefield. Wang Shuzhen said, gritting her teeth. If the minister hadn't risked his life to save him and promoted him to the cabinet, would Zhao Tianqing be where he is today? Su Zhong was also extremely angry. Forget it. Don't say any more. Wang Jianqing waved his hands at Wang Shuzhen and Su Zhong, and shook his head, saying, it can only be said that the Wu family has too strong a backing in the cabinet. The words fell. The muscles on Su Zhong's face were tense as he looked out the window. Even Wang Shuzhen fell silent. Yes, the Wu family has complex connections in the Federation and is now growing stronger. Not only has it established a foothold in the 9th District Cabinet, but it has also extended its reach to other areas. Although rescuing Du Lei is just a small matter, people are realistic. This incident shows that Wang Jianqing's old friends, including Zhao Tianqing, have all been assimilated into certain underlying rules of the cabinet. The higher their position, the more afraid they are of getting into trouble. Besides, given the radiation exposure to Wang Jianqing's body, he was bound to die soon. They are not stupid. At this critical juncture, who would be willing to offend the forces behind the Wu family for a dying person? Dad, this means that Du Lei and his daughter will die in the felony mine in this life. At this moment, Wang Shuzhen's eyes were red and she was basically in despair. Zhaner, calm down first. Dad will think of a solution. Wang Jianqing said, trying hard to suppress his sadness. After all, the supervisory ministry is just an intelligence department, and the cabinet status is higher than all departments. Although Wang Jianqing comforted his daughter verbally, he felt helpless and hopeless inside. Just at this moment, report. A report from the confidential room came through the communicator. What's up? Report to the minister. An emergency has just occurred in the serious crime mining area that you asked us to pay special attention to, the confidential clerk reported. What's going on? Wang Jianqing asked. The felony mine has been attacked and a fierce battle is currently taking place. Quickly transfer the footage over. Yes, the confidential clerk responded. Su Zhong quickly turned on the laser screen in the office, and Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen looked over at the same time. Soon, a video clip appeared on the laser screen. Under the night sky, countless grenades were fired from the surrounding mountains and forests, landing in the serious mining area. As the explosions continued, the alarm sounded shrilly and flames burst out on the steel walls. Amid the screams and curses of the soldiers, the prisoners who worked at night fled and hid in all directions, and the entire mining area was in chaos. Minister, This is an attack launched by rebels, said Su Zhong. Wang Jianqing nodded with a serious expression. At this moment, Wang Shuzhen was looking at the screen in panic, staring at the rioting crowd in the mining area without blinking. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Dad, look there!" After saying that, he pointed to a corner of the screen. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong looked closely and their eyes shrank at the same time. "It's Du Lei. Switch to mine number 3 on the lower right." Su Zhong immediately ordered into the communicator.
Yes.
Following the response from the confidential room, the laser screen switched to the area near mine number 3, where a group of figures appeared. Du Lei. It's Du Lei and his daughter. Wang Shuzhen covered her mouth with tears in her eyes. Only Du Lei and his daughter Du Xiaoya appeared in the picture. They were running towards the mine under the protection of a group of female prisoners. Amid the roar of artillery fire, they soon arrived at the entrance of the mine. One of the beautiful women smiled and gestured for Du Lei and his daughter to come in. Then, under her leadership, Du Lei and his daughter followed the female prisoners in one after another. In less than half a minute, everyone entered the mine. "Minister, these are the rebels captured by the cabinet, and that woman is their leader," Su Zhong said. "Dawn base." Wang Jianqing frowned. "Yes." Su Zhong nodded. Wang Shuzhen was immediately worried when she heard this. So, Du Lei and his daughter fell into the hands of the rebels? She immediately grabbed Wang Jianqing's arm and asked anxiously, "Dad, what should we do?" "Don't worry, Dad will find a way to rescue that kid." Wang Jianqing patted his daughter's hand and ordered Su Zhong, "Check which legions are responsible for clearing out the Dawn base. I will personally talk to their commanders." "Yes, Minister." At the same time, in Fuxing City, in a luxurious mansion, Wu Dagawei was kneeling on the bed playing games with the muscular man. "Report to the Lord, there was an accident in the serious crime mine." A confidential clerk ran in to report. "What happened?" Wu Dagawei asked breathlessly. "The felony mine was attacked by rebels, and Du Lei and his daughter were suspected to be kidnapped by the rebels."
What?
Wu Dagawei was startled. "Quickly bring me Yuan Shiji from the 109th Division." "Yes." The clerk immediately took out the communicator, and the call was quickly connected. "I am Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. May I ask what instructions you have, sir?" A voice came from the communicator. "I order you to quickly intercept the rebels who are attacking the felony mine. You must find Du Lei and bring him back to me." Wu Dagawei broke down emotionally and screamed like a woman into the communicator. "Yes, sir." Chapter 82. Who are they? Women's Field Regiment Camp. In the workshop, Du Fei was carefully studying the measurements of the female soldiers, marking some symbols from time to time. He took great pains to make the mithril beaded undershirt comfortable to wear. Beside them, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying watched in admiration, waiting for Du Fei to finish his work so that they could receive personal guidance. Just at this moment, reporting to the head of the group, one of the serious crime mines under the jurisdiction of the cabinet was suddenly attacked by an unknown armed group. Predator number 1 seems to have spotted the old man and his group, waiting for your confirmation. Gonting's urgent report suddenly came through the headset. Right away. Upon hearing this, Du Fei immediately dropped the work in his hands and ran straight to the independent control room of the number 1 Land King tank. Xiaoying was stunned. "What's wrong?" Lu Ruobing touched her earphones, a hint of surprise on her pretty face. "It seems that the leader's father and sister have been found." After saying that, he pulled Xiaoying and hurriedly followed. Independent control room. "Captain, the attack on the felony mine has just ended." The fierce battle between the two sides lasted less than 10 minutes. It was very brief. Gonting looked at Du Fei and the other two who had arrived and said, "During this period, Predator number 1 searched the mining area, discovered some situations, and saved a video." "Play," Du Fei said.
Yes.
Next, a video immediately appeared on the control room screen. A middle-aged man is pulling a girl of about 15 or 16, and their backs appear in the picture. In the light of the artillery fire, a beautiful woman said a few words politely to the middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man and the young girl quickly walked into the mine, surrounded by a group of female prisoners. "It's them." Du Fei nodded. "Very good. Finally found it." Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian all showed joy on their faces. "Have they entered the mine and never come out?" Du Fei switched to the real-time picture, glanced at the mine on the screen, and asked. "Predator number 1 has been guarding the mine since they entered it, and no one has come out yet," Gonting replied. "Captain, I don't think those female prisoners are too nervous. They seem to be very calm." Lu Ruobing frowned. Xia Ying's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something, and she blurted out, "Could it be that this mine leads to the outside and they want to escape from prison?" "It's possible." Du Fei actually thought of this point through analyzing the pictures. Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, searched the area surrounding the felony mine immediately.
Yes.
Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian nodded and quickly controlled the number 1 and number 2 Predator stealth drones to conduct a carpet search of the serious crime mining area. Du Fei and others stared at the screen in the control room. As the 2 Predators flew and circled, the surrounding rocks and trees appeared to be rapidly retreating in the screen. "Captain, a group of Hummingbird drones are flying southeast from the mining area," Sun Shaoqian reported. "Follow them," Du Fei ordered.
Yes.
Sun Shaoqian immediately turned the fuselage around and chased after the group of Hummingbird drones. Soon, the situation ahead was discovered. "Captain, it's the old man and the others." Gan Ting controlled Predator number 1 and caught up. A group of female prisoners gathered on the mountain road outside the serious crime mining area, helping Du Lei and Du Xiaoya, father and daughter, to remove the trackers on their ankles. At this moment, the group of Hummingbird drones were about to fly over the heads of the female prisoners, with black weapons sticking out of their fuselages and about to come into range. The situation of Du Lei, Du Xiaoya, father and daughter, and the group of female prisoners was extremely critical. Du Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Shoot down those drones." Before he finished speaking, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian had no time to open fire. Suddenly, an armored vehicle rushed out from the mountain road. It was a modified old armored vehicle with a strange look. In addition to the cannon and machine guns, there is also a huge signal pod on the roof. At that moment, the signal dish on the armored vehicle seemed to emit an extremely large interference wave. Sizzle, sizzle. Blurred lines appeared on the control room screen, flickering, and the signals from Predator number 1 and number 2 were suddenly interrupted continuously. Beep beep. Predator suffers from severe signal interference. The number 1 Predator stealth UAV automatically turns on the intelligent program and enters autonomous mode. The number 2 Predator stealth UAV automatically turns on the intelligent program and enters autonomous mode. As the control room issued an early warning, Du Fei and the 4 beauties were startled at the same time. Fortunately, although the 2 Predators were severely disturbed, they have entered autonomous mode. The next second, through the blurry and flickering images on the screen, one could see a group of Hummingbird drones in the sky falling among the rocks and trees like kites with broken strings. Then we saw Du Lei and his daughter Du Xiaoya, supported by the group of female prisoners, stepping onto an armored vehicle and quickly driving into a forest. As the armored vehicle completely disappeared, the screen in Du Fei's control room returned to normal, and the signals of Predator number 1 and number 2 were instantly restored. "What kind of people are these, with such a powerful signal jammer car?" Du Fei muttered to himself. "Not sure." Lu Ruobing shook her head, her brows slightly furrowed. "They should have attacked the felony mining area with the purpose of saving people. Oh my God, there is actually such an armed organization. They are so brave that they dare to attack the federal mines. Yes, I haven't heard of any armed organization that dares to openly confront the Federation." Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed in surprise. "You have to know that the Women's Field Regiment is a non-staff army, and they know nothing about the rebels. The most important thing is that the Time Federation has always kept a tight lid on any news about the rebels. This led non-staff legions and armed groups like the Women's Field Regiment and civilians to believe that no one dared to resist the Federation, including Lu Ruobing and others. In their perception, there is no rebel organization in this world. Even if they want to resist, they dare not speak out. Therefore, when they saw what happened just now, how could they not be shocked? They thought it was crazy that the organization the female prisoners belonged to dared to fight against the Federation. "Captain, will they be okay?" Lu Ruobing asked. Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all looked at Du Fei with worry on their faces. "I think it should be fine." Du Fei pondered for a moment. From the picture, he could see that the group of people didn't seem to have any ill will towards his father and sister. But we still don't know what kind of organization it is. After a brief thought, Du Fei ordered Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian, "Search that mountain area, including the surrounding areas. Try to avoid vehicles that interfere with signals, and if you find one, don't alert them."
Yes.
Chapter 83. Silly Girl, you are in love. "Yes, Captain." Gan Ting opened a message on the black market website and looked at Du Fei. "Regarding the transaction of Nirvana Meteorite, the other party has responded. The meeting place is at coordinates 902:57, and the agreed time is tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. "Well, what are the trading rules?" Du Fei asked. The other party replied that the Federation has strict control over Nirvana meteorites and does not allow private transactions. Once discovered, they will be confiscated. In order to ensure the property and personal safety of both parties, the local black market will act as the middleman for this transaction, and the specific transaction rules will be temporarily arranged by the black market operator. Arranged on the spur of the moment by black market operators? Du Fei frowned. If that was the case, there would be too many uncertainties. How far is the trading location from our camp? I checked. It's located at the junction of Fuxing City, Beihan City, and Holy War City. It's nearly 500 kilometers away from our camp. How's the traffic? There is a main road between Fuxing City and Beihan City. The road is relatively smooth. If we set out at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, we expect to arrive at 11 o'clock. Gong Ting replied. Okay, then let's set off half an hour earlier tomorrow morning. After Du Fei finished speaking, he looked at the four beauties and said, You four will go with me tomorrow.
Yes.
Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian nodded in unison. It was late at night, and everything was quiet. After a day of hard work, the miners, except for the female soldiers on duty, had fallen into a sound sleep. Inside the wooden house, Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian had fallen asleep long ago. Even though they were sleeping on the floor, their little faces showed sweet smiles in their sleep. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying slept on the same bed, back to back, both with their eyes open, not yet asleep. Especially Lu Ruobing, who tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. What's wrong? Xia Ying turned around and asked. I can't sleep. Lu Ruobing stared at the roof and shook her head. I see. Does your heart feel like it's being scratched by a cat? Xia Ying said with a wicked smile. Lu Ruobing frowned and said, Ying Bao, I realize I'm done. Xia Ying touched Lu Ruobing's hot earlobe and said jokingly, Silly girl, you are in love. Maybe. Lu Ruobing's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Ruobing, I think the captain has feelings for you as well. There's just a thin membrane between you two. Just break it. Although I have never been in a relationship, I know that all you need to do is seduce a man and he will be yours. It's best to take the initiative in this kind of thing. I suggest you just go for it. Xia Ying instructed Lu Ruobing. Bah, do you think everyone is like you? Besides, the leader is not a frivolous person. Lu Ruobing burst out laughing at Xia Ying's amusement, then stopped laughing and shook her head slightly, saying, You know, I'm 5 years older than him, and he's only 18, and he's still? What's wrong with being 18? What's the point of being right now? What are you thinking about? Xia Ying was speechless. She patted Lu Ruobing's, but instead with a wicked smile, Don't you feel it when you are sitting in his arms? He is already a great man, okay? That's not what I'm talking about. Hey, can you be serious? Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at Xia Ying. When she mentioned what happened not long ago, she felt hot all over. Lu Ruobing's face flushed, and she continued, What I meant is that he is still worrying about our army. Camp planning, construction, future development, etc., plus his father and sister are now in danger of death. Just think about it. He's just a big boy. All of this falls on his shoulders. How much pressure he must be under. After hearing this, Xia Ying was silent for a while. Then she said softly, I didn't expect what you said. It's true. The pressure on the leader is really great. Lu Ruobing exhaled faintly. What do you think? That's why we can't add more pressure to him because of our love affair. Well, you're right. It seems we can only take it slowly. Xia Ying nodded and continued. The team leader is under too much pressure right now. We can't stress him too much, otherwise he won't be able to bear it. Yeah, we can only let nature take its course. Lu Ruobing looked at the roof and said while biting her lips lightly, It's almost dawn, go to sleep. Ding. Intimacy value dot. Ding. Intimacy value dot. Du Fei had just fallen asleep when two reminder sounds suddenly rang in his mind. He couldn't help but shudder. What was going on in the middle of the night? Chapter 84 Dark Phoenix. 6:30 in the morning. The Women's Field Regiment camp started working early. Song Jia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng and others, as well as all the infantry and the No. 2 Land King tank, stayed in the camp. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian and others followed Du Fei onto the No. 1 Land King chariot and headed to the black market for transactions. Set off. Following Du Fei's order. Boom boom boom. The Land King chariot drove out of the camp quickly. Under the protection of two Predator stealth drones, they sped along, heading towards coordinates 902:57. The transaction location is located in the northwest, at the junction of Fuxing City, Beihan City, and Holy War City. To be more precise, it is a no man's land. Black markets only exist in places like that, which are mostly gathering places for ragtag armies and mercenary groups. There are also many poor armed groups, scavengers, miners in private mines, etc. on the black market. These groups basically cannot afford the expensive materials in the stronghold, so they go there to conduct underground transactions. In short, in addition to the regular army, various forces are present, and it can be said that there are good and bad forces mixed together. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a lawless place. The Land King chariot sped along the way and encountered many time beasts along the way, all of which were cleared away in advance by the two predators. It can be said that the entire journey was smooth. It's almost 11 o'clock. Du Fei and others arrived at coordinates 902:57, and a camp was in sight in the distance. The camp looked like an abandoned city, with a dozen reconnaissance drones hovering in the sky. The camp walls were in ruins, with armed men moving back and forth on them. The gap in the city wall below was filled with rusty vehicles and scrap items. Soon, Land King Chariot number 1 arrived in front of a city gate, according to the coordinates. Parking. Several armed men with untidy beards and fierce looks blocked our way with guns. We are here to trade. Du Fei took Gan Ting down from the chariot. What about the order? One of the burly men glanced at Du Fei and Gan Ting, then looked warily at the machine gun and machine gunner on the tank. Here's the order. The appointment is at 11 o'clock. Gan Ting took out a smart tablet, opened the order interface on the black market website, and handed it to the burly man. The burly man saw it, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately said respectfully, "Please wait a moment." After saying that, he turned around and took out the communicator. "Call the boss, call the boss." "What's the matter?" An indifferent and cold female voice came from the communicator. "The buyer of order number 1 has arrived." The burly man said into the communicator. "Look at the wind direction." "Yes." The burly man nodded and gestured towards the city wall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dozen reconnaissance drones hovering above the camp quickly flew out and dispersed in all directions. After circling in the distance, the drones quickly flew back. "Boss, it's just an ordinary armored vehicle, no problem." The burly man said into the communicator. "Very good. Take the buyer to the VIP area."
Yes.
The burly man put away the communicator and said to Du Fei, "Just follow me with your armored vehicle." After saying that, he got on a mountain bike next to him and stepped on the accelerator a few times. Du Fei and Gan Ting nodded to the burly man, turned around and walked onto the chariot. Next, the burly man led the way, and Land King Chariot number 1 followed behind and entered the camp. The camp covers a very large area, with crisscrossing blocks and people coming and going. There were men and women in the crowd, dressed in various styles, some in rags, some covered in blankets. It can be seen that these are basically the people at the bottom of society. In addition to the original urban physical buildings in the camp, there are hills, gullies, forests, etc. in the distance. It looks like it was rebuilt later. The burly man led the number 1 Land King Chariot across the edge of a block, and a wasteland appeared in front of them. Countless old mountain motorcycles were parked on the roadside. Many people were bargaining. After agreeing on the price and paying the time, they rode directly towards the wasteland in the distance. The wasteland in the distance was crowded with people and very lively. Accompanied by the roar of motorcycles, shouts and screams continued, one wave higher than the other. I saw countless motorcyclists riding old mountain motorcycles, speeding through the wasteland and hills. Du Fei frowned and looked into the distance. "Is that a competition venue?" Gan Ting replied, "Yes, those are gamblers. They are gambling with time." Xiang followed up, "There are also bets between legions, and some armed groups specifically rely on this method to gain time." After hearing this, Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. About 10 minutes later, the burly man led Land King Chariot number 1 through a city gate and entered the VIP area. This is the place where the black market specially receives big customers. Compared with other messy places we just passed by, the VIP area is much better. The streets in this area are wide, the people walking around are neatly dressed, and the things sold in the shops are also of a higher quality. There is only one main road on the street, leading straight to the deepest part of the area. Soon, the burly man stopped in front of an old house. Dozens of armed men were standing around the house and at the door. Du Fei took Lu Ruobing and Xiang out of the chariot. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian stayed in the independent control room to operate the two predators. If any abnormal situation occurred, they could respond immediately. "Boss, the buyer of order number 1 has been brought here," the burly man reported into the communicator. New. As the voice in the communicator fell, a young and beautiful woman walked out of the house, followed by 2 armed female bodyguards. The woman was wearing a tight black leather skirt and a pair of long, beautiful legs and black stockings. She was about the same age as Lu Ruobing. Her tall figure, outlined by the tight leather skirt and black stockings, looked curvy, and her expression was a little cold. However, compared to Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, the woman's eyes revealed a hint of enchantment. "Are you the buyers of order number 1? The woman looked at Du Fei and the other two and asked. "Yes." Du Fei nodded. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm the middleman for this business, Black Phoenix." The woman looked at Du Fei and the other two and said with a slight smile, "I will set the rules for this transaction." Chapter 85 Underground Transactions. Next, I will arrange a meeting between the two of you. As for the price, you can negotiate it yourself. Since this is your first time trading with me, you can only send one person to meet the seller. Black Phoenix said, looking at Du Fei and others. "Have you brought the time?" Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying looked at each other, then looked around and frowned. Seeing the alert expressions on the two beauties' faces, Black Phoenix smiled faintly. "Don't worry, we are mainly doing business, and reputation has always been paramount. When doing business with us, the property and personal safety of every customer will be guaranteed to the utmost. You don't have to worry about that. If you don't trust me, I can cancel this transaction on behalf of the seller." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, but turned his gaze to Du Fei. "I brought it." Du Fei raised the memory card in his hand and said to Black Phoenix calmly, "I'll go meet the seller." "Very good, then come with us." The Black Phoenix didn't waste any time. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the house. "Captain, be careful," Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying said with some concern. "It's okay," Du Fei said to them calmly. Although it is not known whether there are unknown dangers, his physical enhancement is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if there were 5 or 6 burly guys next to him, he was confident that he could easily knock them down. Therefore, he is more or less confident about his own safety. Du Fei was about to follow him when one of the female bodyguards stopped him and said, "You are not allowed to bring weapons." When Du Fei heard this, he took off his service gun and handed it to Lu Ruobing. Another female bodyguard stepped forward, stretched out her hands, and touched every corner of Du Fei's body. After touching her, she nodded to the other female bodyguard with a red face. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying saw this action. Their mouths trembled slightly, and they were very angry. If the captain hadn't said nothing, they would have really wanted to kick the female bodyguard twice. "Please come in." The two female bodyguards made a gesture of invitation to Du Fei. Du Fei nodded and followed them towards the house calmly. Seeing Du Fei enter the room, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying immediately got on the chariot and came to the independent control room. Ting, Xiaoqian, closely monitor the situation inside the house and ensure the safety of the team leader, Lu Ruobing ordered.
Yes.
Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian quickly controlled Predator number 1 and number 2 to monitor the house through the window. However, I saw it the next second. Black Phoenix and 2 female bodyguards led Du Fei to a lift similar to an elevator, and they walked in. As the elevator fence closed, the arrow of the indicator light on the wall next to it flashed downwards. Gonting frowned. "Oh no, the leader went to the basement with them. Call the team leader and see if we can get in touch with him." Xiaoying said hurriedly. "Captain, can you hear me? Captain, please reply if you hear me." After calling for a while, Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian shook their heads. Obviously, the signal was blocked. In an instant, the 4 beauties' faces tensed, and their hearts were all hanging in the air. Click, click, click. The elevator sank all the way down. Soon, Du Fei, Black Phoenix, and the 2 female bodyguards were all shaken at the same time and fell to the bottom. "Please come in," Black Phoenix said to Du Fei. Du Fei nodded slightly and followed them out of the elevator. In front of them was a basement. The basement is not large, about 100 square meters. In the middle is a round table made of stone. On the top of the table is a vent with a large fan embedded inside. There are more than a dozen wall lamps installed on the surrounding stone walls. In the shadows behind each wall lamp, you can vaguely see the black muzzle of a gun. Apart from the stone table, the room was empty and there was nothing else. Du Fei glanced around and frowned secretly. Every corner of the basement is within the range of firepower. If a conflict occurs, I am afraid no one will be able to escape. At this moment, the elevator gate on the other side of the basement opened, and 4 or 5 people walked out. They are the sellers in this transaction. After Black Phoenix finished speaking, he led Du Fei towards the other party. When both parties came to the stone table in the middle, Du Fei realized that the other party was all women. The leader was a tall woman in her 20s, wearing a camouflage short top. Her towering breasts pushed open the two buttons of her collar, revealing an endlessly tempting cleavage. Through the half-open collar, one could faintly see the plum blossom-shaped embroidery below her chest. This woman could be called a great beauty, with a delicate and cool face, but she gave people the feeling of a barbaric aura. The other female attendants behind the woman in short clothes were also very beautiful, and they also exuded a sense of wildness. The camouflage uniforms they wore were of varying ages. Some were brand new, some were torn, and some were stained with blood. At this moment, when several female attendants saw that Du Fei's eyes were always fixed on a certain part of the woman in short clothes, they suddenly felt displeased. They all looked at Du Fei with unfriendly expressions and murderous gleams in their eyes. The woman in short clothes also frowned slightly and looked at Du Fei with cold eyes, as if warning the enemy who was invading her territory. Du Fei was speechless as he could smell the tension right from the start. Wasn't it just because you were curious about the tattoo pattern that you took a few more glances at it? Lon, this is the buyer of this transaction. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Black Phoenix smiled and pointed at Du Fei and introduced him to the woman in short clothes. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Phoenix. The short-dressed woman's expression eased, and she nodded to Black Phoenix, then asked Du Fei, "Are you buying the Nirvana meteorite raw stone to make jewelry?" As the woman spoke, Du Fei thought to himself that it seemed that the black market operators and these sellers were very familiar with each other. In just a moment, Du Fei's thoughts came back and he said calmly, "Yes, I hope to come across good materials and gain some time." As soon as these words came out, the expression on the face of the woman in short clothes changed slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then got straight to the point and said, "Then you can check the goods first." After saying that, he waved behind him. A female attendant took out a wooden box, placed it on the stone table, and opened it. Suddenly, two fist-sized stones appeared in the wooden box. The two stones were black and shiny, reflecting a dazzling light under the dim light. They are exactly two pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stones. However, the only regret is that some honeycomb-shaped holes appeared on the two pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stones, and some of the holes were even quite large. Du Fei was secretly delighted, as if he understood why the woman in short clothes had that expression on her face just now. In other words, the quality of these two pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stones is not very good. If they are used to make jewelry, not many parts can be used. Only some small pieces of jewelry can be made, and large pieces of jewelry such as bracelets are basically impossible to make. However, no one present knew that the stone Du Fei bought was smelted and synthesized, and the quality of the raw stone had no effect on him at all. Du Fei picked up the two pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stones, examined them briefly like an expert, then curled his lips and put them back into the wooden box. Then, he looked up at the woman in short clothes and asked casually, "What's the price?" The woman in short clothes glanced at the Black Phoenix next to her, and then said with a guilty conscience, "The open market price is 13,000 hours per gram. These two pieces of rough stone weigh more than 1,000 grams. If we calculate it as 1,000 grams, the total time is 13 million hours." After saying that, the woman in short clothes looked at Du Fei, waiting for his reply. Chapter 86 Transaction completed. Hee. Du Fei smiled and looked at the woman in short clothes. 13 million hours is too expensive. Can the price be reduced a little? The short-dressed woman shook her head. We agreed on the public price on the order form before, and it cannot be reduced. After saying that, she looked at the Black Phoenix again. Are you sure you can't descend? Cannot. Well, if that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Du Fei also shook his head and waved at the woman in short clothes. Yeah. The short-dressed woman raised her lips slightly and reminded Du Fei, "Let me tell you first, this transaction is coordinated by the market operator. If you don't want it, you will have to bear all the coordination fees." As soon as these words came out, Du Fei frowned. "So, you were planning to force the sale?" Du Fei touched his nose and looked up at Black Phoenix. "Is that so?" Black Phoenix smiled and said very politely, "She is right." The words fell. Crash. The two female bodyguards next to Black Phoenix directly raised the submachine guns in their hands. However, before the guns were pointed at him, Du Fei reached out and grabbed the two gun barrels and said in a timid manner, "Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Since we are here, let's follow your rules. We can talk about business slowly. I didn't say no. Haha." Du Fei had a smile on his face and loosened his grip on the gun barrel. The Black Phoenix and the woman in short clothes looked at each other, and there was a hint of complacency in their eyes. Haha, this kid is sensible. But who knew? The next second. Ah. The two female bodyguards looked at the barrels of the submachine guns in their hands and screamed in surprise at the same time. The Black Phoenix, the woman in short clothes, and the female attendants all looked over. If you don't look at it, then forget it. Their pretty faces changed color, and they were dumbfounded. I saw that the front end of the barrels of the two submachine guns were bent like a faucet. Oh my God! Is this man so powerful? What kind of monster is he? The two female bodyguards and several female attendants looked at Du Fei. Their faces turned pale with shock and their chests heaving. The Black Phoenix and the woman in short clothes came back to their senses, both shuddered, and their whole bodies were shaking. Play the pig and eat the tiger? They looked at each other and felt their scalps tingling. This was too unbelievable. That was a super hard high-alloy stainless steel gun barrel, and he bent it so easily? The whole process was so easy, and I didn't feel like he was trying hard at all, okay? My God, if this man pinched any part of our body, wouldn't it explode immediately? Is he warning us? Sorry for bending your guns. Du Fei looked at the two female bodyguards and said sincerely, "Tell me the price later and I'll pay." "No, it's okay." "No, you don't have to pay." The two female bodyguards came to their senses, waved their hands repeatedly, and shook their heads like rattles. Little brother, the real person never shows his true colors. Black Phoenix swallowed his saliva and forced a smile on his face. What's the compensation? No need to compensate. These two gun barrels can be bent in your hands. They are worth their lives. Thank you. Du Fei nodded to Black Phoenix, then looked at the woman in short clothes. Let's continue our business. After that, he took out a piece of Nirvana meteorite from the wooden box and said, "Actually, you also know that a stone like this that is full of honeycomb holes is of low quality. If I buy it back at the price you mentioned, with 13 million hours, I can only make some small accessories. It's a huge loss." Just as the Black Phoenix sister said when I first arrived, credibility has always been paramount in this trading market. Business is about mutual benefit and give and take, so we can't stop bargaining, right? Du Fei said this and looked at Black Phoenix. Am I right? Yes, that's right, little brother. Black Phoenix nodded repeatedly, then she glanced at the woman in short clothes and said, "Lon, please give me some face and lower the price a little." I originally thought of following the previous plan and selling at a low price and a high price, or simply closing the deal. I never expected to run into such a tough guy. Even if the weapons in the basement were used, it would only injure 1,000 enemies and 800 of our own people. In other words, those weapons pose no threat to this man, and Black Phoenix doesn't want the sister she has known for many years to be harmed because of this business deal. At this moment, the woman in short clothes was thinking the same thing. When the Black Phoenix gave her a look, she understood that she had no choice but to compromise. The woman in short clothes looked at Du Fei. "So, what price are you going to give?" Du Fei said calmly, "Tell me how much it can be reduced." The woman in short clothes frowned. "Wait a moment." After saying that, he turned around and pulled several female followers to a corner to discuss. "Qiu Tong, please give us your opinions." The woman in short clothes looked at her female followers. "I think these two pieces of Nirvana raw stones are indeed of poor quality. Let's sell them at a low price," said a female attendant. "Yes, those federal buyers who were cheated by us before are basically not fooled now, and it is not easy to find new buyers. Besides, we are in urgent need of funds. Aunt May has returned, and the base will definitely need to expand its manpower next. We need to increase weapons, ammunition, and various equipment." "That's right. I think we should sell these two rough stones if we can. We can sell them at a higher price next time when we get something of better quality." The other female attendants followed suit. After a discussion, after a few minutes, the woman in short clothes came over with several female followers. "Have you agreed on it? What's the price?" Du Fei asked. "What price do you want to offer?" The woman in short clothes looked at Du Fei. 5 million hours. Du Fei stretched out his hand and said tentatively, "Okay." The woman in short clothes nodded without hesitation. Du Fei was stunned for a moment, with his palm hanging in the air. I had already thought about it. If it doesn't work, I can give them a raise. But I didn't expect the girl to agree so readily. Damn it, Du Fei suddenly felt that he had fallen into a trap. He had asked for a too high price. If he had known earlier, he would have just said 3 million hours. The next moment, he thought for a moment and looked at Black Phoenix. "You don't need me to pay for the other expenses, right?" When Black Phoenix heard this, a smile appeared on his face. "No need." "Okay, deal." Du Fei nodded. "Make a deal." The woman in short clothes also nodded and said to Du Fei, "Please transfer all 5 million hours to Sister Feng Wang." After that, he handed Black Phoenix a list, Old rules, weapons and equipment, food. Okay, it will be delivered tomorrow. Black Phoenix took the list, looked at it and said, soon. Dufay transferred 5 million hours into the Black Phoenix's memory card, and then put away the 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stones. The deal is done. Dufay secretly exhaled and looked at the millions of hours remaining in the memory card, feeling a little excited. Unexpectedly, it only took 5 million hours to purchase a kilogram of Nirvana meteorite and get a vibranium smart battle suit. The woman in short clothes and several female followers also showed satisfaction. It was already very good that these 2 inferior raw stones could be sold for 5 million yuan. Not to mention the Black Phoenix, all the transaction amounts went into her account, and she could make a lot of money from it. Although Dufay was not tricked, everyone was happy. Little brother, what's your name? Black Phoenix raised her sexy lips, her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of charm, and looked at Dufay. Can we be friends? As soon as these words came out, the woman in short clothes and several female attendants were stunned at first, and then they all looked at Dufay. Chapter 87. They are rebels. Little brother, what's your name? Black Phoenix raised her sexy lips, her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of charm, and looked at Dufay. Can we be friends? As soon as these words came out, the woman in short clothes and several female attendants were stunned at first, and then they all looked at Dufay. Dufay. Dufay did not hide anything and directly said the name. He knew in his heart that the forced buying and selling just now was the business model that Black Phoenix has always used, and it was not aimed at him alone. Now that Black Phoenix wants to make friends, Dufay can feel that her sincerity comes from the bottom of her heart. Of course, the reason was that they were shocked just now. Considering that a large number of Nirvana meteorites would be needed in the future and that the Women's Field Regiment would continue to grow and develop, Dufay did not care too much about what had just happened. The most important thing is that the Black Phoenix runs the black market and has basically contacts with all kinds of forces. It has extensive connections and information. Don't underestimate this kind of people. They are very useful. Therefore, Dufay did not refuse Black Phoenix's proposal to make friends, not because she was beautiful. Nice name. Seeing that Dufay did not reject her, a strange light flashed in the beautiful eyes of the Black Phoenix. Then, she took the pen and paper from the female bodyguard, wrote a note and handed it to Dufay. This is our communication channel. If you need anything, you can communicate at any time. After saying that, she glanced at Dufay's muscular body and added meaningfully, welcome to come and play here often in the future. You must come. Okay, sure. As Dufay spoke, he also left the public channel of the Women's Field Corps to Black Phoenix. Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment? Are you the leader? Black Phoenix took the note and looked at it, then asked. Dufay smiled faintly and nodded. At this moment, the short-dressed woman and several female attendants next to them looked at each other, with slight changes on their faces. Extra Staff Female Field Regiment? Dufay? Although they didn't speak, everyone silently memorized the name in their hearts. Lon, this man is very powerful, and he has an army of non-staff soldiers under his command. Have you ever thought about? A female attendant whispered in the ear of the woman in short clothes. Yes, I know. I'll report to Aunt May when I get back. The woman in short clothes nodded, then glanced at Dufay quietly. I can develop it and use it for my own benefit. At this moment, Dufay happened to look over. The woman in short clothes looked at Dufay for a moment and then hurriedly glanced away. Today's transaction was a pleasure. If there are more Nirvana stones in the future, we can continue to trade and visit each other often. Dufay was very interested in this woman in short clothes. You should know that the Nirvana meteorite is not a mineral deposit. Just like the meteorites on the blue planet in the previous life, its distribution area is not certain. The Nirvana crater is mostly covered with plants, making it difficult to be discovered. Even if it is discovered, once the news is leaked, it will be claimed by the Federation. Therefore, Nirvana meteorites are very rare. Dufay suspected that the group led by the short-dressed woman might have found the Nirvana crater. He wanted to ask where they got the 2 pieces of Nirvana stones, but he felt that it was useless to ask. They would definitely not easily tell outsiders the source of this kind of thing. Okay, we'll have a chance to continue the transaction later. The woman in short clothes nodded at Dufay. Next, they didn't seem to plan to stay for too long. They greeted the Black Phoenix and walked straight into the elevator. As the elevator indicator arrow rose, the short-dressed woman and her group left. Dufay asked Black Phoenix, which organization are they from? Black Phoenix was slightly startled, shook his head and smiled, I'm not sure. Hearing this answer, Dufay smiled slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Clearly, Dark Phoenix wasn't telling the truth. But it's understandable, after all, They don't know each other well. Back to the ground. Captain Du, would you like to have a drink together? Black Phoenix walked gracefully to a bar in the corner and sat on a half-person high red bar stool facing Du Fei. Under the soft red and green lights, her two beautiful black silk legs under her small leather skirt were slightly raised, extending an invitation to Du Fei. Du Fei's Adam's apple rolled slightly. If he wasn't worried about something, he would really like to stay and have a drink. Some other day. After saying that, he left without delay. This man is quite interesting. Looking at Du Fei's back, Black Phoenix's beautiful eyes showed a trace of confusion, and she muttered to herself, "Look, it's the captain. The leader is back. Very good. Oh my god, I was worried to death." Seeing Du Fei coming out of the house, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian patted their chests and cheered. In just that moment, they felt as if a century had passed. At this moment, the four beauties finally felt relieved. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying rushed to open the car door. As soon as Du Fei got in, the two of them grabbed his arms, one on the left and one on the right. "Captain, are you okay?" Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying asked at the same time, and then looked Du Fei's body from front to back, left to right, fearing that a part was missing. "It's okay. Everything is going well. Did you buy the Nirvana meteorite?" Lu Ruobing asked excitedly. "Got it." Du Fei nodded, then looked at Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian and ordered, "Search this area for a team of 5 women."
Yes.
Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian responded and quickly walked towards the independent control room. Boom, boom, boom. As the number 1 Land King chariot drove away from the VIP area of the black market camp, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying also came to the independent control room. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian were controlling Predator number 1 and number 2 to conduct a full-scale search around the house where the transaction had just taken place. The two men carefully checked the streets, buildings, and people passing by. However, after a few minutes, the 5 women the leader mentioned were not found. "Expand the range a little, outside the city wall," Du Fei said, staring at the screen.
Yes.
Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian responded and immediately expanded the search area to outside the black market camp. 2 minutes later, movement was detected at the edge of the jungle west of the black market camp, where there was a trench similar to a tunnel. Du Fei's eyes lit up. "I saw several figures walking out of the trench one after another, in a hurry. It was the woman in short clothes and her 4 female attendants. It's them. Follow them," Du Fei ordered. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian nodded and immediately controlled the 2 predators to fly over the trench. Xia Ying stared at the screen and suddenly her body trembled. She showed inexplicable excitement in her eyes, pointed at the short-dressed woman in the picture, and said, "Gan Ting, hurry up, zoom in." At this moment, before Gan Ting had time to switch the camera, a signal jammer vehicle with a large pot on its roof drove out of the jungle. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a signal interference alarm sounded in the control room and snow appeared on the screen. After a while, when the video returned to normal, the short-sleeved woman and the signal jammer were nowhere to be seen. "They are rebels. Captain, it was this kind of signal jammer that rescued the old man last night. They should be members of the organization that attacked the felony mine last night," Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian said. Du Fei frowned and nodded thoughtfully. Xia Ying, on the other hand, stared at the empty trench on the screen, lost in thought. Chapter 88 Xiaolan. When the Land King chariot returned to the camp, it was already late. The soldiers and miners worked hard all day and went to bed early after dinner. Under 2 strange-shaped trees near the mine cabin, a red dot flickered in the dark night. Xia Ying sat under a tree and smoked. There was a layer of dead leaves as big as a cattail leaf fan on the ground, and Lu Ruobing was sitting next to them. "Ingbao, I think you must be missing Xiaolan too much, and you have an illusion." "Maybe." Xia Ying took a deep puff of her cigarette and stared at the darkness in the distance. "But at that moment, she gave me a very familiar and close feeling. But after all, it has been so many years and there has been no news of him. We don't know whether he is alive or dead. If she is still alive, I don't know what she looks like now. I may not recognize her even if I see her face to face. I can't explain it. Maybe I have an illusion." Xia Ying talked to herself, and one could feel that she was very sad. "Ingbao, no matter what, I believe Xiaolan is still alive, and you sisters will definitely be reunited." Lu Ruobing patted Xia Ying's shoulder gently and stood up. "I'm going to take a shower first. We'll talk later." "Go ahead." Lu Ruobing nodded, turned and left. In front of the wooden house, Du Fei was sitting on a rattan chair thinking about something. Seeing Lu Ruobing coming towards him, He stood up and asked, "What happened to Xiaoying?" "Oh, I miss her sister." Lu Ruobing sighed softly. "She has a younger sister?" Du Fei was slightly stunned. "Yes, I am sad now." Lu Ruobing's face was gloomy, fearing that Xia Ying would be too sad. Then, she thought for a moment and looked at Du Fei pleadingly. "How about you go and persuade him?" "Okay, I'll go check it out." After Du Fei finished speaking, he walked towards two big trees not far away. "Before I got there, I heard some murmuring coming from under the tree. Lon, do you know that my sister is living a happy life now? I eat refined rice and white flour for 3 meals a day. Now our sisters are all living a good life, all because our legion has a good leader. He is a super genius, not only handsome, but also very kind to us. He also saved my life. Our camp is under construction now. The leader said that we will build a city in the future, and all our families can live in our city." Xia Ying's voice trembled, and then she sobbed a little. "Lon, when I heard what the leader said that day, I really wanted to know your whereabouts. I wish you could live with us. I really miss you." Xiaoying had been talking to herself sadly and was completely unaware of Du Fei's arrival. After a while, the cigarette was about to burn her fingers, so she threw it away and took out another one. The moment the lighter lit up, she almost jumped up. "You scared me, Captain?" When she saw clearly that the person next to her was Du Fei, Xiaoying quickly wiped her tears and said in panic, "Captain, why are you here?" "I heard someone was crying, so I came to take a look," Du Fei said with a smile. "No way, this beautiful lady won't cry." Xiaoying raised her sleeves to wipe away her tears, then took out a cigar from her pocket. After lighting it, he handed it to Du Fei. "Can you smoke one with me?" Du Fei smiled bitterly, took the cigar and sat down next to her. Cough, cough, cough. After taking a bite, Du Fei coughed continuously and almost choked to death. "Don't smoke cigars too high." Xiaoying couldn't help wanting to laugh, and quickly stretched out her little hand, patting Du Fei's back distressfully, and then said, "Forget it, you can play with it." After a while, Du Fei recovered and asked, "You have a younger sister?" When Xiaoying heard this, her face darkened and she nodded, "Yes." "You don't know where she is?" "Have no idea." Xiaoying took a puff of cigarette and shook her head. "I don't even know if she is still alive." Du Fei frowned. "Tell me what happened." "You want to know?" Xiaoying was slightly stunned. Du Fei blew on the cigar in his hand and nodded at her. "All right." Xiaoying took a deep breath, was silent for a while, and looked up at Du Fei. "Do you know about test tube babies?" "I know." Du Fei nodded. In order to increase the population, the federal government, in addition to normal reproduction between people, has adopted test tube babies, with the proportion in base cities exceeding 60%. Every test tube baby is the same as a family-born baby in this world after birth, with a fixed lifespan of 18 years. The only difference is that homeborn babies are raised by their biological parents, while test tube babies are either fostered by the federal government or adopted by other families. Since each person's fixed lifespan before the age of 18 cannot be traded or plundered, that is to say, before anyone turns 18, the Federation cannot gain any benefits from them. Therefore, the federal government stipulates that, except for criminals, everyone can live in the base city before the age of 18, attend various military academies, and train their hunting abilities. However, the fixed lifespan will end after the age of 18. If you want to survive, you have to go outside the city to hunt time beasts and work hard to earn time. From that moment on, for those who turned 18 and left the base city, life either began or ended. To put it bluntly, no matter what, it will eventually become a tool for the Federation to earn time. What I want to tell you is that my sister and I were both born through test tube babies. I am 3 years older than my sister, so she is not my biological sister. We were adopted by a family when we were little. Xiaoying said to Du Fei. Du Fei nodded again. In this world, this is how test tube babies work. It is a normal phenomenon. Xiaoying bit her lip and then began to speak. The parents who adopted me and my sister were very kind to us. Unfortunately, when I was 6 years old, Fuxing City was attacked by a beast tide. My father died in the mouth of the time beast, leaving only my mother and my sister. A few years later, due to the great pressure of life, my mother found a stepfather for us in order to support us. Who would have thought that my stepfather has a bad temper? He is not only a gambler, but also a pervert. After winning, he would often go to the social camp to splurge, but every time he lost, he would rob his mother of her time. If she resisted, she would be beaten and kicked, often leaving her with bruises all over her body. My sister and I were not spared. If we were not pleased with him, he would beat us with a stick at best, or even hang us up and beat us at worst. Every time I got beaten, my sister would always stand in my way. She was very young at the time and was always covered in bruises, but she would comfort me and say that she didn't feel any pain at all. Xiaoying said, her voice sobbing, tears streaming down her face. Captain, do you think she is stupid? Du Fei felt a palpitation in his heart, frowned, and remained silent. Maybe we are test tube babies, so we don't deserve a happy childhood. We envy other families' children. In my and my sister's eyes, other children live in a honeypot, while my sister and I live in a nightmare. From then on, my sister and I looked forward to growing up every day, looking forward to turning 18 and leaving Fuxing City. But when my sister was 13 years old, she encountered a disaster. Xia Ying's face showed resentment, and she continued, that day, my stepfather lost the bet again. He first beat my mother up, and then he cruelly robbed her of the little time she had. As a result, his mother died under his cruel gaze, and his sister, in a rage, picked up a sharp knife and stabbed him to death when he was not paying attention. At that moment, my sister killed someone. She was convicted of crimes against humanity by the federal government and sent to the mines. When I turned 18, I met Ruo Bing's mother and joined the Women's Field Corps. Later, I heard that the mine where my sister was imprisoned was attacked by a wave of beasts. Many people died at the time, but some people escaped during the chaos. After she finished speaking, Xiaoying finally couldn't help herself and threw herself into Du Fei's arms and started crying. For so many years, I didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Wu. At this moment, Du Fei felt mixed emotions. He patted Xia Ying's back gently and comforted her. Believe that good people will be rewarded. Your sister must be alive. After saying that, she suddenly remembered the scene when she was staring at the drone screen before and asked, why did you have such a big reaction when you saw the short-dressed woman among the 5 people today? I don't know either. I had a sense of déjà vu the first time I saw her. Xiaoying stopped crying. How old is your sister? 20. I just heard you call her Lan. What's her specific name? Xia Lan. Xiaoying wiped her tears and replied. Du Fei couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. I remember Black Phoenix called the woman in short clothes Lan. Plus, the woman in short clothes was probably around 20 years old. Both of their names contain the character Lan, and their ages are basically the same. Is there such a coincidence? Think of this. Du Fei vaguely felt that the woman in short clothes might be Xia Ying's sister. Come, sit down. Du Fei gently embraced Xia Ying's slender waist, and Xiaoying was not shy and sat directly on Du Fei's lap. Your intuition should be correct. The woman in short clothes is very likely your sister. Chapter 89. Who do you want to know? Du Fei finished speaking. When Xiaoying heard this, she looked up at Du Fei, her beautiful eyes showing a glimmer of hope. Are you sure? It's not certain yet. Du Fei fiddled with the hair on her face and said, however, the woman in short clothes is also called Lan, but I don't know her specific name. What? She? Her name is also Lan. Xiaoying became a little excited. Yes. Du Fei nodded and continued, I will ask the Black Phoenix in the black market about her details later, and then we will know. Considering that there is no relationship with the Dark Phoenix yet, and the group of people including the short-dressed woman belong to the rebel organization. After all, the identities of rebels will not be revealed easily. Having secret communication with rebels is equivalent to rebelling against the Federation and will be easily killed by the Federation. If I ask Dark Phoenix now, she will definitely not tell the truth. However, Xia Ying was extremely excited when she heard this, and she couldn't wait to beg, Captain, can you please find out now? Please. Ding. Intimacy value. Du Fei swallowed and sighed slightly. Alas, being soft-hearted is a disease. Okay, I'll try. Very good. Xia Ying's beautiful eyes showed surprise. Captain, you are so nice. Ding. Intimacy value. TSK. The intimacy value increased by 100 in just a short while? Du Fei was secretly happy. Soon, the Black Phoenix's communication channel was connected. I'm Dark Phoenix, where? A cold voice came from the communicator. The leader of the Women's Field Regiment, Du Fei. Du Fei said into the communicator. Captain Du? I didn't expect it was you. Is there something wrong in the middle of the night? Black Phoenix's voice immediately became gentle and charming. Xiaoying frowned and couldn't help but curl her lips. I'd like to ask you to do me a favor, Du Fei said. Captain Du's affairs are my affairs. Please let me know if you need anything. I don't deserve it. I want to ask you about someone. Who do you want to know? Asked Black Phoenix. Can you tell me the name and background of the woman named Lan who I traded with today? Captain Du, are you interested in her? Black Phoenix asked with a hint of joking. You're joking. I just want to maintain business dealings and get to know each other better. Du Fei said seriously. Captain Du, I'm really sorry. I'm sure you know that we are doing this kind of business and the rules cannot be broken. No matter what kind of client they are, we keep it strictly confidential. The gentle voice of Black Phoenix came from the communicator. Then, she seemed to hesitate for a moment and said, however, I can make an exception and tell only you. Hearing this, Du Fei was delighted. This woman was not bad. However, before he could say thank you, the voice of Black Phoenix came from the communicator again. This time it was a gentle, charming, and seductive laugh. Haha, if you want to know, we need to talk alone. I'll be waiting for you anytime. After that, the communication was cut off, leaving a series of thoughts. Xia Ying was stunned. After a long while, she muttered to herself, what a scumbag. Du Fei put away the communicator, frowned, and shook his head. Sure enough, it was just as I had predicted. We are not familiar with each other yet, and communication is not in place. There is no way Dark Phoenix is telling the truth. Even if I had a private interview with her, she would only reveal some information to me. Wait a minute, I'll try to find out. Du Fei said to Xia Ying. Xia Ying nodded and could only take her time. She had just heard with her own ears the conversation between the Black Phoenix and the captain. As a woman, she is very sensitive. Xia Ying could feel that the Black Phoenix was greedy for the captain's body, so she didn't want the captain to take risks alone. Just at this moment, Ying Bao, I'm done washing, it's your turn. Lu Ruobing walked over wearing a thin nightgown. The collar and suspender style are made of soft and silky material, which perfectly shows Lu Ruobing's perfect figure. This kind of nightgown is very comfortable to wear. Gonting asked Husan to buy it for her. She bought 5 or 6 sets in total. It can be considered an exclusive benefit for several commanders of the Women's Field Regiment. Lu Ruobing came over and Xia Ying was still sitting in Du Fei's arms. She raised her eyebrows at her happily. You silly girl. You were crying like a tearful person just now, but now you look so happy. Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at her and continued, I think you deliberately wanted to trick the captain into coming here to coax you. You came at a really bad time. You couldn't have come a little later. Xia Ying let go of Du Fei reluctantly and stood up. Then she pointed to Du Fei's arms and said jokingly, come on, it's your turn. You damn girl. You are becoming more and more outrageous. Lu Ruobing blushed and patted her on the butt. Go take a shower quickly. Take it easy, haha. Xia Ying laughed and walked towards the wooden house. As Xia Ying left, Lu Ruobing walked to Du Fei, stroked her nightgown and asked, Captain, I just bought this today. Does it look good? There were airplanes, cannons, pistols, bullets, etc. embroidered on the nightgown. These are the only patterns on clothing in this world. Du Fei couldn't help but secretly complain, but he still glanced at her 2 long white legs and said, it looks good. Really? Lu Ruobing happily lifted a corner of her nightgown and slowly turned around in front of Du Fei. For a moment, Du Fei's eyes widened. Unable to bear it any longer, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Lu Ruobing was caught off guard and let out a scream. Then she came to her senses and found herself in Du Fei's arms. Her pretty face turned red. She wanted to break free but felt too weak to do so. Helpless, she had to wave her fist at Du Fei and said coquettishly, don't move your hands. These words actually reminded Du Fei. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Intimacy value. Chapter 91A Heavy Burden. As the system prompt sound continued to sound. No, my new clothes? No, there are soldiers on duty nearby. Lu Ruobing pushed Du Fei away in panic and punched him. You are so bad. After saying this, he quickly stood up, covered his face and fled. Land King Chariot, with independent control room. That's it? Not going on. I didn't see anything. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian stared at the screen, both holding the joysticks tightly. Ting, should we save this video to disk? Sun Shaoqian swallowed and said with a lingering look, just do it. If Sister Ruobing knew we were peeping, she would dig your eyes out. Gonting rolled her eyes at her. So you want to delete it? I think it's a pity. Sun Shaoqian showed a reluctant expression on her face, but she eventually deleted the 11-minute and 47-second video taken by the Predator. At this time, Gonting bit her lip and said, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I'm going to the toilet. After saying that, he ran out of the independent control room with a red face. When Sun Shaoqian saw this, she quickly put the 2 predators into autonomous protection mode. Then, he chased after him. I'm going too, wait for me. The lights in the workshop are bright, just like daytime. There are some design drawings on the workbench. Now that the Nirvana meteorite is in hand, Du Fei is thinking about the smart combat suit. Even though there were only 3 pieces, due to the complicated internal processes, he did not delay and decided to start making them overnight after coming down from the mountain. After thinking for a while, Du Fei opened the system interface and checked some necessary things first. The next moment, the system interface appeared in my mind. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 60,180. Intimacy value, 1169. Constitution, Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Warm reminder. After the next physical limit is expanded, the strengthening degree can be increased by 10 points. Note, in each stage, after each expansion of the physical limit, the increased enhancement level is the sum of the previous enhancement points. Items, Universal Toolbox, Rare Material Smelting Agent, Element Control, Nirvana Meteorite Raw Stone. Good job. Yesterday the intimacy value was over 300 points, but now it has risen to over 1,000 points. The first thing Du Fei checked was the intimacy value. At this moment, he was staring at the intimacy value column and felt extremely happy. Wow, that's good. The growth rate has increased. You know, the previous intimacy value basically started at 1 point. Now, some female soldiers have already started at 5 o'clock, such as Su Ninger, Song Jia, Zhao Feifeng and others. Compared with other female soldiers, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian have higher intimacy values, starting at 10 points. But generally speaking, the most intimacy points were obtained from Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Maybe it's because of the physical contact. Now both of them start at 50 points. As for the intimacy value, it involves the degree of admiration the female soldiers have for Du Fei, so the amount obtained varies. Du Fei thought that the team would most likely expand in the later stage, and the number of female soldiers would definitely increase significantly by then. For those who have made outstanding contributions to the intimacy value, Du Fei is even considering whether to keep a record and whether to manage it using a computer. Of course, this is just an idea that popped up suddenly. After all, there are too many things to do at hand right now. Well, the intimacy value has increased a lot tonight. Du Fei was in a very good mood and couldn't help muttering to himself. If you can really gain a lot of intimacy points like this, then you have to plan carefully. After all, the construction of the camp is a huge project, and even the subsequent city construction is so huge that it is unimaginable. The intimacy value required in the later stage is simply too much. Du Fei clenched his fists. In order to survive and for future life, he must work hard. For a moment, he felt a heavy burden, and a sense of responsibility arose in his heart. Chapter 92 Technology Library Refreshed. Considering that the camp has already started construction, although the construction of the Legion itself is a common phenomenon, the Federation does not impose any restrictions. However, the Women's Field Regiment's initial plan was to build a city, and even the inner city was equivalent to a federal stronghold. Du Fei thought that it would inevitably attract the attention of the Federation and might even cause some conflicts. So right now, defense is the primary issue. After a brief thought, Du Fei opened the technology library and found that a lot of things had been refreshed. Du Fei was stunned when he saw the refreshed items. Falcon Unmanned Fighter. Design drawing requires 5,000 reputation points. Dragon Thistle Cruiser. Design drawing requires 100,000 reputation points. Destroyer Tracked Vehicle. Design drawing requires 5,000 reputation points. Level 1 Intelligent Guard. Mechanical Finished Product Design drawing requires 80,000 reputation points. Level 1 Intelligent Guard. Mechanical Finished Product Design drawing requires 150,000 reputation points. Level 1 Intelligent Guard. Mechanical Finished Product Design drawing requires 300,000 reputation points. Real Person Guard. Intelligent Machine. Female. Finished Product requires 3,000 intimacy points. Climate Improver. Finished Product Design drawing requires 3,000 intimacy points. Sky Fortress. Finished Core requires 200,000 intimacy points. Oh my god. After checking them one by one, Du Fei took a deep breath and felt uneasy for a long time. The things refreshed in the technology library this time are of a higher level than before. Not only have more powerful drones and tracked vehicles appeared, but the number of ships for naval operations has also increased. In addition, some smart guards have been added. What is unexpected is that there are actually real-life guards. In particular, a very expensive item appeared, the Sky Fortress. 200,000 intimacy points. Damn. Du Fei stared at the aerial fortress in the technology library, and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, if it is so expensive, there must be a reason for it. You have to work hard. Ignore all this for now. Let's exchange the intelligent laser defense system first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using 1,000 intimacy points to redeem a design drawing of the intelligent laser defense system. The next moment, the composition, manufacturing parameters, functions, etc. of the intelligent laser defense system emerged in Du Fei's mind. Intelligent laser defense system. Deployed in a designated area, it can implement all-round intelligent defense of the airspace in that area. Main defensive weapon, intelligent laser cannon, divided into exposed and hidden types, and the required number can be deployed according to the defense area. Specific performance, crystal power supply, no delay, uninterrupted all-round detection of airspace, early warning, can accurately intercept foreign airstrikes at the first time. Click to expand more. Yes, this is the all-round defense system we want. Du Fei took a quick look and felt very satisfied. Since this intelligent laser defense system involves too many details, I plan to study it slowly over the next 2 days. Soon, Du Fei put aside all distractions and began to prepare to make the smart battle suit. Spread out the drawings and first make 3 molds according to the detail parameters, namely shoulder pads, wrist pads, and knee pads. After the mold is made, the active vibranium is synthesized and injected into the mold, and then the reaction device, traction device, activation device, etc. are installed. In this way, the 3-piece set of Smart Combat Suit is basically completed, and finally you only need to install an energy crystal on each of the 3-piece devices. It seems simple in theory, but it is not easy to actually make it, especially various core devices, which play a vital role. Active vibranium can be flexibly manipulated to allow the 3-piece suit to form an all-round defensive suit in an instant. Therefore, those devices are more complicated to make. Smiley face, this involves the core secrets of the smart suit, so I won't reveal too much about the various devices here. Du Fei estimated that the various installations of just 3 sets would probably take a whole day to complete. Next, select a few pieces of high-quality steel and start making the 3-piece mold. In the workshop, as the machinery in Area 3 for making parts started up, Du Fei began to get busy. 2 hours later, the 3-piece mold was completed. Du Fei did not stop and continued to select tiny modules, components, and chips. Then, he focused on creating the suit smarts. Until dawn, the 3-piece reaction device is basically ready, except for the traction device and activation device. It's almost there. I should be able to wear the smart suit today. Du Fei exhaled, a hint of excitement on his face. Air raid shelter, living area. At this moment, Lu Ruobing was soaking in the rehabilitation pool with her eyes closed, gently rubbing her fair and tender body. She didn't sleep well last night because of some marks on her neck and chest. She was afraid of being discovered by her sisters, so she ran over at dawn to undergo rehabilitation and elimination. Oh, Sister Ruobing came for rehabilitation so early? At this time, some female soldiers finished their drill and came over. Lu Ruobing nodded at them, then checked her body, found that the marks had disappeared, and walked out of the recovery pool to put on her clothes. Huh? What is this? It's a plant. I have 2 of them growing here too. Look over there. There are so many growing out of the cracks in the rocks. Sister Ruobing, come over here and take a look. The group of female soldiers were just about to take off their clothes and take a bath when they suddenly discovered many young plant sprouts around the rehabilitation pool. You know, usually the entire air raid shelter is bare, so these sudden green plants made them feel very strange. Following the shouts of the female soldiers, Lu Ruobing put on her clothes and immediately walked over. Upon seeing it, her beautiful eyes widened. I saw many green plant sprouts growing on the ground, in the cracks between the rocks, and in the potholes next to the rehabilitation pool. How strange. I've never seen this kind of plant before. There was a hint of curiosity in Lu Ruobing's eyes. In this radiation-filled environment, common plant sprouts look like insects, ice crystals, or fungi. Most of them are varied and strange in shape. This kind of green sprouts was the first time Lu Ruobing had seen it. Ninger is here. Ninger, you're a biologist. Come and see what kind of plant this is. The 2 female soldiers saw Su Ninger and immediately started shouting, Ninger, come and take a look. Lu Ruobing waved to Su Ninger. Seeing this, Su Ninger quickly walked over, squatted down and took a look, and immediately a look of surprise appeared on her face. She reached out and fiddled with 2 young shoots. After observing them carefully for a while, she exclaimed, Cucumber. Chapter 93. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. What did you say? Lu Ruobing was stunned and looked at Su Ninger. Cucumber? Yes, it's cucumber. Su Ninger nodded. Oh my god. Why are there cucumbers growing here? Yeah, it's incredible. It is said that vegetables like this can only grow in the pure soil of the Federation. I have never seen cucumber sprouts in my life. The female soldiers exclaimed in amazement, as if they had seen a rare treasure. I understand. It must be the effect of the recovery pool. Su Ninger looked around and said. A female soldier showed surprise in her eyes. Ninger, there are so many cucumbers, so in the future we can? Can't. Su Ninger shook her head and said, you can't eat it. It's difficult to grow cucumbers without photosynthesis. Cucumbers are sun-loving plants and need sufficient sunlight during their growth period. It cannot lack sunlight, otherwise it will be detrimental to growth and affect flowering and fruiting. So that's how it is. The female soldiers immediately showed disappointment on their faces. It would be great if cucumbers could grow. In this way, you don't have to go to the base to buy it. Not only can you eat fresh vegetables, but you can also save a lot of time. Inside the workshop, after working all night, Du Fei completed the production of the traction device for the smart combat suit, and the only thing left was to activate the device. Just stop to take a break. Captain, let me tell you something. At this time, Lu Ruobing walked in. When Du Fei saw her, he reached out and hugged her in his arms. What's the matter? Ah, it's so itchy. It's broad daylight and the soldiers are about to come in. Lu Ruobing blushed and pulled Du Fei's hand out of his clothes. I want to tell you something. There are a lot of cucumber seedlings growing in the rehabilitation pool. Cucumber seedlings? Du Fei felt a little strange when he heard it. Then, he simply tidied up the things on the workbench and followed Lu Ruobing towards the living area. Soon, Du Fei arrived at the rehabilitation pool. Some female soldiers were preparing to soak in the rehabilitation pool, and some had already taken off half of their clothes. Seeing Du Fei coming, they hurriedly put it on again. They didn't care, but they were afraid that the leader would be embarrassed. It's really a green plant. Du Fei checked the cucumber seedlings around him and felt a little surprised. Only Pure Land can grow such normal green plants. Then, he looked at the recovery pool next to him, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I see. The healing fluid can eliminate the radiation in the surrounding soil and has a certain improvement effect on the soil. With this discovery, Du Fei felt slightly excited. I originally planned to cultivate the land and plant some vegetables and grain crops, but I was worried about how to eliminate the radiation in the soil. Now, the problems regarding planting have been easily solved. The healing fluid can eliminate radiation from the soil, while the climate modifier in the technology library can purify the radiation in the air. Recovery fluids and climate improvers can work in tandem. In this way, we can create a pure land in the camp, and then we can be self-sufficient in food. Of course, this is just Du Fei's initial idea. Whether it will work or not still needs to be verified in practice. It's a new day again, and the Women's Field Regiment camp is bustling with activity. The female soldiers and a group of miners, including Chan Yuanshan, were full of energy and busy. In the independent control room, following Du Fei's instructions, Gan Ting controlled Predator Number 1 to continue searching for the traces of the rebel organization. Sun Xiaoqian set Predator Number 2 to autonomous protection mode and led several capable assistants into the workshop to continue manufacturing weapons and ammunition. Du Fei walked out of the living area and saw the scene in front of him. While he was relieved, he couldn't help but think to himself, one should always be prepared for danger. Next, the team needs to be expanded. But the current problem is that the Women's Field Regiment is still very poor, and they need to have sufficient strength to recruit personnel or incorporate other teams. The most important thing is financial resources. There must be enough funds to guarantee the Legion's food, drink, defecation, and various expenses. This is not something that can be done overnight. It needs to be done slowly and steadily. However, Du Fei is confident about the expansion of the team. As long as enough time is given, I believe it won't be long before the Women's Field Regiment will truly look like a regiment. Now, the technology library has been refreshed with the Falcon unmanned fighter and the destroyer tracked vehicle. These two new versions of drones and tanks should be a level higher than the current Predators and Land Kings. Du Fei was considering that although the Women's Field Regiment currently had few members, its combat effectiveness must be improved. These 108 female soldiers were trained by him personally. It is not the quantity that matters, but the quality. No matter how much the team expands in the future, he wants to make these 108 female soldiers the elite among the elites. Du Fei plans to add some new versions of drones and tracked vehicles. In this way, female soldiers will no longer have to be exposed in the wild on foot and can fight with tanks and drones. If everyone puts on a beaded mithril undershirt, their safety will be basically guaranteed. However, thinking about the previous Predator and Land King, which were modified at the time, The degree of trouble was reduced accordingly. If you want to save money and quickly produce new versions of drones and tracked vehicles, you have to go the modification route. The problem is that there are only a few million hours on the books, and even old drones and tracked vehicles are expensive. I can't afford it for now. The only solution is to hunt a large number of time beasts to kill time and accumulate funds. Du Fei decided that once the smart battle suit was completed, he would personally lead the team out to reap the rewards. After a brief thought, he plunged into the workshop and continued working. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying have always been curious about the smart combat suit, so they stood on Du Fei's left and right, watching him make it quietly. 2 hours later, the activation device was finally completed. Du Fei did not stop and began to install various devices into the three-piece mold. The device is embedded inside the three-piece set, so it must be installed in advance so that it can be combined with the injected active vibration. The device was installed in about 10 minutes. Next, it's time to synthesize vibranium. According to the ratio of vibranium synthesis, controlled elements, 1,000 grams of Nirvana meteorite raw stone, 1,000 rare material smelting agent, which can synthesize 2 kilograms of active vibranium. The ratio can fluctuate slightly. Du Fei took a deep breath and first poured one controlled element on the 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stones. The next second, under the influence of the control element, ripples appeared in the air around the container. The 2 pieces of raw stone slowly twisted like a braid, then intertwined and entangled, and soon merged together, turning into a whole piece of shiny black metal, shining brightly under the light. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying beside them didn't blink, with surprise on their faces. It was synthesized so quickly? Is this vibranium? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying asked in a low voice. Chapter 94. Successful production of smart battle suit. Yes, this is just regular vibranium, Du Fei said with a hint of excitement on his face. Since the 2 pieces of raw stones were bought by 1 kilogram at the time, after Du Fei weighed them, the actual synthesized regular vibranium weighed a full 1,300 grams. After adding 1,000 rare material smelting agents, it becomes more than 2,000 grams of active vibranium. According to the material parameters required for the 3-piece smart combat suit, 2 kilograms are enough, which means that not so much is needed. Next, while the regular vibranium had not yet cooled down, Du Fei quickly split out 300 grams. Sun Shaoqian. Captain. Sun Shaoqian, who was busy at work, heard Du Fei calling and immediately ran over. This is 300 grams of regular vibranium. It hasn't cooled down completely yet. Make it into injection needles within 2 hours. Du Fei ordered. Some of the tranquilizer guns for hunting the Beast King level time beast have been produced, and the tranquilizer bullets used are ignition tube injection bullets. This anesthetic bullet is composed of a bullet body, an injection needle, an injection liquid, a melting agent for rare substances, a power chamber, a bullet tail, etc., and uses the gunpowder gas generated by the ignition tube as the launching power. When hitting the target, the injection needle penetrates into the target body, and the ignited gunpowder in the projectile forms a high-pressure chamber at the rear of the projectile, which can instantly inject the rare substance melting agent into the target body. However, considering the hard surface of the Beast King level time beast, Du Fei decided to use conventional vibranium as the material of the injection needle. The vibranium injection needle can definitely easily pierce the surface of a Beast King level time beast.
Yes.
Sun Shaoqian responded, took the 300 grams of regular vibranium, returned to her workstation, and led several capable assistants to start making it against the clock. Next, Du Fei took out 2 bottles of rare substance smelting agent and poured them on the remaining 1 kilogram of regular vibranium. In an instant, the piece of regular vibranium began to liquefy and soon turned into a full container of black metallic liquid, which was boiling slightly. Synthesizing 2 kilograms of active vibranium. It's that easy. Without delay, Du Fei carefully poured the active vibranium into the 3-piece mold. Just right, not more, not less, not a drop left. Isn't it a coincidence? As the active vibranium and various devices merged together, they slowly cooled down. Du Fei managed the time well. After more than 10 minutes, when the mold was formed, he injected a small amount of melting agent along the periphery of the mold and quickly took out the 3-piece set. A pair of knee pads, a pair of wrist pads, and a pair of shoulder pads, all shiny and bright. Then, Du Fei installed the 6 energy crystals that he had exchanged in advance into the activation device of the 3-piece set. The smart battle suit is finally completed. Was it produced successfully? Lu Ruobing asked with a look of surprise on her pretty face. Yes. Du Fei nodded. Captain, can you put it on and show it off? Xiaoying reached out and touched the 3-piece suit, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. It will take several hours for the active vibranium and the device to fuse. I will show you then. Du Fei exhaled, feeling a little excited. After lunch, the Women's Field Regiment camp began to get busy again. As soon as Du Fei walked out of the air raid shelter in the living area, Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng ran over, each holding a blueprint and reporting their work to him. Captain, according to your instructions, after repeated experiments, we have found that the recovery fluid can indeed eliminate the radiation in the soil. However, the purified soil was soon recontaminated by radiation in the air. If we can solve the problem of radiation in the air, then we can implement the next step of the farming plan. Reporting to the group leader, after soil testing, 50 acres of land with less radiation have been planned to the south of the camp. These lands are being cultivated, and we have prepared them in advance so that they can be used to grow various food crops and vegetables in the future. Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng excitedly reported to Du Fei. Very good, these problems will be solved later. After listening to the reports from the two beauties, Du Fei smiled and nodded, affirming and praising their work. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Intimacy value. After receiving Du Fei's praise, Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng were overjoyed, and they each contributed dozens of intimacy points on the spot. Later, Du Fei saw that a section of the foundation of the camp wall had been laid. Song Jia and a group of female soldiers are leading the miners to lay tracks for or transport vehicles down the mountain. So Du Fei walked over to express his condolences first, and then provided on-site guidance personally. As the system prompts kept ringing in my mind, I gained another wave of reputation and intimacy points. After Du Fei inspected the camp, he gained a lot. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. At this time, there was a roar of artillery fire near the valley outside the camp. Taking the physical condition of the female soldiers into consideration, Du Fei requested that the old shoulder-fired grenade launchers be replaced. According to the drawings provided by Du Fei, Sun Xiaoqian has manufactured a batch of convenient lightweight grenade launchers. At this moment, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian were leading a group of female soldiers to test-fire this howitzer. Captain, this howitzer is amazing. Yes, it's light, practical, and very powerful. The voices of Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying came from the communicator. Since it involves the testing of new weapons, Du Fei naturally has to be in charge of it. A few minutes later, we arrived at the test firing site. A female soldier carries a grenade launcher on her shoulder, preparing to fire. Du Fei frowned slightly and walked forward to instruct her. This howitzer is different from the previous ones. The method of use has also changed slightly. You don't need to use too much force. Your posture is incorrect. It should be like this. As he spoke, he patiently adjusted the female soldier's posture and then held her arms from behind. Yes, that's it. Call out. The grenade ejected from the barrel. Boom. Under Du Fei's hands-on guidance, he hit the target accurately. Yeah. The female soldier clenched her fists and was so excited that she almost fainted. Oh my God. I'm so happy. I'm the first person in the group to have sex with the leader. Ding. Intimacy value. Just at this moment, Ganting's report came from the headset. Report to the regiment commander. We have received a call from Chu Zhengxiang, the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade. Chapter 95: Stealing Melons and Picking Gourds. Chu Zhengxiang of the Iron Blood Brigade? Du Fei touched his earphone and said, "Connect to the encrypted channel." Yes, Captain. Ganting responded. Soon, the signal was connected. Brigade Commander Chu, I'm Du Fei. Brother Du, how are you these days? Chu Zhengxiang's voice came from the headset. Thanks to Brigade Commander Chu, it seems that Brigade Commander Chu has finished his military affairs? Du Fei asked politely. Oh, don't mention it. Since we parted at the Qingchuan ruins, my brother hasn't even returned home. He has been very busy these past few days. Chu Zhengxiang sighed, and then said with a guilty tone, I originally planned to personally visit Brother Du to express my gratitude, but I have been unable to get away. The entire Jihad military district has been in chaos these past few days. I am also very worried. What's going on? Du Fei asked calmly. Brother Du, do you still remember the invisible Wing Queen at the Qingchuan ruins? Without waiting for Du Fei to speak, Chu Zhengxiang continued. Now the Wing Queen has appeared within the Holy War City and has lured another lightning beast king from somewhere. The two strongholds east of the Holy War City have fallen. The military district has urgently recalled 3 high-level legions from the Outer Sea to prepare for the establishment of a Beast King-level hunting ground. You also know that my Iron Blood Brigade is an independent brigade directly under the military district. This time, The military district has established a Beast King level hunting ground, and my brother is also included in it. Hearing Chu Zhengxiong's story, Du Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Good job. The invisible Wing Queen from the Qingchuan ruins actually ran to the Holy War City and seduced a Beast King? This is good news. The next step was to look for a Beast King level time beast to hunt, but unexpectedly the opportunity came so suddenly. Think about it, one tail extracts one control element, so how much can two Beast Kings extract? At least more than 100. What is Brigade Commander Chu's plan? Du Fei asked knowingly. That's exactly what I wanted to tell Brother Du. My Iron Blood Brigade would like to invite the Women's Field Regiment to participate in this mission of the Holy War Military District. No matter what, the Iron Blood Brigade still has to rely on the help of brothers. Also, Brother has a request. Can you sell some of that special ammunition to the Iron Blood Brigade, or let the Iron Blood Brigade exchange it for equipment? We will never let our brothers suffer any loss. Here's the plan, bro. After the mission is completed, we'll split all the time and federal subsidies, rewards, etc. that the Iron Blood Brigade has earned in half. Chu Zhengxiong said, and continued, Brother Du, please rest assured that my Iron Blood Brigade will never leak a single word about the secrets of the Women's Field Corps. What do you think, brother? After finishing speaking, he waited for Du Fei's reply. You know, the Iron Blood Brigade has become famous since it completed the Qingchuan Ruins mission last time. The performance jumped from 9,856th place in the Tianyan ranking to 3,217th place, directly entering the top 5,000. Within 2 days of becoming famous, the Iron Blood Brigade expanded to more than 10,000 people. In addition, the military district also awarded a lot of sophisticated equipment, including more than 10 tracked vehicles. Chu Zhengxiong had planned to repay Du Fei, but the Holy War City was attacked by the Beast King. Now, the Beast King level hunting ground in the Holy War City has been established, and the Iron Blood Brigade is naturally included in the plan to participate in the war. Chu Zhengxiong was thinking that if the Iron Blood Brigade's performance could be improved further this time, the rewards from the Federation would be even more generous. By then, even if they could get half the share with the Women's Field Regiment, or even if the Iron Blood Brigade got less, it would still be a considerable income. Furthermore, if the combat performance improves, the Iron Blood Brigade is very likely to be further expanded into an independent division, and then there will be more rewards in the future. Of course, Chu Zhengxiong knew very well that all this was inseparable from Du Fei's support. As for the special ammunition of the Women's Field Regiment, he had always dreamed of owning it, and this time he asked tentatively. If Du Fei is willing to sell some special ammunition to the Iron Blood Brigade, as long as the price is within the range that the Iron Blood Brigade can afford, he will agree without hesitation. At this moment, Chu Zhengxiong felt a little nervous, and his adjutant Dong Jia and the commander of the 3rd Regiment Dong Biao were also very nervous. Their hearts were in their throats, and they were beating drums and gongs in unison, fearing that Du Fei would reject them. Little did he know that Du Fei was secretly delighted. He was just worrying about where to find the tanks and drones, and now they were delivered to his doorstep. It is equivalent to cooperating with the Iron Blood Brigade again in the previous mode. But this time is different from last time. If the two Beast Kings were hunted down, not only would a large amount of control elements be obtained, but the federal subsidies and rewards could also be shared through the Iron Blood Brigade. It can be said that you can steal melons and pick gourds at the same time without any delay. Logically speaking, Du Fei currently has no plans to sell the mithril ammunition. If it were someone else, he might just refuse directly. However, through the last cooperation, he still has relatively more trust in the Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei felt that he could allow the Iron Blood Brigade to have some mithril ammunition for now, and perhaps it would be possible to develop it into its own subsidiary team in the future. Of course, before the Women's Field Regiment grows stronger, the Iron Blood Brigade will still be a good shield to ensure a win-win situation. It would be even better if the Iron Blood Brigade could develop into a top-level legion in the future, as that would be a bigger shield. What's more, Chu Zhengxiong has promised that the time gained from hunting the Time Beast will be equal to that of the Women's Field Corps. This is equivalent to having an additional helper for the independent brigade. It's a win-win situation no matter how you look at it, so why not do it? After pondering for a few seconds, Du Fei had already figured out the plan. Commander Chu, I have thought about what you just said. As you know, this involves the core secrets of our army. Before Du Fei could finish, Chu Zhengxiong's promise came through the headset. Don't worry, Brother Du. I guarantee it with my life. I will never leak it. After that, he added, if it arouses suspicion from the outside world, I promise you that my Iron Blood Brigade will take care of everything. The secrets of the Women's Field Regiment are the secrets of my Iron Blood Brigade. Well, since Commander Chu has said this, I naturally believe it. Du Fei's brows relaxed. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. He then said, "How about this? The Iron Blood Brigade prepares some ammunition. I can help you transform a batch." Chapter 96. We are going to get rich now. As Du Fei's words came out from the communicator, Chu Zhengxiang, Dong Jie, and Dong Biao immediately showed joy on their faces, and their hearts finally settled down. Chu Zhengxiang was so excited that he said quickly, Okay, I'm very grateful to you, brother. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Please name a price, Brother Du. Since Commander Chu said so, I won't be pretentious. 10 tracked vehicles and 10 drones. Du Fei said, Okay, no problem. Chu Zhengxiang agreed readily, as these were nothing to his Iron Blood Brigade. Besides, after the battle at Qingchuan Ruins, he originally wanted to send some tracked vehicles and drones to the Women's Field Regiment. This is great, and Chu Zhengxiang is deeply moved. I was saying that this young Captain Du is worth making friends with. He's very kind. Chu Zhengxiang showed a rare look of boasting on his face and said to his two subordinates. Dong Jie and Dong Biao nodded in admiration. The host had a keen eye for identifying the real person. Indeed. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Reputation value. 3 prompt sounds rang in his mind, and Du Fei was slightly startled. Without thinking too much, he asked, Captain Chu, when does the hunting ground mission start? The 3 high-ranking legions in the Outer Sea should be able to rush back to the Holy War military zone tomorrow. The hunting ground mission is expected to begin in 3 days. Chu Zhengxiang replied, and then said, Brother Du, I will start preparing now. I will meet you at the 72nd base in the Holy War City in 3 days. What do you think? Du Fei thought for a moment and said, Okay, it's settled. Chu Zhengxiang's voice was filled with joy. Then when the time comes, I will be waiting for you to come. After the communication was interrupted. Captain, we're going to get rich now. Gong Ting's excited goose-like voice was first heard through the headset. Money Grubber, plan a route to the number 72 stronghold in the Holy War City. Du Fei smiled speechlessly and issued an order to her directly. Yes, Captain. In the independent control room, Gong Ting stuck out her tongue and responded. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Sun Shaoqian looked at each other, with a hint of excitement on their faces. They heard the conversation between Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiang just now. Not to mention the 10 tracked vehicles and 10 drones, just the 2 Beast Kings made them excited. As long as you complete the mission and hunt down the Beast King, you can not only share the federal rewards and gain a huge amount of time, but you can also extract control elements. When the time comes, you can buy some Nirvana Meteorite raw stones, and then you can synthesize more Vibranium. They have always been thinking about the Vibranium smart suit and dreaming of owning one. How much mithril do we have left? Du Fei asked. Don't worry, there are plenty. Lu Ruobing replied. All 3 storage warehouses are full. Xiaoying raised her eyebrows and smiled. You two refined so much? Du Fei was a little surprised. Don't these 2 beauties sleep? But he didn't know that Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying had put in a lot of effort in the past 2 days. Just because of his words, the 2 beauties put the task he assigned to them first. In addition to making the beaded inner shirt, the refining of mithril almost never stopped. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's purpose was very simple. They felt that Du Fei was under a lot of pressure right now and didn't want him to worry too much about this aspect. They just wanted to share more of the burden with him. I have to say that once women start to give, they are more ruthless than men. The miners are not producing enough, or for us to refine now. As Xiaoying spoke, she leaned close to Du Fei and whispered, Last night, the deputy head said that her nightgown was torn by a tree branch. She was so distressed that she couldn't sleep, so she forced me to refine all the ore that had just been mined. Although Xia Ying's voice was not loud, Lu Ruobing heard it clearly and glared at her with a red face. Ahem, very good. Du Fei coughed lightly and continued, I'll give you another task next. Melt all the mithril into blocks and bring some with you when the time comes.
Yes.
Make sure to complete the mission. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying puffed out their chests and answered. Chapter 97, Silver Snake Thorn. I just assigned tasks to Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Gong Ting's report came from the headset again. Report to the leader. The route to the 72nd base in the Holy War City has been planned. How long do you expect to arrive? Du Fei asked. Point 72 is located south of the Holy War City. It's mostly mountain roads and swamps. We'll set out tomorrow and arrive in the afternoon of the 3rd day. Okay, got it. After Du Fei finished speaking to Gong Ting, he looked at Sun Shaoqian and said, Get ready and organize your weapons and equipment. My Women's Field Regiment will be heading to the Holy War City tomorrow. Yes, Captain. Also, According to the parameters above, make one of these weapons using mithril. Du Fei handed Sun Shaoqian a blueprint. Sun Shaoqian took it and looked at it, slightly surprised. Cold weapon? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying looked over with curiosity. I saw an alien weapon drawn on the blueprint. It is called a bayonet, but it has more features than a bayonet and looks like a sword but is not a sword. This is a sword-shaped, double-edged bayonet about 3 feet long. The blade is symmetrically distributed in a snake shape, and there are 4 deep blood grooves on the surface. Sun Shaoqian could tell at a glance that this alien-shaped military bayonet was extraordinary. Not only can it stab, but it can also cut. Especially the design of the blood groove can greatly increase the lethality of this weapon. Whether it is assassination or bleeding, the speed is extremely fast. However, on the battlefield, facing time beasts and mutant beasts, thermal weapons are generally used. Cold weapons are relatively rarely used, or there is no chance to use them at all. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one would be stupid enough to engage in close combat with an animal with bare hands. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Sun Shaoqian looked at each other in confusion. Although it looked good, they didn't understand Du Fei's intention in making this weapon. This weapon is called Silver Snake Thorn. Seeing their bewildered looks, Du Fei smiled and said, "Sometimes cold weapons are more effective than hot weapons, especially when paired with smart combat suits." After hearing this, the 3 beauties suddenly understood, isn't it? If you wear a vibranium smart battle suit, then it is essential to equip yourself with cold weapons. Especially the Silver Snake Thorn designed by the captain, which is definitely the best weapon. The 3 beauties looked at Du Fei with admiration, and they couldn't help but look forward to the vibranium smart suit. Make it tomorrow morning. Du Fei ordered Sun Shaoqian. Yes, Captain. Jihad Base City Garrison Military Division. Inside the meeting room, a middle-aged man who looked like a general sat at the head of a long conference table with a dozen senior commanders sitting on both sides. At this moment, the meeting is coming to an end. Everyone, a large area east of the base city has been turned into scorched earth, and the beast tide is approaching the number 39 stronghold. 2 strongholds fell within a few days. If this continues, the Holy War City will be in danger. My garrison division is facing 2 beast kings. The hunting ground has been set up. Please express your opinions on the current situation. The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp as he slowly glanced at the generals on both sides and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. The middle-aged man's name is Mu Yanting, and he is the supreme commander of the Holy War City Garrison Division. A commander was the first to say, "General, I think the weapons and equipment need to be strengthened, especially the mithril granule weapons. After all, the time beasts are not easy to bite." Master Sun is right, but the most important thing is that we are facing 2 beast kings in this hunting ground mission. Another commander followed up and said, "Especially for that thunder beast, we should consider adding more protective equipment such as insulating shields. I'm afraid that this alone won't work. I suggest that we invite more foreign aid for this hunting ground mission." That's right. Although the battle axe, steel teeth, and sharp arrow legions are the elite of my garrison division, in my opinion, it would be better to invite a top-level legion. That's easy to say. Currently, the top legions are mostly in the desolate sea and foreign lands. It's hard to invite them. Yes, there are beasts everywhere there. Why would they come to the inland just for these 2 beast kings? Actually, I think we can still give it a try. We can't let other military regions laugh at us, right? Yes, after all, this is happening right next door. If we really have to wait for the military region to take action on our behalf, it would be extremely embarrassing. More than a dozen senior commanders on both sides expressed their opinions and discussed the matter. Okay, what you said is not a problem. Mu Yanting rubbed his temple and said to a group of generals, "I have already applied to the Federation for mithril particle weapons and other advanced equipment. Then the battle axe, steel teeth, and sharp arrow legions will be the main ones, and each of your units will be responsible for the periphery. The specific time of the mission will be notified later. Go back and prepare." The meeting is adjourned. As the voice fell, a group of generals stood up and left. Chu Zhengxiang, who was sitting at the last seat, also stood up. Just as he walked out of the meeting room, he was stopped by Mu Yanting. "Old Chu, why didn't you say anything just now? I saw that you seemed to have something on your mind." "Old Mu, there are some things that cannot be discussed in the meeting. I want to discuss something with you in private," Chu Zhengxiang said. You know, in the Jihad Base City Garrison Military Subdistrict, Chu Zhengxiang has a special relationship with his immediate superior. The 2 are both classmates and childhood friends. It's just that Chu Zhengxiang came from an ordinary family, but Mu Yanting was different. The Mu family is one of the leading noble families in the Holy War City and several elders of the family serve in senior federal positions. Although Chu Zhengxiang and Mu Yanting both graduated from the Holy War City Advanced Military Academy, it is not surprising that Mu Yanting became Chu Zhengxiang's immediate superior. Fortunately, the two have had a good relationship since childhood and have always called each other brothers in private. If you have something to say, let's talk about it at home. We can also have a few drinks together, Mu Yanting said with a smile. That's good. I happen to want some sisters-in-law too, Chu Zhengxiang said with a smile. Chapter 98 Trying on the Battle Suit. In a luxurious residence in the Garrison Military Subdistrict of the Jihad Bay City, brothers Chu Zhengxiang and Mu Yanting were drinking and chatting. Old Chu, I understand your feelings, but I don't agree with your Iron Blood Brigade's plan to join the battle as the main attacking corps. Although your Iron Blood Brigade won in the Fuxing military zone last time, it was a small battle after all. You have to know that this time we are facing two Beast Kings and the Time Beast. I'm afraid you can't handle just the Time Beast, right? Mu Yanting looked at Chu Zhengxiang and comforted him. You know, the last time the Iron Blood Brigade won a great victory at the Qingchuan ruins, their record was outstanding. The Sky Eye News only announced the number of Time Beasts hunted by the Iron Blood Brigade and did not display any information about the Time Beasts. Therefore, the entire Holy War military district was unaware of the detailed battle situation at the Qingchuan ruins, including Mu Yanting, Chu Zhengxiang, and even the entire Iron Blood Brigade were also puzzled about this. However, in order to keep the secret of the Women's Field Corps, they kept it all to themselves and did not reveal it to the outside world. At this moment, Chu Zhengxiang ignored Mu Yanting's consolation, took a sip of wine and said, If I'm not sure, I won't discuss this with you. I'm not sure, this is non-negotiable, don't ruin my plan. The reason why I organized this hunting ground mission is to obtain more mithril granule weapons for our military sub-district, right? Do you know what mithril particle weapons are? We have 3 high-level legions, Battle Axe, Steel Fong, and Sharp Arrow, so we don't need you. You, the Iron Blood Brigade, only need to take care of the periphery. You will be indispensable in the funding. I'll give you some more mithril particles and weapons when the time comes, so you can show off a bit. Wouldn't that make you feel good? You, the Iron Blood Brigade, should not get involved in this hunting ground mission. You should understand that I am doing this for your own good. It's settled then. Come on, let's drink. Mu Yanting spoke a stream of words and raised his wine glass. Chu Zhengxiang shook his head speechlessly. He could only wait and talk about it later, so he clinked glasses with him and drank it all in one gulp. The two were drinking. 2 girls, about 17 or 18 years old, walked in hand. These 2 girls are pretty, tall, and of similar height, and look graceful. A gentle and charming girl with the temperament of a lady from a noble family, named Mu Wanqing, is the daughter of Mu Yanting. A clever and cute girl with a fresh and innocent temperament, named Chu Kersin, is Chu Zhengxiang's little cotton-padded jacket. Uncle Chu, you're here. Mu Wanqing greeted Chu Zhengxiang in a gentle and pleasant voice. Chu Zhengxiang smiled and nodded at her. When he saw his daughter, he was slightly startled. Why are you here? The 4th and 5th aunts sent me here. I was just about to ask you why you came. Chu Kersin ran over happily, took Chu Zhengxiang's arm, and said coquettishly, Dad, you didn't even come home these days. You didn't miss me? I do. Of course I do. What about your 4th and 5th aunts? Chu Zhengxiang asked. Look, I'll tell you. Chu Kersin curled her lips and said, What you're really thinking about are the 4th aunt and the 5th aunt. No one knows a father better than his daughter. Ku Xian still understands you. Mu Yanting said with a smile. I can't control this girl anymore. Chu Zhengxiang said, looking at his daughter. By the way, Ku Xian, you will graduate soon, and Dad plans to send you to a women's corps for training. He had been thinking about sending his daughter to the Women's Field Regiment and took the opportunity to give her a heads up. Now, he has all the 30 years his daughter needs to hand over. However, he felt that instead of letting his daughter stay in the Holy War City, it would be better to send her to the Women's Field Corps. Letting my daughter follow the young Captain Du Fei will definitely give her a bright future. Unexpectedly, Chu Kersin curled her lips and said, Dad, don't worry about my affairs. Wanqing is now planning to form a female jihadist army. Wanqing said that I will be the deputy leader by then. Mu Wanqing pulled Chu Kersin and said, Kersin, how did you reveal our plan? Well, Chu Kersin stuck out her tongue and was pulled into the room by Mu Wanqing. As for you, we are getting more and more out of control, so let the young people do whatever they want. Mu Yanting called to Chu Zhengxiang. Come on, have a drink? Chu Zhengxiang picked up the wine glass and couldn't help but think to himself, You can do whatever you want to your daughter. My daughter must be sent to the Women's Field Corps no matter what. Night falls. Women's Field Regiment Camp, in the open space in front of the wooden house. The four beauties, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian, stared without blinking. Under their gaze, Du Fei had already put on the three-piece smart combat suit. At this moment, I feel a little excited. Without hesitation, Du Fei pressed the activation button on his wrist. Buzz. An extremely slight sound fell. The next moment, the 6 energy crystals on the wrist guards, shoulder guards, and knee pads simultaneously emitted a layer of blue light. The 3 sets of active vibranium immediately reacted to each other. Swish. The blue light emitted by the energy crystal attracted the active vibranium like water, which was densely intertwined and instantly enveloped Du Fei's entire body. In less than a second, he was dressed in a shiny black battle suit from head to toe. Sky. This is the vibranium smart suit. Incredible. So beautiful. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian looked at Du Fei, each of them stunned and exclaiming in amazement. Du Fei was seen wearing a helmet-shaped protective gear on his head, his eyes emitting a faint black-blue light, a pair of combat boots on his feet, and a pair of ghostly gloves on his hands. The whole set of combat uniform is bright in color and has smooth lines, showing off Du Fei's strong and well-proportioned figure. At this moment, Du Fei felt that his body seemed to have undergone great changes. Strength, reaction, vision, hearing, perception, etc. have obviously been greatly improved. Putting aside other things, the visual alone was enough to amaze him. On the helmet, the vibranium close to the eyes became transparent and flowed along with his sight under the influence of the energy crystal. Although it was night, everything was clearly visible wherever the eyes went. Even the water droplets in the cracks of the rocks in the distance could be seen clearly. Surprised, Du Fei took a few steps and moved tentatively. He felt as free as if he was not wearing any clothes. Not only is there no obstacle, but you also feel as light as a swallow. Du Fei couldn't help but run a few steps and leap forward. Huff. His body suddenly flew up into the air, and he flew out more than 10 meters. His agile figure was like a dark leopard. Oh shit. Du Fei failed to control his falling momentum and crashed headfirst into a rock. Careful. The four beauties Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed at the same time. The stones shattered and flew everywhere. Du Fei touched the helmet and found it didn't hurt at all, not even a hint of vibration. Awesome. Captain, are you okay? Lu Ruobing ran over worriedly, looked at the broken stones on the ground, and asked in surprise. It's okay. We have all-round protection without blind spots, Du Fei said. That's amazing. Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian ran over, with shock on their pretty faces. Captain, can I touch it? Xia Ying asked curiously, staring at Du Fei's body. Okay. Du Fei nodded. When Xia Ying heard this, she immediately reached out to touch Du Fei excitedly. After touching it back and forth a few times, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Ying Bao, how do you feel? Sun Shaoqian asked. So soft and gentle. Xia Ying said. This is active vibranium in a semi-conscious state. It feels very soft under normal circumstances, but it will be different once fighting begins. It becomes stronger when it encounters a stronger opponent. It has the ability to resist injury, especially when it encounters an emergency or is stimulated. It will instantly become hard. Du Fei carefully explained to them the principles of active vibranium and smart combat suits. Chapter 99 Departure. The next morning, at the Women's Field Regiment camp, the female soldiers were full of energy after taking a bath in the rehabilitation pool. The queue is neat and ready to go. Considering that the construction of the camp cannot be stopped, and the beaded undershirts for the female soldiers have not yet been produced, Du Fei decided to lead only Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian and others, as well as 50 female soldiers to the Holy War City. 20 of the female soldiers were equipped with a tranquilizer gun each. Not too many people are needed to participate in this battle. Their main purpose is to modify ammunition for the Iron Blood Brigade. After the Iron Blood Brigade obtained mithril ammunition, the female soldiers basically did not need to intervene in hunting the time beasts. The real mission of these female soldiers is to cooperate with Du Fei to hunt the Beast King and extract the control element. Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng were responsible for continuing to refine the mithril and making the pearl-shaped undershirts, while Song Jia led the other female soldiers to continue planning and building the camp. After everything is arranged, everyone get in the car.
Yes.
Destination: Holy War City, Stronghold number 72. Set off. With an order, the team started moving. Boom, boom, boom. Number 1, Number 2 Land King tracked vehicle, with a container ammunition truck in the middle, followed by 2 infantry transport vehicles that quickly left the camp. The 3 base cities of Holy War City, Renaissance City, and Bayhan City are in a triangle shape on the map. The Holy War City is known as the Mountain City among the 6 major base cities in the 9th District. It is mostly covered with mountains, rivers, and swamps, and transportation is somewhat blocked. Located to the west of Fuxing City, the two places are about 800 kilometers apart. According to the best route planned by Gan Ting, they would have to cross mountains and ridges, and pass through dense forests, river valleys, swamps, etc. along the way. Although most areas between base cities have been cleared, it is inevitable to encounter time beasts and mutant beasts along the way. Due to the road conditions and various factors, it would take the women's field group at least 3 days to reach the destination, a distance of only 800 kilometers. They stopped and walked along the way, and at the beginning they encountered several waves of time beasts in the area under the jurisdiction of Fuxing City, all of which were annihilated or dispersed. As we entered the Holy War City, we didn't encounter any time beasts, so our speed increased slightly. It was not until dusk on the 3rd day that the Women's Field Regiment finally arrived at the number 72 stronghold in the Holy War City. Looking around, there were no less than dozens of barracks stationed outside the stronghold and in the surrounding mountains and forests, 1/3 of which were regular troops and the majority were non-regular troops. Not only that, many other legions were coming from afar. Through a conversation with Chu Zhengxiang, Du Fei learned that this was only part of the legion participating in this hunting ground mission. The 3 senior legions are stationed in another stronghold, where there are also a large number of legions. However, most of the non-staff troops here are just here to make up the numbers, and many of them are not invited and are purely volunteer troops. The purpose is to use the Beast King level hunting ground mission to enhance the reputation of his own legion. Even if you don't fire a single shot, after the mission is completed, it will be a source of bragging rights in the future. Of course, the Jihad Garrison Division naturally welcomed this phenomenon. The bigger the scene, the bigger the hunting ground mission, and the federal government's subsidies and rewards to the Jihad Garrison Division will also increase appropriately. Soon, the Women's Field Regiment convoy slowly approached the stronghold. The Iron Blood Brigade Adjutant Dong Jia, the 3rd Regiment Commander Dong Biao, and commanders at all levels came to greet them in 3 luxury military vehicles. Led by 3 military vehicles of the Iron Blood Brigade, the Women's Field Regiment convoy followed them through the garrisons of various corps and drove towards the Iron Blood Brigade's camp. Chapter 100 Trust. Look, a female soldier? Which legion is this? Such a high salary? The senior generals of the Iron Blood Brigade command vehicles to lead the way. So awesome. Along the way, the commanders and soldiers of various legions looked at the convoy of the Women's Field Regiment in amazement. The female soldiers on the number 1 and number 2 Land King tanks and the 2 infantry transport vehicles were all heroic, with faces full of pride and arrogance. Soon, the convoy entered the Iron Blood Brigade camp. Without stopping, go straight to the ammunition depot. Next to the ammunition depot was a specially cleaned open space with rows of brand new tents built on it. This is the camp that the Iron Blood Brigade prepared in advance for the Women's Field Regiment. Chu Zhengxiang, accompanied by several guards, had been waiting here early. As the convoy stopped, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and others got off the chariots. Salute! A loud command sounded. Chu Zhengxiang, Dong Jia, Dong Biao, commanders at all levels, and the surrounding soldiers saluted. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and other female soldiers returned the salute. Brother Du, thank you for your hard work. Chu Zhengxiang smiled, took 2 steps forward, and shook Du Fei's hand. It's my duty. How dare I neglect the invitation from Brigade Commander Chu? Du Fei responded with a smile. Brother, I can't take your words anymore. Ha ha ha. After simple greetings and jokes, the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment entered the camp and began to take action. Led by Chu Zhengxiang and his group, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and others visited the ammunition depot of the Iron Blood Brigade. According to Du Fei's request, some necessary tools for disassembling and assembling the shells have been prepared. After the visit, Du Fei nodded with satisfaction. Next, Sun Shaoqian and a dozen female engineering soldiers received the task of modifying the bullets and began to make preparations. I saw the female engineering soldiers carry in 2 wooden boxes, and when they opened them, they revealed boxes full of silver ingots. Chu Zhengxiang, Dong Jia, and Dong Biao widened their eyes and couldn't help but gasp. Brother Du, this is... Chu Zhengxiang looked at Du Fei. Even if I didn't tell you, Brigade Commander Chu should have guessed it. It's mithril. Du Fei said without hiding anything. Since they provide mithril ammunition to the Iron Blood Brigade, this thing cannot be concealed. Indeed, before this, Chu Zhengxiong and others had actually suspected that the special ammunition of the Women's Field Regiment was mithril ammunition. But at this moment, when they heard it with their own ears, they were even more shocked. Mithril bullets. It's indeed a mithril bullet. However, what shocked them again was that the silver ingots before them were clearly artificially processed into this shape. Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Jie, and Dong Biao looked at each other and understood what was going on. It is obvious that the Women's Field Regiment has mastered the technology of refining and smelting mithril. Chu Zhengxiong and the other two were moved beyond words. How much trust Du Fei must have in them to reveal such a huge secret? Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Reputation value. Ding. Reputation value. They knew in their hearts that such secrets must not be leaked in the slightest. Dong Biao, please don't attend the welcoming banquet for Captain Du tonight. From now on, step up your security and don't let anyone get close to the ammunition depot. Chu Zhengxiong solemnly warned Dong Biao. Although the Iron Blood Brigade was united and he trusted his soldiers, the matter was too serious and he had to be careful. Yes, I'll arrange it now. Dong Biao nodded heavily and turned away. Brother Du, I will always remember your kindness. Chu Zhengxiong's mouth twitched slightly and a sentence was stuck in his heart. He didn't know what to say next. Ding. Reputation value. Commander Chu, there's no need to say more. As I said before, we just get along well. Du Fei said with a smile. Okay. Chu Zhengxiong nodded repeatedly, then patted Du Fei on the shoulder and said, Brother, please prepare some wine tonight. We won't go home until we are drunk. After saying that, he added, your two sisters-in-law are here too. They are waiting at the base now. They heard that you are a handsome man, and they are clamoring to meet you. We'll stay at the base hotel tonight. Brother has already arranged the rooms. Chapter 101. The old man is very bad. The words fell. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all showed a hint of joy in their beautiful eyes. They have never stayed in a hotel in their lives, so how could they not be excited when they heard that they could stay in a hotel tonight? But in a moment, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian showed a look of disappointment on their faces. One wanted to modify the ammunition, and the other wanted to operate the Predator UAV. They were sure that they could not go, so they looked at each other and sighed secretly. Seeing Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's happy expressions, Du Fei smiled speechlessly and looked at Chu Zhengxiong, then let Brigadier General Chu pay for it. Look at you. What are you talking about? Brother doesn't like to hear such irrelevant words. Okay, I won't be polite in the future. That's right, we are not outsiders, ha ha ha. When we walked out of the ammunition depot, it was already dark. The camp was heavily guarded and brightly lit. 3 high-end military vehicles entered the stronghold, and Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying took one. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant that looked pretty good. This restaurant is a physical building with 3 floors. In order to prevent attacks from invisible winged beasts, the tallest building in the stronghold is only this high. The first floor is the restaurant, and the second and third floors are guest rooms, integrating food, drink, and accommodation. At this moment, the restaurant was packed with guests, most of whom were commanders of the various legions outside. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying got off the military vehicle. 2 charming ladies were already waiting at the door of the restaurant. Yo! Who are these 3? Seeing Du Fei and the other 2, the 2 women immediately came forward to greet them. 4th and 5th brothers, let me introduce you. This is Captain Du of the Women's Field Regiment. These 2 are Deputy Captain Lu and Commander Xia. Chu Zhengxiong introduced the 2 women, and then introduced them to Du Fei. These are 2 of your sisters. It turns out that Captain Du is so young. TSK, he is indeed a handsome man, so handsome. The 2 deputies are so beautiful. Yeah, it's so well maintained. It looks like it hasn't been irradiated. The 4th and 5th concubines praised Du Fei and the other 2 highly. Thank you for the compliments, my 2 sisters-in-law, Du Fei said with a faint smile. Hello, ladies. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying felt a little embarrassed by the compliments. Report to the brigade commander, the wine and food are ready. A guard ran over and reported. Okay, let's go in and eat and talk. After Chu Zhengxiong finished speaking, he called his 2 wives to accompany Du Fei to the restaurant. Arriving at the door, the restaurant owner came to greet them personally. Captain Chu, 2 ladies, please come in quickly. Then, the restaurant owner saw Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying and felt a little strange. Who are these 3? These 3 are VIPs, more honorable than me, said Chu Zhengxiong. When the restaurant owner heard this, he immediately nodded and bowed to Du Fei and the other 2. Hey, "Sir, please come in," and the two ladies, "Please come in." Du Fei ignored him and walked straight in. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying couldn't help but blush and gave the restaurant owner a shy look. Du Fei, Chu Zhengxiang and others walked in front. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were walking behind, and they looked very excited when they came in. This was the first time for them to enter a restaurant since they were young. Although they felt a little disgusted when they saw the people eating and drinking inside, they still felt a little curious. Soon, everyone came to a private room where a table was filled with various meat and vegetarian dishes. After a few simple pleasantries, they started eating. Du Fei seldom drinks, and Chu Zhengxiang doesn't force him, and they focus on eating. The two ladies were very enthusiastic and kept picking up food for Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Neither of them had ever eaten such a big meal before, and since they couldn't refuse the hospitality, they soon started eating and drinking without any restraint. Fortunately, there were no outsiders at the banquet. Chu Zhengxiang, his two wives, and Dong Jie were the only ones to accompany them, so they had a very pleasant meal. 2 hours later, after eating and drinking, it's getting late. Dong Jie left early, and Du Fei and the other two followed Chu Zhengxiang and his wife to the second floor. "Brother Du, I'm so sorry. The hotel on the base is full, and there are only 2 rooms left." Chu Zhengxiang opened a room and said, "You guys live in this room, your 2 sisters-in-law, and I will live next door." After saying that, without waiting for Du Fei to speak, he and the 2 ladies walked into the next room. "Just this one room?" Du Fei frowned and walked in. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying looked at each other and followed him in. They had thought the hotel was very luxurious, but upon seeing it, the 2 beauties felt a little disappointed. The room was not too big, with a bathroom and a piece of cloth like a curtain hanging at the bathroom door. The fabric is printed with patterns of airplanes, cannons, chariots, shells, etc. At the innermost part is a protruding balcony with a rattan chair on it. The most annoying thing is that there is only one bed. The quilt on the bed was also printed with patterns of airplanes, cannons, tanks, shells, etc. But fortunately, the bed is not small. A bed. How can I sleep like this? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying's cheeks turned red and they glanced at Du Fei at the same time. Just then, voices were heard from next door. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xiaoying all fell silent at the same time. "Old Chu, do you think Captain Du can handle sleeping with those 2 deputies?" From the sound of her voice, it seemed to be the 4th concubine. "How can you not handle it? Don't you see that Brother Du is so strong?" Chu Zhengxiang said. "Hee, why didn't I hear any movement from them?" The 5th aunt teased curiously. "Brother Du is a man who can keep his composure. I guess it's not time yet." Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying bit their lips lightly, their faces blushing with shame. The old man was so bad. Du Fei pretended to be nonchalant and said seriously, "There's nothing we can do about it. It's just one bed. We can only make do with it for one night." Chapter 102. This kid is getting louder and louder. The next morning, District 9 Supervision Department, inside the office. Wang Jianqing did not sleep all night. At this moment, he was standing in front of the window, looking at the ray of light before dawn. "Minister, let me help you to rest." At this time, Secretary Su Zhong walked in with some documents and said, "No." Wang Jianqing waved at him, turned around and asked, "Have you checked it out?" "I have found out." Su Zhong opened the file in his hand and reported. Regarding the Dawn Organization rebels within the Fuxing city, the Fortress Military Division was previously responsible for encircling and suppressing them, but now it has suddenly been replaced by the 109th and 121st Divisions. The 109th Division and the 121st Division? Wang Jianqing frowned. Yes, the commander of the 109th Division is Yuan Shiji, and the commander of the 121st Division is Duan Qishan. These 2 divisions are subordinates of Wu Daguai. Su Zhong replied. "This bastard." When Wang Jianqing heard this, his facial muscles twitched with anger. After a long while, he shook his head helplessly. "Let's think of another way." After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Zhong and said, "By the way, you said yesterday that guy went to the Holy War City?" "Yes. Last night the non-staff women's field regiment met up with the Iron Blood Brigade at the 72nd Stronghold in the Holy War City." Su Zhong nodded to Wang Jianqing, thought for a moment, and then continued. From the cooperation between the 2 armies at the Qingchuan ruins, it can be seen that this time the non-staff women's field regiment was invited by the Iron Blood Brigade. I think they are very likely preparing to participate in the Beast King level hunting ground mission organized by the Garrison Division of the Holy War Base City. Wang Jianqing turned his head to look out the window and took a deep breath. "This kid is getting louder and louder." "Yes, Minister, then we?" Su Zhong hesitated to speak. Wang Jianqing raised his hand to stop Su Zhong from continuing and said in a deep voice, just as I said before, continue to delete the data about them. But if we delete them in large quantities, the Federation will become suspicious of some blank traces. Su Zhong said with some concern. Let's take it one step at a time. Wang Jianqing sighed slightly and then instructed Su Zhong. From now on, you and everyone in the confidential room will take one number 3 pill every day. Su Zhong was slightly stunned. Number 2 is a banned drug used by the supervisory department to erase human memory. If taken continuously, it can cause temporary or permanent memory loss for nearly a month. Soon, Su Zhong understood the minister's intention and frowned. Minister, you are worried about the Federation's Truth Master. Wang Jianqing nodded and said solemnly, yes, no one can escape the prying eyes of the Truth Master Main. Minister, for a small regional department like ours, the Federation won't use a Truth Master, right? Su Zhong felt that the chances of such a thing happening were very small. After all, the Truth Master had an extraordinary status in the Federation. Even if the improper operations of the supervisory department here aroused the suspicion of the Federation, it is impossible to send a Truth Master to investigate. It shouldn't happen, but we still have to be prepared for the worst. That guy is not an easy person to deal with. You have to understand that a single spark can start a prairie fire. Once the situation becomes uncontrollable, the Federation will definitely start with us. After Wang Jianqing finished speaking, he waved to Su Zhong and said, go and make the arrangements.
Yes.
Su Zhong responded. Then he looked at Wang Jianqing and said with a worried look on his face, Minister, then you? Wang Jianqing smiled sadly. Oh, I am a dying man. What do I have to be afraid of? Don't worry about me. If the Master of Truth wants to investigate me, he will notify me in advance. I will be prepared by then. After saying this, a barely perceptible trace of sadness emerged on his face. Even though taking Zolom number 3 might only result in a temporary loss of memory for nearly a month, he was reluctant to do so. He would rather choose death than lose any memory of his daughter. Chapter 103 It's Better to Be Young. In the bathroom of the hotel, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying simply washed themselves, put on their clothes, and walked out supporting each other, feeling extremely embarrassed. Du Fei had already dressed neatly and sat on the rattan chair on the balcony. He opened the system interface and found some changes. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 71,860. Intimacy value, 3385. Constitution, Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Warm reminder. Energy consumption and physical upper limit are expanded, and the current strengthening degree can be increased by 10 points. The next time the physical fitness limit is expanded, the strengthening degree can be increased by 20 points. Note, in each stage, after each expansion of the physical limit, the increased enhancement level is the sum of the previous enhancement points. Items: Universal Toolbox, Bottle of Rare Material Smelting Agent, Silver Snake Thorn. It has increased so much. Du Fei stared at the intimacy column, feeling happy and a little excited. After exchanging for the Intelligent Laser Defense System, the intimacy value was less than 300 points. Now it has skyrocketed overnight and increased more than tenfold. This means that it won't be long before I can exchange for the Time Collector. The next second, Du Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the physical condition column. Energy consumption. Physical limit has been expanded. Previously, if you wanted to expand your physical fitness limit, you would need to be exposed to a certain amount of radiation. Now there seems to be another path. As long as the energy is consumed to a certain level, the physical limit can be automatically expanded. Holy shit, this is good. But soon, Du Fei thought of another problem. If this is the case, your physical strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and the degree of energy consumption will increase accordingly. For example, now, the physical fitness has only been strengthened at the primary level. If you are exposed to radiation or consume some energy casually, the upper limit of the physical fitness can be expanded. So the question is, what if the physical fitness reaches advanced or super enhancement? By that time, it will not be possible to expand your physical fitness limit by simply expending some energy. It will only become more and more difficult. There is another key issue. It's okay now, but as my physique improves, 1 or 2 ordinary people will definitely not be able to bear it. Just thinking about it. Clap, clap, clap. There was a door slamming outside. Brother Du, are you up? It was Chu Zhengxiong's voice. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying walked to the door with serious expressions and opened it. Chu Zhengxiong stood in the corridor outside, pounding his waist. Hello, Brigade Commander Chu. Xiang greeted Chu Zhengxiang and continued. The regiment leader and the deputy regiment leader are studying the battle plan. As soon as the words fell, Du Fei had already walked out and said with a smile, "Good morning, Brigade Commander Chu." "Good morning, Brother Du. I was afraid I would disturb you." Seeing Du Fei looking so energetic and high-spirited, Chu Zhengxiang couldn't help but show envy on his face. He couldn't help but think to himself, "It's good to be young. This brother's physique is comparable to mine back then." "Brother Du, breakfast has been prepared in the restaurant on the first floor. After breakfast, I will take you back to the camp. 10 tracked vehicles and 10 drones have been delivered. They are all brand new. Take a look and see if it suits you." Iron Blood Brigade Camp. 10 brand new tracked vehicles and 10 drones were placed in the center of the open space. Du Fei took a tour accompanied by Chu Zhengxiang and others. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian followed behind, each with a shining look in their beautiful eyes. This is a third-generation tracked combat vehicle, each worth more than 300,000 hours. The drone is a bomber type, each worth at least 500,000 hours. Gan Ting had a money-grubbing expression on her face and whispered to Lu Ruobing and the others. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Sun Shaoqian were also very excited. They all glanced at Gan Ting, signaling her to stay calm. At this moment, they all had a common idea. That is, the commander must modify these tanks and drones. Then, the Women's Field Regiment added 10 Land King tanks and 10 Predator stealth drones. By then, the combat power of the Women's Field Regiment will have increased several times. How can they not be excited? Du Fei saw the expressions on the four beauties' faces and naturally understood what they were thinking. I couldn't help but smile to myself. They only knew about the Land King and the Predator. If they knew there were more powerful tanks and drones, wouldn't they be excited to death? "Brother Du, are you satisfied?" Chu Zhengxiang looked at Du Fei and asked with a smile. "Okay." Du Fei nodded with a smile. To be honest, this batch of tanks and drones were awarded by the Federation last time. I was originally planning to give it to my brother, but it was delayed due to the urgency of the war. Chu Zhengxiang said without hiding anything. "Really? Then I'm at a big disadvantage. Isn't it? Then you have to pay more." Ha ha ha. The two were talking and laughing when the adjutant Dong Jie came up to them and whispered, "Commander, there's news from the garrison headquarters." Chu Zhengxiang nodded and said to Du Fei, "Brother Du, you take over these tanks and drones and try out their performance first. I'll be back soon." "Okay, you go ahead." As Chu Zhengxiang left, Du Fei waved to the infantry commander in the distance. "Qin Minghan, arrive." Infantry commander Qin Minghan quickly came up and saluted with his chest puffed out. "These 10 tracked vehicles will be under your management for the time being. Distribute them to the infantrymen and familiarize them with them first," Du Fei ordered. "Ah." Qin Minghan was stunned at first, then she came to her senses, her body trembling slightly. "Yes, Captain." At this moment, Qin Minghan was so excited that she almost fainted. "The regiment commander actually gave me the management of 10 track tanks? Am I dreaming?" She felt that as an infantry commander, she had finally made it. Ding. Intimacy value. Qin Minghan immediately returned to the team and began to make arrangements. Chapter 104, Tight Front Lines. Women's Field Regiment, in the camp. "Very good. We infantrymen now have tanks too. Long live the commander. I really didn't expect that. Yeah, we don't have to fight on foot anymore. I dream of driving a chariot. I want to apply to be a machine gunner." For a moment, all the infantrymen cheered and were excited. Ding. Reputation value dot. Ding. Intimacy value dot. Ding. Reputation value dot. Ding. Intimacy value dot. As the system prompt sounds rang in my mind one after another, Du Fei looked at Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian and ordered, 10 drones are in your hands. Train some operators as soon as possible."
Yes.
Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian answered in unison. "Just arranged it." Chu Zhengxiang came back with a serious look on his face. "Brigade Commander Chu, what's wrong?" Du Fei asked. "The news I just received is that the frontline positions are tight. The Beast Tide approached point 39 by 40 kilometers overnight. The 5 divisions responsible for the frontline defense can no longer hold on. 2 of them were completely wiped out, and the other 3 have already begun to retreat. This Beast Tide is huge. According to the news from the front line, there are no less than 100 time beasts and countless time beasts. Now the 3 senior legions of Tomahawk, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow have already drawn up a battle plan. I'm a little worried that they may not be able to hold on," Chu Zhengxiang said. Du Fei frowned slightly. No wonder he didn't encounter the time beast on the way here. It turns out that all the time beasts in the Holy War City have gathered together. If the beast tide is really large in scale, then more mithril ammunition must be modified. What Du Fei was thinking was that since he was here, he had to gain as much time as possible. But there is still a problem. He currently only knows that 3 senior legions are involved in this hunting ground mission, and he is still unclear about the specific deployment of the Jihad Garrison Division. Needless to say, the 3 senior legions are definitely the main force. The key is that we are even less clear about the specific strength of the 3 senior legions. If they are really extremely powerful, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Once the 2 Beast Kings are hunted down by them, our plan will be ruined. However, Du Fei felt a little relieved when he heard Chu Zhengxiong's tone expressing his concern for the 3 senior legions. Brigade Commander Chu, are those 3 senior legions the main force for this hunting ground mission? Du Fei asked. Yes. Chu Zhengxiong nodded, looking a little unhappy. Du Fei saw the expression on Chu Zhengxiong's face, and his heart sank slightly. Could it be that the Iron Blood Brigade can't intervene in this hunting ground mission? If that's the case, then we'll have to make other plans. What are the specific strengths of the 3 high-level legions? Du Fei looked at Chu Zhengxiong and continued to inquire. Tomahawk, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow are 3 of the most advanced corps in the Garrison Division. Each corps has 3 divisions, and their weapons and equipment are all provided directly by the Federation. I only know that they have mithril granule shells. It is also said that they have some other unknown advanced equipment. After all, they are a high-level army. Some of their weapons and equipment are confidential. Even I don't know the details. Chu Zhengxiong shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Seeing Du Fei remain silent, he continued, the military district's order has been issued. We have to rush to the vicinity of Point 39 tonight. After that, he patted Du Fei on the shoulder and said, there is one more thing. Before we leave, I want to take you to see someone. Who? Du Fei asked. The Supreme Commander of the Garrison Military Subdistrict of the Jihad Bay City, Mu Yanting. Du Fei was stunned. Go to see the Supreme Commander of the Garrison Division? He's my best friend. There's no harm in getting to know him. Chu Zhengxiong was afraid that Du Fei would refuse, so he smiled and said, we are not strangers. Let's have a meal at his house at noon today. Let's go. When Du Fei heard this, he felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chu Zhengxiong had such a relationship. Okay then, I'll listen to Brigade Commander Chu. Du Fei nodded at Chu Zhengxiong, thinking that there would be no harm in getting to know him, and maybe he could get some useful information. Chapter 105 Chu Zhengxiong's Plan. Seeing Du Fei agree readily, Chu Zhengxiong felt relieved. The reason why he wanted to introduce Du Fei to Mu Yanting was naturally because he had his own plans. Chu Zhengxiong was somewhat helpless because Mu Yanting, the old stubborn man, insisted on letting the Iron Blood Brigade be responsible for the periphery. After all, since it involves the secrets of the Women's Field Regiment, he can't directly reveal his cards to Mu Yanting. However, the news he just received from the front line gave Chu Zhengxiong an idea. The scale of this beast tide was too huge, and he was worried that the 3 high-level legions of Battle Axe, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow would not be able to take it down. Of course, this was just his speculation. If he fails to get it, Mu Yanting will definitely come to me to discuss countermeasures, and then the initiative will be on my side. The Women's Field Regiment became the key, and the one who could truly solve the problem was not the Iron Blood Brigade, but Du Fei. Therefore, Chu Zhengxiong decided to let Du Fei and Mu Yanting get to know each other in advance. After all, it involves the confidentiality of the Women's Field Regiment. If that situation really happens at that time, Du Fei will go and negotiate with Mu Yanting personally. As for whether Du Fei is willing to disclose the secret to Mu Yanting, it is entirely up to him to decide. The most important thing is that Chu Zhengxiong feels that the Mu family is the most powerful family in the Holy War City and also has a certain status in the federal high-level positions. If Du Fei can reach some kind of consensus with the Mu family, it will benefit all 3 parties, whether it is the Women's Field Regiment, the Iron Blood Brigade, or the Mu family. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to finding a big backer for the Women's Field Regiment. Even if the secrets of the Women's Field Corps are known to outsiders in the future, with the support of the Mu family, I believe no one would dare to covet it. Of course, this is just Chu Zhengxiong's plan. It is better to be prepared. As for whether it will succeed or not, it all depends on how this situation develops. In the end, it all depends on Du Fei's own decision. Next, Du Fei handed over all matters to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. Then, he thought for a moment, called Gan Ting aside and ordered, use Predator Number 1 to scout the situation of the Beast Tide and try to determine the location of the 2 Beast Kings. Yes, Captain, Gan Ting responded. After making the arrangements, Du Fei followed Chu Zhengxiong into the car without delay. It was almost noon. The military vehicle arrived at the garrison military sub-district of the Jihad Bay city and stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. Chu Zhengxiong and Du Fei got out of the car, entered the house, and soon came to a reception room. As soon as I entered the door, I heard some talking. Dad, we have recruited more than 30 sisters now. Ku Xian and I calculated that it will take more than 500,000 hours in the early stage. Nonsense. Forming a legion is not a game. It requires actual combat experience. I suggest that after you graduate, you should first go to other legions for training. Dad, each of the sisters we recruited is a genius. Many legions are vying for them. As you said, by the time we finish our training, everyone will have run away. Besides, we often simulate actual combat in the academy, so we have accumulated sufficient experience. Hee. What are you laughing at? Never mind. I'll ask Grandpa for the funds. As they were talking, Chu Zhengxiong led Du Fei in. Old Chu, you came just in time. These two girls are giving me a heart attack. Seeing Chu Zhengxiong coming, Mu Yanting stood up from the sofa and greeted him. Didn't you say yesterday that you would just let them do whatever they wanted? Now you're tasting the bitter fruit, ha ha ha. Chu Zhengxiong laughed. That being said, we can't be too permissive with them. As Mu Yanting was talking, he saw Du Fei and was startled. Who is this? Old Mu, let me introduce you to this. This is Du Fei, the leader of the Fuxing Military Region's Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment. After Chu Zhengxiong finished speaking, he introduced to Du Fei, this is General Mu, the Supreme Commander of the Jihad Garrison Division. Then, he pointed at Chu Kersin and Mu Wanqing and said, these two girls, one is Chu Kersin, my daughter, and the other is Mu Wanqing, the daughter of General Mu. After Chu Zhengxiong finished his introduction, Chu Kersin and Mu Wanqing looked at Du Fei, and their beautiful eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other, and their eyes conveyed a message to each other. Wow, so handsome. Hello, General Mu. Du Fei said calmly. Good. Mu Yanting nodded, shook hands with Du Fei, and said with a smile, you are an extraordinary young man. Although Du Fei's level was too low, he was brought by Chu Zhengxiong after all, so Mu Yanting naturally wouldn't mind. General Mu, you are too kind. Du Fei smiled slightly, then nodded to Chu Kersin and Mu Wanqing as a greeting. Chapter 106, A Word of Awakening. After introducing each other, Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiong sat down at the invitation of Mu Yanting. Mu Wanqing and Chu Kersin were standing behind Mu Yanting. The two little beauties were both wearing the same style of thin silk long skirts today. Although they look only about 17 or 18 years old, due to their good family conditions, they both have perfect body curves, and they are well developed. In addition, both of them are very beautiful, and their looks are even not inferior to Ganting and Sun Shaoqian. They are definitely two little beauties. Especially Mu Wanqing, who had a gentle temperament. What impressed people was that her clear eyes were faintly revealing a hint of immature charm. Du Fei only glanced at them lightly, without lingering on them for too long. After both parties sat down, Mu Yanting glanced at Du Fei inadvertently, feeling a little puzzled. Is this young man from the Fuxing military region? Or the leader of a non-staff legion? He looks about the same age as the two girls, like a student who just graduated. However, what puzzled Mu Yanting was that with his many years of experience in observing people, he could not see through this young man. This young man seemed very calm and composed in both his manners and temperament, and did not look like a fledgling student. When Mu Yanting saw Chu Zhengxiong's attitude towards Du Fei, it only took a moment for him to understand something. Judging from how much old Chu cares for this young man, he probably wants to give him a hand. He probably wanted to use this Beast King level hunting mission to create some fame for this young man's non-staff army. Haha, no wonder. Mu Yanting suddenly remembered that Chu Zhengxiong said yesterday that he wanted to find a female corps for his daughter to train in. He looked at Chu Kersin, then glanced at Chu Zhengxiong, and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Isn't it a little too early for this guy to worry about his daughter? At this moment, Mu Wanqing and Chu Kersin were also glancing at Du Fei vaguely. Besides thinking Du Fei was handsome, what interested them the most was that weren't all the women's army members girls. Why is this man the leader of the women's army? Seeing that the elders had something to talk about, Mu Wanqing and Chu Kersin walked towards the room. At the moment before entering the room, the two girls stole a glance at Du Fei at the same time, but this time their eyes were a little immature and strange. They both thought Du Fei was more handsome than any other boy in their college, and he seemed to have an inexplicable attraction. Ding. Intimacy value. Ding. Intimacy value. Two system prompt sounds suddenly rang in his mind, causing Du Fei's heart to skip a beat. At this time, Chu Zhengxiong looked at Mu Yanting and said, Old Mu, the scale of this beast tide is beyond our expectations, and it seems to be increasing. I know all this. Mu Yanting nodded. I still don't know your plan. How are you going to deploy it? You don't have to worry about these. Your Iron Blood Brigade just needs to coordinate with the periphery. Old Mu, what I want to tell you is that I am worried that the 3 legions of Tomahawk, Steel Teeth and Sharp Arrows alone may not be able to complete the task. Chu Zhengxiong frowned. Really? What do you think? Mu Yanting asked slowly with a pout. I still mean what I told you before. Chu Zhengxiong smiled, then said solemnly, let the Iron Blood Brigade join the main attack corps. I am sure we will win. Mu Yanting also laughed. Haha, your Iron Blood Brigade only won a small battle outside. But you really think of yourself as a top-level legion? You. In front of Du Fei, Chu Zhengxiong was choked and shook his head speechlessly. Just stay here and be quiet. You can't die under my hands. Mu Yanting rolled his eyes at Chu Zhengxiong and continued, to tell you the truth, my deployment here is flawless and foolproof. The 3 advanced legions are not only equipped with mithril particle cannons and insulating shields, but also pulse laser weapons and so on. They usually hunt time beasts above this level in the open sea, and they have also hunted time beasts at the Beast King level. These 3 legions are very experienced in combat. Although the scale of this beast tide is large, I believe that with them here, even 2 Beast Kings won't be able to cause much trouble. Old Chu, I know you were thinking about this mission. I can understand your feelings. I can remind you that you don't have to worry from now on. Plus, I'm personally in charge of this mission, so we're sure to win. Mu Yanting said this, feeling a little excited and agitated. What? You are in charge personally? Chu Zhengxiong frowned. Yes, I am determined to capture those 2 Beast Kings. You may not know that the Federation has released the latest scientific research news. Having said that, Mu Yanting stopped talking and stood up and walked to the desk inside. Chu Zhengxiong immediately understood what he meant, so he stood up and walked over, whispering, Old Mu, Captain Du is not an outsider. Just tell me what you have to say. How embarrassed are you making me? Mu Yanting shook his head and said, it's not what you think. The key is that this latest news is still blocked. After saying that, he glanced at Du Fei out of the corner of his eye and laughed softly. This young man is very good. You have good taste and picked a good son-in-law for Ku Xian. When Chu Zhengxiong heard this, he was stunned at first, and then seemed to be reminded. Hey, this really woke me up. Why didn't I think of this? You know what? This is something worth considering. When Chu Zhengxiong heard Mu Yanting's words, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable. If there really was such a son-in-law, wouldn't my daughter be so happy that she couldn't stop smiling? If Captain Du is interested in my daughter Ku Xian, my Chu family will be very lucky. Chu Zhengxiong couldn't help but speak out his feelings. Oh, so this young man is not simple? A gleam of light flashed in Mu Yanting's eyes. Seeing Mu Yanting's expression, Chu Zhengxiong's heart skipped a beat. I suddenly felt a little regretful. How could I say that? I forgot that this guy also has a daughter. Could he be concerned about her too? Hey, I was just joking. Chu Zhengxiong coughed lightly, brought the topic back and asked, what's the latest news released by the Federation? Mu Yanting naturally would not hide anything from Chu Zhengxiong. He immediately opened a document, pointed at it and whispered, take a look for yourself. Chu Zhengxiong picked up the document and frowned. The new field of science and technology in the Guanyin Federation has achieved a major breakthrough, and the Meteorite series of equipment has come out. According to research by a team of experts, the blood of the Beast King level time beast can be fused with the Nirvana meteorite to forge an indestructible meteorite iron. At present, a series of weapons and equipment such as meteorite bullets, meteorite armor, meteorite defense shields, meteorite chariots, and meteorite fighters have begun mass production after testing. Any legion that hands over the blood of the Beast King or the Nirvana meteorite to the Federation will receive a generous reward, including the latest meteorite iron weapons and equipment. Chu Zhengxiong deliberately read loudly, with the intention of letting Du Fei hear it. In fact, even if they were talking in a low voice inside, Du Fei could hear it clearly. At this moment, after hearing the news, Du Fei's heart skipped a beat. Siderite? However, after a little thought, he understood. The blood of the Beast King level contains trace amounts of control elements, so using the blood of the Beast King should be able to forge the Nirvana meteorite into another form. This is what the Federation calls meteorite iron. Du Fei thought to himself that this meteorite iron was probably a semi-finished conventional vibranium. Although its performance is not as good as vibranium, its hardness should not be underestimated. If bullets were made from this meteorite, their power would be comparable to that of mithril bullets. Damn, the federal experts are not stupid. They can discover this? Du Fei frowned and fell into deep thought. Chapter 107. This trip was not in vain. So, you personally took the lead just for the blood of the two beast kings? Chu Zhengxiang looked at Mu Yanting and asked. Otherwise, the Mu family's military-industrial enterprise was founded by the old man. Now the group is running out of money and its decline has become a concern for him. I'm worried that he might develop a serious illness one day because of this. You know, the old man is the pillar of the Mu family, and there must be no mistakes. Mu Yanting shook his head and then said excitedly, but now it's good. The old man sent this news back immediately. He still attaches great importance to this hunting ground mission. Originally, hunting the Beast King required the assistance of a top-level army, but those great gods are now generally hired for hire. The cost of hiring a top-level army is not something we can afford. However, with the old man's consent, I spent a lot of money and used my connections to get some of the latest meteorite ammunition on the market. This batch of ammunition should be delivered tomorrow. This is also our trump card for this hunting ground mission. So, I am confident that we will win. Although those military giants have already mastered the manufacturing technology of meteorite weapons and equipment, the market share of this type of weapons and equipment is still very large. After all, hunting the Beast King is extremely difficult, and the Nirvana meteorite is relatively rare. As you can imagine, the meteorite iron forged with these two items is ridiculously expensive. According to the news from the old man, a chariot or fighter plane inlaid with only a thin layer of meteorite iron is so expensive that it makes you doubt your life. Even though it's so expensive, it's still very popular and in short supply. So, I must get these two Beast Kings. The Mu family's military-industrial enterprise may be revived. Mu Yanting was excited and talked incessantly, finishing his speech in one breath. After hearing this, Chu Zhengxiang was silent for a moment and then walked out. When he saw the expression on Du Fei's face, he immediately understood that Du Fei had heard the conversation just now. Du Fei showed a faint smile and shook his head slightly at him, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. I didn't expect the Mu family actually had a military-industrial enterprise. I can only say that this trip was not in vain. As noon arrived, Mu Yanting hosted a banquet. At Du Fei's suggestion, Chu Zhengxiang did not mention the hunting ground mission to Mu Yanting again, and the two old brothers drank happily. During this period, Du Fei didn't say much, but through Mu Yanting's words, he got a lot of information about the Mu family. 2 hours had passed by the time the meal was over. Chu Zhengxiang was full of food and drink. However, Du Fei already had a secret plan in mind. Old Chu, the battle plan has been distributed to all the legions. Your Iron Blood Brigade only needs to guard the west side of Point 39, and don't worry about anything else. Mu Yanting escorted him out of the reception room and said with a smile, just remember that you will get some benefits after the mission is completed. Then I also want to say that you should take good care of yourself when you lead the troops in person. Remember to let me know if you can't hold on any longer. Bah, can't you say something auspicious? Ha ha ha. Chu Zhengxiang laughed loudly and got into the car with Du Fei and left. Iron Blood Brigade Camp. Commander-in-Chief, Captain Du, everything is ready. We can set off at any time. Dong Jie came over and reported to Chu Zhengxiang and Du Fei. Adjutant Dong, how much ammunition has been modified? Du Fei looked at Dong Jie and asked. More than 10,000 ordinary bullets, more than 2,000 caliber 20 machine gun shells, more than 1,000 howitzer shells, more than 15,000 rounds of caliber 7 machine gun bullets, and 115 drone drop bombs. Dong Jie reported with excitement. This is so much. Chu Zhengxiang's eyes widened, and he was very excited. That's not enough. Du Fei shook his head and continued, after we arrive at the base tonight, we will build the ammunition depot overnight and continue the modification. Good. Chu Zhengxiang nodded, looked at Dong Jie, and said solemnly, pass the order down. From now on, regarding this hunting ground mission, the Iron Blood Brigade will obey the command of Captain Du in all actions.
Yes.
Dong Jie responded. He knew that the reason why the brigade commander handed over the command to Captain Du was because the two of them had conspired together for half an hour. He had a hunch that the content of the plan by the brigade commander and Captain Du involved the future rise of the Iron Blood Brigade and the Women's Field Regiment, but he did not know the specific details. Next, Dong Jie saluted Du Fei respectfully and said, the entire Iron Blood Brigade is on standby. Please give us your instructions, Commander Du. Du Fei nodded slightly at him, then checked the time and ordered, get to the garrison on the west side of Point 39 within 3 hours. Set off.
Yes.
Dong Jie responded and turned around to convey the order. Everyone get ready. Order. Rush to the number 39 stronghold within 3 hours. Set off. Following an order. Boom, boom, boom. The Women's Field Regiment and the Iron Blood Brigade set off, heading towards the outer area of the front line, heading west of Point 39. Chapter 108. The storm is coming. In the evening, around 6 o'clock, the Women's Field Regiment and the Iron Blood Brigade rushed to the west side of Point 39. At this moment, there are more than a dozen teams stationed in the surrounding area, most of which are legions that are not within the scope of the mission invitation. Looking around, under the dim setting sun, smoke was rising from the surrounding jungles and on the hilltops. Not only that, many non-staff legions and armed organizations are arriving one after another. Are you kidding? This is a Beast King level hunting ground mission. How could it be so popular? For many armed groups like scattered soldiers and guerrillas, even if they just stay on the sidelines, it is a capital for them to show off for a lifetime. Soon, after choosing a favorable terrain, without delay, the three reinforced regiments of the Iron Blood Brigade quickly began to deploy defensive fortifications, build ammunition depots, and set up camps. The Women's Field Regiment's camp is located next to the forest near the brigade's command center and not far from the ammunition depot, making it convenient for uninterrupted ammunition modification. In an open space, the Women's Field Regiment convoy and tin drones were lined up neatly. The female soldiers were drinking special drinks while setting up brand new tents, all of them smiling and looking very happy. From yesterday till now, all food, drinks, daily necessities, etc. have been provided by the Iron Blood Brigade. They even built a bathroom next to the camp and brought in 2 large trucks of drinking water for them to bathe. The female soldiers have never enjoyed such high-level treatment before, and they are all filled with happiness. Sister Ruobing, why do I feel like we're not here to fight? Gong Ting took a sip of the special drink, stuck out her tongue, licked the corner of her mouth and said, "Just wait and see. These little hooves will be spoiled to the sky by the leader sooner or later." Xia Ying narrowed her beautiful eyes, took a puff of the fine cigar that had just been delivered, and said, "Yeah, I feel like they're going crazy." Sun Shaoqian took a bite of the butter bread and said. Lu Ruobing shook her head and smiled bitterly, and couldn't help but sigh. The leader is about to turn the women's field group into a tourist group. The night was dark and beasts roared from the southern front line. The Iron Blood Brigade's command center was brightly lit. The meeting is in progress. Du Fei, Chu Zhengxiong, and Adjutant Dong Jie analyzed the current situation. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying also participated in the meeting. With Du Fei present, these two beautiful women with rich combat experience did not dare to interrupt easily. No one knows what Du Fei's specific plan is. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying just stayed with him, sitting beside him and listening quietly. Today the herd has increased by 1/3 and has only advanced 2 kilometers from south to north and is now at a standstill. Chu Zhengxiong pointed at the detector and analyzed. Since the fall of bases 37 and 38, the beasts did not directly attack base 39. Instead, they stopped and started along the way, and the herd continued to grow and expand, like a snowball, slowly approaching. I think those 2 beast kings have high intelligence. Under their command, the beasts seem to be well organized and seem to have formed a tactic. I'm most afraid of this happening to the herd. The quieter it is, the scarier it is. They are giving people an illusion. They deliberately make people relax their nerves one moment, and then they explode the next moment, causing a mental shock and making people panic. I have a feeling that a storm is coming. After Chu Zhengxiong finished speaking, Du Fei nodded. Brigade Commander Chu's analysis is correct. Those 2 beast kings do have a certain level of intelligence. I think their target is not point 39, but here. Du Fei poked at a spot on the detector. Holy War City? Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie frowned and were surprised. It should be. Du Fei pointed at the detector and continued. The positions of the beast herd, point 39, and Holy War City are in a triangle, and the distances are about the same. There is a vast plain between the beast herd and point 39, but there is a mountain between them and the Holy War City. They are approaching from the south to the north, and it looks like they are preparing to launch a large-scale attack on point 39. Once humans deploy all their elite forces at point 39, if they suddenly launch an attack to the west, I believe that mountain will not be able to stop them at all. By then, it will be too late for the elite forces to relocate their positions. Even if other military divisions want to provide support, it may be too late. Chapter 109. The situation is a bit serious. Du Fei finished speaking. Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly became serious. They both felt that Du Fei's analysis made sense. If this situation occurs, Dayu Mountain in the west will definitely not be able to stop it, and the Holy War City will be in danger. Putting this aside, The key point is that the headquarters of the Garrison Military Subdistrict is located in the number 1 air raid shelter in Dayu Mountain. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of both of them, and they felt a chill on their backs. The situation is a bit serious. If it is really as Du Fei analyzed, just based on this tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, how terrifying would the intelligence of the two Beast Kings be? At this moment, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying also widened their beautiful eyes, staring at Du Fei in a daze. Both of them showed surprise on their pretty faces. According to Du Fei's analysis, this was very possible. What is his head made of? How come you are so smart? They really wanted to open Du Fei's head and see what kind of magical thing was inside. Where are the 3 senior legions deployed? Du Fei looked at Dong Jie and asked. The Battle Axe Corps is quite strong and is deployed 10 kilometers away from Point 39, responsible for the frontal attack. The 2 legions, Sharp Arrow and Steel Fang, are deployed on the east and west sides of the stronghold respectively. Another 6 reinforced divisions are responsible for assisting the attack. The 3 legions of Tomahawk, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow are deployed in a pocket formation. Once the beasts enter the encirclement, we will cover them with full firepower and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Dong Jie reported to Du Fei. So, near Dayu Mountain in the west, only the Steel Teeth Legion is guarding there? Du Fei asked again. Yes, the entire army is deployed at the foot of Dayu Mountain. Dong Jie replied. The Steel Teeth Legion alone can't hold on. By then, I'm afraid their teeth will be broken off. Du Fei rubbed his temple, frowned and looked at Chu Zhengxiang. Notify your old friend as soon as possible. Okay, I'll notify you now. After Chu Zhengxiang finished speaking, he immediately picked up the communicator and called, Dayu Mountain, halfway up the mountain. In a hidden air raid shelter, Mu Yanting was studying the battle plan overnight with generals at all levels. Report to the general. Brigade Commander Chu of the Iron Blood Brigade is calling. A confidential officer reported with a communicator. Mu Yanting took the communicator and walked aside. Old Chu, what's the matter? Are you now in Dayu Mountain Air Raid Shelter number 1? Yes, tell me what you want to say. I'm busy right now. Old Mu, listen to me now. According to Captain Du's analysis of the Beast Group, the current situation may not be what we expected. Here, Chu Zhengxiang repeated Du Fei's analysis to Mu Yanting word for word. There was silence in the communicator, and Mu Yanting seemed to be thinking. 10 seconds later. Well, the analysis makes sense. The Beast King does have a certain level of intelligence, so this possibility cannot be ruled out. Mu Yanting's voice came from the communicator, and he asked, Are you sure it was the analysis of the young captain named Du Fei? Yes. After Chu Zhengxiang finished speaking into the communicator, he looked at Du Fei somewhat awkwardly. Du Fei didn't care at all. He picked up Lu Ruobing's cup with a smile and drank 2 sips of water. This is normal. Relatively speaking, it is very good that the supreme commander of a military subdistrict can remember the name of the commander of a non-staff corps. At this time, Mu Yanting's appreciative laughter came from the communicator. Not simple. I saw this young man is very good this afternoon. You have picked a good son-in-law for Ko-Exian, ha ha. As soon as these words came out, cough. The water Du Fei just drank came out of his nose. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were stunned. They first looked at Du Fei and then at Chu Zhengxiang. Was the team leader taken to a blind date by Chu Zhengxiang this afternoon? The blind date partner is Chu Zhengxiang's daughter? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying seemed to understand. They looked at each other, and a trace of anxiety appeared in their beautiful eyes. At this moment, looking at Chu Zhengxiang again, his old face turned red with embarrassment, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Ha ha ha, you old man. You always make fun of me for no reason. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. I have to say that Chu Zhengxiang was still extremely experienced. He just laughed it off, and his expression quickly returned to normal. Then, he said with a serious face, This matter must be taken seriously. I suggest that your headquarters should be moved out of Dayu Mountain just in case. Got it. I will ask the Steel Fang Legion to pay more attention, and will also notify other legions around the Holy War City to strengthen their vigilance. Old Mu, why don't you realize the seriousness of the situation? This is not just a matter of increasing vigilance. Okay, don't worry, I have a very thorough plan here. It can be said to be foolproof. By the way, tell that young man named Du Fei not to leave immediately after completing this mission. I will personally invite him to the celebration banquet. The most important thing is that my Wanqing asked me about him several times today. Since you, Old Chu, think this guy is good, I have to try my best. Lao Mu, you are just... It's settled then, huh? As Mu Yanting's laughter died down, the communication was interrupted. Suddenly, the scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chu Zhengxiong's old face turned pale and red, and he didn't know what to say. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were stunned again. What? Another one? However, Dong Jia looked at Du Fei with admiration on his face, with admiration and envy in his eyes. Du Fei was very confused and looked pained. What did I do? Chapter 110. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After a brief moment of embarrassment. Report. The mithril particle shells allocated by the military region have arrived and have been sent to the ammunition depot. A confidential clerk walked in and reported with a salute. How many rounds in total? Chu Zhengxiong asked. 200 rounds, the clerk replied. It's a lot. Other reinforced divisions only get about 100 rounds. This is Lao Mu's special care for us. Chu Zhengxiong looked at Du Fei and said, Let's go and take a look. After Du Fei finished speaking, he left the brigade command center directly. Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, Chu Zhengxiong, and Dong Jia followed him and walked towards the ammunition depot. Under the night sky, there was a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps around the Iron Blood Brigade's ammunition depot, and the area was heavily guarded. Soon, Du Fei and others walked into the ammunition depot together. It was brightly lit and busy inside. Sun Xiaoqian was leading a group of female engineering soldiers to modify ammunition overnight. Hello, Captain. Hello, Brigade Commander Chu. Seeing Du Fei and others arriving, Sun Xiaoqian and the female soldiers put down their work and saluted together. Hello, everyone. Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jia returned the salute. Thank you for your hard work. Du Fei nodded at them. It's not hard. The female soldiers puffed out their chests towards Du Fei and responded in unison. Just keep working. After Du Fei finished speaking, he walked over to several wooden boxes with special words printed on them. Then he opened one of the boxes and found rows of brand new shells inside. Du Fei took out one and checked it. It had a caliber of 47 and was an anti-tank artillery shell. Sun Xiaoqian. Du Fei turned his head and shouted, Arrive! Sun Xiaoqian handed the work in her hands to a female soldier and ran over immediately. Take one of these shells apart and take a look. Du Fei said to Sun Xiaoqian. He has never seen the mithril particle shells of the Time Federation and is very curious about this kind of ammunition.
Yes.
Sun Xiaoqian responded, picked up a shell and placed it on the disassembly table, and 2 capable assistants also started to work. Soon, the caliber 47 anti-tank artillery shell was disassembled, and the fuse, cartridge, auxiliary parts, fillings, etc. appeared in front of us. The internal structure of this type of shell is not much different from that of ordinary shells. Du Fei took a quick look at the other parts and then focused his attention on the filling in the projectile area. The fillings were all bright silver particles and fragments of varying sizes. Needless to say, these fillings are naturally occurring mithril particles. Du Fei was secretly shocked. The mithril produced by the Women's Field Corps mine was basically just a few drops. This was the first time he had seen such large natural mithril particles. Du Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly, thinking it was a waste of resources. Using these mithril particles solely as fillers actually doesn't have much power. You know, mithril is very light, and these mithril particles can only cause damage to the target if they are driven by the strong impact force generated by the explosion. In other words, the strength of the impact of the shell explosion determines the range of damage. If the explosion force is weak, then these mithril particles will basically cause no damage to the target. After all, pure natural mithril is as light as plastic. No matter how strong the impact is, how far can it fly? In Du Fei's eyes, these mithril particle shells were a waste of resources, but for the Federation, there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, the Federation has not yet mastered the smelting technology of mithril. Moreover, due to the special properties of mithril, it cannot be fused with other substances. Even in the future, even if the Federation mastered the smelting technology, it would not be able to coat bullets or projectiles with mithril. Of course, unless you have Du Fei's rare material smelting agent, only the rare material smelting agent can allow mithril to attach to other substances. So, no matter how powerful the federal experts are, they can't beat a hacker. After learning about the power of the mithril particle shells, Du Fei had an idea in mind. The conclusion is that it has a certain degree of lethality against the Time Beast, but the power is not great. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Now, there is still one kind of ammunition that we haven't figured out yet, and that is the latest meteorite ammunition produced by the Federation. Du Fei estimated that the ammunition should be quite powerful, The only problem was that it was too expensive. A bullet is equivalent to a diamond. What does that mean? In his eyes, that kind of meteorite iron ammunition was a waste of resources. There is nothing to feel sorry for the Beast King's blood, but it is a complete waste of the Nirvana meteorite. It is said that Mu Yanting spent a huge amount of money to equip the 3 senior legions with a batch of meteorite iron ammunition. At that time, he would be able to see the power of that kind of ammunition, which made Du Fei vaguely look forward to it. After a brief analysis, Du Fei looked at Sun Shaoqian and said, "Dismantle all these shells and replace the fillings with silver-plated projectiles. Those natural mithril particles are concentrated and smelted to modify other ammunition."
Yes.
Sun Shaoqian responded and quickly led several assistants to take action. Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jia were only slightly stunned by Du Fei's order to dismantle the mithril particle shells, and then they understood. The two of them thought to themselves that it seemed that the Federation's mithril particle shells were just SOSO and could not compare with the modified ammunition of the Women's Field Regiment. Next, Du Fei gave some brief instructions to Sun Shaoqian and other female soldiers and encouraged them. Then, he left the ammunition depot with Chu Zhengxiang and others. It's getting late. As Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jia returned to the brigade headquarters, Du Fei also returned to the camp with Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring. Because there were so many preparations to be made before the war, Du Fei had too many things to think about. So he told Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring to rest early. It was seen that Du Fei did not return to his special tent, but sat alone on a rock. The two beauties felt very distressed and wanted to go over and accompany him, but they were afraid to disturb him. Finally, they reluctantly returned to the tent, and after lying down, they tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. In the dark night, Du Fei pondered for a while and said into the headset, "Gan Ting. Captain, Gan Ting is here." In the independent control room of the Land King tank, Gan Ting had not rested yet. When she heard the leader's call, she immediately responded with full energy. "How is the investigation going?" Du Fei asked. Reporting to the captain, the number 37 and number 38 strongholds have indeed been completely destroyed. The buildings and roads in the 2 strongholds are covered with beast eggs. The beast herd is now spreading and expanding, and a large number of time beasts and mutant beasts are still coming out from the deep mountains to join. The estimated number of ferocious beasts is nearly 100,000, of which there are more than 150 time beasts, and there are probably tens of thousands of other time beasts. The exact locations of the 2 beast kings have not yet been determined. But just now, Predator number 1 detected the stealth wing whose tail we shot down at the top of Dayu Mountain. It seemed to be alert, and then the signal of Predator number 1 was interrupted, and it ran away. "I am continuing to track it now," Gan Ting reported. "Very good. Predator number 2 will stay near the camp for the time being, and Predator number 1 will pay close attention to the Dayu Mountain area and make it the focus," Du Fei instructed. "Yes, Captain. By the way, don't overwork yourself and take more rest. You should also take care of your health." Ding. Intimacy value. In the call. After considering some necessary things, Du Fei opened the system interface. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Extra Staff Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 75,930. Intimacy value, 5833. Constitution, Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Warm reminder. Energy consumption and physical upper limit are expanded, and the current strengthening degree can be increased by 10 points. The next time the physical fitness limit is expanded, the strengthening degree can be increased by 20 points. Note, in each stage, after each expansion of the physical limit, the increased enhancement level is the sum of the previous enhancement points. Items: Universal Toolbox, Bottle of Rare Material Smelting Agent, Silver Snake Thorn. The intimacy value is almost 6,000 points. Du Fei stared at the intimacy column and felt a little excited. Next, he opened the technology library and locked onto a few things he currently wanted. Falcon Unmanned Fighter. Design drawing requires 5,000 reputation points. Destroyer Tracked Vehicle. Design drawing requires 5,000 reputation points. Urigen Synthesis Technology. 500 intimacy points are required. Time Collection System. Finished product requires 5,000 intimacy points. Time Storage Card. Finished product. Each card requires 1 reputation point. A total of 5 items were locked. However, Du Fei has other plans for the manufacture of the Falcon Unmanned Fighter and the Destroyer Tracked Vehicle, so he will not exchange them for the time being. Urigen Synthesis Technology and Time Collector require a total of 5,500 intimacy points, which is enough to exchange. Through the information collected today, Dufay felt that it was necessary to exchange these two things first. The next moment, ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 500 intimacy points and successfully exchanging for the Urigen synthesis technology. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 5,000 intimacy points and successfully exchanging for the time collection system. Finished product.